The wife secretly squandered years of savings and even gifted the newly purchased house to her brother as a wedding present. When Suyi realized the gravity of his mistakes, he found himself reborn in the examination hall of the college entrance examination in 2014. At the tender age of 18, before he had established a romantic relationship with Gu Mengyao. Gu Mengyao, I will ask you once more, where's all the money gone? I used it, so what? Every time I receive the project payment, I transfer it to you immediately. Our household expenses are minimal, just groceries. My mother manages the social obligations. You never inquire about it. Where have you spent the money? Well, I bought a few handbags and some cosmetics. Hand me your phone. What for? I want to see your spending records to discern how you have squandered our funds. I already told you I spent it. What more do you want? It's not my fault you only earn so little each month. My best friend's husband gives her 50 to 60,000 every month. Silence. Let me tell you, there are over a dozen people in the company awaiting their salaries. If I cannot pay them, we will have no choice but to sell the house we bought last year. No, that's unacceptable. I'm not negotiating with you. For all these years, I have been the sole breadwinner. The house has nothing to do with you. But my name is on the deed too. Give me the property deed. I want. Hand it over. Where is the property deed? I speak. The house has already been given to my brother. He is about to get married, and I gifted it to them as their wedding home. Gu Mengyao, your useless brother has been living off us ever since he graduated from university. I have introduced him to numerous job opportunities, yet he always quits after a few days. I have been more than generous. You need to retrieve the property deed for me immediately. I have already transferred it to him. The deed now bears their names. You, Suyi, what are you saying? You want to sell the house we currently live in? Where will I stay if you sell it? Over the years, you have taken all my money to support your parents and that useless brother of yours. You can just live with them from now on. Suyi, I warn you, if you dare sell this house, I will divorce you. Then let it be. What? What did you say? You want to divorce me? Indeed, I am exhausted. Consider how I have treated you over the years, and then reflect on how you have treated me. Perhaps I should have divorced you long ago, but you were the one who pursued me at first. I must have been blind. Is that sufficient? Suyi, are you truly going to divorce Gu Mengyao? Yes. But, here are no buts. My life has been utterly ruined by her. I never anticipated she would turn out this way. Despite being married to you for so long, she still coddles her useless brother. The brother-supporting demon is indeed terrifying. How could I have ever found her appealing? If only I had another chance. It's getting late. I should return home. I fear my daughter will wake up crying in the middle of the night. Do you need me to call a cab for you? No need. I wish to walk alone. Very well. Someone has been hit. Call 120. How could he be in the middle of the road? It seems he was drunk. Why is there so much blood? He can't be dead, can he? That car is going too fast. He is surely beyond saving. Don't go over. Wait for the ambulance. Am I dead? In a haze, Suyi slowly opened his eyes, only to be blinded by a piercing ray of sunlight, causing him to shut them once more. His head felt as heavy as lead, throbbing painfully. Faintly, he could hear the sound of writing nearby. Suyi lifted his head and glanced around. An examination hall? In the classroom, a scattering of 20 to 30 students sat attentively, engrossed in their test papers. At the podium, two middle-aged teachers surveyed each individual in the examination room. What is going on? How did I end up here? Suyi supported his head as his gaze fell upon the test paper before him. 2014 National Unified Examination for Higher Education, English paper. Wait, I am in the college entrance examination. I have returned to the examination hall of 2014. Suyi's eyes widened, and he pinched his thigh hard as the pain registered in his brain. A wave of excitement surged within him. This is real. This is not a dream. Outside the window, the sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds lazily drifting by. The June weather was neither too hot nor too cold, and the gentle breezes wafting in through the window were particularly refreshing. Suyi sighed at the unpredictability of life, and then glanced at the clock on the wall. 16:15. 45 minutes remaining to submit the paper. English was the final subject of the examination, but unfortunately, Suyi was a student with severe disparities in his academic performance. His scores in Chinese, mathematics, and science were commendable, yet he barely passed English. He distinctly remembered that his total score for the college entrance examination was 485, with the second-tier line that year being 471, ultimately only allowing him to enroll in a lesser institution. However, he He had only scored 52 in English. To put it in perspective, the first-tier score that year was 526, and had he not been so academically lopsided, he might have had a chance to aim for a first-tier university. Of course, that was the Su Yi of his third year in high school. It is well known that the intellectual peak for most individuals occurs during their third year. Now, even if Su Yi were to tackle a mathematics paper from the college entrance examination, scoring 50 would be considered a miracle. At this moment, the answer sheet before Su Yi was already filled. Though it was primarily filled with random selections, this was his examination strategy. Since he couldn't answer the questions, he filled in the answer sheet first, intending to review it thoroughly afterward. If he encountered questions he could solve, he would amend the answers accordingly and leave the rest as is. Of course, it wasn't entirely random. Su Yi strictly adhered to the rule of if 3 long options and 1 short. Choose the shortest if 3 short options and 1 long. Choose the longest if 2 short and 2 long. Select B if uneven. Opt for C when filling out the answer sheet. From the results, it appeared Su Yi's luck was not on his side. After the college entrance examination concluded, the answers were typically released within a week. Confident in his performance in the other subjects, Su Yi immediately compared his answers to estimate his English score as soon as they were published. Wait, what's happening? Su Yi furrowed his brow as he examined the English paper. This is wrong. How is it that after all these years, I still remember these answers? Indeed, this question is A, this one is B, and this one is also B. What is this? Is this the benefit of being reborn? Upon realizing he still remembered the answers to the college entrance examination, Su Yi quickly picked up an eraser and began to correct his answer sheet. Listening comprehension. Single choice. Reading comprehension. Writing. The writing cannot be changed. I didn't look at any model essays, so it will have to stay as it is. After completing his corrections, Su Yi even had time to check through his answers. As the minute hand struck 12, dingling, the last subject of the college entrance examination concluded. Some students exited the examination room with joy written all over their faces. Others walked out with heavy hearts, and yet others looked utterly dejected. For most individuals, the college entrance examination is the singular opportunity to achieve a leap in social status. Thus, those who performed well were naturally elated, while those who did poorly were understandably disheartened. Su Yi stepped out of the classroom, observing his peers, all 17 or 18 years old. In that moment, an indescribable surge of excitement and exhilaration welled up within him. I, Su Yi, have been reborn.
Chapter 2. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. As he followed the crowd towards the school gate, the air buzzed with chatter about answers to the exam. Yet Su Yi stood apart. Silently cherishing the beauty of youth at 18, he reveled in freedom, unencumbered by the weight of the world. In stark contrast, at 28, he felt the burdens of life, overwhelmed and disheveled. This pivotal year marked the beginning of his journey. Post-marriage, Su Yi often pondered whether his life might have been more fulfilling had he not pursued Gu Mengyao. It seemed that fate had bestowed upon him a chance for a fresh start. The city of Jiangzhou had not changed significantly over the past decade. In this year, Malaysia Airlines had lost contact, and the infectious tune of Little Apple had just emerged. As an ordinary individual, Su Yi found it hard to recall any other monumental events from that year. Just as he approached the school gate, a familiar yet unexpected voice called out, "Su Yi, Su Yi." A bespectacled boy clad in a green t-shirt rushed towards him. Breathless. "Didn't we agree to wait for each other after the exams? Why did you run off? Wei go." Qingqing furrowed his brow. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing," Su Yi replied with a smirk, choosing not to elaborate. If he were to confess that he had been drinking with Qingqing the night before, it would be met with disbelief. "How did you do on the exam?" "Not bad. I think I'm safe for a first-tier university." Qingqing smirked. "If you manage to get into a first tier, I'll take your surname." He pulled Qingqing out of the school gates. "Let us go ask your dad if he agrees." Get lost. Su Yi vividly remembered that after the college entrance examination, they both attended university in the same city, but both had been unfortunate in matters of the heart. Su Yi's situation was unfortunate enough. Qingqing's was even worse. Just 2 years into marriage, his wife had betrayed him, and following their divorce, he lived a solitary life, shouldering the responsibilities of both father and mother, all while grappling with the pressures of adulthood, which had manifested in a beer belly that made him appear as if he were 7 months pregnant. "Su Yi, are you heading to No. 2 high school later?" "What for?" "Gu Mengyao is at number 2 testing site. Didn't you say you would look for her after the exam?" Su Yi's smile froze as he coldly retorted, "What would I want with her? I'm going to dinner with my parents. Qingqing, surprised by Su Ye's nonchalant demeanor, exclaimed, "What's going on? Aren't you pursuing her? Who would chase after her in this second chance at life?" The crowd was too noisy for Su Ye's voice to carry, and Qingqing did not catch his words. However, since their first year of high school, he had known of Su Ye's affection for their class flower. Gu Mengyao. Su Ye was a day student while Gu Mengyao resided on campus. Over the 3 years, he had bought breakfast for her countless times outside of school. Everyone, including Qingqing, was aware of Su Ye's feelings. Yet Gu Mengyao's attitude towards him remained ambiguous, sometimes warm as if they were a couple, yet at other times, she was distant. This strange dynamic persisted even into their university years. "What did you just say?" "Nothing. I'm going to dinner with my parents first. Tomorrow, I plan to lounge at home all day, and in the evening I'll head to the internet CAF to play some games. I'll be Yasuo, and you can be Lee Sin, and we'll wreak havoc." Su Ye rolled his eyes. Upon stepping outside the school, he spotted a middle-aged couple across the street waving enthusiastically at him. The man was in a short-sleeved shirt and casual pants, while the woman wore a dark red qipao, likely in hopes of good fortune. "Xiao Yi, over here." Su Ye paused, astonished that his parents from 10 years ago appeared so youthful. After exchanging a quick farewell with Qingqing, he strode towards his father Su Xiangdong and mother Zhang Hong, who were both acutely aware of their son's academic struggles, knowing this final exam was crucial. As Su Ye approached, Zhang Hong's face was etched with concern. "Son, how did it go?" Just as he was about to speak, Su Xiangdong interrupted. "Didn't we agree not to ask that?" Zhang Hong shot her husband a glare, retorting, "I'm concerned for my son. Is that a crime?" Hearing their familiar bickering lifted Su Ye's spirits. After marrying Gu Mengyao, his parents had worried for him, and the notion that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships are fraught with tension held true for him. Rather than respecting her mother-in-law, Gu Mengyao had often been domineering, forcing Zhang Hong to yield for the sake of her son, which had soured the family atmosphere. With their parents aging prematurely due to stress, Su Ye often found himself regretting his choices. "Son, ignore your mother. Now that the exam is over, don't overthink things. Come on, let us go celebrate with some drinks. Today, it's just you and me until we're tipsy." "Dad, I actually did pretty well." "Really?" "Yes, I believe I'm safe for a second-tier university, and maybe I can aim for a first-tier." Zhang Hong was so thrilled she could hardly find words, and Su Xiangdong beamed with pride. As their only child, their greatest wish was for him to grow up healthy and happy, attend a good university, and secure a respectable job. "Let us go eat out," Su Xiangdong exclaimed, eagerly grabbing the car keys. Zhang Hong took Su Ye's arm, her face bright with joy. Looking at his mother's dark hair, Su Ye felt a pang of guilt and suddenly said, "Mom, you've worked so hard." Zhang Hong, taken aback by his sudden sentimentality, asked, "Why this sudden sweetness?" Su Ye forced a smile. "I noticed your hands are calloused. I feel you've sacrificed so much for this family." "Oh, the calluses are just from playing mahjong," she chuckled. Yet her eyes glimmered with unshed tears as Su Ye sat in their aging Volkswagen Santana. He gazed at the passers-by outside, a whirlwind of emotions coursing through him. He was surprised how a simple statement could touch his mother so deeply. Memories of the past flooded his mind like a haunting nightmare. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to cast aside all negativity. His life had veered off course after the college entrance examination. But now that he had a second chance, he was determined to make a change and live a distinctly different life. Chapter 3. Magic defeats magic. After finishing dinner, it was already past 7 in the evening. The streetlights flickered to life, and the cheerful strains of Little Apple resonated through the square as elderly couples danced joyfully. Su Ye lived in a neighborhood not far from No. 1 High School, a property considered part of the school district. However, the aging complex appeared somewhat dilapidated. "Xiao Yi, when will the exam results be out?" Zhang Hong casually inquired as she fished for her keys. As the door swung open, Su Ye eagerly stepped inside, swapping his shoes for slippers. Although the space was modest, it radiated warmth. "Probably around the 23rd or 24th." Rushing to the balcony, he grabbed 2 clean garments and dashed into the bathroom. After shedding his clothes and taking a refreshing cold shower, he stood before the mirror, gazing at his 18-year-old self, at T28. He bore the weight of exhaustion, yet his youthful self exuded vitality, his eyes bright and alive. Untainted by vices, dressed, he towel-dried his hair. In the mirror, Su Ye found himself quite handsome. Standing at 1.78 meters with a weight of 130 pounds, his features, though not striking individually, harmonized well together. Gu Mengyao, the class beauty, undoubtedly had admirers beyond Su Yi, yet she often rejected the advances of others, revealing her discerning taste. It was precisely because of Su Ye's appearance that she had not outright dismissed him during their 3 years together, though she had never accepted him either. Each time Su Yi attempted to confess his feelings, she would deftly change the subject or make an excuse to leave. Initially, Su Yi believed her reluctance stemmed from concerns about early relationships, but he now realized that she had merely kept him as a backup. Returning to his room, Su Yi found the typical clutter of a high school student's space. Posters of NBA stars on the walls, and a desk littered with exam preparation materials. He opened the drawer to find an old Lenovo phone, its model long forgotten. In an era dominated by Apple and Samsung, most people still used HTC, Lenovo, Xiaomi, and other lesser-known brands. Due to limited storage, the apps were sparse. At this time, WeChat had yet to gain popularity among the youth, with QQ serving as the primary social platform. Upon opening QQ, he saw only 2 groups. The first was titled My World, comprising various friends and classmates, as one rarely added family unless they were of a similar age, like cousins. Privacy was paramount. Posts on QQ Space were often intimate and embarrassing. For instance, Qingqing had posted recently, "The memories are beautiful, the past warm, the present cold, and the truth ugly. Why shadow lies scattered." Yet there's no starlight to respond. Su Yi recognized the quote as something he had found online. 10 years later, those words would send chills down his spine. The second group contained only one name, Gu Mengyao, whose username was Rosegirl, and Su Yi had labeled her as Baby. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, he quickly deleted the nickname and removed her from his favorites, contemplating whether to delete her entirely. Just then, she sent a message. "Rosegirl, why didn't you come find me today?" Before replying, Su Yi changed his username from Sunnyboy to simply Su at Su. "I'm busy. Rosegirl, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." Su Yi typed several lines, but ultimately deleted them all. Opting for a terse response, Su. Okay, on the other end, Gu Mengyao, having just returned home, tossed her phone aside in frustration. She hadn't expected Su Yi to respond so dismissively. He had always initiated their conversations, and today, with her reaching out first, his lack of enthusiasm caught her off guard. Su Yi chuckled at her silence, scrolling through their past chats. Almost every interaction had been initiated by him, with her replies consistently minimal. Oh, okay. I'm about to eat. I need to shower. I'm going to sleep. His current indifference felt like magic defeating magic. With the college entrance examination concluded, Su Yi found himself at a significant crossroads in life. Each decision he made would shape his future. The path he previously took was one he would not revisit. Now, myriad choices lay before him. If his memory served correctly, he should score around 60 to 70 points in English, which would suffice to cross the threshold for a first-tier university, leaving him with plenty of options. However, that was not the crux of the matter. In the 1970s, simply passing a vocational school entrance exam would have sent ripples through the county. In the 1990s, if one were accepted into a junior college, the principal himself would deliver the acceptance letter. Yet now, in 2014, even gaining admission to a first-tier university did not guarantee a turnaround in fortune. If only he had known to memorize a few lottery numbers, Su Yi sighed, racking his brain to recall the trends of recent years. E-commerce, microbusinesses, live streaming, sharing economies, short videos, and influencer marketing. These were realms in which he currently had no maneuvering space. In 2014, the stock market was booming. From early 2014 to mid-2015, it was the last bull market for A shares, with the index soaring from around 2,000 points to 5,000. Investing during this period was almost guaranteed profit. With his knowledge of various industries, he could navigate this landscape adeptly. Excitement surged through him as he stood up, setting his short-term goal. Earn money, then open a bank account. Accumulate his first pot of gold in the shortest time possible. He exited his room and found Zhang Hong still seated on the couch, watching television. He approached her, wrapping his arm around her, and said with a charming grin, "Mom, can we discuss something? Spit it out. Now that the exams are done, could you spare some money for me to use? How much do you need?" "The more, the better. Just 500. You can find it in my bag. Just 500? Is that not enough?" Seeing his mother's disapproving expression, he added, "If I get into a first-tier university, I'll get 5,000 from my grandparents. 5,000 would only cover a new phone and computer. What else do you want?" Su Yi suddenly had a bright idea. "With 3 months of summer vacation, I want to get my driver's license. If I get into a first tier, my grandparents will certainly give me money. And I plan to. Before he could finish, his ear was pinched. So, you're already dreaming about your grandparents' money right after the exams. Mom, just tell me yes or no. If you really get into a first tier, I'll give you all that money, but the prerequisite is you must get in. Suyi, caught up in the excitement, impulsively kissed his mother's cheek, exclaiming, "It's a deal." Zhang Hong wiped her face in mock disgust. Chuckling, "You little rascal." Chapter 4. Summer job. Perhaps the habits formed during 3 years of high school had ingrained early rising in Su Y. At 5:30 in the morning. He awoke from his slumber while the world outside was still shrouded in dawn. After a yawn, he briefly closed his eyes but soon jolted awake, surveying his surroundings and sighing in relief that he was still in his room from 2014. At this hour, his parents had yet to rise. With nothing to occupy him, Sui decided to prepare breakfast. After marrying Gu Mengyao, she rarely helped with household chores. When Sui cooked, she would nibble a bit, but if he didn't tea, she would order takeout. Initially, he naively thought she simply didn't know how to cook, planning to teach her, only to discover she had no intention of learning, shamelessly asserting, "I don't cook at home. Why should I cook for you after marriage?" Suye's culinary skills were decent enough for everyday dishes. Spotting century eggs and sliced lean meat in the fridge, he decided to make a pot of congee. When Su Xiangdong and Zhang Hong emerged from their room, they stood frozen in surprise. "What is going on here? Has the sun risen in the west? Son, what are you doing?" Su Xiangdong asked, astonished. Suyi glanced at his parents while serving himself some porridge and replied, "I'm hungry. I cooked a pot of porridge." Zhang Hong quickly approached, peered into Suye's bowl, then at the pot, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Old Su, is this really our son? Something seems amiss." Suyi rolled his eyes. "If you two don't eat soon, you'll be late for work." Indeed, he was their son. However, Zhang Hong did not expect that Suyi, having just completed his college entrance examination, would rise early the next day to prepare breakfast for the family. Remembering Su Ye's words from the previous evening, Zhang Hong felt a swell of emotion. "The taste is quite good, Xiao Yi. When did you learn to cook?" A quick search on her phone revealed an abundance of tutorials. "My son truly is remarkable." Yet, as Su Yi realized how simple cooking a pot of porridge could bring such joy to his parents, he felt a pang of guilt. He had previously directed his bad temper at his family while reserving his good nature for Gu Mengyao. He decided it was time for a complete transformation. After Su Xiangdong and Zhang Hong finished their meal, they left for work together. Su Xiangdong, working within the system, had only achieved the rank of a clerk. Generally, if one did not receive a promotion before turning 35, the opportunity for advancement would be lost. Nevertheless, he was content with his current job and life, enjoying a stable position, a well-organized home managed by his wife, and what seemed to be a sensible son. For nearly a 40-year-old man, this was quite satisfactory. Zhang Hong worked in the finance department of a private enterprise. Though her salary was modest, it did not require overtime, and their family led a fairly comfortable life. Left alone at home, Sui found himself at a loss for what to do and decided to message Qingqing Wei on QQ.su. "What are you doing?" "Lonely patient. Enjoying life. Su. I'm bored at home. Want to go out for a stroll?" Lonely patient. "Didn't you say you were going to sleep all day yesterday?" Su. "I can't sleep." Lonely patient. "Where to?" Su. "Just wandering. I'm looking for a summer job." Lonely patient. "Huh." Gu Mengyao also woke up early. Her first action after getting out of bed was not to brush her teeth or wash her face, but to dig her phone out from beneath her pillow and open QQ. The chat interface was filled with messages, some from her best friend Lu Qian, others from classmates, and numerous group messages. However, throughout the night, Su Yi had not initiated any conversation with her. Instantly, her sleepiness vanished. She was perplexed by Su Ye's sudden change. Just the night before the exam, he had been so engaged in conversation with her. Why had he transformed so completely? Even if she didn't particularly like him, he shouldn't have stopped liking her. Gu Mengyao tossed her phone onto the bed, fuming, "If you don't contact me today, I will ignore you from now on." The morning passed swiftly. Gu Mengyao spent the entire morning watching Palace locking the city. After lunch, she checked her phone again, only to find Suyi still hadn't reached out. She began to feel restless and confided in her friend Lu Qian. "Rose girl, are you there?" Sickly lowly, "Yes. Qaq. Rose girl, can I ask you something?" Sickly lowly, "Go ahead." Rose girl, has something happened to Suyi these past 2 days? Sickly lowly, "Not that I know of." Sickly lowly, "What is wrong with him?" Rose girl, "He used to send me good night and good morning texts, But he didn't tea last night or this morning. Sickly lowly. Maybe you've been too distant with him lately. Rose girl. I suppose that's true. Sickly lowly. Then he might be acting this way on purpose because of that. Rose girl. What should I do now? Sickly lowly. Just wait to see who can endure longer. Once he can't stand it anymore, he'll realize this tactic won't work on you and might even treat you better. Gu Mengyao found some truth in Lu Qian's words. Boys do tend to have a bit of pride. However, pursuing a girl is no easy task. She was not the type to be easily swayed. Accepting Lu Qian's suggestion, Gu Mengyao decided to give Suyi the cold shoulder for a while. At the entrance of a milk tea shop, Qingqing expressed his surprise upon seeing Suyi. I say, bro, we just finished the exams yesterday, and you're already looking for a summer job? What's wrong with you? You don't understand. Let me ask you, why do you study? To get into a good university. And why go to university? To find a good job. And why get a job? To earn money. Suyi insisted. So, making money is the key. You plan to spend the entire summer playing games at an internet CAF. Qingqing scratched his head. You have a point, but aren't you rushing it? Miss, 2 cups of kumquat lemonade. Please. Suyi ordered 2 drinks at the milk tea shop and turned to Qingqing. You're foolish. Once those college students are on break, it will be too late to look for a summer job. How much is it? The cheerful shop attendant replied, that'll be 16. She was pleased with Suye's earlier address of Miss, a term that had not yet become commonplace. Bro, what's up? Pay. Why should I pay? Suyi stated confidently, you're treating me to this kumquat lemonade at $8 a cup. When I earn money, I'll treat you to 31 cups of Starbucks. Though somewhat skeptical, Qingqing still pulled out his phone and foolishly paid. Chapter 5. You're impressive. Finding a summer job nowadays is truly challenging. Working in a factory is exhausting, and the effort does not equate to the reward. Serving as a waiter requires one to read others' moods, and the pay is not particularly high either. If food delivery were more popular, one could consider that, but at this time, delivery services were not widespread, primarily seen in college towns and commercial districts. Suyi, what kind of summer job are you looking for? One with little work, freedom, and good pay. Qingqing scoffed. If you want to be a gigolo, just say so. Get lost. The two wandered around the city center for an entire afternoon without finding a suitable job. Eventually, Qingqing could no longer walk and sat down on the curb, waving his hand. You can look for it yourself. I'm not planning to get a summer job. My parents said if I got into a first-tier university, they'd reward me with 10,000. You want to get in? That's not certain. The exam papers were tough this year. The cutoff might be quite low. Suyi chuckled. I dreamed last night that you barely passed the second-tier line. Bullshit, I not only dreamt of your exam results, but also that you got married shortly after graduating. Only for your wife to cheat on you the following year. Suyi, you bastard, are you cursing me? Suyi did not reply, instead gazing at a sign for a bar named Encounter Music. He nudged Qingqing and pointed. Let us check out that bar. I'm waiting here for you. Fine, don't go. Suyi strode toward the bar. The bar was not yet open in the afternoon, with only a female attendant cleaning inside. Suyi glanced inside and walked in. Hello, are you hiring for summer jobs? The female attendant looked up and said, our boss is in the back. Please wait a moment while I call her. Thank you. Soon, a woman around 35 years old walked in through the back door. She wore a short black t-shirt that revealed her flat, fair abdomen, and fitted light blue jeans accentuated her long legs. Her red-painted toenails glistened, exuding both sensuality and allure. She looked Suyi up and down with a smile. Handsome, are you here for a job? Yes, I just finished my college entrance exams and am looking for a summer job that I see. She smiled and asked, what skills do you have? Suyi replied honestly, my specialty is being special. The female attendant did not understand this, but the boss paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Such a smooth talker. All right, I want to tease you. Our operating hours are from 5 in the evening to 11 at night. Can you manage that? No problem. I usually have evening classes until after 10. Salary is 2,800 a month, with a full attendance bonus of 150. Although 2,800 seemed a bit low. It was still a decent option for Suyi, considering he had already inquired and found the best offer was only 2,500. Additionally, this job required only 6 hours a day, which provided ample freedom. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, sure, when can I start? You can start today, not tomorrow, all right? I need to tell my family. The boss smiled warmly, that's fine, my name is Suyi. With the character for wild. What's your name? The boss was taken aback by his question but ultimately responded with a smile, Pei Yue. Great. I'll come by tomorrow at this time. See you. See you tomorrow. As Suyi left, Pei Yue smiled to herself. The bar did not require more staff. This music-themed bar was unlike a nightclub, primarily frequented by regular customers. It would to be very busy at night. But she believed having an interesting young man like Su Yi would add some charm to the place. After all, she wasn't opening the bar merely to make money. Brother, I got it. Let us go. What are you talking about? The boss has already agreed. I can start tomorrow. Really? Absolutely. You should have seen her. She is stunning, curvy, beautiful, with long legs. Just amazing. Qin Jiwei looked skeptical. I don't believe you. Sui walked ahead, unfazed, believe it or not. Qin Jiwei rushed to catch up. Dude. Show me. Are you stupid? Go if you want. Bro, wait for me. Calling you dad wants work. Forget it. I have nothing to do anyway. I'll come find you once you settle in. Sui clasped his hands behind his head and twisted his neck. Wei Gu, do you want to get rich? Of course. Then lend me some money. And by this time next year, I'll pay you back double. Suye's conviction piqued Qin Jiwei's curiosity. You have a way to make money. Sui hesitated before smiling. I know a gaming CAF is having a promotional event. Deposit 500 and get 1,000 in return. The more you deposit, the more you get. Theoretically, if we have enough money, we can multiply our assets. Are you messing with me? Wei Gu, once you enter university, if you keep calling me Wei Gu, I'll get angry. See that tree ahead? What about it? If you can touch that leaf, it means you're impressive. Keep your eyes wide open. Damn, let me try again. My stance is wrong. Wait a moment, Suyi. Did you see that? I touched it. As Suyi watched Qin Jiwei jump beneath the tree like a fool, he suddenly burst into laughter. What's so funny? Nothing, just happy. Wei Gu, knowing me is your lucky break. Once I'm rich, I'll definitely take you along. Returning home, Su Xiangdong and Zhang Hong had already returned from work. Suyi quickly shared his desire to find a summer job, but to his surprise, his mother opposed it, saying, you just finished the exams. Why do you want to work? I'm not stingy with your allowance. Mom, 3 months of summer is too long. I want to work for 2 months and then use the money to travel. How much do you need for travel? I can give it to you. Zhang Hong was not worried about Suyi working. She simply felt he had worked hard through high school and should rest at home for a while after the exams. Su Xiangdong recognized Zhang Hong's concern for their son, but, noticing Suyi signaling him, quickly played the mediator. He is an adult now. Let him gain some experience. We shouldn't worry too much. Right? You two are always a team. I'm the villain here. Suyi whimsically rested his head on Zhang Hong's shoulder, saying, Mom, don't worry if you and Dad argue. I'll always side with you. Hey, you ungrateful brat. I just defended you, and now you're selling me out. Chapter 6. Dating is meaningless. The scores from the college entrance exams would not be released until around the 20th. Leaving a half-month wait, Suyi sought a summer job, primarily to accumulate some initial funds. Money was his utmost priority at that moment. As for dating, it held no appeal for him. After sleeping soundly until morning, Suyi lingered in bed for a bit longer since he had worked that evening. Not long after he got up, Qin Jiwei messaged him. Lonely patient. Did you see the group messages? Su, no lonely patient. Linan said their SA class reunion tomorrow. We'll eat at a restaurant in the evening and then go to KTV. Su. I'm busy. In truth, Sui had lost touch with most of his high school classmates after entering university. His presence in class had been minimal during his 3 years in high school, and aside from chatting with Qin Jiwei, he had little interaction with others. Lonely patient? You're not going to join? Su, what else can I do? Just got my first day at work and asked for leave. Lonely patient. Such gatherings probably happen once in a lifetime. Gu Mengyao will definitely be there. Su, why should I care if she goes? Lonely patient. Dude, what is wrong with you? You've always liked her. Haven't you? Su, that was in the past. Lonely patient. Keep pretending. If you have the guts. Don't talk to her tomorrow night. Sui chose not to respond further. In the afternoon, he spent time at home researching stocks. He was aware that the years 2014 to 2015 were in a bull market, but he was utterly clueless about stock trading. Watching tutorials was his way of preparing. By around 4, Sui set off early for the Encounter Music Bar. The boss, Pei Yue, had just arrived, sitting at the counter with her ankle adorned with a red ribbon, her foot resting on a high stool-esque crossbar, flipping through a ledger while pressing a calculator, seemingly calculating something. Boss, I'm here. Pei Yue turned, a lollipop in her mouth, and was pleasantly surprised to see him. You really came? Sui shrugged. I always keep my word. Pei Yue smiled, and her smile was enchanting. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. In the years to come, many artists would adopt the trend of applying faux beauty marks at the corners of their eyes for aesthetic purposes, but at this moment, it had yet to become fashionable. Pei Yue stood up, put on her shoes, and handed a uniform to Su Yi. What you need to do is quite simple. During business hours, serve drinks to the customers, and after they leave, wipe the tables and clean up. Our establishment conducts a thorough cleaning every 2 weeks, and you are expected to assist. Understood. She continued, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Xianwan, our cashier, and the charming beauty you met yesterday is Zhou Ying. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement as he made eye contact with them. As the sun had not yet set, the CAF was devoid of customers. After Zhou Ying familiarized Su Yi with the workflow, he began waiting in the establishment. As the lights began to twinkle, the night swiftly enveloped the city. Finally, customers began to trickle in, primarily consisting of young couples, most of whom were freshly graduated students like Su Yi. At this age, couples often exhibited shyness and would select discreet corners to sit, as if engaging in a clandestine romance. University couples, however, were markedly different, often more expressive, frequently spotted in secluded spots on campus, sharing intimate moments. Pei Yue noticed Su Yi leaning against the counter and initiated a conversation. Su, do you have a girlfriend? No, I don't believe you. Pei Yue chuckled that you're quite handsome. Surely many girls in school must have a crush on you? I'm an experienced woman. You can't deceive me. Su Yi was, in fact, unaware. He had been infatuated with Gu Mengyao since the first year of high school, and any potential admirers likely gave up long ago. Really, I don't know how to pursue someone, and I find dating rather uninteresting. Pei Yue was intrigued. High school is often a time for budding romance, and many students experience crushes. For women of Pei Yue's age, romance might seem trivial, but how could a high school student make such a statement? If dating is uninteresting, then what do you find interesting? Making money. Making money? At your age? Yes, money is of utmost importance. You're quite materialistic for a high school student. Su Yi smiled. Boss lady, I'm soon to be a college student. Pei Yue found that amusing and was about to respond when she noticed someone entering through the door. She waved her hand and said cheerfully, You're here? Yes. The newcomer, a young man around 25, entered carrying a guitar, with long hair and an artsy appearance. Upon entering, he settled in the music area and began to play and sing. As a music tavern, live performances were a staple. However, after he began singing, Zhang Xianwan leaned over to Pei Yue and whispered, Boss lady, he is late again today. Pei Yue sighed lightly. Let it go. It's hard to find a resident singer these days. Curious, Su Yi asked, Boss lady, how much does he earn in a month? He has paid daily 150 for 2 hours of singing. Wow. Wow what? Are you envious of his high salary? Su Yi smirked. His singing isn't that remarkable. Despite Su Yi's quiet tone, Pei Yue caught it and said with a smile, If you think his singing is average, why don't you sing a song after he finishes? If you perform better, I'll give you an extra 100, with waitstaff earning only a meager sum for 6 hours of work. Su Yi didn't hesitate to agree. Sure. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. He had always enjoyed music, joining the guitar club in his freshman year of college to impress Gu Mengyao, and had practiced diligently, achieving a respectable skill level. However, after graduation, the pursuit of money and a livelihood had caused him to gradually set aside this passion. As he observed the young man with the guitar, he momentarily drifted into thought. Su Yi. What? Your phone has been buzzing. Zhou Ying reminded him. Su Yi picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a message from class monitor Li Nan regarding a class reunion. He couldn't be bothered to respond. Pei Yue, noticing he had set the phone down, raised an eyebrow and asked, Why don't you reply? Is it a message from your girlfriend? No, it's from the class monitor about a reunion, and I already told them I'm not going. Reunions are rare. Why don't you want to go? It's not interesting. Are you afraid it would be awkward to take a day off so soon after starting? I genuinely don't want to go. Don't worry, I'll let you take tomorrow off. As you can see, the CAF isn't particularly busy. Su Yi hesitated, but eventually nodded. All right, thank you, boss lady. Chapter 7. The Art of Pursuit. As the night grew quiet, the CAF experienced a peak in customers between 9 and 10, after which they gradually dwindled. The resident singer, Guahai, glanced at the time and stood up to bid farewell to Pei Yue, but she called out to him. Guahai, wait a moment. Surprised, Guahai halted and asked, Is there something else? Pei Yue replied with a smile, This is Su Yi, our new summer worker. He says he can sing. Could you accompany him on the guitar? Guahai appeared displeased. You want me to accompany him? The pride of the artistic youth flared up. Su Yi, sensing his discontent, approached with a grin. Gua, could you lend me your guitar? Guohai scrutinized Su Yi, disdain evident in his voice. Can you even play? I've learned a bit. Though Guohai was skeptical, he relented. Realizing it would be inappropriate not to lend the guitar, he handed it over to Su Yi. Taking the guitar, Su Yi skillfully slung it over his shoulder, tuning it before moving to the spot where Guohai had just Saturday Pei Yue positioned herself at the counter, resting her chin on her hand, smiling as she observed Su Yi. Zhang Xiaonuan and Zhou also watched with curiosity. Su Yi, having taken a summer job, likely came from modest means and had not attended any artistic training in his youth, nor had he found time to learn the guitar in high school. They were all eager to discover if Su Yi was merely boasting. Seated, Su Yi took a moment to decide which song to perform. Most songs in his mind were from after 2015, so he pondered what would be suitable for this moment. After a brief pause, Su Yi announced, "Boss lady, I'll sing a random song." Pei Yue lazily nodded. "Anything will do." Su Yi exhaled, alternating between tapping his palm and fingers on the guitar's body, occasionally plucking the strings. The melody of the prelude soon filled the air. Guohai's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Su Yi. Leaning into the microphone, Su Yi began to sing a song he hadn't performed in ages. On Ha Bridge. "Let me see you one more time, from south to north, as if blinded by the fifth ring road." Su Yi's singing voice was unlike his speaking voice, imbued with a magnetic quality and a maturity that belied his age. After just a few lines, a spark of surprise glimmered in Pei Yue's eyes. She had not anticipated Su Yi to possess such singing talent. But the real question was, how did he know this song? High school students like him were typically enamored with contemporary artists such as Su Song, Wang Sulong, and Su Liang, weren't they? The remaining tables in the CAF were captivated by his voice, and in the silence that enveloped the space, a melancholic atmosphere spread throughout the tavern. "I know this world is rife with regrets every day." As Su Yi finished the last line, he lifted his gaze to the audience, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment when he noticed everyone was watching him. Why are you all looking at me? Su Yi, your singing is incredible," Zhang Xiaonuan exclaimed. Unable to contain her praise, Su Yi sighed in relief. "Oh, I was just singing casually." "Don't be modest," Pei Yue chuckled. "Xiaonuan is smitten by your voice." Zhang Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed. "Boss lady?" "Look." She is blushing. Pei Yue quipped. Su Yi returned the guitar to Guohai, muttering a quick thank you, but Guohai left in a huff. He understood that Su Yi's performance had drastically diminished his own significance in the tavern. To him, Su Yi was a considerable threat. Concerned, Su Yi asked, "Boss lady, what about Guo?" Pei Yue, anticipating his concern, shook her head. "Don't worry about him. He is just another one of my employees, like you." Afterward, Pei Yue instructed Su Yi to take out his phone. "Do you have WeChat?" "Yes." Su Yi, still unaccustomed to using QQ, quickly installed WeChat upon receiving his phone back. "Let us add each other. I'll send you a red envelope shortly." "What? You promised me 100. I want tea back out," Su Yi quickly replied. "I was just joking." Pei Yue insisted. "I'm a woman of my word. And no more chatter. Show me your QR code, and I'll scan it." Shortly after 11, Su Yi concluded his first day of summer work. The nightlife in the small city was not particularly vibrant, with many already in slumber by this hour. However, at this moment, Gu Mengyao was tossing and turning in her bed, unable to sleep. Clutching her phone, she anxiously awaited Su Yi's message, but the chat history had remained stagnant since the previous night. Why? What on earth is he doing? Wouldn't he truly ignore me forever? Would he? Unable to contain herself, Gu Mengyao took the initiative to message Su Yi. "Rose girl, are you going to the class reunion tomorrow night?" 20 minutes later, freshly showered, Su Yi replied, "We'll see tomorrow." Gu Mengyao quickly responded, "Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Shall we go shopping?" Su Yi, not free. His cold, terse response left Gu Mengyao feeling inexplicably wronged, on the verge of tears. Noticing her silence, Su Yi surmised she might be upset, recalling how she would often chastise him for speaking to other girls during university. Yet, she would spend her days mingling with upperclassmen and younger students, and if he dared to call her out, she would accuse him of being petty. Su Yi refrained from blocking her, wishing for her to experience a taste of this feeling. Naturally, Gu Mengyao, feeling aggrieved, sought solace in sharing her woes with her best friend. "Lucian, Rose girl, are you asleep?" "Sickly little girl, no, I'm binge-watching a show." "Rose girl, Su Yi has changed. His attitude towards me is completely different now." "Sickly little girl, did you reach out to him?" "Rose girl, yes." "Sickly little girl, why couldn't you hold back?" "Rose girl, I simply asked if he was going to the reunion." Sickly little girl. I think he is playing hard to get. Sickly little girl. Shouldn't you provoke him a bit? Rose girl. How? Sickly little girl. Didn't you say Qingqing has a crush on you? At the reunion tomorrow, go with him. Suyi will definitely feel jealous. Rose girl, that's a good idea. The two friends exchanged thoughts on their plans for the next day. Meanwhile, Suyi had already drifted into slumber. Chapter 8. The class reunion. Suyi was not particularly invested in the class reunion. He knew that after tonight, he would lose contact with most of his classmates. However, Qingqing was quite different. He slept until noon, and the first thing he did upon waking was to wash his hair. Boys in this era were very particular about their hairstyles. Those who liked to show off would often sacrifice their living expenses to visit the barbershop on weekends for a wash and a style that could add 5 centimeters to their height. These hairstyles tended to be subtler than non-mainstream styles, yet Suyi found them still quite ostentatious. After washing his hair, Qingqing spent 10 minutes blow-drying it in front of the mirror, then applied some of his father's hair gel, carefully styling his bangs. After 10 more minutes of adjusting, he was satisfied and completed his look with a spray of hairspray. Dressed in a black t-shirt, fitted pants, and the white sneakers he had bought before the exams, Qingqing was quite pleased with his outfit. He called Suyi and, after a hasty meal, rode his electric bike to Suyi's house. Knock, knock. Suyi opened the door, and the strong scent of hair gel hit him. What is wrong with you? Did you use an entire bottle of hair gel? How do I look, bro? Am I handsome? I can't say if you're handsome, but you do look quite energetic, like a proper spirited youth. Qingqing didn't understand the term "it" would only become popular 2 years later, and he assumed Suyi was complimenting him. Weren't you saying yesterday that you wouldn't attend? The boss lady gave me the day off. Qingqing chuckled, they'll probably dock your pay. Not at all. Suyi settled onto the sofa and continued. Last night, the boss lady even sent me a red envelope. Why does she give you a red envelope on your first day? I must be doing well. Qingqing plopped down beside Suyi, taking Suyi's joke lightly, and leaned over to see what Suyi was focused on. What are you looking at? Studying. Studying? Are you crazy? We just finished the college entrance exams I'm reviewing for the written driving test. Written driving test? You're getting a license? Suyi nodded. Yeah, I'll need it sooner or later. Once I start university, I might be too busy, so it's best to get it done early. At that moment, Qingqing suddenly felt that Suyi was different from before. Among students with average grades, university life was often perceived as easy. With teachers frequently repeating the phrase high school is tough, university is easy. Why would Suyi be busy after starting college? Suyi, have you experienced something? No, did Gu Mengyao reject you? Why do you keep bringing her up? I've told you many times, I have nothing to do with her anymore. Sure. Qingqing was skeptical. The reunion was set for 5 o'clock in the afternoon, gathering at the school gate, just north of the school. A bustling snack street with a plethora of food stalls awaited, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Qingqing urged Suyi to head over early, but Suyi ignored him on such a hot day. Arriving early just means sitting in the sun. I'd rather stay home and study. After some time, at 4:45, Suyi finally changed his shoes in preparation to leave. Aren't you going to change your clothes? What attire should I don? It's not as if I'm attending a blind date. Damn, why do you look so dapper? Suyi chuckled. In terms of looks, we are not on the same level. Suyi, I curse you. The two strolled to the school gate, where Qingqing spotted a group of familiar classmates gathered beneath 2 large trees. The class monitor, Li Nan, was on the phone, speaking loudly. Suyi held a poor impression of him. This arrogant fellow relished his role as a high school monitor, flaunting his authority and treating teachers with undue reverence, while elevating his own status amongst peers. Previously, in high school, everyone wore uniforms. Now that the college entrance examinations were over, both boys and girls donned their favorite outfits. The boys were relatively modest, merely changing their hairstyles, while the girls sported tank tops, mini skirts, and some had dyed their hair. Suyi struggled to recall many of the faces in the crowd, as his presence had always been understated. Thus, he remained silent, without raising any eyebrows. Class monitor, it's 5 o'clock. Shouldn't we head for dinner? Li Nan turned to ask. Suyi, we're just missing Gu Mengyao, Lu Qian, and Qingqing. Do you know where they are? Suyi shrugged. How would I know? Just as Li Nan was about to make a call, his phone rang. Hello? Oh, you 3 will be late. All right, we'll head to dinner first, and you can join us at KTV later. Upon hearing that Gu Mengyao, Lu Qian, and Qingqing were together, many classmates instinctively glanced at Suyi. It was well known that Suyi harbored feelings for Gu Mengyao, and many were aware of Duan Qingjuan's secret admiration for her. Thus, when they learned the trio was together, curiosity piqued. Everyone anticipated Su Ye's reaction. However, to their disappointment, Su Ye remained oddly composed and unfazed. A lively group made their way to a restaurant. Before the dishes were even served, Li Nan and a few boisterous boys began drinking beer, trying to impress the girls. Despite their previous experiences with alcohol, they acted heroically, but by the time the food arrived, several were already staggering, the table of over a dozen. It seemed Su Ye was the only one who spoke very little, simply consuming food and occasionally sipping beer. By 6 o'clock, the private room was in disarray as Li Nan and the group moved on to the next venue, KTV. The business was booming at that hour. Yet, little did they know that a decade later, KTV would dwindle in popularity, with younger generations opting for escape rooms and murder mystery games, while KTV would become a venue for elderly gatherings. Su Ye chose a corner seat, and the staff promptly placed complimentary fruit and beer on the table. Several female classmates eagerly fought to select songs, most of which were by Su Song, Wang Sulong, and Su Liang, along with a few by Lin Junjie and Jie Chou. The gathering operated on a split-bill basis, with each contributing 50 yuan. Su Ye felt he had already gotten his money's worth from dinner, so he opted out of singing, retreating to the corner to play on his phone. However, with dwindling battery life and no shared power banks around, boredom led him to take a few sips of the untouched beer on the table. Su Ye, aren't you going to sing a couple of songs? Qin Jiwei approached in concern. Su Ye shook his head. I'll sit a while longer. I'm leaving soon, but it's still early. Qin Jiwei exclaimed. You're acting like a middle-aged man. Just as Su Ye was about to respond, a male classmate rushed in, shouting, Not good, Lin Jia is in a fight. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Li Nan led the group outside. Su Ye had no intention of following, but Qin Jiwei forcibly pulled him along. Chapter 9. 10 years, how dare you? You haven't even grown hair, and you come to a place like this to eat shit. You dare to talk back? Are you tired of living? At the restroom entrance, a bald man with a tiger tattoo on his shoulder was fiercely berating Lin Jia. Although Li Nan had come out with a group of classmates, no one dared to intervene upon witnessing the scene. Reluctantly, Li Nan stepped forth to apologize on Lin Jia's behalf. To his surprise, the bald man showed him no respect, barking a single "get lost." That left Li Nan trembling. As sheltered students, they had never encountered such situations. After being yelled at, Li Nan stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Other classmates were similarly intimidated. Su Ye observed the unfolding drama and quickly discerned the situation. The bald man had exited the restroom just as Lin Jia was passing, and in a drunken stupor, Lin Jia had accidentally vomited on the man's shoes, triggering the latter's wrath. Typically mild-mannered, Lin Jia was now provoked due to his inebriated state, and his feeble attempts to defend himself only further incited the bald man's fury. As the crowd grew, so did the bald man's aggression. Recognizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Su Ye sighed and pushed through the throng to approach. He stood beside Lin Jia, putting him behind him, and with a conciliatory smile, he said, Brother, my classmate is just a bit drunk and not quite himself. Considering we just finished our college entrance exams, could you let it slide? Who the hell do you think you are? The bald man, having consumed some drinks himself, retorted angrily, Get the hell out of my way. Unlike Li Nan, who cowered after a single insult, Su Ye's demeanor shifted cold. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and warned, Don't push your luck. Many of us are still minors. If you escalate this, I want to intervene, but think about it. When the police arrive, will they side with you or us? Su Ye then offered apologies once more. Even the bald man, despite his intoxication, recognized Su Ye was providing him an out. After a moment's consideration, he waved dismissively, feigning maturity, and declared, Forget it. I won't hold it against you kids. Su Ye nodded appreciatively. Thank you, brother. Safe travels. As the bald man walked away, relief washed over the classmates. Su Ye patted Lin Jia on the shoulder, receiving a thank you before he turned to head back to the private room. Soon, a group of classmates gathered around Lin Jia to offer comfort. Yet, a few who typically flaunted their bravado began to make snide remarks. Su Ye was overly flattering just now. Yeah, he'll surely be a great bootlicker in the future. That bald guy was so cocky. Did he really think we were afraid of him? Hearing these comments, Qin Jiwei stepped forward and retorted. What are you all babbling about? Where were you when Lin Jia needed help? A bunch of cowards. Pretending to be tough. With that, Qin Jiwei turned and sought out Su Yi. The others were left speechless. Shortly after, the classmates returned to the room, treating the earlier incident as a minor interruption, and resumed singing. Qin Jiwei, sitting beside Su Yi, vented, "Xia Hong and Zhang Lei were just talking behind your back. When that bald man was yelling, they stood there, terrified. Now that you've handled it, they call you a flatterer." Su Yi reassured him, "I'm not upset. Why should you be? If a few kind words can resolve matters, why escalate? Once they enter society, they learn that reputation means little in the real world." Qin Jiwei furrowed his brow. "Why do you seem so mature all of a sudden?" "Of course, it's because I'm your father," Su Yi teased. Finally, two boys managed to wrest the microphone from a group of girls and began singing 10 years. The familiar melody evoked a flood of memories for Su Yi over the past decade. Reflecting on those moments now seemed almost laughable. With a wry smile, Su Yi grabbed a bottle of Budweiser and continued to drink. Time passed, and soon it was past 8 o'clock. Su Yi yawned, intending to discreetly adjust himself when a wave of dizziness washed over him. He realized that though he had little interest in beer, his body had yet to acclimate to alcohol, resulting in him feeling lightheaded after just a couple of bottles. "Damn, I can't drink again." Rubbing his temples, Su Yi closed his eyes to steady himself. But before long, he drifted into slumber. Half an hour later, the doors swung open, and Duan Qingjun entered with Gu Mengyao and Lu Qian. "Where have you three been?" "You're late to the class reunion." "Mengyao, do you want to sing?" "We're all tired from singing." Gu Mengyao smiled but did not reply, her gaze scanning the room. Ultimately, it landed on the sleeping Su Yi. Seeing him asleep made her feel a pang of anxiety. She and Lu Qian had devised this plan to arrive late, hoping to catch Su Yi's attention with her proximity to Duan Qingjun. But now, however, Qin Jiwei, noticing Gu Mengyao's arrival, promptly sat beside Su Yi and nudged him awake. Su Yi in a daze. Su Yi heard someone calling his name, furrowing his brow as he gradually opened his eyes. The aftereffects of the alcohol made him feel queasy, but he suppressed the discomfort and sat up from the sofa. Qin Jiwei leaned in to whisper, "Su Yi, don't sleep, Gu Mengyao is here." "Who? Who is here?" Gu Mengyao. Gu Mengyao stood beside Duan Qingjun, playfully tossing a strand of hair. She offered a sweet smile. Su Yi rubbed his eyes and lifted his head, meeting the gazes of Gu Mengyao, Lu Qian, and several other female classmates. Just as Qin Jiwei anticipated Su Yi would approach Gu Mengyao, Su Yi raised his hand and casually declared, "Switch.to another group." Chapter 10. Step up if you can. Everyone in the room was left dumbfounded. Switch to another group. What does that mean? Qin Jiwei panicked and grabbed a cup from the table, pouring Su Yi a sip of cold water, reminding him, "Su Yi, Gu Mengyao is here." After swallowing the cold water, the dizziness subsided significantly, and Su Yi's awareness slowly returned. Rubbing his eyes again, he looked up at Gu Mengyao. Her outfit was quite alluring. A light blue sailor suit paired with a short skirt and white socks that hugged her ankles, a look that would surely mesmerize any boy her age. When Su Yi's gaze met Gu Mengyao's, a wave of nausea, anger, and regret surged within him. He coldly said to Qin Jiwei, "I think I've had too much to drink. I'm heading home to sleep." Without waiting for the astonished reactions of those around him, Su Yi staggered to his feet and exited the private room, not once glancing back at Gu Mengyao, as the door slammed shut. Her self-esteem shattered like a fragile vase. "Su Yi, what's wrong with him? Has he truly lost interest in me?" "Impossible. This cannot be," Gu Mengyao's close friend Lu Qian whispered in her ear. "It's all right. Su Yi is just jealous. You'll find a chance to explain tomorrow and clear things up." "Jealous?" Gu Mengyao blinked, reassuring herself, "Yes, that must be it. He is upset seeing me with Duan Qingjun." Meanwhile, Qin Jiwei was bewildered. What had gotten into Su Yi? He used to revolve around Gu Mengyao. Why was he so indifferent now? The look in his eyes was akin to how my mother looks at me, full of disdain. Stepping out of KTV, the air felt refreshingly clean. A gentle breeze brushed against Su Yi, awakening a hint of chill. He walked along the street toward home, passing a lakeside where he ambled slowly, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, he heard the melodious strumming of a guitar nearby. With the effects of the alcohol still lingering, he hesitated before heading toward the sound. As he approached, he saw a girl sitting on a stone bench by the lake. Practicing her guitar, Su Yi sat on the adjacent bench, listening to her play 7 Miles Fragrance, a song released by Jay Cho in 2004, exactly 10 years ago. Leaning back against the bench, the lake shimmered under the moonlight. and the gentle sound of water lapping against the shore created a tranquil atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the noise from KTV. Suyi relished the peace. After a few minutes, however, an uneasy churn in his stomach surged, prompting him to spring to his feet. The girl must have sensed his movement, as the guitar notes suddenly ceased. Yet Suyi merely hurried past her and bent over to vomit into a nearby trash can. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze fixed on Suyi. Great. Dinner was a waste. 50 yuan down the drain. Had I known, I would have stayed home. After emptying his stomach, Suyi felt somewhat better. As he wiped his mouth and turned around, his gaze inadvertently landed on the girl with the guitar. Now noticing her up close, he realized she was surprisingly young, perhaps only 17 or 18. She wore a faux layered white shirt and loose-fitting jeans. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing her delicate features. Under her arched brows, her bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled, complemented by a perfectly sculpted nose and a porcelain complexion that glowed in the moonlight. The two locked eyes, silence enveloping them. Eventually, sensing a hint of offense in her gaze, Suyi awkwardly asked, "Excuse me, do you have any tissue?" The girl's face was devoid of any expression, exuding an air of aloofness. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a pack of tissues from her pocket and tossed it at Suyi's feet. "Thank you." Suyi squatted down to pick it up, extracting a tissue to wipe his mouth. The tissue was fragrant, more delightful than perfume. Leaning against the railing by the lakeside, Suyi maintained a respectful distance from the girl before initiating conversation. "You play the guitar quite well. Did you teach yourself?" The girl remained silent, continuing to strum the strings. Suyi, undeterred by the awkwardness, decided to wait until she finished her piece. She immersed herself in playing 7 Mile Fragrance, with Suyi feeling as if he were merely an inconsequential presence, lost in her world. Just as she neared the end, an incongruous voice broke the harmony. "You're playing the chorus too quickly, and there are some timing issues. Perhaps you should practice with a metronome more often." But the harmonics sound lovely today. As soon as Suyi spoke, he felt a pang of regret. In his final year at university, he frequently guided freshmen in the guitar club, developing a habit of critiquing others' playing. Yet now, he was no longer a student, and she was not his junior. The girl glanced up at him, her cool demeanor unchanging, though her brow slightly furrowed. Suyi quickly added, I was just saying that offhand. Don't take it to heart." She continued to remain silent, removing her 6-figure guitar and extending it towards Suyi, her gaze and gesture seemingly challenging him. "If you're so skilled, prove it." Suyi, sensing her challenge, accepted without hesitation. As he approached her, he noticed her retreat slightly, as if reluctant to let him come closer. He took the guitar and instinctively stepped back to the shore. He slung the guitar over his shoulder, placed his hands on the strings, and after a brief mental review of the score, began to play with nimble fingers. The melodious prelude soon filled the air, leading into the main verse. When he reached the chorus, he couldn't help but sing along. The sparrows outside the window chatter on the utility pole. Your words evoke a strong sense of summer. The girl blinked, the moonlight shimmering in her eyes. He truly could play, and indeed, better than she could. Was he also self-taught? Curiosity stirred within her. All night, my love spills like rainwater, the butterfly on the windowsill, like beautiful verses drifting in poetry. I will continue writing, penning I will love you forever as the ending. You are the only understanding I desire. At this moment, the vast expanse of stars, the moon, and the surrounding lakeside scenery became the backdrop for Suyi's performance. Chapter 11. Little Rascal, let me introduce myself. My name is Suyi. Wild as Interrun Amok. After finishing a rendition of 7 Mile Fragrance, Suyi returned the guitar to the girl and offered a brief self-introduction. She said nothing, merely accepted the guitar. At that moment, a business vehicle nearby honked twice. The girl slung the guitar behind her, stood up, ascended the steps, and turned to leave. Suyi shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. So beautiful, yet sadly mute. Hearing his voice, the girl hesitated for a moment, and a charming smile graced her lips, but she did not linger, stepping into the waiting vehicle. The night had deepened. Suyi yawned and decided not to stay by the lake any longer. The following day, he woke past 9, and upon opening his eyes, he saw numerous messages from Gu Mengyao. Rose Girl. Suyi, did you misunderstand me? Rose Girl. I was with Lu Qian all night yesterday. I only ran into Duan Qingqing on the road. Rose Girl. I heard a new arcade opened at Wanda. Should we go play this afternoon? The first 2 messages were sent late last night, while the last one was from this morning. After reading them, Sui thought for a moment and replied directly. You don't need to explain so much. I'm busy this afternoon and will be in the future too. After editing his message, he sent it. On the other end, Gu Mengyao was stunned upon reading his reply. She sniffled, feeling a wave of tears welling up. Su Ye's starkly contrasting attitudes left her perplexed. Although she hadn't considered dating Su Yi, she didn't want to sever ties either. After all, no girl would dislike having a suitor with commendable qualities around her. The emotional value Su Yi had previously provided had made her somewhat addicted, and she now realized his significance in her heart. With red-rimmed eyes, she messaged, Do you not like me anymore? 5 seconds later, Su Yi replied with a single word. Yes, at that moment, Gu Mengyao could no longer hold back. Her tears flowed freely. Su Yi felt calm inside, shutting down QQ and opening a driving exam app to continue practicing the questions for Subject 1.I. In his past life, he had already been an experienced driver. Subjects 2 and 3 posed no challenges, but he needed to familiarize himself with the online tests for Subjects 1 and 4. Spending the day at home studying, he ventured to the music tavern in the evening. Sister Xianwan, where's the boss lady? Quickly go to the warehouse and help out. We received a shipment of wine that needs unloading. Su Yi nodded and promptly made his way to the warehouse. Pei Yue and Zhouing were busily moving crates of beer inside. Upon seeing them, Su Yi rushed over, taking the boxes from their hands. Boss lady, let me do it with that. He swiftly moved a crate into the warehouse. Watching Su Yi effortlessly transport the beer, Pei Yue smiled warmly. See, it's good to have a boy around. It makes the work lighter. Zhouing chuckled. But Su Yi is just a summer worker. He'll be back in school once classes start. Pei Yue then curiously asked, Su Yi, which city are you planning to go to for university? Shanghai. Shanghai. Su Yi had long since made up his mind. His current goal was to earn money, and as the economic hub of China, Shanghai was undoubtedly the best choice. How did you do on the college entrance exam? Su Yi replied with a smile, Not bad. Should be fine for a second-tier university. We'll see if I can aim for a first tier. Impressive. Pei Yue jokingly remarked, If I were 10 years younger, I might just like boys like you. Su Yi, aware of her jest, played along. Boss lady, I can actually accept an age gap relationship. Pei Yue's smile faltered momentarily before widening with laughter. You little rascal. Hongya Mountain Villa is the most luxurious villa community in Jiangzhou. Without exception, on the open-air balcony of a certain villa, Chen Qingqing sat in a lounge chair, gazing quietly into the distance. If Su Yi were present, he would undoubtedly recognize Chen Qingqing as the mute girl he had encountered by the lake the previous evening. At this moment, she wore headphones and was listening to 7 Mile Fragrance. The familiar melody and voice inexplicably reminded her of the boy who had played and sung by the lake last night. She was genuinely curious how someone of similar age to her, Su Yi, could be so proficient with the guitar. As an art student, while other high school students buried themselves in their studies, she had ample time to practice. Was he also an art student? While Chen Qingqing pondered last night's events, a woman, perhaps 35 or 36 but likely older, approached her from behind. Qingqing, your college entrance exam results will be released this month. Are you considering the Zhongyang Music Academy or the Shanghai Music Academy? Chen Qingqing replied softly. I haven't decided yet. Her voice was gentle, like a babbling brook. The woman continued. You should go to Beijing. My company's headquarters is there, and I will frequently travel for work. Chen Qingqing remained silent. The woman was none other than Chen Qingqing's mother, Jiang Meilin, the vice president of a multinational corporation in China. Although she often portrayed a strong, assertive demeanor at work, she appeared quite humble before her daughter. The reason for this was her divorce from Chen Qingqing's father 3 years prior. Over the years, due to work commitments, she had spent very little time with Chen Qingqing, leaving her feeling guilty about her absence. Chen Qingqing stretched lazily, her long sleeves slipping down to reveal a slender, pale wrist. She wore no socks, and as she stretched, her toes slightly spread, resembling plump, pink Wanchai QQ candies. Mom, my birthday is in a few days. What gift do you want this year? I don't want anything. Chen Qingqing turned her head to look at her mother. I just want you to stay home. Jiang Meilin was at a loss for words. As vice president, she no longer had the luxury of freely managing her time. Tonight, she was merely staying home by chance, as she would have to travel to a neighboring province for work early the next morning. Seeing her mother at a loss for words, Chen Qingqing smiled and quickly added, It's fine. I'm used to it. Qingqing, I'm sorry. Shall I call your father? No need. Chen Qingqing coldly replied before turning and retreating to her room. Chapter 12. It's you. Her room was spacious, even featuring a dedicated dressing room filled with an array of clothes, many of which Jiang Meilin had purchased for her, including several bags worth 5 figures or more. However, most of the bags remained unused, merely serving as decorations in the closet. Chen Qingqing's family was well off. Her father, Chen Hansong, was the president of a local joint stock bank, earning a starting salary in the 7-figure range. Her mother, Jiang Meilin, earned even more. Both were workaholics, which had ultimately led to their divorce. Chen Qingqing had always been a girl of few words, and following her parents' separation, she became even quieter, often spending time alone at home and avoiding going out, resulting in a complete lack of friends. Nevertheless, she had long since grown accustomed to her solitary life. She lay on her soft bed, listening to music as she drifted off to sleep, leaving the lights on throughout the night, as she found comfort in the illumination. Upon waking, she found the vast villa empty once more. On the dining table was a perfectly cooked steak and a glass of milk, accompanied by a sticky note. Sorry, Qingqing, I have to go on a business trip that I've informed Ru Shui. She will come over shortly. You can tell her whatever you need. Wang Rushui was Jiang Meilin's appointed life assistant and one of the few individuals allowed inside their home. Whenever Jiang Meilin had to travel for work, she would always give Wang Rushui a heads up. After reading the note, Chen Qingqing crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the nearby trash can. Sitting at the table, she took small bites of her breakfast. Around 9 in the morning, Wang Rushui arrived at the house. Seeing Chen Qingqing sitting on the sofa practicing guitar, she chose not to interrupt, instead tidying up the kitchen. Qingqing, what do you want for lunch? Anything is fine. Wang Rushui had grown accustomed to Chen Qingqing's indifferent responses regarding meals. Time at home always passed swiftly. As sunset approached, another day slipped by in a blur. Chen Qingqing spent a long time gazing at the fiery clouds in the western sky from the second floor, only descending once the sun had completely set. At the dining table, Wang Rushui took a card from her bag and handed it to Chen Qingqing. Qingqing, this is from your mom. It contains some money for your birthday. You can buy anything you want. Chen Qingqing didn't even glance at the card, silently continuing her meal. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Aunt Wang, I want to go out tonight. Where do you want to go? To the lakeside. Wang Rushui recalled yesterday's events. She had waited in the car while Chen Qingqing practiced guitar by the lake, and Suye's appearance had tempted her to call out to Chen Qingqing several times, though she ultimately refrained. However, it was she who had honked the horn in the end. All right, Wang Rushui responded, surprised but not probing further. Half an hour later, a sleek Alpha business vehicle glided smoothly along the highway. After stopping by the roadside, Chen Qingqing exited and made her way to the lakeside, quietly settling onto the stone bench from last night, listening to music. Many people passed by, but they were merely locals out for a stroll. After a considerable time, Chen Qingqing removed her headphones and walked down the steps to the roadside. Upon opening the car door, she sat inside. Wang Rushui turned and asked, Shall we head back? Chen Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and countered, Aunt Wang, is beer good? Beer? Yes. What is it like? But, Chen Qingqing interjected, if you want to ask my mom, you can call her now. Wang Rushui ultimately decided against calling, believing that Chen Qingqing was now old enough to make her own decisions. I know a tavern where there aren't many people, and I'm familiar with the boss lady there. Then let us go to the Encounter Music Tavern, Zhang Xiaowan said. Boss lady, Guahai is late again. He just messaged me, saying he has something on tonight and won't be able to make it. Zhang Xiaowan pouted. He's always late. I wonder how many days he's taken off this month. It's all right. If he doesn't come, we still have our little singing prodigy, Pei Yue consoled. As soon as she finished speaking, both Zhang Xiaowan and Zhou turned their gazes toward Suyi. Suyi crossed his arms, pretending to be frightened. Don't look at me like that. I'm still a child, laughter erupted. Although Suyi appeared to be merely 18, he possessed 10 years' worth of experience, so there was no generational gap between him and Zhang Xiaowan, Zhou, or even the older Pei Yue. In just 2 nights of working at the tavern, he had already bonded with them. Little Su, we're counting on you tonight, Suyi shrugged. I'm good, but I feel like something's missing. Without a guitar, I can find an accompaniment on an app. You can sing along with the music from the speakers. That works, Suyi agreed, contemplating which songs to sing that night. Just then, Wang Rushui walked in through the door. You're back, it's been a while. Upon seeing her, Pei Yue smiled. Rushui, it's really you. You haven't been here in ages. Work's been busy. Come sit, come sit. Suyi turned to look behind him upon hearing their conversation, and just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, another person entered the tavern. Suyi was taken aback. rubbing his eyes in disbelief before exclaiming, "It's you?" Chen Qingqing was equally surprised, though her reaction was less exaggerated than Su Ye's. She hadn't expected to see him here. Her frozen heart suddenly stirred. Pei Yue heard the sound and turned her gaze towards Chen Qingqing, asking meaningfully, "Xiao Su, do you know each other?" "Well," Su Yi scratched his head, "I guess we do, but not really. We just met for the first time last night." "Then you two must be quite fated." Pei Yue waved for Chen Qingqing to sit down in the shop. Wang Rushue hadn't clearly seen Su Ye's appearance last night. It was only upon hearing Su Ye's words that she realized he was the boy she had encountered by the lake. What a coincidence to run into him here again. Wang Rushue thought it was rather too fortuitous. "Yoi, could you bring me a bottle of beer? Ice cold? Room temperature is fine." Pei Yue gave Su Yi a knowing look, and he cleverly went to fetch a bottle of beer, bringing back 2 cups as well. Su Yi placed the beer on the table and casually asked, "Did you forget to bring your guitar today?" Chen Qingqing lifted her head and nodded. "No worries, I was just asking." Su Yi smiled and turned to Pei Yue, saying, "Boss lady, I'll go sing now. There are red envelopes tonight, right? Rest assured. You won't be shortchanged." Chapter 13. The more beautiful the girl, the more dangerous she is. Pei Yue and Wang Rushue were classmates in middle school. Interestingly enough, neither of them was initially planning to settle in Jiangzhou. A couple of years ago, Pei Yue returned to open this tavern, and about half a year later, she ran into Wang Rushue. Their relationship had been quite good back in middle school, and now that they both worked in Jiangzhou, they would occasionally gather. As Su Yi walked towards the microphone, Wang Rushue curiously asked, "Yue, who is he?" "Su Yi, my summer intern. A rather interesting lad. Intern." "Huh?" Chen Qingqing sat quietly to the side, pouring a little beer into her cup and sipping slowly. Beer isn't particularly palatable for someone unaccustomed to drinking. After a sip, she set the cup down. "This is so terrible. How can anyone enjoy this?" Just as Chen Qingqing pondered this, Pei Yue laughed. "Isn't it awful?" Chen Qingqing nodded. "First-time drinkers never find it enjoyable, but once you get used to it, you might get hooked." At that moment, the speaker in the shop began playing an accompaniment. After just 2 seconds, Chen Qingqing recognized the song as Sunny Day. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year of birth, swinging on childhood swings, swaying in memory until now. Pei Yue rested her hand on the table, tapping her fingers rhythmically in time with Su Ye's singing. She couldn't help but glance back, a smile illuminating her face. Wang Rushue, hearing the song, was pleasantly surprised to look at Su Yi. It was a song she had often listened to during university, and she hadn't expected such a young man to sing it with such depth of emotion. Caught in a daze for a moment, she suddenly realized something and turned her attention back to Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing was staring down at the beer on the table, seemingly detached from everything around her. Wang Rushue sighed in relief, but simultaneously found it somewhat amusing. "What was I so nervous about? A girl like Qingqing could hardly fall for someone so easily." Wang Rushue chuckled, asking Zhouing to pour her a cup of hot water. She couldn't drink because she would be driving Chen Qingqing home later. After Su Yi finished singing Sunny Day, he continued with Lin Junjie's Jiangnan, Drunken Red Cliff, and then Wang Liham's Big City, Small Love, and Leaves returning to roots. 14 years ago, he didn't remember many songs. Mostly just some well-known classics. 14 years later, Su Yi feared that if he sang contemporary songs, the patrons would be startled, and if they inquired about the songs, he certainly couldn't reveal that they were from years ahead. After singing several songs, Su Yi felt a bit parched and walked to the counter for a drink. Pei Yue noticed and pointed to the beer on the table, saying, "Xiao Su, why not drink this?" Su Yi asked, "Isn't that what this lady ordered?" "She's not drinking. Don't waste it." Su Yi stepped forward, unapologetically grabbing the cup from the table, pouring himself half a glass of beer, and downing it in one go. The 3 seated nearby were taken aback, as the cup he held had just been used by Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing's ears, partially hidden by her hair, flushed slightly. Just as Wang Rushue was about to remind her, Chen Qingqing suddenly stood and walked towards the restroom. Witnessing this, Wang Rushue swallowed her words, realizing that it would only add to the awkwardness now that the deed was done. "What an audacious fellow!" Pei Yue was taken aback and quietly asked Su Yi, "So, how does this girl look?" "She's attractive, but unfortunately, she's a mute." Wang Rushue nearly spat out the water she had just sipped. "Mute? Who told you she's mute?" Su Yi continued, oblivious. "You see, heaven is fair. When it opens a door, it also remembers to close a window." Upon hearing this, Pei Yue looked at Wang Rushue with curiosity. Wang Rushue replied exasperatedly, "She simply doesn't talk much." "She can talk?" Su Yi asked in surprise. Wang Rushue didn't respond. Her eyes seemed to say, duh. Chen Qingqing returned and noticed Suyi staring at her, which made her feel uncomfortable. In school, due to her aloof nature, no boy dared to meet her gaze. She naturally exuded an air of a wealthy heiress that made people hesitant to approach. But Suyi was an exception. That guy had already crossed the line last night. You can speak? Chen Qingqing asked, momentarily surprised, realizing that Wang Rushue had inadvertently exposed her. She turned decisively, saying, Aunt Wang, let us head back. All right, I'll go get the car. Wait for me outside. Okay. Seeing that Chen Qingqing didn't wish to engage with him, Suyi decided not to pursue her. Having learned from his past encounters with Gu Mengyao, he understood one truth: the more beautiful a girl is, the more dangerous she tends to be. Just as Suyi was about to return to singing, Pei Yue stood up, placing a hand on his shoulder, smiling. Xiao Su, why not see her off? It's just a few steps. Go on. Fine. Suyi stepped forward and opened the glass door. Chen Qingqing paused briefly before stepping outside. Suyi followed her, clearing his throat to say, be careful at night. There are many bad people around. Chen Qingqing stopped under the streetlight, replying for the first time. Are you talking about yourself? What do you mean? Back there. You kept staring at my legs, and that you clearly knew that cup was mine, yet you. Suyi hurried to clarify. I admit I looked at your legs, but I genuinely didn't know the cup was yours. Suyi felt a sting of humiliation but found himself powerless to retort. What's wrong with a healthy boy glancing at a pretty girl? Is that a crime? Wang Rushue pulled up the car. Chen Qingqing stepped in, and as the car drove away, Suyi returned to the tavern. Inside the car, Chen Qingqing looked at Su Ye's receding figure through the window, her typically cold expression softening into a rare smile. What a fool! He is so easily deceived. Xiao Su. Huh? Didn't you add WeChat? No. Pei Yue, exasperated, remarked. Xiao Su, what's wrong with you? You had a chance and blew it. Boss lady, stop matchmaking. Can't you see she is a bit put off by me? What is she put off by? She thinks I'm lecherous, claiming I was staring at her legs. Honestly, I just glanced a few times. Ha ha. Pei Yue laughed heartily, her chest shaking with mirth. Suyi, however, had thick skin, replying, but to be fair, what's wrong with a man being a bit lecherous? How are you? Chapter 14. Birthday. During the day, he slept, studied, and watched the stock market, while at night, he worked part-time at the tavern. Suye's life became more structured. Beyond that, he began to focus on physical fitness, choosing to leave home half an hour early to run to work, and running home after his shift as well. In his previous life, Suyi had neglected his health in pursuit of money. But at 18, few understood that one's body is the foundation of revolution. Suyi was different. Today was the weekend. Lao Su and Zhang Hong were resting at home. During lunch, Zhang Hong finally inquired about Suyi's job. What exactly does that summer intern do, coming home so late every day? Suyi, pushing his rice around, replied casually, didn't I say it's in the service industry? Be more specific. Working as a male model at a bar. Zhang Hong put down her chopsticks, immediately launching into a tirade. I spend so much on your education, and you choose to work in such a place. Don't call me mom anymore. Suyi, unflustered, fibbed. I earn 8,000 a month. Zhang Hong's tone shifted instantly. Well, that's a different story. After all, good jobs don't discriminate based on prestige. It's all about earning with your own hands. There's no shame in that. By the way, can your dad join? Lao Su nearly spat out his food. He wiped his mouth, speechless. Can you two please communicate properly? Suyi took a napkin to wipe his mouth, saying, actually, I'm just a waiter at a quiet bar. Unlike a tavern, it attracts decent people, and the boss lady treats me well. So how long do you plan to do this? It's not tiring. I might as well keep at it. Being idle at home is just that, idle. After finishing his meal, Suyi returned to his room, rummaging through his wardrobe. Moments later, he poked his head out, calling, Mom, can you buy me bigger clothes next time? Didn't you tell me to buy tighter ones? From now on, get me oversized ones. Oversized? Just looser clothes. Zhang Hong chuckled. You're an adult now. You can buy your own clothes. Suyi tried on 2 pairs of pants, but found them both too tight. Making his legs look like twigs, he finally took them off and slipped into a pair of faded jeans. Then he took 2 tests for the first driving subject. First attempt, 87 points. Second attempt, 91 points. Suyi felt confident that with a few more days of study, passing the first subject wouldn't be a problem. He wasn't in a rush for a driver's license. Summer vacation still had over 2 months left, and for the second and third subjects, a couple of days of practice should suffice before taking the test. This afternoon, Sui had something more important to do. He needed to go to the bank to open an account and activate his stock trading. At around 2 o'clock, Sui set out on a shared bike towards the bank. Hongye Mountain Villa. Wang Yi, I want to go out, now. Yeah. Where to? Qingqing rummaged through a wall of shoes to find a pair of the most ordinary white Converse. As she changed shoes on a nearby chair, she said, First, I'm going to find my dad, then maybe do some shopping. Qingqing rarely went shopping, as they had everything at home, so when Wang Rushua heard Qingqing mention going out to buy things, she quickly realized it was Qingqing's birthday. Remembering what Jiang Meilin had said, she set aside her work, grabbed the car keys, and prepared to leave. Your dad will be at the bank today, right? He will. Qingqing replied nonchalantly, he spends more time at the bank than at home. Wang Rushua sensed a hint of resentment in Qingqing's tone, but chose not to comment. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the bank. Before Qingqing got out, she told Wang Rushua, I can go up alone, and Wang Rushua stayed in the car. Qingqing pushed open the heavy glass doors of the bank, glanced briefly at the lobby, and walked up the stairs to the branch manager's office. Inside the office, Chen Hansong stood by the window, his back to the door, speaking on the phone with the head of a large corporation's finance department. As soon as Qingqing entered, he furrowed his brows slightly. All right, no problem, let us do it this way for now. After finishing the call, his previously jovial demeanor turned serious as he continued, Who told you to enter without knocking? Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he turned to find his daughter standing at the door, and he was momentarily speechless. Qingqing. Chen Hansong stepped forward with a smile. What brings you here? As he raised his hand to ruffle her hair, Qingqing took a step back, evading him. Feeling awkward, Chen Hansong retracted his hand. In the matter of their divorce, both he and Jiang Meilin felt they owed each other nothing. The only debt being to their daughter. I heard from your mom that you still plan to attend art school. Yet I know you've always loved music, but it's hard to find a good job in this field. Have you thought about studying abroad? The US, Singapore, Japan. Your dad can help you with that. Qingqing replied coldly, Do you think me staying in the country would hinder you from finding another woman? Qingqing, I've told you many times, the reason your mother and I divorced was due to work, not anything else. What brings you here today? Are you free tonight? Tonight? Chen Hansong pondered for a moment, then sighed. I have an appointment with a significant client tonight. You could just say you're busy. Qingqing seemed to have anticipated this response, her tone devoid of emotion, as if speaking to a stranger. Noticing the odd tension, Chen Hansong grabbed Qingqing's arm, but she reacted angrily, shaking him off. Don't touch me. In your eyes, I'm not as important as your client. Have you forgotten what today is? Qingqing raced out, her eyes red. What day is it? Today. Oh no. It's Qingqing's birthday. Realizing this, Chen Hansong rushed after her. On the first floor, after opening his stock trading account, Sui was just about to leave the bank when he collided with Qingqing, who was rushing down the stairs. Upon seeing her face, Sui instinctively exclaimed, You again! In just a week, this was the third time they had unexpectedly met. Qingqing heard footsteps behind her, knowing that Chen Hansong was chasing her down. When she saw Sui, she grabbed his hand, whispering urgently, Don't say anything. Sui stood frozen. Wait. What is happening? This little hand, so soft. Chen Hansong stopped at the corner on the first floor, noticing Sui and Qingqing, and their hands intertwined. Instantly, he felt a surge of anxiety. With a grim expression, he approached them, coldly questioning, Who is he? My boyfriend. Both Sui and Chen Hansong were momentarily taken aback. Boyfriend? Suye's heart raced, while Chen Hansong turned pale, staring at his daughter holding hands with Sui, feeling as though a wild boar had burst into his garden, brazenly uprooting the prized cabbage he had cherished for over a decade. What boyfriend? Does your mother know? Of course not. Qingqing grasped Suye's hand and forcibly pulled him toward the door, deliberately saying, Let's go. Sui was thus dragged out of the bank. Wang Rushua in the car was bewildered. How did they end up together again? Their encounters over the past few days had been far too frequent. The crucial point was, they were holding hands. Wait, what boyfriend? Did you seek my consent? Sui became flustered. Qingqing opened the car door and ordered, Get in. Where to? Get in. Fine. Sui ultimately acquiesced and obediently sat in the car. Qingqing followed suit, and through the car window, she spotted Chen Hansong standing at the door. Looking dazed, a small sense of triumph swelled within her. Qingqing, what is this? Aunt Wang, we are heading to the mall. Wang Rushua cast a worried glance at Chen Hansong, but pressed the accelerator and left the bank. Sui proactively asked, Was that your dad? None of your business? Qingqing replied, oh, it's none of my business? Then why did you say I was your boyfriend? I was just saying that. What does that mean? Did you seek my consent? Qingqing took a deep breath, her voice calming once more. What do you want? Suyi pondered for a moment and replied, consider it a favor owed to me. You really have a thick skin. Call it whatever you like. Suyi took out his phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and presented it to Qingqing. She pulled out her brand new iPhone 5S and added Suyi as a friend. By the way, I still don't know your name. Qingqing, bank manager. Was that girl your daughter? The bank's client manager stepped next to Chen Hansong. Feeling dismal, Chen Hansong merely hummed in response. Who was that boy? I don't know. He might be my daughter's classmate. Naturally, Chen Hansong wouldn't acknowledge Suyi as his daughter's boyfriend. The client manager quickly added, he just opened an account with us and also set up a securities account. A securities account? He looks to be around 17 or 18. Opening a bank card is normal, but why set up a securities account? Is he into stock trading? Send his information to my office. Understood. Chen Hansong returned to his office, and not long after, the client manager delivered the information Suyi had provided when opening the account. Suyi, 18. Chen Hansong took out his phone and dialed Jiang Meilin. Jiang Meilin, who was in a meeting, initially hesitated to answer but thought it might concern her daughter, so she picked up. Jiang Meilin, is it true that your daughter is in a relationship? In a relationship? Chen Hansong, what are you talking about? Just now, my daughter came to the bank, and in front of me, she was holding hands with a boy, claiming he was her boyfriend. Jiang Meilin furrowed her brow. As a mother, she understood her daughter well. Not to mention relationships, there might be hardly any boy who caught her eye. I didn't know about this. The boy's name is Suyi, Jiang Meilin inquired. How does he look? Chen Hansong felt exasperated. Jiang Meilin, what does his appearance have to do with this matter? Jiang Meilin didn't wish to prolong the conversation and said straightforwardly, I'll call Rushue. After hanging up, she found Wang Rushue's number in her contacts and dialed it. Wang Rushue happened to be waiting at a traffic light, and she answered the call with the speakerphone on. Hello, Rushue. President Jiang, I want to ask you something. Just now, Qingqing's father said that Qingqing has a boyfriend. What's going on? In this situation, Wang Rushue wasn't sure how to respond. Qingqing directly said, he's right next to me. Do you want to say hello? After saying this, she shot Suyi a glance. Hearing her daughter's voice, Jiang Meilin fell silent. The strange atmosphere in the car made Suyi feel a bit uneasy. He swallowed hard and awkwardly greeted, hello, auntie. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Suyi looked perplexed. Just now, seeing your dad's expression, I felt a sense of hostility. Your mom is the same. If I meet them face to face, won't they kill me? Qingqing unexpectedly laughed at this. Suyi gazed at her exquisite profile and the slight dimple at the corner of her mouth, momentarily entranced. Having only met 3 times, this was the first time Suyi had seen Qingqing smile. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable heat in the car, his blood racing. We have arrived at the mall. Qingqing opened the car door and got out. Noticing Suyi sitting still in the car, she disdainfully said, get out. For what? Qingqing remained silent, just staring at Suyi. Eventually, he exited the car. They entered the mall together. After watching the two walk away, Wang Rushue hurriedly returned Jiang Meilin's call. Suyi followed Qingqing, tentatively asking, are your parents divorced? Qingqing halted, almost causing Suyi to bump into her back. I mean, no offense, it's just my deduction. How did you deduce that? Suyi explained, the first time we met by the lake, every time I got close to you, you'd instinctively retreat. Just like just now. Though you were the one holding my hand, your palm was all sweaty, indicating you were quite guarded and likely lacking affection. Coupled with your attitude when speaking to your parents, it's quite easy to infer you'd make a fine detective. You asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend, likely to provoke your parents. Now that your objective has been achieved, what more do you want from me? Qingqing bit her lip and quietly said, today is my birthday that I understand. Today is your birthday, and your parents have no time for you, so you're acting out to get back at them. Do you need my help to complete this charade? I do. Then let us go watch a movie, have dinner afterwards, and take a couple of photos for social media. By the time you return home tonight, your parents will surely interrogate you. Haha, but I must clarify, you're paying for the movie and dinner. Qingqing turned her head and curiously asked, have you always been this shameless? Not really. My thick skin has developed recently. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. Chapter 16. The photo in mid-June, before the summer blockbuster season, there weren't many movies screening in theaters, with only a few notable ones like The Silent War. Godzilla, and a horror film called Midnight Combing, but domestic horror films are generally viewed as poor quality and attract little audience. What movie should we watch? Godzilla, I suppose. Qingqing quietly purchased tickets on her phone, hesitating briefly before also adding a soda and popcorn. The two took the elevator to the top floor, and after collecting the tickets, Qingqing instructed Suyi to pick up the soda and popcorn from the counter. Suyi approached Qingqing and asked, "Did you only buy one portion?" "Yes, but you're so stingy." Qingqing looked at Suyi as if he were foolish and impatiently explained, "I bought it for you. I don't drink carbonated beverages or consume junk food. Right? You must be a celestial being untouched by the mundane." Qingqing dismissed Suyi's remark, and after waiting outside for 5 to 6 minutes, they entered the theater when ticket checking began. Qingqing vividly remembered that the last time she visited a cinema was 3 years ago, when her parents hadn't divorced yet. It was also the last time they had gone to the movies as a family. After that, Qingqing never returned to a theater. Suyi munched on popcorn and sipped soda. Noticing Qingqing staring blankly at the screen, he reminded, "What are you daydreaming for? Aren't we supposed to take a photo?" Qingqing snapped back to reality and took out her phone to capture a picture of the large screen. "What is the point of that? What should we take instead? A selfie? Didn't you want your parents to see it?" Qingqing hesitated. Suyi said, "If you don't want to take it, forget it. I was busy at the tavern until midnight last night, hoping to take a nap this afternoon, but you dragged me here for no reason. To be honest, I've already seen this movie multiple times." Suyi wasn't lying. Although the film had just been released, he had indeed watched it before, and not just once. Seeing Suyi's indifferent demeanor, Qingqing switched to the front camera and positioned it between their seats. Suyi noticed and leaned in closer to as he moved in. Qingqing instinctively leaned back a bit. "What are you afraid of? If you're so far away, the phone won't even capture you." This wasn't entirely Qingqing's fault. She had never been this close to anyone before and felt quite nervous. Still, she mustered her courage and leaned into the camera's frame. Just as their heads were nearly touching, Suyi made a silly face, prompting Qingqing to smile, and she pressed the shutter. Click. After the photo was taken, Qingqing immediately sat up straight. Suyi also sat up properly and resumed watching the movie, but he remembered the plot well and soon dozed off with his head leaning to the side. Qingqing wasn't particularly interested in this genre of film. After taking the selfie, her heart raced, and seeing Suyi asleep, she cautiously took out her phone to glance at the photo they had just captured. In the picture, their heads were positioned evenly on either side, looking quite harmonious. When Qingqing realized she had been staring at the photo for a while, she instinctively glanced at Suyi and, finding him still asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief. She opened WeChat Moments and uploaded the photo. Qingqing didn't restrict her friends because her WeChat contacts were quite limited. Aside from Wang Ruxue, the rest were mostly family relatives. The moment the photo was posted to Moments, Qingqing felt a surge of excitement. She could even imagine the expressions on her parents' faces upon seeing it. Shock, surprise, confusion, anxiety. Just as Qingqing anticipated, the moment her post went live, Jiang Meilin noticed it. She nervously clicked on the photo, zooming in and seeing the snapshot of Suyi and Qingqing leaning together. She immediately called her daughter. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." "Hello, the number you dialed is currently..." Jiang Meilin grew anxious. She quickly summoned her assistant. "Xiao Hui, get me the fastest train ticket back to Jiangzhou." "President Jiang, you have a meeting tomorrow afternoon. I'll come back tomorrow. You go buy the ticket now." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the bank office, Chen Hansong had been staring at the photo for a full 10 minutes. He knew his daughter well. She had always been remarkably quiet, as Suyi had noted, and had lacked affection since childhood, making her quite guarded with no friends, let alone male friends. Gazing at his daughter's smile in the photo, alongside the wild boar beside her, Chen Hansong felt his heart shatter. Where on earth did this fool spring from? Unable to sit still, he grabbed the information Suyi left at the bank and dialed his number. He refrained from calling his daughter because he knew she wouldn't pick up in the cinema. Suyi's phone suddenly vibrated and rang. He jolted awake and quickly pulled out his phone, seeing an unknown number. Just as he was about to answer, Qingqing commanded, "Hang up." "Huh?" "I said hang up." Suyi complied, disconnecting the call, then looked at her in confusion. Qingqing explained, "That was my dad's number. If he calls you again, don't answer." "How would your dad have my number? What were you doing at the bank this afternoon?" Opening an account, Suyi suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Your dad works at the bank?" "Yes, the president." The president. Suyi's emotions surged. He had suspected Qingqing came from a well-off family, but he never imagined her father was the bank president. After a moment, he began to chuckle. Qingqing, curious about Suye's smile, asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I was wondering if your dad will invite me out for a chat later and offer me 100,000 to stay away from his daughter." Qingqing turned her head, suppressing a laugh, and replied, "You are just daydreaming. What if I agree? Would you really?" "Of course. Don't even mention 100,000. I'd decomply for 10,000. You rascal." Chapter 17. This is fair after the movie. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Suyi rubbed his stomach. He had consumed an entire bucket of popcorn and soda by himself and felt slightly stuffed. That selfie should be enough, right? If there is nothing else, I'll head back. "Where in tea we supposed to have dinner?" "I'm full. I can't eat anymore." Qingqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Upon exiting the cinema, the outdoor temperature felt a bit warm to her. She took a black hair tie out of her pocket, bit it, and skillfully tied her hair up. Wearing a light yellow sweatshirt, black pants, and white Converse shoes, with her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, she looked elegant and charming. Suyi watched her intently throughout the process, feeling a bit shy, and took the initiative to ask, "Qingqing, how old are you?" 18. "Just finished your college entrance exams?" "Yes," Suyi smiled. "Which city are you planning to attend university in?" Qingqing eyed Suyi warily, choosing not to respond. Suyi felt a bit exasperated and shrugged. "If you don't want to say, that's fine. I was just asking out of curiosity. What about you? Which city are you headed to?" "The Magic City." Upon hearing this, Qingqing fell silent for a moment. She was considering 2 schools, the Magic City Music Academy and the Zongyang Music Academy, with a preference for the former. Having lived in the South her entire life, she feared she might not adapt to the North. Since you brought me here, could you ask your aunt want to take me back?" Qingqing nodded gently. "I'll go to the restroom first." "All right." Suyi, with his hands in his pockets, looked around and noticed several claw machines against the wall. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and exchanged for some game tokens. These claw machines required a bit of skill, and coincidentally, Suyi had played with them countless times in his past life to cheer Gu Mengyao up, so it didn't take long for him to snag a plush Doraemon from the machine. When Qingqing returned from the restroom, Suyi handed her the blue plush toy. Qingqing gazed at the doll in Suyi's hand, tilting her head in confusion as she looked up at him. Suyi chuckled. "Consider it a birthday gift from me." Although Qingqing had received numerous extravagant birthday presents from her parents and their colleagues without any sense of obligation, she found herself hesitating this time. Noticing her indifference, Suyi sighed. "Forget it. Just disregard it." As he attempted to retract his hand, Qingqing swiftly snatched the doll from him, declaring, "I'll treat you to a movie. And you can give me the doll. That seems fair." The two walked side by side as they left the mall. After sending a message to Wang Rushue, a car soon pulled up in front of them. "Aunt Wang, please drop him off first," Qingqing instructed. Wang Rushue turned to Suyi and inquired, "You're Suyi, right? Where do you live?" Suyi replied with a smile, "Just take me to the tavern. I have to work tonight. Thank you." Half an hour later, Suyi got out of the car at the tavern, while Wang Rushue drove back to Hongya Villa without delay. "Your mother called earlier. She will rush home tonight," she said. Noticing Qingqing's silence, Wang Rushue added, "Your father might come over as well." Upon hearing this, Qingqing smiled brightly, pleasantly surprised that her parents, who often prioritized work over family, would drop everything to return home for her birthday. She placed the Doraemon doll on her lap, opened her phone, and found the picture they had posted together on social media. After a moment's consideration, she set it as her wallpaper, replacing the default image with the one featuring herself and Suyi. Night fell. The sound of a car pulling into the yard signaled her mother's return. Qingqing lay motionless on the sofa. Jiang Meilin emerged from the car, opened the passenger door, and entered the living room, carrying a beautifully crafted black forest cake. Qingqing. Upon seeing her daughter lying on the sofa engrossed in her phone, Jiang Meilin gently set the cake down on the coffee table and patiently inquired, "Qingqing, who exactly is Suyi?" "I already told you he is my boyfriend," Qingqing replied. "Don't deceive me. Dear, I know you told your father that because he didn't have time to celebrate your birthday, you were trying to make him feel guilty," Jiang Meilin said, looking concerned. Qingqing raised the Doraemon doll, saying, "You're overthinking it. We've officially started dating. We watched a movie together this afternoon and want to win this doll. He gave it to me." Jiang Meilin glanced at Wang Rushue, who nodded in affirmation, but her expression darkened. "Must you provoke me like this?" Standing up, Jiang Meilin exclaimed, "Yes, your father and I may have fallen short in our parental responsibilities, But we have never deprived you materially. If I didn't work, would you be living in such a spacious house? If I didn't work, what would you eat and drink every day? Qingqing sat up from the sofa, her eyes reddening. Yes, you've done everything for me. It's all my fault. If you hadn't given birth to me, none of this would have happened. With that, she dashed upstairs. Qingqing. Jiang Meilin watched her daughter ascend the stairs, wiping tears from her eyes, and immediately regretted her outburst. Not long after, Chen Hansong arrived home. As soon as he entered, he eagerly asked, "Where's Qingqing? It's all your fault. You forgot your own daughter's birthday. Are you even human?" Jiang Meilin retorted, "I just momentarily forgot." Chen Hansong quickly countered, "You knew today was Qingqing's birthday, yet you left her alone at home. Yes, it's all my fault. You, as her father, have no responsibility." Jiang Meilin shot back. "I don't want to argue with you today. Where is Qingqing? I want to talk to her." Jiang Meilin turned to pick up the doll left on the sofa, her voice trembling. "She probably doesn't want to see either of us right now. Have you clarified what Suyi's relationship with our Qingqing is?" Jiang Meilin picked up Qingqing's phone, illuminating the screen, and said, "She has set their photo as her wallpaper. What should we do now?" Jiang Meilin sniffled, rising to her feet. "I'll go upstairs and call Qingqing down for cake. You'd better not say anything. As for Suyi, I'll find time to speak with him directly. You know our daughter's personality. We want to get answers from her." Chen Hansong remained silent. Chapter 18. Are they together? Suyi felt regretful. The popcorn and cola were insufficient to quell his hunger. Having spent less than 2 hours in the tavern, his stomach began to grumble. He leaned against the counter and sent a message to Qingqing. "I regret not letting you treat me to dinner earlier. I'm starving now." While enjoying cake with Chen Hansong and Jiang Meilin, Qingqing heard her phone ping. Assuming it was Suyi, she unlocked her phone and replied in front of them. "Serves you right." Suyi, in frustration, typed back, "Your boyfriend is hungry?" Qingqing's cheeks flushed. "Shut up." Noticing his daughter's expression, Chen Hansong's eyes widened in surprise. He imagined the conversation between Suyi and Qingqing. 250, babe. "Are you home yet, babe? I'm eating cake. 250. I'm hungry too, babe. Do you want some? 250. I don't want cake. 250. I want you." Chen Hansong felt a shiver run down his spine. Qingqing quickly typed, "Do you believe I'll block you right now?" Suyi replied, "Forget it. There are guests now. I won't chat anymore." The conversation ended there. As Qingqing set her phone down, Chen Hansong let out an inexplicable sigh of relief. Seeing that half of the cake remained on the table, Jiang Meilin turned to Wang Rushue, saying, "Rushue, please take the leftover cake home." Wang Rushue hesitated, saying, "President Jiang, I'm on a diet. I'm afraid I shouldn't eat something so sweet in the evening." Qingqing suddenly interrupted, "Then could you please take the remaining cake to the tavern we visited last time?" Chen Hansong and Jiang Meilin exchanged puzzled looks. However, Wang Rushue exclaimed in surprise, "You want me to deliver it to Suyi?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Chen Hansong stood up abruptly, tightening his belt and solemnly stating, "I need to use the restroom." Jiang Meilin glanced at Qingqing and eventually nodded at Wang Rushue. Wang Rushue wrapped the cake and drove to the tavern. Around 10 o'clock, Wang Rushue entered the tavern carrying the cake. Pei Yue was surprised to see her since she usually only visited every so often. "Rushue, looks like you're not busy lately?" Wang Rushue chuckled, shaking her head. "I'm on a mission. A mission? Where's Suyi?" Pei Yue asked. "He was just here." Zhang Xianwan nearby reminded, "Boss, he just went to the restroom." Pei Yue curiously inquired, "Are you looking for him for something?" Wang Rushue nodded, holding up the cake. "Qingqing asked me to bring this to him." Pei Yue was momentarily stunned. Women are perpetually intrigued by gossip, regardless of age. She hurried out from behind the counter, her face filled with curiosity. Are they together? The situation was complicated. Just as Wang Rushue was about to explain, Suyi emerged from the restroom. She stepped forward and handed him the cake. Suyi looked bewildered, asking, "What is this?" Wang Rushue succinctly replied, "Qingqing asked me to give it to you." Suyi hadn't anticipated this, as he accepted the cake. A smile quickly spread across his face. At least she has a bit of conscience. Wang Rushue wanted to ask more, but refrained, realizing it wasn't her place to intervene. President Jiang was already aware of the situation and would handle it. With that thought, Wang Rushue bid farewell to Pei Yue and left. Suyi approached the counter, noticing the Black Forest cake. Having never tasted such an expensive cake before, he eagerly cut himself a large piece, preparing to satisfy his hunger. Just as he was about to take a bite, he looked up to find 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. What is going on? Come clean. What is the story behind this? Suyi, perplexed, replied. What story? The cake. Didn't you say dating was pointless? Why is Qingqing sending you cake? Well, it's a long story. Then make it short. Suyi sighed and explained, I helped her with something. She owed me a favor. I texted you saying I was hungry, and she asked Aunt Wang to bring me the cake. What did you help her with? That is a secret for now. Wao Pei Yue clicked her tongue, her eyes gleaming with mischief, as if she were saying, Look at the antics you're up to. Starving and lightheaded, Suyi didn't bother to elaborate further. He picked up a fork and began to devour the cake. After consuming 2 pieces, he finally felt revived. There's still some left. Do you want any? Zhouing huffed, crossing her arms. This is a romantic dinner for someone special. I want to eat it. Exactly. Suyi slapped his forehead. You guys are unbelievable. At 11:20, after finishing work, Suyi jogged home, and after showering, he lay in bed past midnight. Despite being exhausted from the day, he didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he downloaded a stock trading app, registering and linking his bank card to create his stock account. He transferred all his cash, exactly 900 yuan, into the account. 500 yuan was pocket money from his mother, which he had deposited earlier that day, and the other 400 came from a red envelope Pei Yue had sent him. Though it wasn't a large sum, it marked the beginning of his investment journey. Determined to save all but essential living expenses in his stock account, Suyi noted that the A-shares index was just above 2,000 points, far from the 5,000 mark, which signified limitless potential in the stock market over the coming year. Which stock should he invest in first? The Belt and Road Initiative had been proposed in September and October of the previous year, indicating that many related sectors would likely see growth. After browsing through various options, he finally settled on a trade stock priced at just over 3 yuan, investing all 900 yuan. With that done, he placed his phone on the bedside charger, turned off the lights, and fell asleep. The next morning, around 10, Qingqing, clad only in his undershirt, sat at his computer, furiously typing as he argued with the top-lane stone character in the game. The stone character retaliated, and the two exchanged insults in the chat. The game reached the 20-minute mark before they surrendered. Upon checking the results, the stone character's stats read 2-9-3, while his own as Yasuo were 1-7-5. They were evenly matched. Just as Qingqing was about to challenge the stone character to a duel, a notification popped up in the bottom right corner of his computer screen. It was a message from Gu Mengyao. Rose girl, are you there? Chapter 19. You like comics too? Qingqing felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to chat with him since the college entrance exams. No one knew how he had spent his 18 years. He hadn't even touched a girl's hand. Lonely patient? Lonely patient. What is up, Rose girl? Do you have time this afternoon? I'd like to talk to you. Lonely patient. You want to talk to me? Are you sure? Rose girl. Yes. Lonely patient. Are you sure you don't want me to call Suyi? Rose girl. I'll be waiting for you at the milk tea shop by the school gate at 3 this afternoon. Lonely patient. All right. As Gu Mengyao didn't reply further, Qingqing hesitated about whether to mention this to Suyi but ultimately decided against it. He felt that Gu Mengyao's sudden invitation was likely related to Suyi. He would find out what it was about in the afternoon. Since there was still time, he decided to play another game. He clicked to start matching and once again selected Yasuo in the hero selection screen. Feeling that this newly released character was tailor-made for him. Teammate, you idiot, stop stealing my Yasuo. Qingqing, stop whining. I'll carry you. 30 minutes later, his teammates were furious. Teammate 1, trash. Teammate 2, stupid Yasuo. Teammate 3, 0-10-6, is this even a playable record? Teammate 4, useless, go play against bots. Qingqing quickly exited the game. As if everything that had just happened was none of his business, Suyi didn't rise until 10. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he found that Zhang Hong had prepared several dishes before leaving. Suyi cooked some rice and combined his breakfast and lunch at 11. By mid-June, the temperature had already risen significantly. Suyi lay on the sofa, turning the fan to its highest setting. However, after a short while, he felt his underwear sticking uncomfortably, prompting him to shift his position. He took the driver's test twice. The first score was 93, and the second was 96. Suyi felt confident that he could easily pass the test now and decided to ask his father for some money later to enroll in a driving school. After completing the tests, Suyi found himself at a loss for what to do next. He had deleted all the games on his phone, and with short videos not yet trending and Douyin still unreleased, he opened QQ, lacking any desire to chat. What is she doing? The question suddenly popped into his mind. Curious, he opened WeChat and checked his moments. The photo from the previous night was still there. Suyi opened the chat with Chen Qingqing and typed a message. Thanks for the cake last night, at that moment. Chen Qingqing, also idly passing time at home, heard her phone ping. She picked it up and glanced at the message. After a moment's thought, she replied, I was going to throw it away, but I felt it was a waste. So I had Aunt Wang take it to you. Suyi responded. Chen Qingqing, don't you have any friends? Chen Qingqing replied, what is it to you? Suyi typed, looks like I've hit the nail on the head. Seeing that Chen Qingqing had not replied for a while, Suyi sent another message. In light of the cake from last night, I might begrudgingly consider being friends with you. Chen Qingqing responded, thanks, but I don't need that. Suyi replied, no need, then. What are you doing now? Chen Qingqing. Suyi. No ulterior motives, just curious how wealthy people pass their time. I'm terribly bored. Chen Qingqing. Reading comics. Suyi. You like comics too? Seeing this message piqued her interest, Chen Qingqing replied, you like them as well? Of course, Suyi remarked. I have a profound fondness for comics. However, the ones I read are undoubtedly unfamiliar to you. Chen Qingqing inquired, what do you read? Suyi responded, Brave New World, Secret Teaching. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Jiwei arrived punctually at the milk tea shop near the school. He initially presumed that only Gu Mengyao would be present, but to his surprise, the incessantly chatterbox Lu Qian was also there. Lu Qian, with her ordinary appearance, was known for her loquacity in class, forever engaging in gossip within the girls' circle. Did you hear about so-and-so from class 7 confessing to so-and-so? So-and-so from class 11 spent the night with so-and-so, and so-and-so was picked up by a BMW after school yesterday. Though they were in the same class, social groups often formed, such as those who excelled academically, those who enjoyed gaming, and those fond of romantic novels. Lu Qian was determined to infiltrate every group, and as Gu Mengyao was attractive and garnered much attention, Lu Qian frequently accompanied her, whether to the restroom, the convenience store, or the cafeteria. Whenever they walked together, countless gazes fell upon Gu Mengyao, and Lu Qian took pride in believing that among those watching, a few were secretly observing her as well. Upon seeing Lu Qian, Qin Jiwei reluctantly approached. He was acutely aware that Gu Mengyao had summoned him for something relating to Suyi. What did you call me out for? He queried. Please take a seat, she replied. Qin Jiwei did not sit immediately. Instead, he ordered a drink at the counter. Noticing that Gu Mengyao and Lu Qian had not ordered anything, he added, never mind, I'll get 3 cups. Make sure mine has extra ice. Once seated, Gu Mengyao finally spoke. Qin Jiwei, do you know what Suyi has been up to lately? He is working a summer job. A summer job. Just as Qin Jiwei finished speaking, Lu Qian interjected excitedly, oh, I get it. He must be short on cash, which is why he hasn't been in touch with you. After all, going out is not without expenses. Qin Jiwei felt irked by her comment and retorted, you're overthinking it. Gu Mengyao's eyes narrowed as she pressed, then why did he take a summer job? I have no idea. He changed quite a bit after the college entrance examination. He refuses to play games or chat much. The day after the exam, he found a summer job and has been reviewing the subject 1 questions lately. I asked this. The reason you called me out today? Qin Jiwei asked, sipping the juice the waiter had brought. Well, primarily because he hasn't reached out to me in days. Qin Jiwei bluntly replied, when Suyi was always by your side, you didn't seem particularly interested in him. Gu Mengyao fell silent. Lu Qian instantly chimed in, do you think that just because boys treat girls well, we must reciprocate? Qin Jiwei countered, if you like someone, you should be together. If not, you should refuse. If you're not fond of Suyi, why accept the breakfast he buys you from time to time? Lu Qian insisted, acceptance does not equate to agreement. Chapter 20. I am Chen Qingqing's mother. What nonsensical logic is that? Although Qin Jiwei had never been in a relationship, he couldn't abide such unreasonable reasoning and stood to leave. Gu Mengyao suddenly rose and said, Qin Jiwei, can you promise not to tell Suyi that I met you this afternoon? Rest assured, I'm not that chatty, he replied. Lu Qian exclaimed, who are you referring to? Qin Jiwei, exasperated, responded, I wasn't even talking about you. Why are you so agitated? Gu Mengyao grasped Lu Qian's arm and added, could you tell me where Suyi is working his summer job? At the Encounter Music Tavern, Qin Jiwei stated before leaving the milk tea shop. The moment he stepped outside, he regretted the outing. He had gained nothing and ended up covering the cost of 2 drinks. Those 2 are something else. They invited me out, yet they ordered nothing, clearly expecting me to foot the bill, Qin Jiwei thought. Next time, if this happens again, you'll be a fool. After Qin Jiwei departed, inside the milk tea shop, Lu Qian asked Gu Mengyao. You're not considering seeking Suyi, are you? Gu Mengyao gently shook her head. I'm still undecided, in my opinion. If he doesn't pursue you, just let it be. We graduated, and there will undoubtedly be more outstanding boys in college. You're so beautiful. You'll surely find someone better. Gu Mengyao replied. I merely wish to understand why Suyi has suddenly become so distant. I've pondered this for several days, but cannot comprehend it. Oh, don't overthink it. The news states that there are now far more boys than girls. In the future, we will choose them, not the other way around. Just wait, Suyi will surely regret it. Around 4 o'clock, Lao Su returned from work. As a seasoned employee, he typically completed his daily tasks within 2 hours, spending the remainder of his time idling. Such is the nature of the system. If one has no desire to ascend, life can be quite comfortable. Dad, you're back? Upon seeing his son at home, Lao Su was puzzled. Why are you still here today? I have something to discuss with you. Surely is anything good. Suyi pulled his father onto the couch, smiling as he said, I've finished reviewing the driving theory test questions and would like to enroll at the driving school tomorrow. Lao Su leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he replied, If you need money, ask your mother. You know my position at home. Mom isn't home for lunch, and she'll be back later than you. Can you advance me some funds? Lao Su firmly stated, I have no money. Come on, Dad. You must have saved some pocket money stashed away in the bathroom ceiling or under the TV cabinet. Lao Su, startled, nearly dropped his cigarette. How did you find out? What can be hidden from me at home? Don't tell your mother. I've been saving it for half a year. Suyi smiled silently. Lao Su sensed a hint of threat in his son's smile and snorted, You little rascal. Threatening me now, are you? I will discuss your driving school matter with your mother tonight. If we agree, I will leave the money on the living room table before your mother and I head to work tomorrow morning. Suyi clapped his father's shoulder, grinning, Old Su, you're a good sport. Let us leave it at that. I'm off to work now. Jiang Meilin had been exhausted these past few days. After finishing work yesterday, she returned overnight from a neighboring province to celebrate her daughter's birthday. The following morning, before dawn, she rushed back, and after a busy day, she did not return to the hotel. Instead, she instructed her assistant to purchase a ticket back to Jiangzhou. Upon exiting the train station, Jiang Meilin opened WeChat and messaged Wang Rushue. Rushue, is Qingqing home today? Wang Rushue responded, She is. Jiang Meilin further inquired, Let me confirm, is the tavern you mentioned called Encounter Music Tavern? Wang Rushue affirmed, Exactly, let me send you the address. Jiang Meilin replied, All right, I'll head there directly. If Qingqing plans to go out, please inform me in advance. I prefer she not know I want to find Suyi. Wang Rushue acknowledged, understood. Soon, Wang Rushue sent the address. Jiang Meilin, upon seeing it, handed her phone to the driver, Xiao Wu, drive here. Understood, General Jiang. The car drove from the station to the tavern's entrance, this time. The sky was not yet fully dark. Suyi, having finished cleaning, sat idly at the entrance, awaiting customers. General Jiang, we arrived. You wait in the car, she instructed. All right. Jiang Meilin opened the car door, stepping out with a smooth, long leg clad in red-soled high heels. She wore a blouse paired with a fitted blazer and a pencil skirt, her short hair framing her face without any ostentatious jewelry, save for an expensive watch on her right wrist, exuding a polished demeanor. After stepping out of the car, she did not head straight to the tavern but retrieved a pair of flat sandals from the trunk to change into before entering the establishment. Hello, welcome. What would you like to drink? The tavern was empty, and Suyi was the only male present. Moreover, Jiang Meilin recognized him at once from the photos she had seen. You must be Suyi. That's me. Suyi, bewildered, responded. Do you know me? Jiang Meilin pulled out a chair and sat down, her expression inscrutable. I am Chen Qingqing's mother. May I have a word with you? Suyi was taken aback but maintained his composure. He sat down, bracing himself for Jiang Meilin's inquiries. In truth, he had prepared for this conversation. Although he expected Jiang Meilin to arrive so swiftly. Pei Yue, upon seeing Jiang Meilin, sensed her unfriendly demeanor and recognized that her aura was not that of an ordinary female leader. She had deduced that Jiang Meilin was the superior of her middle school classmate, Wang Rushue, and thus, when Zhang Xianwan and Zhouing attempted to eavesdrop, Pei Yue swiftly pulled them back. First, tell me how you met my daughter Qingqing. Suyi answered truthfully. Jiang Meilin, after listening, remarked coolly, So, how many times have you two met so far? 3 times. The first by the lake, the second here, and the third at the bank, followed by a visit to the mall. Jiang Meilin maintained her commanding presence in the conversation, asking, Is there anything you wish to explain regarding your relationship with Qingqing? Madam, You should know your daughter well. Surely you don't believe that a girl of her character would develop feelings for a boy she has only met 3 times? Jiang Meilin was astonished that Su Yi maintained eye contact throughout their conversation. Even department heads at her company would never dare to meet her gaze. That's not entirely impossible, Jiang Meilin replied. I had a whirlwind marriage with my ex-husband, and people around me called me love-struck. Su Yi suppressed a smile. Then you can rest easy. Your daughter is certainly not love-struck. Jiang Meilin shifted the topic. How old are you? 18. Just finished your college entrance exams. Yes, do you have a target university? Su Yi stated, Shanghai Financial Academy. Jiang Meilin raised an eyebrow. I know that university. In Shanghai, it's considered a second-tier institution, but to gain admission, you must surpass the first-tier scores. If you can get in, there are indeed better options. If I were to aim for Shanghai, my choices would be quite limited. So, your primary consideration is the geographical location? Yes. An elder. I wish to advise you that pursuing finance is not a very rational choice for an average person. Su Yi replied with a smile. I intend to become a wealthy individual. Jiang Meilin was unsure where Su Ye's confidence stemmed from, but his assured demeanor somewhat moved her. Su Yi indeed possessed commendable qualities, his height, appearance, and character, if he were genuinely ambitious. Chapter 21. You forgot to clear your browser history. Realizing she had overthought, Jiang Meilin quickly regained her composure. She glanced at her watch and smiled at Su Yi. I didn't come here to blame you. I even support your friendship with Qingqing. However, I hope you won't cross certain boundaries. You're a clever boy. You should understand my meaning. That Su Yi replied with a grin. Don't worry, auntie. Such things one day happen. Thank you. Jiang Meilin stood, prepared to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked, May I add you on WeChat? Of course, Su Yi responded, pulling out his phone for her to scan. After she added him, Jiang Meilin reminded him, My surname is Jiang. Understood. Jiang Meilin smiled slightly and stepped out of the tavern. After returning to the car, she instructed the driver to head home. Upon seeing Jiang Meilin return, Wang Rushue approached. General Jiang, the noodles are ready in the pot. Qingqing is eating. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. Entering the living room, Jiang Meilin found Qingqing delicately eating her noodles, blowing on each bite before consuming them. Jiang Meilin smiled and approached, taking a hair tie from her bag to skillfully tie up Qingqing's long, lustrous hair. She then proceeded to the kitchen to serve herself a bowl of noodles and sat across from Qingqing. Qingqing, my work is mostly wrapped up now. I can rest at home for a while though. Would you like to travel? I can take you out for a few days. Qingqing shook her head, declining directly. Jiang Meilin had no choice but to change the subject, patiently asking, Your college entrance exam results will be out in a few days. Have you decided which university to apply to? Qingqing put down her chopsticks, hesitating. After a long pause, she finally said, I'm going to Shanghai. Though Jiang Meilin had anticipated her daughter would choose between the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and the Shanghai Music Academy, hearing that Qingqing ultimately chose the latter caused her heart to skip a beat. It wasn't for any specific reason, but because the boy named Su Yi had clearly stated he intended to go to Shanghai as well. Could it be that Qingqing chose Shanghai because of him? Jiang Meilin reconfirmed. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Jiang Meilin's appearance was merely a minor interlude for Su Yi. He continued with his summer job, diligently earning money. The melodrama of wealthy individuals wielding 1 million to separate their daughters from suitors was confined to novels and television. Such scenarios were unlikely to occur in reality. After enduring another long day, Su Yi returned home, deliberately slowing his pace, knowing both his parents were already asleep. Upon noticing a stack of money on the living room table, he paused momentarily before smiling and taking the money back to his room. After a quick cold shower, changing into a pair of shorts and a faded white t-shirt, Su Yi checked his stock account. Discovering little change, he felt indifferent. Stock trading required patience. A stagnant day simply indicated it was not yet time. Su Yi opened QQ and messaged Qin Jiwei, Wei Gu, are you asleep? To his surprise, Qin Jiwei was still awake. Having attended evening study sessions every day for 3 years in high school, he had developed a habit of staying up late. Upon seeing Su Ye's message, he assumed Gu Mengyao had visited Su Yi and quickly replied, Not yet. Su Yi continued. Want to go learn to drive together tomorrow? Isn't that a bit hasty? Qin Jiwei responded. There's plenty of time to learn in college, Su Yi replied. I plan to enroll tomorrow. If you're interested, we can go together. The sooner we finish, the less we'll have to worry about it in college. Qin Jiwei is a person lacking in decisiveness, having grown accustomed to doing things alongside Su Yi. He quickly stated, I'll ask my parents tomorrow. If they agree, I'll I'll join you to sign up. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Sui replied. A quiet night passed. The next morning, after Sui had a bowl of porridge, he set off for Qin Jiwei's home. The two houses were not far apart, approximately a 15-minute walk, and even quicker by bike. When Sui reached the supermarket beneath Qin Jiwei's building, he greeted the woman busy organizing the shelves inside. Aunt Wang, it's me, Xiao Yi Dado. You're here to see Jiwei? She responded. Yes, I am. Go on up. He might still be asleep. Qin Jiwei's family runs a supermarket, a small establishment that is only slightly larger than a convenience store. Typically, Qin Jiwei's father, Qin Wenliang, is responsible for stocking supplies, while the shop's management is largely entrusted to Wang Mei. Sui walked through the supermarket, climbed the stairs, and found Qin Jiwei still fast asleep in bed. Get up, you lazy bum, Sui exclaimed, pulling the blanket off him. Qin Jiwei stirred awake, saw Sui, and yawned. Why are you here so early? Is your dad allowing you to learn to drive? Sui inquired. Yes, Qin Jiwei replied as he got up and stretched. Dad said the money will have to be spent sooner or later, and he knows a driving instructor. He called this morning to check on the registration fee. How much? Sui asked. 2,800. Sui was taken aback by how inexpensive driving lessons were this year. He had spent over 3,000 when he got his license in college. His mother had left him 3,005 the previous night, allowing him to misappropriate 700, thus bringing him one step closer to becoming a millionaire. Qin Jiwei pointed to the computer, saying, play on the computer for a bit while I brush my teeth and grab a bite. We'll head to sign up shortly. Hurry up, Sui urged. I'm just playing a team battle. I'll be ready in a minute. Sui sat down at the computer. He certainly wasn't playing games, as his current skills wouldn't even allow him to beat the AI. He opened the browser and casually browsed through the latest trending news. Meanwhile, Qin Jiwei finished his morning routine in the bathroom, and as he entered the kitchen for a snack, he heard Suye's voice from outside. Jiwei, you lazy bum. Staying up until 2 watching movies last night? Are you even human? Qin Jiwei dashed back to his room. How did you know? You forgot to clear your browser history? Damn. The two departed from home just after 9. The driving school was roughly 4 kilometers away, and Qin Jiwei quickly arrived on his family's small electric scooter, carrying Suyi with him. Upon reaching the driving school, Qin Jiwei found his father's friend, and under his guidance, they swiftly registered and received an umbrella and a Subject 1 question bank book. Uncle, when can we take the Subject 1 exam? Qin Jiwei asked. In about a week. Young people like you find it easy. Just review it a lot these days. I have a group going for Subject 2 this afternoon, and if all goes well, you can start practicing with me tomorrow. Excited, Qin Jiwei rubbed his hands together and said, Uncle, can we get in the car now to see how it feels? Sure, the instructor Lu said. Leading them to the car, he opened the driver's door and told Qin Jiwei, just spin the steering wheel a few times to get a feel for it. I'll teach you the rest tomorrow. Okay. Qin Jiwei sat inside and turned the wheel a few times, intending to let Suyi experience it as well, but Suyi shook his head and said, I'm not getting in. Driving is easy for me. Stop bragging. If you don't believe me, then fine. Instructor Lu chuckled at this. Watching others drive is completely different from driving yourself. Don't assume it's easy just because it looks that way. As Suyi laughed. Uncle, have you ever heard of launch control and drifting? Kid, don't talk too much. Here are the keys. Do you dare to drive? Lu handed the keys to Suyi, who shrugged. What is there to be afraid of? Suyi took the keys, and Lu quickly sat in the passenger seat. The driving school cars have a brake on the passenger side, which is why Lu was willing to let Suyi take the wheel. Qin Jiwei scratched his head. Suyi, don't embarrass yourself. It would be a disaster if you crash. Are you getting in or not? If not, get out of the way. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Jiwei sat in the back seat. Driving is a skill that, once learned, is hard to forget. Suyi quickly adjusted the seat and buckled his seatbelt. Seeing his serious demeanor, Lu remained silent, curious if Suyi would start the vehicle. Suyi pressed the clutch and brake, inserted the key, and asked with a smile, Uncle, how about I show you a launch control start? Lu laughed. Forget about launch control. If you can reverse park now, you can practice whenever you want in the future. All right. Releasing the clutch and brake, the car slowly moved. Suyi felt it was a bit slow, so he pressed the accelerator, maintaining a speed of around 40. He smoothly navigated to the parking area and began to reverse into the designated space. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and effortless, easily placing the vehicle within the marked lines. Qin Jiwei in the back seat was left in stunned silence. Suyi, when did you learn to drive? Suyi waved his hand, shifting the gear to neutral, and casually said, just picked up a few tips from watching. Instructor Lu was both surprised and pleased. A student who had just registered could reverse park this well, certainly indicating success in obtaining a driver's license, which would count towards his performance metrics. He patted Suyi on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, you have potential. We aim to get your license during the summer." Absolutely. After leaving the driving school, Suyi and Qin Jiwei rode back on the electric scooter. Along the way, Qin Jiwei expressed his frustration. "You just signed up and can already reverse park. If you pass subject 2 and I fail, won't that be embarrassing for me? Get used to it. You'll have plenty of chances to embarrass yourself in front of me." "You?" Suyi chuckled, feeling quite pleased. As they neared home, Suye's phone rang again. He pulled it out and saw an unknown number. So he answered it. "Hello, who is this?" A direct voice on the other end replied, "I am Qingqing's father." "You are Suyi, right?" Suyi immediately straightened up. "Yes, Aunt Jiang has already spoken to me. Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Chen Hansong paused. Taken aback, he was unaware of the conversation Jiang Meilin had with Suyi. After a brief silence, he said, "Are you free this afternoon?" Suyi replied honestly, "I am, but I have work tonight. It won't take long. I just want to talk." "Should I come to you?" Chen Hansong commanded. "Just tell me the location, and I'll have the driver pick you up. He'll call you when he arrives." After Suyi agreed and shared his address, he hung up. Qin Jiwei, curious, asked, "Who was that? You wouldn't know him." "Nonsense, I know everyone you know." Suyi replied exasperatedly, "You genuinely don't know him." Qin Jiwei persisted. "Just tell me who it is." Suyi boasted, "It's my girlfriend's father." The electric scooter suddenly screeched to a halt. Qin Jiwei turned around, wide-eyed. "Your girlfriend's father? Gu Mengyao's dad? That's nonsense. I'm no longer involved with Gu Mengyao." "So, you found a new girlfriend, which is why you gave up on pursuing Gu Mengyao. That makes sense. You should have switched a long time ago. Gu Mengyao is clearly stringing you along, and that Lu Qian beside her is nothing but a meddlesome busybody." Suyi realized that Qin Jiwei had misunderstood but chose not to clarify, as this excuse was quite reasonable for him. Otherwise, his swift change in circumstances wouldn't make sense. "What's your new girlfriend's name? How old is she? Is she from our high school?" "No. Why do you always assume I'm secretly dating?" "Stop with the nonsense. First, help me with a multiple choice question." "A multiple choice question? What is it?" "What should one bring when visiting the in-laws for the first time to make a good impression?" A. A formal jacket and an Audi. B. Feitian Maodai and cigarettes. C. A PhD certificate and property. D. A modified scooter and a flashy hairstyle. E. An ultrasound image and arrogance. If it were you, which would you choose? Qin Jiwei rolled his eyes. "Right now, you have no house, no car, and no savings. You should pass on options A, B, and C." "No. Are you really going to meet her dad this afternoon?" Suyi replied, "It's a long story. I met her mother last time, and she was relatively easy to talk to. But from her father's tone, he seems a bit difficult. If he speaks to me nicely, I'll reciprocate. If he talks down to me, then I doubt. Brother, elaborate? It's nothing. I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow." Suyi dismounted and returned home while Qin Jiwei felt strung along. Yet, when mealtime arrived, he had to ride his little scooter back. At 2 in the afternoon, an Audi A6L parked at the entrance of Suye's neighborhood. After receiving a call, Suyi soon stepped out of his house and got into the car. The driver said nothing and took him directly to the bank. "The manager is waiting for you upstairs." Suyi nodded and exited the vehicle. Upon entering the lobby, a staff member approached him. "Are you Suyi?" "That's me. Follow me." The staff led Suyi to the office door of Chen Hansong, knocked twice, and after hearing a voice from inside, the staff left. Suyi pushed the door open and walked in without hesitation. Inside the office was only Chen Hansong. Upon seeing Suyi, he set aside his work and gestured to the chair opposite his desk, saying, "Sit." "Uncle Chen, I believe you have already spoken with Aunt Jiang. I've explained everything to her clearly. Don't be nervous. Just take a seat." "I'm not nervous. I have a general understanding of the situation. I called you here to discuss another matter." "What matter?" "I heard from Qingqing's mother that you plan to attend university in Shanghai." "Yes." Chen Hansong crossed his legs and said with a hint of arrogance, "Well, my daughter has also decided to attend the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Once she sets her mind to something, her mother and I can't sway her. I called you here to discuss. Could you consider changing your target university?" "I cannot." Suyi promptly rejected the suggestion. Chen Hansong's brows furrowed, but he quickly attempted to persuade, "Don't be so quick to refuse. I have some connections in the finance industry. If you agree, I can help you secure a decent job after you graduate." "Isn't that the point of going to college?" Suyi abruptly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the tile floor. His expression was icy as he said, "Just because my girlfriend and I are attending university in the same city, You want me to change schools? Uncle Chen, how much do you look down on me? I doubt I've only met your daughter 3 times, and it's likely we won't have contact again in the past. I did what others told me, but now I want to live differently. The more someone doesn't want me to do something, the more I will do it. Suyi pushed the chair back into place and added before leaving, Uncle Chen, are you always this condescending when speaking to others, or is it just with someone like me? Chen Hansong was left speechless. Suyi did not give him a chance to respond. Turning around and leaving directly, if one day I become wealthy, he messed up. The moment Suyi slammed the door behind him, Chen Hansong had the thought flash through his mind. He hadn't anticipated Suyi's refusal, nor the firmness of his stance, a mere 18-year-old. Who does he think he is? Chen Hansong wasn't even angry. Had Suyi not been entangled with his daughter, he might have even respected him. After all, Suyi was the first to speak so firmly in his domain. However, the crux of the matter was that Chen Hansong was very concerned about the relationship between Suyi and his daughter. Despite his divorce from Jiang Meilin, Qingqing remained his beloved jewel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cancelled an important dinner to celebrate her birthday. This is understandable. A father's place in his daughter's life is irreplaceable. What is Suyi? An ordinary student without any background. If Qingqing announced she wanted to date, he could introduce several exceptional young men with family fortunes in the hundreds of millions the very next day. Thus, when Jiang Meilin informed him that both would be attending university in Shanghai, he conceived the idea of asking Suyi to switch schools. Chen Hansong sighed and pulled out his phone to call Jiang Meilin. I just spoke with that kid, and it seems I've messed this up. What did you say? Chen Hansong recounted their conversation to Jiang Meilin, who, upon hearing this, became furious. I told you he's not your typical high school student. Why did you have to be so forceful? Now look, you've made things worse. Chen Hansong replied helplessly. How was I to know he would refuse? Jiang Meilin hung up the phone without another word. Suyi stepped out of the bank, feeling quite displeased at the way Chen Hansong had spoken. He took out his phone and sent a message to Qingqing. Suyi, are you there? At home, Qingqing was attempting to compose her own music when her phone rang. Initially, she thought to ignore it, but after strumming her guitar a couple of times, she couldn't resist taking a look. Upon seeing Suyi's message, she sent back a question mark. Suyi typed, are you coming to the bar tonight? Qingqing, is there something going on? Suyi, nothing much, just feeling the itch to play the guitar. After a moment's pause, Qingqing asked, what time? Suyi, I'll be there before 11. Qingqing, okay. Suyi, I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Qingqing, I'm just curious about what else you can play. Suyi, I know a lot. Some you've probably never heard of. Qingqing, I don't believe you. Suyi, if you don't believe me, I'll play an original for you tonight. Suyi, so it's settled. I'll be waiting for you. Upon encountering the phrase I am waiting for you, Qingqing inexplicably felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She promptly shut off her phone and tossed it onto the sofa. After 5 minutes, as night fell, mother and daughter had finished their dinner when Jiang Meilin suggested, Qingqing, would you like to take a walk with your mother tonight? I can't. I have other matters to attend to. Other matters? Jiang Meilin raised an eyebrow. What could be so important? Qingqing, preferring directness, responded plainly, I'm going to the tavern to meet Suyi. Suyi. Jiang Meilin was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the call she received from Chen Hansong earlier in the afternoon, she surmised that Suyi was seeking revenge against her ex-husband. It seemed Chen Hansong had concealed something from her, as his demeanor earlier had been more resolute than she had anticipated. Otherwise, Suyi would not have acted in such a manner. After years of marriage, Jiang Meilin understood Chen Hansong quite well. His machismo was undeniable. After a brief pause, Jiang Meilin humbly inquired, Qingqing, may I accompany you? Feel free to go if you wish. Qingqing replied nonchalantly before hurriedly ascending the stairs to change her clothes. To Jiang Meilin's surprise, her daughter, who typically eschew dresses, donned a creamy white sundress before meeting Suyi. This was undoubtedly a troubling sign. At 7:50 p.m., Jiang Meilin drove Qingqing to the Encounter Music Tavern. She did not accompany her daughter inside but instead found an excuse to park, intending to observe how Suyi interacted with her daughter when they were alone together. Upon noticing Qingqing's early arrival, Suyi greeted her with a smile. You made it. Qingqing offered a soft mem. Make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Don't worry. I won't mix up the cups this time, he said before departing, entirely oblivious to the shy expression that crossed Qingqing's face after his words. With time still on their side and few patrons in the tavern, Suyi returned with a glass of water and took a seat across from Qingqing. Qingqing, I owe you an apology, he stated candidly. Chen Qingqing blinked, puzzled. This afternoon, your father contacted me and uttered some rather infuriating remarks, Su Yi continued. Essentially, he wants me to keep my distance from you. I was quite irked by this, which is why I messaged you to come over. I intended to retaliate against your father, but it's fine. I don't mind. Why not? Su Yi asked, intrigued that I assumed he would have shared something rather disparaging about me. Su Yi chuckled, yet I was surprised to learn that you chose to attend university in the Magic City. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's heart raced, and she instinctively lowered her gaze, hurriedly stammering, "You don't think I chose it because of you, do you?" Before she could finish, Su Yi interrupted, "Of course not. I'm not that conceited." "You possess a degree of self-awareness," she retorted. As Su Yi fell silent, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the tavern. Chen Qingqing was aware that Pei Yue, Zhang Xiaonuan, and Zhouing were discreetly observing her, prompting her to break the silence. "Who did you learn guitar from?" "I taught myself." "Where did you find the time?" Su Yi grinned. "Time can always be carved out. Besides, perhaps I'm a musical prodigy." "Such bravado." Chen Qingqing teased as Su Yi extended his hand. "Hand over the guitar." As she retrieved the guitar from its case and passed it to him. Jiang Meilin walked in from outside. Su Yi greeted her amiably, addressing her as Aunt Jiang, before turning back to Chen Qingqing. "After my conversation with your father this afternoon, I penned a song titled, 'If One Day I Become Rich.'" Chen Qingqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the song title, which seemed so quintessentially Su Yi. Yet, her curiosity piqued. What could the song possibly entail? Might it relate to the earlier events? Holding the guitar, Su Yi sat across from the mother-daughter duo and began to strum and sing. His smile was carefree, and his voice resonated with a certain allure, as if he were lost in his own musical world. The lyrics unfolded. "If one day I become rich, my first choice would not be to travel the world, but rather to recline on the world's largest, softest sofa, eating, sleeping, and waking to eat again for a year." Chen Qingqing had never heard this song before, a rarity for her, leading her to believe it must be Su Ye's original work. She was astonished to discover that he not only played guitar but also composed music. Her attention inadvertently shifted to Su Ye's face, and she realized she had not diverted her gaze until he finished singing. This song would typically not be released for another 3 years, and now, as Su Yi performed it, no one had heard it before. Internally, he apologized to Mao Bai while pondering the potential ramifications of his actions. Would singing this song mean another of a similar vein would be displaced, or would it now forever belong to him, severing ties with Mao Bai? At that moment, he was oblivious to the outcome, focusing instead on the present. When he became aware again, he noticed Jiang Meilin and Chen Qingqing were both gazing at him intently. Jiang Meilin's expression reflected genuine surprise, while Chen Qingqing's exhibited a blend of astonishment, curiosity, admiration, and perhaps even a hint of infatuation. Chapter 24. The collapse of rituals and harmony. How was that? I did say I was a genius. Chen Qingqing snapped back to reality, her lips moved, but words failed her. Jiang Meilin, observing her daughter's subtle expressions, felt a stirring within her. She sighed inwardly and sincerely said to Su Yi, "Su Yi, I must apologize on behalf of Qingqing's father." "It's nothing," Su Yi replied. Placing the guitar on the table, "I can understand. If I were Uncle Chen, I might also wish to prevent my daughter from associating with a young man who still works summer shifts in a tavern." Jiang Meilin's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected Su Yi to empathize with Chen Hansong's perspective. "This young man was remarkably mature. I simply dislike the condescending tone your father uses when he speaks to me. I'm still young after all. Isn't there a saying about youthful arrogance? However, I'll probably forget about this by tomorrow morning." Su Yi stood up. "Aunt Jiang, allow me to fetch you a glass of hot water." "Thank you." After bringing Jiang Meilin a glass of hot water, Chen Qingqing remained silent throughout the conversation, leaving Jiang Meilin and Su Yi to chat. Eventually, they found themselves discussing life aspirations. "So, Su Yi, what are your ambitions?" "I haven't thought too far ahead. My current goal is to earn a lot of money." Jiang Meilin didn't find Su Yi materialistic. She pressed further, "How much would you consider a lot?" Su Yi pondered before replying, "A sum sufficient that would lead Uncle Chen to view me without prejudice." Jiang Meilin pursed her lips and smiled. "Is money truly that paramount to you?" "Absolutely. For the impoverished, most troubles stem from financial issues. Especially in this chaotic era, one cannot even afford a wife without wealth." "Chaotic era?" "Oh, it refers to the comical chaos that ensues when a bride price negotiation collapses, leaving onlookers amused." Chen Qingqing burst into laughter, quickly lowering her head. feeling embarrassed at laughing in front of so many. Jiang Meilin shook her head, reflecting, I once thought that a man's ability to earn money defined his worth. However, I no longer believe that. While the ability to earn is indeed important, what else should one consider? I'm not sure. I'm not a woman. Jiang Meilin was at a loss for words, but rephrased her inquiry. What qualities do you believe a good man should possess? Sui scratched his head, contemplating before responding, I can't say for certain, but let me offer an analogy. If a man craves KFC, he might think a single meal costing 50 yuan is exorbitant. However, if his wife and children desire it, he would unhesitatingly purchase it. Such a man, I believe, is fundamentally decent. Su Yi was essentially describing himself. During his college years, while dating Gu Mengyao, he scrimped and saved for his own meals but never hesitated to splurge when dining out with her. Now, however, he regretted that his genuine affections had been squandered. Jiang Meilin's eyes lit up at his words. As the clock approached 9, patrons began to arrive at the tavern. Su Yi stood up, saying, Aunt, I'm sorry, but I must get back to work. Jiang Meilin also rose. Su Yi, it has been a pleasure chatting with you. I apologize once more for today's incident. If Qingqing wishes to see you again, I want to accompany her. Su Yi grasped the implication in Jiang Meilin's words and smiled. Rest assured, I will uphold my previous statements. As mother and daughter prepared to leave, Su Yi noticed the guitar left on the table and called out, Chen Qingqing, your guitar. Qingqing turned, speaking softly and quickly, I'll borrow it for a few days. Remember to return it. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a silly grin. Pei Yue, having approached without notice, joined Su Yi in watching the mother-daughter duo as they got into their car. She playfully draped her arm over his shoulder and mimicked his earlier tone, saying, I find dating rather uninteresting. Su Yi recognized her teasing and replied defiantly, It is inherently uninteresting. Pei Yue scoffed, You've met the mother-in-law twice already. Are you still shy? What mother-in-law? I don't comprehend your words. Stop pretending that a girl as beautiful as Qingqing? You can't possibly not be interested. Su Yi wrapped his arm around Pei Yue's, grinning, If that's the case, then I must say I have a fondness for you as well. Pei Yue playfully pushed him away, giving him a once-over, and teasingly remarked, Are you attempting to flirt? Do you still want your paycheck today? Boss, I apologize. Initially, I thought you were a rather honest lad, but it seems you're quite the scoundrel. Su Yi replied earnestly, Boss, in this world, honesty is undervalued. Is that so? Indeed, haven't you heard? Honest folks are always behind the dogs. Now go, take your guitar and sing your songs. Don't waste my time with your banter. Su Yi stood at attention, saluting Pei Yue, at your command. As Su Yi walked away with the guitar to sing, Pei Yue couldn't help but chuckle, leaning against the doorframe and gazing at the moon as her smile gradually faded. She recalled a man who had long since passed, now a star in the heavens. The following afternoon, Su Yi began practicing driving with Qingqing at the driving school. However, due to Su Yi's superior starting point, their practice sessions often saw Su Yi driving for 10 minutes while Qingqing practiced for 50. Thus, by the end of the day, when they returned the next day, Qingqing still couldn't match Su Yi's skill. Originally, Qingqing's progress was considered normal, but with Su Yi as a comparison, Coach Liu berated him daily for not measuring up. By the time he returned home after practice, Qingqing felt utterly beleaguered. Su Yi, I'm done with you. I want to ever do anything simultaneously with you again. Seriously? You're the one feeling wronged? That old coot Liu, seeing me drive, goes off to relax while he makes me parallel park. I've never felt so cheated for my money. As soon as I get my license, I'm taking Uncle Liu out to eat. Once the dishes arrive, I'll make a stealthy exit and leave him to foot the bill. Such spirit, Su Yi. What? Just how attractive is your girlfriend? Absolutely stunning. Chapter 25. The buff is fully stacked. Su Yi certainly wouldn't divulge more details to Qingqing. He was merely boasting to his friend, knowing that if Qingqing found out, she would likely block him immediately. After resting for an hour at home, Su Yi set out for the tavern and encountered Lao Su, who had just returned from work. Xiao Yi, make sure to wake up early tomorrow morning. Su Yi was puzzled. Dad, what is up? The college entrance exam results come out tomorrow morning. How could you forget? After the exams, Su Yi hadn't thought much about it. Smiling, don't worry, Lao Su. I've got everything under control. With that, he dashed off. Lao Su could only shake his head in amusement, wondering how his son, who had been so anxious during previous mock exams, could be so relaxed about the actual results. Could it be that this boy genuinely scored high? If so, the Lao Su family would truly be in for a treat. Upon arriving at the tavern, it was still early. After tidying up a bit with Zhouying, Suyi leaned against the counter and pulled out his phone to message Qingji Wei. Brother Wei, the scores come out tomorrow. Have you decided which university you want to apply to? Ugh, please don't bring it up. Just thinking about it makes me anxious. Why the anxiety? Didn't I tell you that you passed the second tier line? Stop joking. Where are you planning to go to university? Magic City. That's quite far, isn't it? Come along with me to in the original storyline. Qingji Wei would eventually attend a university in the provincial capital, where he would meet his future wife. To prevent Qingji Wei from making the same missteps, Suyi wanted him to join him in the Magic City, ensuring he wouldn't encounter the woman who would betray him. Let us discuss it after the results are out. Sounds good. Suyi couldn't recall Qingji Wei's exact score, only that it was slightly higher than his own. While Suyi conversed with Qingji Wei, classmates in their high school group were excitedly discussing the results in today's high school system. There were distinction classes and regular classes. For students in distinction classes, getting into university was relatively straightforward, while for those in regular classes, it was quite a challenge. This moment, the group buzzed about how many students from their class would make it to university this year. Based on past experiences, in classes like Suyi's, typically no more than 10 students will qualify for undergraduate studies, and those who barely meet the cutoff often end up in private universities, which charge tuition fees starting from tens of thousands. Consequently, many who just passed the threshold prefer to enroll in better vocational colleges. Among the 4 students, Li Nan, Gu Mengyao, Qingji Wei, and Duan Qingjun, their chances of being admitted to undergraduate programs seem relatively high due to their stable academic performance. Qingji Wei mentioned that Suyi performed well this year, but he is a curved-foot horse. No matter how well he does, he might still struggle to pass English. After chatting with Suyi, Qingji Wei rushed to the group chat to express his thoughts. Most of the English questions are multiple choice. There's a 1 in 4 chance of guessing correctly. What if he gets them all right? To which another member, Xiahong, retorted, if Suyi gets in, I will crawl. Zhang Lei, who previously spoke ill of Suyi at KTV, chimed in with a laugh, haha, I'll eat a lump if he does. Suyi glanced at the group messages, finding them quite childish. He exited QQ and opened WeChat, casually messaging Chen Qingqing. The scores will be available tomorrow morning. Have you decided which university to apply to? Chen Qingqing replied, Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Suyi asked, a music conservatory? Are you planning to attend an art school? She responded, I am an art student. Suyi teased her. No wonder. Chen Qingqing warned, don't break the guitar. Suyi assured her, don't worry, I treat it like a treasure. I even hug it while sleeping. Chen Qingqing retorted, gross. Suyi countered, I'm not hugging you. What is so gross about that? Chen Qingqing told him to be quiet. She then asked, could you send me the lyrics and melody of that song you wrote? Suyi replied, you want to sing it? After a minute of silence, he joked, how about I sell you the copyright? Then it will be yours. Chen Qingqing responded, sure, how much do you want? Suyi casually typed a number and sent it, 10,000. Chen Qingqing replied, deal. Suyi was taken aback. Wait, do you really have that much money? He followed up with, what if I ask for 50,000? Chen Qingqing said, not expensive. Suyi lamented, I regret it. Can I renegotiate? She replied, nope, we already have a deal. Send me the lyrics and melody, and I'll transfer the money to your card. Suyi felt a sense of being swindled. I feel like I'm being played. Chen Qingqing insisted, send me your card number. Suyi teased, what, afraid I'll back out? She replied, yes. Suyi said, the card is at home. I'll send it after work. Chen Qingqing mentioned, I searched online for those 2 comics you mentioned, but couldn't find them. Suyi explained, they're foreign. You want to find them domestically. Chen Qingqing responded with an O. Suyi, feeling guilty, said, enough chatter. I'm busy now, by 11:30 p.m. Suyi returned home and sent Chen Qingqing his card number. Surprised when she immediately transferred 10,000 to him, he was astonished, knowing her family was well off. But didn't he expect her to casually part with that amount as a soon-to-be college student? With her cool demeanor, beauty, and wealth, she seemed to possess all the desirable traits. Suyi, upon receiving the money notification, quickly jotted down the lyrics and melody on a piece of white paper, snapping a photo to send to Chen Qingqing. Miss, cash on delivery. We're all settled now. Chen Qingqing replied, got it. You can leave now. Suyi responded playfully, yes, ma am. Seeing Suyi's message made Chen Qingqing smile and roll around on her bed in delight. She saved the photo and began humming along with the tune. As the 3rd-ranked student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, her vocal abilities were quite remarkable. She hummed the song twice and was able to sing it smoothly. Unbeknownst to her, in the adjacent room, Jiang Meilin, dressed in pajamas, pressed her ear against the wall, eavesdropping on the sounds from her room. This song is Jiang Meilin squinted, arms crossed, murmuring to herself, could it be she really has feelings for him? On the 23rd, a Monday, which was supposed to be a workday, both Mr. Su and Zhang Hong took half a day off due to the crucial nature of the college entrance exam results being released today. How come your son hasn't he woken up yet? Mr. Su remarked. He came home late last night. Zhang Hong waved her hand. Hurry and wake him up. The scores are about to be released. We can't let this delay important matters. Today, the college entrance exam results take precedence over all else, and Zhang Hong was too anxious to sit still. Mr. Su hurried to his son's room and found Suyi sprawled on the bed. Not stirring, he called out a few times, "Son, son." Suyi was still lost in dreams, showing no sign of waking up. Mr. Su approached and playfully slapped Suyi's raised backside. "Son, time to get up. We're about to check the scores." Suyi rubbed his backside, exasperated. "Stop bothering me. Let me sleep a bit more. The exam admission ticket is on the table. Just check it yourself." Mr. Su had no choice but to return to the living room with the admission ticket. "Still not up? Not awake yet? The ticket is here. Let us check it ourselves. What's wrong with that little rascal? How can he still be sleeping at a time like this? I'm so nervous I could die." Mr. Su chuckled. His ability to sleep means he is confident. It's those who are unsure that are anxious. I'm not worried about the other subjects, but English must be decent. Just passing would be enough. Let us hope for the best. 20 minutes later, Mr. Su urged, "It's time. Hurry, give me the admission ticket. You need to log onto the website first. I can't get in.it, must be because too many people are checking. Keep refreshing." While the couple was busy outside, Suyi, after lying in bed for another half hour, realized he couldn't fall back asleep. He decided to get up and join them. "Have you checked the scores?" "Not yet. It's still loading. We can't get in. Is our internet connection poor?" Suyi sat between them, took out his phone, logged onto the score-checking website, entered his admission ticket and other related information, and clicked to query. To his surprise, the browser displayed a progress bar that froze for a moment before refreshing suddenly. It's out. Suyi was unprepared for how quickly it appeared. He thought it would take a long time to load. His gaze locked onto the English score. 125. "Looks like the answers I remembered were all correct," he exclaimed. Zhang Hong leaned over to take a look at the screen, suddenly shouting, startling Mr. Su. "What are you shouting about?" 558, 558. Zhang Hong, fearing she misread, leaned in closer and confirmed her sight before becoming so excited she could scarcely speak. Mr. Su, still in disbelief, stepped closer and frowned. "Son, how did you cheat on your English?" "Cheat on the exam? I just guessed on the questions I didn't know. Maybe I got lucky. Damn." Mr. Su stood up straight. Our family's ancestors must be smiling down. Based on last year's cutoff, this score is good enough for a top-tier university. Quick, call your parents to share the good news. Sure. Though he had anticipated this outcome, seeing his mother and Mr. Su so elated brought Suyi some comfort. He sighed in relief and messaged Qingqing. "Wei Gu, have the scores come out yet?" Qingqing replied, "Still checking." "Did you get yours?" Suyi inquired. "Yes." "What did you score?" Suyi responded, 558. "Shut up. Stop joking." Suyi sent a screenshot of the score-checking interface. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, Qingqing called, and Suyi answered on speakerphone. "Suyi, damn it, you scored 558? Are you even human? You're a beast. If I had you in front of me right now, I'd definitely take you down. How the hell did you score 120 in English? Did you see the answers or cheat?" Qingqing was a classic example of being both worried for his friend and envious of his success. Suyi, hearing his endless chatter, couldn't be bothered to respond. But soon, Aunt Wang's voice came through on the other end. Jiwei, I found out. You scored 507. Upon hearing this score, Suyi was somewhat surprised. He remembered that in his previous life, after checking the scores, Qingqing only said he did slightly better, and Suyi thought he had only scored about 10 points more. He never expected Qingqing to have also achieved over 500. "Son, 507 is definitely above the second-tier cutoff, right? Mom, that bastard Suyi scored 558. He can get into a top-tier university. Everyone has their own path. As long as you get into a second-tier school, that's good enough. I'm satisfied." At that moment, Suyi finally spoke up. "Wei Gu, let us continue practicing driving this afternoon. I'll come find you. I don't want to see you right now. Then just leave." After hanging up, Suyi was about to call again when his homeroom teacher called to inquire about the scores. Given Qingqing's consistent performance in class, he was one of the more promising candidates for undergraduate studies. And the teacher was eager to hear about his results, hoping for a few more students qualifying for bonuses this year. Hello, teacher. Qin Jiwei, have you checked your scores? Yes. Qin Jiwei's tone was somewhat dejected. The teacher thought he hadn't done well and began to offer consolation, mentioning the possibility of repeating the year. I scored 507. The teacher's tone shifted to excitement. 500 can get you into a public second-tier school. That's great. So far, you're the best in our class, aside from Li Nan. Qin Jiwei felt stifled. Teacher, do you know how much Suyi scored? The teacher replied, he scored lower than you in all 3 mock exams. I estimate he's between 450-480. Unlikely he'll make it into a second-tier school. We just spoke on the phone. He scored 558. What? The teacher's face contorted in shock. It's true. He even sent me a screenshot. What did he score in English? Over 120. He said he guessed on the questions he didn't know, and it surprisingly worked out. My goodness, he must have some extraordinary luck. The teacher exclaimed, I'm calling to confirm right now. The college entrance exam is different from regular school tests. If someone suddenly performs exceptionally well in a school exam, teachers often suspect cheating or grading errors. However, in the college entrance exam, if someone can achieve a good score through cheating, it is considered their skill. The final results are what matter. No one cares how the score was achieved. In the high school chat group, Li Nan announced, I just got a call from the homeroom teacher. I scored 509, the highest in the class. This year's second-tier cutoff is 471. Is anyone else above the undergraduate line? Duan Xingjun replied. I scored 486. Gu Mengyao added. I got 492. Line and asked, is that it? What about Qin Jiwei? Qin Jiwei shared. I got 507. Line and declared, looks like I'm the top scorer in the class. We're throwing a celebration. You all should come if you're free. Xia Hong chimed in. I told you so. Zhang Lei lamented, damn, I only scored in the 300s. My English was only 65. Qin Jiwei admonished, you two shut up. Xia Hong and Zhang Lei were taken aback. Qin Jiwei exclaimed, Suyi scored 558, surpassing the first-tier cutoff. Knowing that few would believe him, he sent a screenshot of Suyi's score, pixelating the key information before sharing it in the group. After ending the call with his teacher, Suyi saw that Qin Jiwei had revealed his exam score, feeling frustrated. Damn it, did I ask you to show off for me? Chapter 27. But then again, when the classmates saw Suyi's college entrance exam results, the group chat fell into a stunned silence. Had it not been for Qin Jiwei's screenshot, no one would have believed Suyi could score 558. While Suyi's scores in other subjects were decent, his English had always been at the bottom of the class. How did he manage to score over 120 this time? Although many speculated that Suyi might have peeked at someone else's answers, in the end, it didn't matter. After the exam, everyone would only ask about scores and never about how they were achieved. Among all the classmates, the most astonished was not Qin Jiwei, Li Nan, Xia Hong, or Zhang Lei, but Gu Mengyao. She could never have imagined Suyi surpassing the first-tier cutoff. The college entrance exam serves as a watershed moment. 985 to 11, first tier, second tier, vocational. It resembles a pyramid. The better you perform, the higher your status and the greater your future opportunities. Gu Mengyao had refrained from contacting Suyi recently because she believed Lu Qian's words held truth. Once she entered university, she would encounter more outstanding boys. Thus, she thought severing ties with Suyi was inconsequential, merely losing an emotional support figure and someone to pay for her. However, now, upon seeing Suyi's total score, regret washed over Gu Mengyao. She initially thought that after the exam results were released, the gap between her and Suyi would only widen, especially since she consistently ranked among the top in class. Yet she never anticipated that Suyi would outperform her, and by a significant margin. Her score would only qualify her for the most ordinary public university, while Suyi was now eligible for a first-tier institution. This disparity was hard for Gu Mengyao to accept. Ultimately, she could not bear the thought of Suyi thriving after parting ways with her. Mr. Su and Zhang Hong had been on the phone since 10:30 a.m., continuing until noon, notifying every relative, colleague, and friend they had regular contact with. Suyi remained the calmest in the house. During lunch, he suddenly remarked, Mom, isn't it time to fulfill your promise to me? What promise? Money. You said you would give me money if I got into a first-tier university. Zhang Hong shot a glance at Suyi, saying to Mr. Su, look at your son. He has already focused on money like you, Mr. Su. In a particularly good mood due to Suyi's excellent results, cheerfully replied, promises must be kept. I'll take the initiative and give you 5,000 to buy a new computer and phone. You'll need those for university anyway. Also, any money from your grandparents and aunts, you can keep for yourself. Suyi suggested. Dad, can we skip the graduation party? Why? It's too ostentatious. It would be better to give me the money for the party instead. Suyi proposed. If we must celebrate, let us just have a meal with family. Mr. Su and Zhang Hong exchanged glances. Agreeing that this plan was reasonable, and they readily consented to Su Ye's request, he felt thrilled. Having taken another step closer to becoming a millionaire, I find myself still in the phase of accumulating initial capital. With just 2 months remaining, if I could secure an additional 50,000 yuan, it would greatly expand my operational scope. However, parental funds remain just that, parental funds. Working summer jobs yields only meager earnings, leading me to naturally consider the affluent Chen Qingqing. After finishing my meal, I returned to my room and sent a message to Chen Qingqing. Have you checked your scores? I inquired. Yes. She replied. Does yes imply you were accepted? I pressed. Indeed, she confirmed. Congratulations, as expected. What about you? She asked. Not bad. I passed the first-tier threshold, I replied. What do you want from me? She queried. Actually, nothing much, I admitted. Don't you have any friends? She continued. Not many. I responded that I'm heading to the recording studio this afternoon. Want to join? She offered. Sure. I accepted. Aren't you supposed to be studying for your driving test? She reminded. I'll just be working at the driving school. What time are we leaving? Send me the address. I'll have Aunt Wang pick you up, she instructed. All right, I agreed. What do you mean? She asked. Just a slip of the finger. It means okay, I clarified. Later that day, my friend Wei called. Hurry up. I'm not going to practice driving this afternoon. Why? I asked why girlfriend suddenly invited me out. What nonsense? I retorted. I said my girlfriend invited me out this afternoon. I'm going on a date. You're ridiculous. You're just slightly better looking, a bit taller, scored higher on the college entrance exam, and found a girlfriend faster than I did. Why have you been insulting me all day? Around 3 in the afternoon, Wang Rushua drove Chen Qingqing to the entrance of my community, where I was already waiting. Upon seeing the car stop, I got in. It was a business van with 3 rows of seats. Wang Rushua sat in the front, Chen Qingqing occupied the second row, and I took the seat next to her. You're not going to the studio to record the song I wrote for you, are you? I teased. Why else would I buy it? She replied coldly. Are you planning to post it online after recording? I asked. I haven't thought that far ahead. She responded. I chuckled. Then why bother? Because I want to, she insisted. But if this song becomes popular online, will you share the profits with me? I pressed. No, she replied. Why not? I wrote the song. I protested. I've bought the rights. She stated firmly. You're ruthless. Our typical banter had taken on a flirtatious tone in Wang Rushua's ears. She sensed that something had shifted between us, as we were no longer merely friends. The car eventually stopped outside a professional recording studio. Chen Qingqing appeared quite familiar with the place, walking in with ease while I followed closely behind. Inside the recording studio, she began singing If One Day I Become Wealthy with an air of confidence. The lyrics were quite lively, and her usual icy demeanor transformed into a somewhat endearing charm as she sang. Wearing headphones, I sat outside, resting my chin on my hand while tapping my fingers to the rhythm, unable to suppress a smile. As a perfectionist, Chen Qingqing insisted on re-recording even the slightest imperfection in her singing. Time slipped away as I listened to her repeat the song, enjoying the cool air conditioning by evening. After transferring the recorded audio files to a USB drive, we finally emerged from the studio. Glancing at the time, I remarked, there's no time to head home. It seems we'll have to grab a bite out. Chen Qingqing pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about barbecue? Too greasy, I countered. What about hataleo? Actually, too much hataleo isn't good either. It's too stimulating for the skin and can lead to breakouts, I explained. Chen Qingqing seemed to anticipate my thoughts and interrupted, I'll treat. I quickly replied, but on the other hand, an occasional indulgence isn't a problem. Qingqing, don't misunderstand. I'm not someone who relies on others for meals. You treat me this time, and I'll definitely treat you next time. What did you just call me? She asked. I hesitated. She promptly stepped on my foot, causing me to yelp in pain. With a mischievous grin, she said, Who told you to call me that? You are being ridiculous. I isn't that what your mother calls you, I retorted. Chen Qingqing wore black shoes with a 2 to 3 centimeter heel, and the weight of her step made my eyes water. She turned away, dismissing me. My mother is my mother, and you are you. Without my permission, you're not allowed to call me that. I plopped down on a nearby stone pillar, struggling to recover from the pain. Noticing my silence, she cast a glance back and realized her step had been a bit too forceful. Can you still walk? She asked. No, I replied. Then don't shout. Just as I was about to speak, an elderly man with a cane passed between us. He glanced at me and then at Qingqing, offering a sage-like piece of advice. Don't quarrel, young couple. It's common for couples to bicker. Don't let it affect your feelings. He continued on, oblivious to the fact that Qingqing's face had turned crimson. I chose to remain silent until Wang Rushua's car stopped at the curb. Qingqing hurriedly climbed in, and as I attempted to follow, Wang Rushua unexpectedly drove away. Hey, I'm not on board yet. Wang Rushua glanced at the flushed Qingqing in the rearview mirror and then saw me trailing behind, hands on my knees, panting heavily. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked, Qingqing, aren't you going to help him? No. Qingqing replied. Wang Rushua continued driving. Noticing the car had distanced itself, I limped forward, contemplating whether to message the boss, informing her that I would be late. After a moment's thought, I decided against it. I bought a handheld pancake from a street vendor and planned to catch a taxi to the bar. After a short walk, I found a place to sit down, removed my shoes, and peeled off my socks, only to discover a small bruise on my left big toe. What I didn't notice was that the business van had turned around and parked nearby. Qingqing pressed down the car window, staring at me sitting on the curb, momentarily frozen. Regret washed over her, realizing her earlier anger had led to my injury. After a couple of minutes of contemplation in the car, she stepped out and approached me, noting the bruise on my foot. Guilt flooded her heart. That I'm sorry, she said, the first time she had ever apologized to anyone. I slowly lifted my gaze, her delicate features coming into view, and I found myself at a loss for words. We exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity. Finally, I broke the silence. Are you still inviting me to Hadaleo? Qingqing paused, feeling a bit shy as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then nodded, yes, in the glow of the setting sun. Her profile seemed ethereal, her ear turning a delightful shade of pink. I slipped on my shoes and joined her in the car. Together, we ventured to the mall, where we enjoyed the most lavish meal of Hadaleo I had ever experienced. In an attempt to alleviate her guilt, Qingqing generously let me order numerous dishes. Despite her presence, I couldn't help but eat with unrestrained enthusiasm. Qingqing, who typically ate very little, spent most of the meal watching me, and eventually, she couldn't help but smile. What's so funny? I asked. You eat like a pig, she teased. I rolled my eyes and continued devouring my meal. Once satisfied, I patted my stomach and let out a contented burp. I have to get to work now. Does your foot need medical attention? She asked. No need. A good night's sleep will suffice. I've been stepped on before while playing basketball, but never with such force, I explained. Had you not come back to find me, would you have? She hesitated. No. I assured her I understood she was worried that this incident might drive a wedge between us. I grabbed a napkin, shook my head, and smiled. Heaven sent me to be your friend. After dropping me off at the bar, Qingqing reflected on my last words as she drove home. Our first encounter by the lakeside, a second chance meeting at the bar, and a third at the bank. Could it truly all be coincidence? Once home, Qingqing changed into white slippers and collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a lengthy pause, she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat. After much hesitation, she finally typed out a message to me. I've made a decision. Having just arrived at the bar, I quickly replied. What have you decided? Qingqing hesitated, lifting her phone and then putting it down again. Finally, gathering her courage, she sent a message, immediately flipping her phone face down on the sofa, unable to bear the thought of reading my response. I've decided to be friends with you. Are we friends now? What were we before? I replied. After a long silence, she slowly picked up her phone, peering through her fingers at my message, before quickly typing back. I don't know, am I still a guy? I asked. Yes, she confirmed. So now I'm your friend, right? I pressed. Yes. Then you can tell others I'm your boyfriend, and I'll tell others you're my girlfriend. Absolutely not, she exclaimed. Absolutely not, she repeated. Why are you so agitated? I asked. Listen, you're not allowed to do that, she insisted. That I got it, I replied. Though we are friends now, you're not allowed to like me. Just watch me. As I concluded my response, there was no further conversation. I intended to tease her, which indeed irked her greatly. Lying on the sofa, she kicked her legs in frustration, ultimately taking her anger out on the plush doryman I had gifted her. After spending half an hour in the bathroom, Qingqing emerged wearing her pajamas. Instead of resting, She powered on her computer and listened to the song we recorded earlier that day while words echoed in her mind, leading her to ponder whether she should share the song online. Many online singers thrived without participating in competitions or gaining celebrity status, like Su Song and Wang Sulong, who had dominated the charts in previous years. After much deliberation, she logged into the creator's backend on NetEase Cloud and uploaded the song, opting to use the pseudonym Chen Zijing. The name stemmed from the line Qingqing Zijing, Yuyua Xin, which resonated with her. Once the song was successfully uploaded, she shut down her computer and went to bed, leaving the lights on in the soft embrace of her bed. She was alone, save for the small doryman she had won from a claw machine. At the music tavern, upon arriving, Pei Yue curiously inquired about my college entrance exam results. Learning that I had passed the first-tier threshold, she playfully asked, "Should I reward you for that? Just a red envelope will do. I don't need 1,000 or 2. A few hundred would suffice," I replied. Rolling her eyes, Pei Yue remarked, "What's wrong with you? You're so young. Why are you only thinking about money?" "What can I say? I'm poor," I lamented. "Just now, I had to depend on Qingqing to treat me. It was so embarrassing that the cashier looked at me oddly during checkout." Pei Yue hadn't anticipated our rapid progression. "So, what's the status between you two?" she inquired. "Just friends," I stated. "Just friends? What else would it be?" With a mischievous smile, Pei Yue added, "That girl seems so cold. You being friends is already a significant step forward. Keep it up." Just as I was about to respond, Pei Yue glanced at the entrance and said, "We have guests. Go greet them." I turned around, my expression immediately changing upon seeing the newcomers, Gu Mengyao and Lu Qian. I quickly realized that Qin Jiwei had betrayed my whereabouts, causing my mood to plummet as I approached them reluctantly. "What brings you here?" I asked. Before Gu Mengyao could respond, her good friend Lu Qian interjected, "We just came to drink." Gu Mengyao nodded in agreement. "Yes, we came to drink." I had no interest in engaging with them, so I exchanged a glance with Zhou Ying and headed to the restroom. Zhou Ying understood my signal and stepped up to ask what they would like to drink. When I returned to the counter, Pei Yue, having picked up on the awkwardness, leaned in and whispered, "Do you know them?" "Classmates," I replied. "Why don't you chat with them a bit?" she encouraged. I shook my head, not in the mood. Pei Yue smirked. "What's wrong? Are they your ex-girlfriends?" "Not quite. I just don't want to associate with them right now. It's too troublesome." Pei Yue chuckled, understanding without needing further clarification. She had noticed something when Gu Mengyao entered. They say girls undergo the most significant transformations during their first year of college. In high school, they were focused on studies, adhering to strict dress codes, and rarely wore makeup. College, however, allowed them to embrace their appearance, don stylish outfits, and experiment with cosmetics. However, Gu Mengyao was already preoccupied with these three matters. Pei Yue, being a person with experience, understood that such girls mature too early and harbor deep schemes. The two girls ventured into a tavern late at night, clearly not for the sole purpose of drinking. Pei Yue felt a twinge of curiosity about their true intentions. Gu Mengyao and Lu Qian each ordered a cocktail, while Su Yi stood by the bar, engaged in cheerful banter with Zhang Xiaowan and Zhou Ying. Noticing Su Ye's indifference to approaching her, Gu Mengyao felt a pang of defeat. Lu Qian, perceiving her despondency, directly inquired, "Su Yi, which city do you plan to attend university in? Is it a provincial capital or somewhere else?" Lu Qian was someone Su Yi knew well. She was Gu Mengyao's so-called strategist, mistakenly believing she understood men, when in reality, she knew little. After 3 years of university, she seemingly settled for a cashier job in Jiangzhou, having dismissed any suitor before the age of 25, only to panic afterward, heavily made up. Yet finding no one interested in her, it seemed she was approaching 30 without having married. Previously, Su Yi had refrained from offending Lu Qian out of consideration for Gu Mengyao. But now, he simply remarked, "What does that have to do with you?" Lu Qian was left stunned. It dawned on her that Gu Mengyao's assertions were indeed true. The Su Yi now was not the same as the one she once knew. "How can you speak like that? We are classmates after all," Lu Qian stammered, lacking confidence in her words. Su Yi scoffed, uninterested in further engagement. Gu Mengyao, unable to contain herself any longer, turned to Su Yi and asked, "Su Yi, you told me before that you would attend university in the same city as me. Have you forgotten?" "I forgot," he replied curtly. "Why are you acting this way? Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Gu Mengyao questioned, her expression pleading, but Su Yi felt no sympathy, only annoyance. He believed this matter needed resolution, so he declared, "There's no misunderstanding. I already have a girlfriend. Please keep your distance." I fear she might misunderstand. Why, you have a girlfriend? Gu Mengyao echoed in disbelief. Lu Qian immediately interjected. Suyi, whom are you trying to fool? We just finished our college entrance exams. When would you have had time to find a girlfriend? Gu Mengyao added. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Suyi replied coldly. You are such a jerk. Lu Qian stood up indignantly and declared, Mengyao, let us go. Don't bother with him anymore. He's just a lunatic. What is there to be proud of for merely getting into a good university? Wait, Suyi commanded. Halting their steps, he pointed at the 2 cocktails on the table and said, You haven't paid the bill yet. Upon hearing this, Gu Mengyao and Lu Qian's expressions shifted, one in disbelief, the other in panic. With reddened eyes, Gu Mengyao approached to settle the bill and said to Suyi, Suyi, don't regret this. Rest assured, I never will. Chapter 30. The wise do not fall in love. Not long after leaving the tavern, Gu Mengyao began to cry. She had come to see Suyi that night after much psychological preparation. Previously, Suyi would always be the one to seek her out. Tonight marked Gu Mengyao's first proactive approach towards him. She felt she had made a concession, yet the shift in their dynamic, coupled with Suyi's icy demeanor, was too much for her to accept. Lu Qian gently patted Gu Mengyao's back, offering comfort. Mengyao, don't be like this. Didn't you say you weren't planning on dating during high school? Gu Mengyao replied, I only said I wouldn't date in high school, not that I wouldn't in college. Do you truly like him? Lu Qian asked. Gu Mengyao sniffled, feeling wronged. I just feel a sudden void without him. It's unsettling. Lu Qian laughed. Don't worry. Once you're in college, you'll encounter many handsome men even more charming than Suyi. Surely, many will pursue you. Do you think Suyi is telling the truth? What truth? That he has a girlfriend. That must be a lie. We just finished our exams a month ago, and he has been busy working over the summer. When would he have found time for a girlfriend? Gu Mengyao stated, I want to confirm. Lu Qian pondered for a moment before suggesting, why don't you ask Qingqing? He is close with Suyi. He must know. Gu Mengyao nodded and took out her phone to message Qingqing. Rose girl, are you there? Autistic patient, busy gaming. If you have something to say, make it quick. Rose girl, did Suyi find a new girlfriend? Autistic patient, did you see it? Rose girl, is it true? Autistic patient, it should be true. Suyi mentioned it a few days ago. Upon reading this, Gu Mengyao chose not to reply. Lu Qian, after reviewing their conversation, remarked, don't worry. His girlfriend can't possibly be more beautiful than you. Once you find a boyfriend who surpasses him in every way, Suyi will definitely regret it. Gu Mengyao remained silent, her expression lost in thought. Just as they departed, Pei Yue, having just finished her manicure, placed her delicate hand on Suyi's shoulder and cheerfully asked, Now, tell me, what is going on? Long story, no matter. It's a long night. Take your time. Suyi looked Pei Yue up and down, his gaze lingering before hastily averting his eyes. Boss lady, why are you so nosy? Pei Yue playfully patted Suyi's back. Stop stalling. Spill it, or I'll dock your pay. The girl earlier, I pursued her throughout high school, only to realize she was stringing me along, keeping me as a backup. After the exams, I stopped pursuing her. It's as simple as that. Pei Yue mused. So, did she approach you because of your academic success? Perhaps, but I think she is just used to having someone around to fawn over her. When that attention vanished, she felt embarrassed. Quite bold of you to declare dislike so openly. Suyi chuckled. The wise do not fall in love. And what about you and Qingqing, friends? Do you understand what that means? Suyi then wrapped an arm around Pei Yue and cheekily asked, Xiaowan, Zhouing, do you think I match well with the boss lady? Oh, you're incorrigible, daring to joke about me. Pei Yue pinched Suyi's waist, prompting him to feign pain and quickly retreat. Home, driving school, tavern. This monotonous routine continued until the end of the month. One morning, Suyi arrived early at Qingqing's house, as they were to fill out their university applications. Suyi had already decided on applying to the Shanghai Financial Academy. Meanwhile, Qingqing grappled with his options. If he stayed within the province, he could attend a decent university, but moving to Shanghai would likely land him in a lower-tier institution due to higher admission scores. Suyi, why do you want to go to Shanghai? Suyi answered without hesitation. Shanghai is a first-tier city with abundant opportunities. If I study in the provincial capital, even after graduation, I'd probably end up working in another province. Qingqing lacked any plans for the future, a sentiment shared by many of his peers, who remained uncertain about their paths. They were unaware that the choice of university or major could significantly impact their lives. Suyi, recommend a university for me. Suyi suggested, how about the Shanghai University of Applied Technology? He recommended this institution knowing it would soon be renamed Shanghai University of Applied Technology after 2 years. Noticing Qingqing hesitating, Sui continued, "Why not ask your parents? They wouldn't understand. They just want me to figure it out myself." Sui patted Qingqing on the shoulder, "Then just trust me. Following my lead will be the right choice." "All right. I'll follow your advice. If I struggle to find a job, I'll prepare for civil service exams in my junior and senior years." After some deliberation, they quickly filled out their applications. By midday, they had completed the application process, and in the afternoon, they headed to the vehicle management office to take the first subject test. Sui had no issues, while Qingqing had been diligently reviewing questions. Fresh from the college entrance exams, his mind was still sharp, making the test a breeze. After completing the test, they each returned home. Upon opening the door, Sui discovered guests in the house. And, seated on the sofa were Zhang Hong and a woman named Zhang Lan, who was laughing and chatting. At 36, Zhang Lan worked as a nurse in a public hospital in the city. Upon seeing Suyi, she smiled. "Little Yi is back." Suyi Gij, a small girl, Wang Yusin, sprang up from beside Zhang Lan and eagerly approached Suyi. She was Suyi's cousin, soon to enter middle school, and he had watched her grow when he lived at his grandmother's house during her elementary school years. "Wang Yusin, you've grown so tall." Wang Yusin, who had been cheerful, suddenly put her hands on her hips and pouted, displaying her displeasure. Standing at only 1.50 meters, she barely reached Suyi's chest. Unlike boys, who continue to grow through high school, girls typically stop developing around the age of 15. Seeing Wang Yusin in her denim overalls, pouty and sullen, Suyi affectionately ruffled her hair. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Wang Yusin immediately complained. "Mom, look at Suyi Gij." Zhang Lan chuckled. "He's just teasing you." "Stinky Suyi Gij, if you keep messing with my hair, I won't grow anymore," Wang Yusin declared, turning away in a huff. Suyi joined the adults in conversation, and as they finished chatting, Zhang Lan prepared to leave, slipping Suyi a red envelope. He accepted it without hesitation, knowing he was in need of money. "Little Yi, I've noticed your face has become increasingly thick-skinned. Your aunt gives you money, and you don't even try to decline?" Mom, when Yusin gets into college, I'll return the favor." Suyi quipped. "By the way, Yusin, why are you still here?" Zhang Hong explained. "Your aunt is going to a hospital for an exchange program, and Yusin will be staying with us for a while." "Wait, our house only has 2 rooms. Where will she sleep?" Suyi questioned. Zhang Hong replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, she'll sleep in your room." Suyi protested. "Mom, Yusin is practically an adult now. You can't do this. It's improper for boys and girls to share a room." "What are you thinking? You'll sleep on the sofa in the living room." WTF. Chapter 31. Suyi Gij, "Mom, in this sweltering heat, the living room has no air conditioning. How can you expect me to sleep there? Am I not your son?" Zhang Hong remained unfazed. She had only said it casually. After Suyi's success in the entrance exams, she would never truly make him sleep in the living room. Seeing her reaction, Suyi firmly stated, "I don't care. I'm sleeping in my bed. If you want Yusin to sleep in my room, she can just sleep with me. I'm thick-skinned and won't care what others say." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong smacked Suyi on the back of his head. "How did I give birth to such a shameless child? Yusin will sleep with me tonight, and your dad will sleep on the floor. That's more reasonable." After the college entrance exams, Zhang Hong noticed her son had become much more outgoing, which she considered a good thing, though she found it peculiar. However, she wondered how he had become so thick-skinned. After all, no one in the Lao Su family had ever been so bold at that moment. Wang Yusin, with a hint of pride, declared, "I don't want to sleep in your room. Boys' rooms are always smelly. Why farts smell like flowers? How disgusting." Seeing her pinching her nose in distaste, Suyi sat beside her with a playful grin. "How did your final exams go?" "4th in our class, 13th in the school." "Dio, you want to know my scores in each subject?" Suyi paused, having forgotten that his little cousin had always excelled in her studies. From elementary to high school, she had consistently ranked at the top, eventually gaining admission to Zhejiang University, making her a rarity in their family. Suyi had initially asked about her grades to tease Wang Yusin, but now found himself at a loss for words. Wang Yusin, noticing Suyi's silence, leaned in closer, sweetly saying, "Suyi Gij, I heard from my aunt that you're working at a tavern during the summer." "It's a bar. Can you take me with you?" Suyi replied sternly, "Absolutely not. You're a child. Stay home obediently." Wang Yusin clung to Suyi's arm, coaxing softly, "Please, Suyi Gij." At her age, girls often start to rebel, but Wang Yusin was still relatively well-behaved. Many girls around 13 or 14 had already begun associating with unsavory characters. That won't work. I'll be back late at night. Even if I take you out, your aunt wouldn't approve. Wang Yusin pouted, looking quite pitiful. Suyi sighed. Resigned? All right, I'll take you out tomorrow. Great. Wang Yusin exclaimed, I want to watch a movie, buy new clothes, and eat barbecue and crayfish. Stop right there. I only said I'd take you out. I didn't say anything about movies or food. I'm broke. Wang Yusin shot him a sideways glance. Wrinkling her nose, you're so stingy that I'm broke. But your mom just gave you a red envelope. That money is for other uses. Wang Yusin rolled her eyes but finally waved her small hand. Forget it. I don't need your money. I have my own. Wang Yusin's father was a chief physician, earning significantly more than Su Ye's family. With this thought, Suyi wrapped an arm around Wang Yusin's shoulders and whispered, Yusin, let me see how much money you have. What do you want it for? I'll keep it safe for you. Just as Wang Yusin was about to answer, Zhang Heng appeared behind them, grabbing Suyi by the ear. Are you trying to swindle your cousin's money? How shameful, Mom. That hurts, Yusin. Don't listen to your Suyi Gij. Keep your money safe. Okay. Later that evening, after returning from the tavern, Suyi washed up and sat on his bed, browsing recent news and checking the stock market. The 5,000 yuan his mother had given him was already invested in stocks, along with the 10,000 yuan Qingqing had gifted him for buying songs, which had also been transferred to his securities account. Now, Suyi's stock account boasted nearly 18,000 yuan, a considerable sum for a soon-to-be university student, yet still far from his goal of becoming a millionaire within a year. With a sigh, he thought of Chen Qingqing whenever he felt his funds were insufficient. He opened WeChat and messaged her. Are you asleep? Upon receiving Suyi's message, Chen Qingqing sat up from the sofa, her slender fingers typing quickly. Not that early, Suyi replied. Why is it that when I don't take the initiative to contact you, you never reach out to chat? Chen Qingqing responded. Why should I reach out to you? Suyi, did you not say that we are already friends? Chen Qingqing, does being friends mean we have to chat every day? Suyi, certainly. Chen Qingqing, but I do not know what to talk about. Suyi. We can discuss interests, hobbies, the past, the future, the people we've encountered, the landscapes we've seen, and thoughts that come to mind. Sometimes we can even delve into the essence of life. Chen Qingqing, I do not wish to stay at home tomorrow. I will treat you to dinner. Suyi. Why do you want to treat me out of the blue? Chen Qingqing, because you eat like a pig. Suyi, I promised my little cousin I would take her shopping tomorrow afternoon. Would you like to join us? Chen Qingqing, I do not enjoy large crowds. Suyi. She is a primary school student? Just a child. Chen Qingqing. All right then, Suyi. Tomorrow afternoon, await my message. Chen Qingqing. Okay. Suyi. Good night. As friends, you must understand the importance of reciprocity. 2 minutes later. Chen Qingqing. Good night. The next morning. Suyi Gijit felt as if someone was calling his soul beside his ear. Suyi groggily awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see Wang Yusin beside him. After regaining his composure, he sighed in relief and asked, What are you doing? Wang Yusin mumbled, Suyi Gij. It is already past 8 o'clock, Suyi replied. I only fell asleep at midnight last night. Please let me sleep a little longer, all right? Wang Yusin obediently responded, Okay. Half an hour later, in a fairy tale-like magical castle. A dreamy aroma spreads, the magic permeates the universe, protecting every smile, activating the barrier, allowing dreams to grow taller. In the living room, Wang Yusin's sharp singing pierced the air. The song, titled Magic Castle, was a new release by TFBOYS in March of this year. At this moment, they were not yet famous, but in a month, after the release of Left Hand Right Hand in slow motion, they would gradually rise to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Listening to the song reverberating from the living room, Suyi felt on the verge of mental chaos. Disheveled, he emerged from his room and saw Wang Yusin bouncing on the sofa with her phone. He despondently walked into the bathroom. 10 minutes later. While having breakfast, Wang Yusin, Suyi Gij, when are we going shopping? Suyi, in the afternoon. Wang Yusin, what time in the afternoon? Suyi, I will let you know. Wang Yusin, so what are we having for lunch? Suyi, something unmentionable. Wang Yusin, why are you ignoring me? Wang Yusin, will it just be the two of us shopping in the afternoon? Suyi, there is one more person. Wang Yusin, who? Suyi, an older sister. Wang Yusin, older sister? Chapter 32. Boys are all about face at 2:15 in the afternoon. Beneath a stone laurel tree at the entrance of the community, Wang Yusin continued her incessant chatter while Suyi felt increasingly morose. Having had a poor night's sleep and now being bombarded by the incessant chatter of a little girl, he was somewhat irritated by the sun's glare and covered Wang Yusin's mouth with his hand. Be quiet. If you continue talking, I will leave you at home. Muffled sounds escaped Wang Yusin's lips. Her cheeks flushed, and she struggled to speak. Give me some peace, Su Yi exclaimed loudly, and Wang Yusin immediately fell silent. Her expressive eyes fixed on him. Su Yi could not bear to see a girl with tearful eyes, especially not a little girl like Wang Yusin. His heart softened, and he released her mouth in an instant. Wang Yusin raised her tiny fist to strike Su Yi, who swiftly stepped back, placing his hand on her forehead. Mean brother, bad brother. Wang Yusin's playful punches did not hurt Su Yi in the slightest. This scene was precisely witnessed by Chen Qingqing, who was seated in the car nearby. Yes, the vehicle stopped beside them. Su Yi quickly called out, "The car is here, Wang Yusin, stand still." Seeing the car, Wang Yusin shot a furious glance at Su Yi before turning her head toward the business vehicle by the roadside. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a flawless face. Just as Su Yi was about to speak, Wang Yusin quickly adjusted her expression and exclaimed, "Su Yi Gij, this older sister is so beautiful," lacking any sense. One would think she should call her sister-in-law instead of just older sister. Chen Qingqing, who seldom ventured out, felt a bit shy at the straightforward compliment. Su Yi gently tugged at Wang Yusin's hair, pulling her behind him as he stepped forward to open the car door. "Let me introduce my cousin, Wang Yusin, just graduated from elementary school." "Sixth grade is not elementary school. I say it is." Chen Qingqing replied with a simple and said, "Get in the car." Su Yi rubbed his hands together, already feeling the cool air conditioning from inside the car. "Make some space." Chen Qingqing coldly replied, "You sit in the passenger seat." Su Yi insisted, "Let my cousin sit in front. She gets car sick." Wang Yusin protested. "I don't get car sick," Chen Qingqing reiterated. "You sit in the passenger seat. Your cousin sits with me." "Fine." Before Su Yi could respond, Wang Yusin pushed him aside and climbed into the car, with Chen Qingqing adjusting her seat for her. Su Yi felt exasperated, thinking to himself that he would never bring along this troublesome little girl again. Su Yi opened the passenger door and saw Wang Rushue in the driver's seat and forced a smile as he greeted her. "Aunt Wang." Wang Rushue asked directly, "Where are we going?" "Walking Street," Su Yi replied. Chen Qingqing added, "Why not go to the mall for shopping?" Su Yi explained, "The mall has branded items that are too expensive. The clothes on the walking street are cheaper." Chen Qingqing, wanting to get some fresh air, had no shortage of clothes, so she did not debate further. Wang Rushue, seeing this, drove toward the walking street. "Older sister, you are so fair. Older sister, your legs are so long. You must be 1.7 meters tall. Older sister, my brother is so foolish. How did you meet him?" Su Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. "Wang Yusin, if you say one more word, I will toss you out of the car." "This isn't your car. Why do you care?" Su Yi was left speechless. Chen Qingqing, noticing the strained expression on Su Yi's face, slightly lifted the corners of her mouth and asked, "How old are you?" 13. Chen Qingqing and Wang Yusin, one a chatterbox and the other taciturn, surprisingly did not create the awkwardness Su Yi feared. Instead, they complemented each other. With Wang Yusin's rapid-fire questions, Chen Qingqing found herself engaging in conversation with her. Su Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly, realizing that this little girl did have some usefulness. Wang Rushue observed everything silently, intending to report to Jiang Mailin later about Chen Qingqing's activities throughout the day, as it was part of her duties. Before long, the business street came into view near the walking street. Su Yi opened the car door and exited, followed by Chen Qingqing and Wang Yusin, who also got out. Su Yi pointed to a barber shop ahead and said, "I want to get a haircut first." Before Chen Qingqing could respond, Wang Yusin took Chen Qingqing's hand and said, "You go get a haircut. I'll go shopping with my sister." "Me? Older sister, let's go." Chen Qingqing was led away by Wang Yusin, who seemed to hit it off instantly with her, chatting and laughing as if Su Yi were the unnecessary third wheel. Su Yi resignedly walked into a nearby barber shop, where the barber quickly approached him. "Hey, handsome, getting a haircut." The term handsome in barbershops loses its credibility. Every man is called handsome, and every woman is dubbed beautiful. Su Yi nodded and went to wash his hair first. As he sat down in front of the mirror, the barber picked up the clippers. "Wait, what are you doing? Cutting your hair? Why are you using clippers right away? Don't you want to ask how I want it cut?" The barber thought to himself. Isn't it just cutting the sides short and trimming the top while leaving the bangs untouched? However, seeing Su Ye's agitation, he still inquired, "How do you want it cut?" "Give me a textured crop." Noticing the barber's confusion, Su Yi realized that this hairstyle was not yet popular in the country. He sighed lightly. "Forget it, just cut it as I say, but first put down the clippers." Su Yi was terrified of the clippers. What if he ended up with a bowl cut? How would he face others? First, cut the sides, leaving about 3 centimeters, and ensure a natural transition. The back should be similar, ideally a C-shaped arc, so it looks full. Leave around 12 to 13 centimeters on top, fluffy, and thin out the bangs. Suyi began directing the barber like a teacher. What should have taken 5 minutes stretched to a full 15 minutes. After washing his hair, Suyi picked up the hairdryer and dried his hair himself, casually styling it into a side part. The barber was left dumbfounded. This hairstyle seems a bit stylish. Handsome, what did you call this hairstyle? A textured crop. Suyi set down the dryer, paid, and left with a flourish. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently propelled the domestic hairdressing industry forward by a significant leap. At this moment, inside a women's clothing store. Boss, how much is this dress? 100.50. I'll buy it for 50. Hey, little girl, you can't just cut the price in half like that. Are you selling it or not? If not, I will leave. All right, just don't go. Here is the money. Little girl, how old are you? What grade are you in? I'll be in the first year of middle school when school starts. Young but savvy. Boss, if you keep talking like that, I won't buy it. I was complimenting you. Qingqing watched in amazement as Wang Yusin swiftly bargained down a t-shirt that was originally priced at 150. The entire process was seamless. She had not expected that buying clothes could involve haggling, nor that Wang Yusin had mastered this skill at such a young age. Older sister, let us go. Qingqing, puzzled. Is that all you're buying? Wang Yusin smiled. Yes, I have enough clothes that I want to save some money to buy clothes for Suyi Gij. Buying for him? Wang Yusin nodded obediently, then leaned closer to Qingqing, whispering, he is too stingy. I saw a hole in the underwear he left on the balcony this morning. Don't tell anyone. Okay. Boys care about their image. Chapter 33. Come here for a kiss. A hole in his underwear? For some reason, after Wang Yusin said this, an image flashed in Qingqing's mind, leaving her feeling embarrassed and awkward. Her face flushed bright as soon as they exited the women's clothing store. Suyi, who had just finished his haircut and was searching for them, spotted them instantly, primarily because Qingqing stood out in the crowd. 1.71 meters tall. She was already considered tall among southern women, and her skin, akin to creamy jade, shone brilliantly under the sun. Suyi Gij, you look even more handsome after your haircut. I've always been handsome. Suye's previous hairstyle was quite similar to Qingji Wei's, with long hair that had a somewhat shaggy appearance. Now, with a cleaner look, he appeared more radiant. Upon seeing him, Qingqing initially thought she had made a mistake, only to realize she had been staring at his face for quite a while. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for you to stare at me like that. Qingqing quickly averted her gaze, retorting, who is staring at you? Don't say such things. Qingqing, your ears are a bit red. They are a bit warm. Qingqing fished out a bottle of foreign brand sunscreen spray from her small bag. She lifted her head, closed her eyes, and sprayed it evenly on her face, neck, arms, and her fair, delicate legs. As she bent down to spray her legs, she noticed Suyi had been staring at her, or rather, at her legs. She instinctively aimed the sunscreen spray at Suyi and sprayed it. Suyi waved his hands. What are you doing? Who told you to stare at me? Looking doesn't cost anything. Just as the two were about to bicker, Wang Yusin stepped between them, smiling. Qingqing, is this sunscreen spray? Yes. Can I have a little too? Qingqing smiled. Sure. Wang Yusin effortlessly diffused the conflict between the two and then continued to shop with Suyi on the walking street. Soon, Wang Yusin turned into a men's clothing store. Suyi glanced at the sign outside and then at the clothes inside, exclaiming, Wang Yusin, are you in the wrong place? This is a men's clothing store. I'm not mistaken. Your jeans have turned white from washing. Don't you want to buy clothes? Suyi, I have no money. Wang Yusin smiled brightly. I have some. You're going to use your money to buy me clothes? Yes. Suyi paused, then dramatically wiped his non-existent tears. I'm so touched, Wang Yusin. From today on, you are my little sister. Come here for a kiss. Wang Yusin rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging with him, and continued to pick out clothes in the store. Qingqing shot Suyi a glance, coldly remarking, stop pretending. Your smile is too wide. Suyi stepped into the store, watching as Wang Yusin seriously selected clothes for herself. He felt a surge of emotion. During university, Suyi had maintained contact with Wang Yusin, but after graduation, work took precedence, and their communication diminished. Later, when he married Gu Mengyao, one time when Wang Yusin visited, Gu Mengyao became jealous of Suye's cousin, leading him to avoid inviting Wang Yusin over again, and their bond gradually faded. Sitting in the waiting area, Suyi watched Wang Yusin and Qingqing discuss which clothes looked good. a fatherly smile gradually appearing on his face. Suyi Gij, how about this one? As long as it's not too flashy, I'm fine with it. Then try this on first. Suyi laughed and rushed to try on the clothes. A plain white t-shirt and a pair of black summer casual pants. A simple black and white combination. Yet when he wore them, it seemed as if they were tailor-made for him. Wang Yusin circled around him, her hands clasped at her chest, one hand resting on her chin as she asked, Qingqing Jia, what do you think? Acceptable, I think it looks great. Wang Yusin turned to Qingqing grinning. Qingqing Jia, you think so too, right? Qingqing replied quietly with a soft Then came the moment for Wang Yusin to bargain with the shopkeeper, but with Su Ye's involvement, the negotiations became even more vigorous. Wang Yusin had spent no more than half, while Su Yi had only spent a third before arriving. For a 100 yuan t-shirt, he boldly offered 30. 4 pants priced at 160. He dared to propose 60. To Chan Qingqing's astonishment, he successfully haggled. My goodness, does the owner not fear incurring a loss in such business? Ultimately, Wang Yusin spent just over 200 yuan to buy Su Yi 2 t-shirts and a pair of pants. Once Su Yi changed his clothes and hairstyle, he seemed like an entirely different person. Tio put it in Northeast dialect. The young man was now exceptionally beautiful. What shall we do now? Let us indulge in some delicious food. Su Yi, dear brother, my pockets are shallow. Could you hold my phone and the clothes I just bought? It's difficult to refuse such a request, as one who eats is beholden to the giver. Qingqing glanced over and handed her bag to Su Yi as well. What are you doing? Just take it. Are you treating me as a servant? Qingqing replied, I'll treat you tonight. Su Yi responded, Miss Chen, if you have any further requests, please feel free to command me. I promise to be at your service for 12 hours. Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Why not 24? Su Yi replied, if you still wish for my company at night, that would incur a different price. However, for now, I am merely selling my labor, not my body. Su Yi. Women have an innate affinity for shopping, and Wang Yusin is a living testament to this. Initially, one might have thought Qingqing would be an exception, yet she and Wang Yusin ended up shopping for an entire afternoon. Little did Su Yi know that Chen Qingqing's reluctance to go out was not due to being a homebody, but rather her uncertainty about where to go or what to do. Consequently, when alone, she preferred to stay at home. This afternoon, although Chen Qingqing did not purchase a single item or spend a dime, she felt an immense joy. Throughout, Su Yi played the role of a devoted companion, trailing after the two as they browsed various stores. This left Su Yi feeling more exhausted than working part-time at a tavern during summer vacation. Following behind, he lamented, may I pose a question to you both? Go ahead. Do you know why women of old used to bind their feet? Why? Qingqing and Wang Yusin replied in unison. Su Yi grumbled. It was to prevent them from shopping. Upon hearing this, Qingqing and Wang Yusin understood that Su Yi was subtly criticizing them and simultaneously turned away, choosing not to respond. Please, take your time. I can barely keep up. Su Yi, you're truly useless. Wang Yusin turned back, forcibly pulling Su Yi up from his seat to catch up with Chen Qingqing, seemingly believing that when 3 friends go shopping together, they should be in sync, much like friends holding hands after class to go to the restroom. Quickly, she reached out and took Chen Qingqing's hand. 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child. Passers-by witnessed this scene and found it heartwarming. Chapter 34. The rascals. In the evening, Chen Qingqing treated them to a meal at a restaurant with an average cost of 299 yuan per person. As the dishes began to arrive, she noticed Su Yi and Wang Yusin eagerly eyeing the food, occasionally licking their lips. Chen Qingqing chuckled. Go ahead and eat. Wang Yusin, who was small yet clever, politely replied, Sister Qingqing, this feels so embarrassing. By the time she spoke, Su Yi had already begun his cleaning plate operation. Chen Qingqing laughed in exasperation. Look at your brother. Does he feel embarrassed? Wang Yusin turned to glance at him, sighed dramatically, and also picked up her chopsticks to eat. Despite being cousins, their eating habits were strikingly similar. When they simultaneously grabbed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, vying for it, Chen Qingqing nearly burst into laughter. Su Yi, I implore you to have some dignity. Unbeknownst to Chen Qingqing, at another table in the restaurant, a middle-aged man in his 40s snapped a photo of them dining together. The woman seated beside him furrowed her brow and asked, What are you taking pictures of? The man grinned. This is the daughter of our bank manager. Last time, he had significant objections about his daughter dating that boy. Now they are dining together, so I must inform him. The woman glanced back and murmured, They seem quite matched. They don't look too young, so it's not early romance, is it? You don't understand. Our bank manager has only this precious daughter. And that boy has no background whatsoever. Why would he be interested? As he spoke, the man sent the photo to Chen Hansen at that moment. Chen Hansong, who was dining with a client, heard his phone ring. He picked it up, and upon seeing the photo sent by the bank's client manager, he was momentarily stunned. It took him a full 5 seconds to gather himself before he stood up and said, "Excuse me, I need to take a call." Stepping outside, he dialed Jiang Meilin's number. "Chen Hansong, could you refrain from calling me incessantly? I'm busy. I just sent you a photo. Did you see it?" Jiang Meilin opened WeChat to take a look. Chen Hansong pressed on. "What is going on with you? Why is Qingqing still with him?" Jiang Meilin glanced at the photo and asked, "What is the problem?" Chen Hansong replied sternly, "They are dining together. What more do you need to know? When you and your daughter were together, did she ever smile like that? What is wrong with friends dining together? Did you not see the little girl beside them?" His barrage of questions left Chen Hansong speechless. In the photo, Qingqing was beaming with joy, a smile that Jiang Meilin had not witnessed at home. She had even worried that her daughter's prolonged stay at home might lead to psychological issues, even fearing she might develop depression. Thus, upon seeing the photo, Jiang Meilin felt not anger but a sense of relief. She believed her daughter was gradually becoming more cheerful, all thanks to Suyi. Jiang Meilin held a favorable impression of Suyi. Their 2 previous meetings had led her to believe he was a relatively mature young man. Moreover, in the photo, it was not just her daughter and Suyi dining together but also a much younger girl. If they were indeed dating, why would they have a light bulb with them? After a long silence, Chen Hansong finally spoke calmly. "So you're okay with this development between them, right?" Jiang Meilin replied. "Don't forget your daughter is now an adult. She can make her own decisions." Chen Hansong softened his tone. "Meilin, you know my concern. I just worry she might be deceived. Suyi is much more mature than you think. Sometimes, I even feel that with him around, I can rest easy knowing Qingqing is studying in Shanghai. If that is how you feel, then I'll say nothing further." Chen Hansong hung up, his expression grave. After dinner, as night fell, they first dropped Wang Yusin off at home before Wang Rushue drove to the tavern's entrance. Suyi sent his phone number to Qingqing. When she looked at her phone and then up at Suyi, she was puzzled by his intention. "This is my phone number." Suyi opened the car door, got out and added, "If you can't sleep tonight, feel free to call me." With that, Suyi smiled and walked away. Qingqing stood there in a daze for a while before realizing Suyi had already walked far away. All she could do was grip her phone and mutter a low curse. Scoundrel. After dropping Qingqing off at home, Wang Rushue drove back as well. She typed out the events of the afternoon, detailing how Qingqing, Suyi, and Wang Yusin had gone shopping and dined together, and sent it to Jiang Meilin. Close to 10 o'clock, Jiang Meilin inquired, "Rushue, how do you think Qingqing has been lately?" Wang Rushue replied, "Quite well. She was very happy this afternoon." Jiang Meilin changed the subject, asking, "What do you think of Suyi?" Wang Rushue replied, "I'm not sure what to say. So far, he seems decent, though he sometimes behaves like a rascal. He knows his limits." Jiang Meilin, "Good. I understand." In the following days, Suyi and Qingqing maintained their communication via WeChat. Suyi had a busy schedule, sleeping in the mornings, accompanying Qin Ji for driving practice in the afternoons, and working part-time at the tavern in the evenings. Therefore, their chats were brief. On the 7th, Suyi and Qin Ji took the driving test for the second subject, and Suyi passed effortlessly, while Qin Ji failed the first attempt but managed to pass the second with a deduction of 10 points for a minor error on the slope. "How does it feel to have passed the second subject? I've been scolded mercilessly by that foolish dog, Lao Lu. I can't bear the pressure of the third subject like this. Pressure breeds motivation. I'll practice for at most a week before taking the test, aiming to secure my driver's license by July." "What's the point of rushing it? You don't even have a car." Suyi shrugged. "I'll buy one when I start university. It'll make things easier." "Go. Do you think I should get a Benz, a BMW, or an Audi?" "Audi. Do you even have the means to buy a Yachty?" The two continued their banter all the way home. As Suyi took out his keys to unlock the door, Wang Yusin came running towards him barefoot, but unable to stop in time. Bumped her little head right into Suyi's stomach. Rubbing her sore head, Wang Yusin exclaimed, "Suyi, Sister Qingqing invited us to her house tomorrow. What did you say?" Chapter 35. "She is still a child. It was Sister Qingqing who invited me." Suyi frowned in confusion. He had not anticipated Qingqing would invite a stranger to her home. From their previous interactions, she seemed to possess a strong defensive nature. During their first hand-holding at the bank, her palms had been clammy with sweat, and when he first addressed her as Qingqing, she had been so flustered she stepped on her own foot. Based on these 2 points, he deduced she had not yet let her guard down around him. How could she now? Suyi, dear brother. Suyi. What is it? Do you like Sister Qingqing? Wang Yusin began to pry at Suyi, feeling a bit guilty, pushed her away, exclaiming, adult matters. Children should not meddle. Suyi poured himself a glass of water, but suddenly turned back to ask, have you been chatting with her these past few days? Of course, with no one at home during the day, I was quite bored. Let me see what you've been talking about. No way. Give it to me, no. Suyi dashed over to snatch the phone, but Wang Yusin quickly lay on the sofa, pressing the phone beneath her. Suyi. Are you talking bad about me? Wang Yusin. I am not. Suyi. Let me see. Wang Yusin. No. Suyi. Get up. Just as Suyi was lifting Wang Yusin off the sofa, the security door opened from outside, and Lao Su and Zhang Hong stood at the entrance, stunned to see Suyi lifting Wang Yusin, who was squirming like a slippery eel. Wang Yusin quickly feigned innocence. Auntie, Suyi is trying to steal my phone. How shameless. Your cousin is finally staying at home for a while. And you dare bully her? Zhang Hong grabbed a broom from the entrance. Mom, let us talk this over. There's no need to get physical. That night, on WeChat at Suyi. You want me and Yusin to go to your house? Qingqing. I only invited Wang Yusin. Qingqing. She said she is currently staying at your place and must have someone to accompany her when going out. Suyi chuckled. This was undoubtedly an excuse Wang Yusin concocted to get herself invited along. That little girl has quite a conscience, Suyi replied in line with her statement. Sure, I wouldn't want to go anyway. I'm busy working nights and studying for my driving test. Qingqing. Then you can get off halfway. I'll have Aunt Wang drop Yusin off at your building in the evening. Suyi. Get off halfway? Where would I go? Qingqing. That's none of my concern. Suyi. Could you be a little kinder to your only friend? Qingqing. You are no longer my only friend. Qingqing. Wang Yusin is also my friend. Suyi. She is still a child. Qingqing laughed and replied, I like children. Suyi. If you like children, perhaps we can have one in the future. A minute later. Suyi. Where did you go? 5 minutes later. Suyi. I was joking. 20 minutes later. Suyi. If you're not going to reply, I'm going to sleep. Good night. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Upon waking, Suyi's first action was to reach under his pillow to check if Qingqing had responded. Fortunately, she had. It was a message from the early hours of the previous night. Qingqing. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. What does this mean? Is she blaming me? Yet, there's a hint of playful teasing in her tone. Suyi chuckled, got out of bed, and washed up. However, he was taken aback to find Wang Yusin diligently doing her summer homework in the living room. Suyi, dear brother, are you awake? Yes. Wang Yusin, I have a math question I can't solve. Can you help me? I can't. Wang Yusin pouted, exasperated. This is a 6th grade problem. Suyi shrugged. I get a headache just looking at math problems. You should look it up on your phone. Wang Yusin pouted. You just don't want to help me. I really can teach. An ordinary person who has been navigating society for several years might not even be able to solve a 6th grade math problem. Suyi explained. After the college entrance exam, my mind hasn't been functioning well. I can't teach you math, but I might be able to help with other things. What can you teach me? The ways of the world. Or I could also teach you how to tell if a man is good or bad. Wang Yusin tilted her head, intrigued. How do you tell? Suyi pointed his finger and placed it beneath Wang Yusin's nose. Just do what I do. If the man can still breathe while your finger is under his nose, he is not a good person, of course, except for me. Wang Yusin opened her mouth as if to bite, prompting Suyi to quickly retract his hand. Suyi spent the morning reading stock news while Wang Yusin continued her summer homework. As noon approached, Suyi went to the kitchen to cook a meal, preparing a couple of dishes. It smells so good. Suyi, how did you learn to cook? If one wishes to learn, they will naturally become skilled. Those who are older and still can't cook are either being served or simply lazy. Wang Yusin enthusiastically filled her bowl with rice. After the siblings had their fill, they sprawled on the sofa to rest. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Wang Yusin suddenly pulled Suyi from the sofa, who was on the verge of dozing off. Suyi, hurry up. Sister Qingqing has sent Aunt Wang to pick us up. So soon? Suyi sprang up from the sofa, quickly splashed cold water on his face, grabbed the house keys, and stuffed his phone into his pocket. He swiftly led Wang Yusin out the door, the entrance of the community. After picking up the two siblings, Wang Rushua headed towards the Hongye villa. Earlier on their journey, she had mentioned to Jiang Meilin that Chen Qingqing had invited them to her home, and after a moment's hesitation, Jiang Meilin had agreed. Wang Rushua remained silent for the rest of the ride. As the business vehicle entered the Hongye villa, the two security guards at the entrance saluted the occupants of the car. Lush maple trees lined the spacious asphalt road, and as autumn approached, their leaves would turn red, which inspired the name of the villa. Wang Yusin blinked in awe and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. This community feels like a park." Despite Su Ye's anticipation, he felt a stir of emotions upon arriving at such an affluent area. Being wealthy is truly delightful. The vehicle finally parked in the villa's yard. Although there was no swimming pool in the yard, the community boasted a large pool exclusively for residents, open every Tuesday. The yard was adorned with various flowers and plants, meticulously tended to by gardeners. As Wang Yusin stepped out, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, while Su Yi raised his hand to greet Chen Qingqing at the entrance. "You may come in." As Su Yi entered the living room, Wang Rushue realized that from this moment on, their relationship could never return to that of ordinary friends. Chapter 36. Is our boss's wife married? The living room exuded opulence, furnished with imported leather sofas and carpets made of pure wool. A magnificent crystal chandelier, worth a six-figure sum, hung from the lofty ceiling. Although Wang Yusin's family was relatively well off, she felt like a country girl visiting the city, her eyes darting around in wonder. Su Yi, however, remained composed and settled onto a sofa. Chen Qingqing approached the refrigerator and asked, "What flavor of ice cream do you want?" "Little pudding, old popsicle," they replied in unison. Chen Qingqing frowned as she opened the freezer, informing them, "Neither of those options is available. I only have Magnum and Häagen-Dazs." "Then anything is fine." Chen Qingqing retrieved 2 Magnum ice creams and handed them over. Wang Yusin, filled with curiosity, asked, "Sister Qingqing, does your entire building belong to your family?" "Yes, that's enormous. Your room must be very spacious, right?" "Not really." In truth, the entire second floor was designated as Chen Qingqing's living space, complete with her own dressing room and a very large bathroom, where even the bathtub occupied more space than an average bathroom in other homes. Wang Yusin felt a pang of envy upon hearing this. The two girls chatted animatedly, and after a while, Wang Yusin finally turned to Su Yi. "Su Yi, why have you been so quiet? You two enjoy your conversation. Why should I interfere?" Wang Yusin shot him a frustrated glare before turning back to Chen Qingqing. "Sister Qingqing, can I see your room?" "Sure." Chen Qingqing did not refuse and led Wang Yusin upstairs, while Su Yi remained seated on the sofa. Although it was perfectly acceptable for Wang Yusin to visit Chen Qingqing's room, Su Yi felt a sense of boundary. After all, it was his first visit to Chen Qingqing's home, and he was hesitant to overstep. What he did not know was that a camera discreetly located in the corner of the living room was capturing everything, while Jiang Meilin was watching the scene unfold on her phone. Seeing Su Yi merely seated on the sofa, Jiang Meilin felt relieved yet curious about his thoughts. In their previous encounters, Su Yi had struck her as a person of eloquence, but today he seemed unusually reticent. Jiang Meilin pondered whether Su Yi felt inferior upon realizing the disparity between himself and her daughter. Chen Qingqing, lacking social finesse, was unlikely to notice this nuance. Jiang Meilin hesitated to intervene, ultimately deciding against it. Since Su Yi had already come to their home, there was no turning back. She resolved to let things develop naturally. Meanwhile, upstairs, after leading Wang Yusin to her room, Chen Qingqing regretted her decision upon realizing that the doryman Su Yi had gifted her was still on her bed. However, Wang Yusin's attention was immediately drawn to Chen Qingqing's dressing room, filled with an array of clothes and shoes that evoked her envy. Chen Qingqing understood that Wang Yusin was unaware of the significance of the doryman on her bed, and her anxiety subsided. "Sister Qingqing, you are so fortunate to have a dressing room all to yourself." Upon seeing Wang Yusin's radiant smile, Chen Qingqing found herself momentarily lost in thought. Was having a dedicated room for clothes synonymous with happiness? "My brother Su Yi's room is probably not even as large as your dressing room, but he is quite nice, albeit a bit silly, clumsy, and thick-skinned, right? Also somewhat foolish indeed." The two spent a delightful 10 minutes upstairs before descending. Soon, the three of them settled on the sofa to watch a comedy film, an old classic featuring Stephen Chow. The experience of watching it on a 100-inch screen was vastly different from viewing it on a mobile device. As 5 o'clock approached, Su Yi finally stood up, saying, "It's getting late. Yusin and I should head back. I'll have Aunt Wang drive you." "Thanks." Wang Yusin chimed in, "Sister Qingqing, can I come over to play again sometime?" "Of course." Chen Qingqing smiled and nodded. It's 5 o'clock. The sun had yet to set. As Wang Yusin sat in the car, she began to chatter again, her words brimming with envy. Su Yi chuckled and gently patted her head, saying, "Don't be so disheartened. If you work hard and get into a good university, you too can afford a splendid home." Wang Yusin suddenly asked, "Su Yi, You hardly spoke this afternoon with Sister Qingqing. Do you feel like you're at a disadvantage compared to her? Wang Ruxue, overhearing, was curious about Su Ye's response. No. I just think my previous goals were too modest. It's time to set my sights higher. What goals? Su Yi playfully flicked Wang Yusin's forehead and laughed. Little girl, why are you meddling in my affairs? Go on now. Yikes. Wang Yusin stuck out her tongue and pressed the car window to admire the scenery outside. That evening, upon arriving at the bar, Zhang Xiaowan handed Su Yi his paycheck from the previous month. As Su Yi reached for it, he immediately sensed that the amount was significantly more than expected. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, I didn't work a full month last month and even took a day off. Did you give me too much? Zhang Xiaowan smiled. The boss lady instructed me. Part of this is from your singing, along with a 200 yuan bonus. It totals 3,003. What is there to count? I trust you. Su Yi pocketed the money and surveyed the surroundings, asking, by the way, where is the boss lady? She has something to attend to. Something? Yes. Zhang Xiaowan pulled out a wet wipe, wiping the cash register screen as she spoke. She probably won't be coming tonight. Only then did Su Yi press. Xiaowan, you've worked with the boss lady the longest? Is she married? Yes and no. Huh? Zhang Xiaowan glanced around to ensure no one else was present before lowering her voice. Promise me you won't tell anyone. Su Yi quickly raised his hand. I promise, Xiaowan. You can trust me to keep a secret. The boss lady has a fiancé. They've been together for 7 years and are already engaged. However, just before their wedding, he was involved in a car accident and didn't survive. After hearing this, Su Yi felt a wave of sorrow. No wonder the boss lady often stood alone at the door at night, gazing at the stars and moon. She had endured such a tragic story. Today marked the anniversary of her fiancé's passing, so it was understandable why she wouldn't come tonight. Now it made sense. Chapter 37. The World Cup of 2014. Since the end of last month, the bar's business had improved significantly compared to when Su Yi first arrived. The same held true for today. Starting at 8 o'clock, a steady stream of customers began to fill the establishment. Su Yi and Zhou Ying were overwhelmed with work, but fortunately, after 10:30, the clientele stabilized. Just as Su Yi was about to take a breather, Qin Jiwei walked in. Jiwei, what brings you here? Qin Jiwei replied. Exasperated, I came to enjoy myself. Is that a problem? First, bring me a bottle of cold beer, Su Yi replied. The fridge is over there. Help yourself. You're the server. I'm the customer. Do you understand the concept of the customer is king? Su Yi playfully wrapped an arm around Qin Jiwei and jokingly pinned him under his armpit. Yell, go ahead and bark. Seeing their playful antics, Zhou Ying realized they were classmates. While they were fooling around, she had already retrieved a bottle of cold beer and handed it to Qin Jiwei. He shyly expressed his gratitude, and as soon as Zhou Ying walked away, he leaned in and whispered, which one is your boss lady? When Su Yi first came looking for a job, he had told Qin Jiwei that the boss lady was beautiful, and this had stuck with him. He had long wanted to see if Su Ye's description of a stunning figure with a beautiful face and long legs was accurate. Su Yi chuckled. The boss lady was here not long ago, but she is absent today, which means you've missed your chance. Is that true? Would I lie to you? Qin Jiwei's interest waned, and he found a seat to settle down. Seeing that the bar was not too busy, Su Yi grabbed 2 cups and joined him for drinks. What are you doing out so late? Doesn't your mom care? My mom went to my grandma's house, and my dad is pulling an all-nighter tonight. All-nighter? Qin Jiwei explained. There's a football match at midnight. As you know, my dad has no hobbies other than watching football. Su Yi laughed. The bar has been busy lately. I probably won't finish until 11. Want to wait for me to leave together? Sure. Since my mom's not home, no one else watching me. Qin Jiwei pulled out his phone. Grinning, I just joined our school's freshman group, and someone posted a picture of our school's beauty. Let me show you. He opened his gallery and handed Su Yi the photo of the school beauty. Su Yi glanced at it and remarked, just this? What do you mean, just this? Isn't she pretty? Average. She can't compare to my girlfriend. Come on. Su Yi shrugged off the comment and changed the subject. When did you get a new phone? What brand is it? Vivo. Just released in May. Snapdragon 801 flagship processor. Isn't that cool? Not bad. Did you get a new phone? Not yet. Qin Jiwei was puzzled. You scored so well? Didn't your parents give you money for a new phone? They did. I just didn't buy one. As long as the phone works, I'm fine with it. Honestly, all phones nowadays are trash. Come on. When have you ever used a good phone? With a 120Hz high refresh rate screen, a battery that charges in 15 minutes, and 100 megabit 5G signal. Having used that kind of phone, using a phone from 2014 is just plain trash. Suyi merely smiled and didn't respond. The two continued their banter, dreaming about college life while drinking. Time slipped away unnoticed. As it approached 11 o'clock, the last two customers prepared to leave. Suyi was about to clean their table when he overheard their conversation and froze. Today, Germany is playing against Brazil. Which team do you think will win? Brazil, for sure. They're so strong this year. And they have home advantage. How can Germany compete? That's uncertain. Germany is also quite strong. They even beat France in the quarterfinals. Germany versus Brazil. The World Cup of 2014. In that moment, Suyi suddenly recalled the semi-final match between Germany and host Brazil, which ended in a staggering 7-1 defeat for Brazil. Before the match, hardly anyone expected such a result. After all, Brazil was a strong team, and with the advantage of playing at home, even if Germany won, no one anticipated such a lopsided score. Hence, across Europe, only one Dutchman, who had been drinking, bet €200 on this score, ultimately winning 11 million yuan based on the 6,500 odds. This incident had made headlines back then. How could I have forgotten such a golden opportunity? Suyi suddenly grabbed Qingqing, asking, "How did you come here?" "I rode my electric bike." "Give me the keys." "What are you going to do?" "I need to step out for a bit." "Hurry." Qingqing, unaware of Suyi's excitement, handed over the keys. Suyi called out to Zhang Xianwan and Zhou. "Xianwan, Zhou, I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll be right back." Okay. Suyi rushed out, hopped on the electric bike, and sped toward the lottery sales point. Thankfully, due to the World Cup, the lottery store was open until midnight. Upon arrival, he dashed into the store. "Boss, can I still buy a ticket for the Germany versus Brazil match in the World Cup?" The owner replied lazily, "Yes." "And the score? Can I bet on the score?" "Yes, betting on the score has higher odds." "What score do you want?" 7-1. "Young man, you've never bet before, have you?" "With lottery tickets, if the score difference exceeds 5, you can only bet on other. The rules are different here than abroad, unless you go for illegal betting." "Huh." Suyi was clueless about these details. "Do you want to bet on other?" "The odds are pretty good." "Bet. Brazil wins? Germany. You want to bet on Germany beating Brazil?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" "For Germany to win against Brazil, they need to score at least 5 goals, which is practically impossible." Suyi nodded firmly. "That's how I want to bet." "What are the odds?" 150 times. "Only 150? Damn. If I could put all my money on this, I would be rich." However, he had already invested his cash in the stock market and only had the 3,300 yuan from Zhang Xianwan's paycheck. Transferring funds from the stock market and retrieving cash would take too long. Suyi pulled out all the cash he had, handing it to the owner. "Here's 3,003. Just help me bet on Germany winning against Brazil with a score of over 5. 3,003? Young man, are you sure? Don't let a bit of alcohol make you impulsive." The owner had noticed Suyi's slight inebriation and suspected he was intoxicated. "I'm sure." "All right, I'll place the bet. But this money is non-refundable. Go ahead." The owner proceeded to print a lottery ticket according to Suyi's request and handed it to him. After confirming it was correct, Suyi carefully tucked the ticket away and hurriedly left the lottery store. As soon as he left, the boss shook his head and muttered to himself, "He looks so young, yet after a few drinks, he's so impulsive, betting on Germany to win by more than 5 goals against Brazil? That's pure insanity." Chapter 38. WeChat chat pinning. "Damn it. I actually forgot about this football match." Suyi lamented. Of course, he couldn't be blamed. He wasn't a football enthusiast and had never watched a match. If it weren't for this game making headlines back in 2014, he would have certainly forgotten about it entirely. With a stake of 3,300 at 150 times the odds, the prize was just under 500,000. After a 20% tax, he would only take home 400,000. Sitting on his electric bike, Suyi noticed that the lottery shop owner was already pulling down the shutters halfway inside. "Forget it. Be content. At least I made it in time. If I invest this 400,000 in the stock market, with a bit of luck during this bull market, I could see it multiply 10-fold or even 100-fold. Comforting himself with this thought, he rode the bike back in the tavern. Zhang Xianwan and Zhou had finished cleaning up. When Qingqing saw Suyi return, he hurriedly approached and asked, "Where have you been?" "A secret." "Damn." Suyi had no intention of revealing to Qingqing that he had been to the lottery shop. This had to remain confidential. After all, when the results of the match came out tomorrow, he couldn't very well claim to have prophetic abilities. Thinking back, spending 3,300 on that lottery ticket seemed quite reasonable. Had he spent 20,000 and won, he might have become a national sensation. "Zhou, I'll take care of the cleaning tomorrow evening. You've worked hard today." Zhou waved her hand and smiled. No worries, it's getting late. You and your classmate should head home. I'll catch a ride back with Xiao Wan. All right, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Upon returning home, Suya's first act was to place the lottery ticket between the pages of a book. Then he took a shower. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement at the thought of his savings skyrocketing from 20,000 to over 400,000 by tomorrow. That night, Suyi fell asleep with a heart full of trepidation. The next morning, as soon as Suyi awoke, his phone began to buzz incessantly. Upon checking, he found a message from autistic patient. Holy crap. Suyi? This morning, Germany just crushed Brazil 7-1. Autistic patient. Do you have any idea what that means? It's like an LOL wildcard team defeating a South Korean team and then shaving their heads. Autistic patient. My dad says it's chaos over there in Brazil. They're already threatening to hunt down some of the Brazilian players. Autistic patient. Anyway, why am I telling you all this? You wouldn't understand. Autistic patient. Are you going to practice for the third driving test today? Suyi quickly replied, not going. You go ahead, I have something to do today. All right then, Atsuyi sprang from his bed. He glanced at the book where the lottery ticket lay, then rushed to the bathroom to wash up. Wang Yusin, curious, asked, Suyi, why are you up so early today? While brushing his teeth, Suyi poked his head out from the bathroom and said, Yusin, I have something to handle this morning. Just stay home. I might not be back until noon. Can you wash rice? I can. Good. At11, rinse the rice. Just a scoop will do. Don't add too much water. Keep it below the first knuckle. Wang Yusin obediently replied. Suyi quickly brushed his teeth, washed his face, grabbed the lottery ticket and relevant documents, donned a mask and shoes, then headed to the lottery center. 4 winnings over 500,000. One must go to the provincial lottery center. Suyi, having spent 3,300 with odds of 150, just needed to visit the city lottery center to claim his prize of 495,000. Upon arriving at the lottery center, he was greeted by a staff member who guided him through the process. He had expected a crowd to gather during the claim, but to his surprise, the staff remained calm. Sign your name, phone number, and ID number on the back. Write a declaration on the photocopy of your ID. Fill out this form. Please wait a moment. Check your bank messages. The funds should be in. Upon checking his phone, Suyi saw the message had just arrived. After confirming the figures, he nodded and smiled. I received the message, thank you. Exiting the lottery center, it was nearly 11. Suyi stretched, feeling invigorated, filled with anticipation for the future. Life was certainly looking up. On the way home, he stopped at Xian Baiwei Chicken to buy a poached chicken as a reward for himself. When Wang Yusin saw Suyi return with the chicken, she was astonished and asked, brother, did you strike it rich? Buying a poached chicken makes you think I'm rich? You're so stingy. If you weren't wealthy, you wouldn't buy this. Suyi was speechless. Go, tidy the table and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Okay. In the afternoon, Suyi stayed home, transferring the full 400,000 into his securities account. He then used his intuition to select a few promising stocks to invest in. By this time, the A shares were showing signs of a rise. For those attentive to the stock market, the third quarter of 2014 marked the beginning of a rapid ascent, continuing for 4 consecutive quarters. Receiving this 400,000 at such a pivotal moment felt like a timely boon, akin to a lifeline in a storm, a guiding light in darkness, or rain in a drought. Tihongya Mountain Villa. Chen Qingqing sat on the sofa, bored, flipping through a comic book. Normally unfazed by solitude, she now found the comic utterly dull. Deciding to close the book, she took out her phone and opened WeChat. With only a handful of contacts, she contemplated before opening her chat with Wang Yusin, sending a message. Are you home? Wang Yusin quickly replied, yes. All alone? Suyi is here too. What is he doing? I don't know that he went out this morning and came back for lunch, but since then he has just been staring at his phone and grinning like an idiot. I suspect he found some money on the way. Wang Yusin sent a picture. Doesn't he look like a fool? Qingqing opened the photo and saw Suyi on the sofa, grinning like a simpleton, and she couldn't help but laugh. Totally, Wang Yusin. My brother is going to university in Modu at the end of August. Where are you going? Qingqing felt a bit shy to respond but thought it would be rude not to answer. So she hesitantly replied, I'm going to Modu too. Wang Yusin exclaimed, You're both going to Modu for university? That's amazing. Actually, I'm quite scared about university. Why? Because I'll have to interact with so many people. And I've heard online that relationships in dorms can be quite complicated. Don't worry. If you run into problems, just talk to my brother. He is pretty reliable. And I have a secret to share with you. What's the secret? My brother has pinned your chat on WeChat, just like a special concern on QQ. Qingqing's heart raced. Chapter 39. Mom, we're just friends for now. The lottery incident was merely a brief interlude. After 2 days of excitement, Suyi returned to his monotonous routine. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Suyi completed his third driving test. During this time, he took Wang Yusin to Chen Qingqing's home twice, but both times she was alone. By the end of July, Zhang Lan returned from an exchange program at another hospital, and Wang Yusin, of course, had to return home as well. However, she was quite loyal, earnestly advising Suyi before leaving. Sister Qingqing is a girl who lacks a sense of security, Suyi. You must take good care of her in university. Suyi couldn't help but laugh, pinching Wang Yusin's cheek. Little girl, you know about security? Stop it. Wang Yusin pushed Suyi away, crossing her arms and pouting. Can you not keep pinching my face? All right, no need for your advice. Hurry up and go back with your mom before it gets dark. Suyi followed Zhang Hong down to the parking lot, watching as they got into the car. Zhang Hong then asked curiously, who is this Sister Qingqing that Yusin mentioned? Suyi paused, quickly explaining, just a friend. Weren't you interested in a girl named Gu Mengyao in high school? Suyi was taken aback. You know about that? Zhang Hong proudly huffed. What can you possibly hide from me? Mom, I don't have anything to do with Gu Mengyao anymore. Zhang Hong teased. Oh really? Back in high school, you bought her breakfast every few days and even sent her expensive chocolates. And now you say there's nothing. Suyi was genuinely surprised that Zhang Hong knew about his past with Gu Mengyao. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he explained, It's really over, Mom. You have to believe me. Did she reject you? That's nonsense. I've seen through her. Even Gu Mengyao's combined wouldn't be worthy of me. Don't worry. I'll definitely find you a reliable daughter-in-law this time. What do you mean this time? Never mind. Just don't worry about it. I'll handle it. When will you bring that friend of yours over to visit? Which friend? The Sister Qingqing that Yusin mentioned. Mom, we're just friends for now. Haha. A sudden sneeze escaped Chen Qingqing. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Mailin glanced over with concern. Qingqing, did you receive your admission notice? Yes. When do you report to school? On the 27th. Zhang Mailin hesitated before saying, I'll try to find time to accompany you to Modu. Chen Qingqing remained silent, knowing that Zhang Mailin often made promises she didn't keep. She stood up and went upstairs, sitting on her bed, picking up her guitar to play a few familiar tunes. Suddenly, she recalled a song she had released recently and was curious if it had gained any attention. Putting down her guitar, Chen Qingqing sat at her computer, which she rarely turned on. Logging into the NetEase Cloud Creator backend, she was surprised to see a notification with a red, indicating 99. Quickly clicking, she opened the comments section for her song. This song is fantastic. Sister, you're amazing. This was recommended by a friend. After listening, I can't stop thinking about becoming rich. You seem to have a bit of a resentment against the wealthy. Haha, but this song is really good. All evil people no longer hold the power of speech. That line was beautifully written. This song is marvelous. Chen Qingqing scrolled through the comments, unable to reach the end. When she noticed the platform's notification that her song had entered the NetEase Cloud New Song chart, her mind went blank. When she uploaded this song, she never anticipated such success. Most importantly, copyright laws mandated that all streaming platforms must pay royalties to the copyright holders. And the benefits varied by platform. To her astonishment, the song had already generated over 2,000 in revenue. Chen Qingqing sat in front of her computer, dazed for a long time. Once she regained her composure, she immediately messaged Suyi on WeChat. Are you there? Yes. Your song seems to have gone viral. Huh. If One Day I Become Rich is currently ranked 21st on the NetEase Cloud New Song chart. Is that true? Absolutely. Let me check. 5 minutes later. Chenziqin, you released the song under that name? Yes. What do you think about it now? I don't know. Do you want to be a singer? I was thinking. With my talent, if I could help you write a few more songs, you might just become the next Wang Fei. Stop dreaming. I don't want to enter the entertainment industry. Aren't you an art student? Don't all art students aspire to be stars? I don't want to. Suyi realized that indeed, it was impossible for someone as socially anxious as Chen Qingqing to expose herself to the limelight. Quickly switching the topic, he said, Wang Yusin has gone home. I know. If Wang Yusin weren't around, would you still let me visit your home? You can come anytime now. Suyi was about to feel excited when Chen Qingqing quickly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. My mom is home right now. Are you kidding me? I was prepared to ask my boss for a day off. Chen Qingqing burst into laughter. She quickly replied, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Let us video chat. Just kidding, I'm busy too. Chen Qingqing tossed her phone onto her bed, pouting and muttering. The success of If One Day I Become Rich was wholly unexpected for Suyi. Yet he never considered entering the entertainment industry. He knew many songs, but most were incomplete. Thanks to the rise of platforms like Douyin, he primarily remembered only the choruses. After 2014, he could recall fewer than 20 complete songs, which would hardly suffice for a notable career in entertainment, and there would inevitably come a day when his creativity would wane. Now that this song had gained traction, he felt somewhat guilty toward Mao Bai, but it was unlikely to pose a significant issue. After all, Mao Bai's truly hit songs were Xiao Chou, EU, and Northeast folk songs. If he sought to make money, there were far better avenues. The bull market of 2014 and 2015, the boom of live streaming in 2016, the sharing economy in 2017, short videos in 2018, along with gaming, O2O, artificial intelligence, and new energy. BY mastering the trends of the next decade. What could be more profitable than investing? Chapter 40. Little Su time sped by in August. Notably, among the stocks Suyi purchased, 2 had hit their limits for an entire week. BY mid-August, the assets in his securities account had soared to 570,000, marking significant progress toward his $1 million goal. The registration period for new university students typically falls at the end of August, coinciding with military training for freshmen, signaling the end of Suyi's summer job. On the evening of the 24th, after concluding a day of work, Pei Yue instructed Zhou Ying to close the shop door. Once the 4 of them were seated around a table, Pei Yue presented Suyi with his salary from the last month in the form of a red envelope. "Boss, is this too much?" Suyi pondered, realizing the amount likely exceeded his wages. Pei Yue smiled. "Part of this is my personal gift to you for the start of your university journey. You can use this money to buy some stylish outfits." "Boss, this makes me feel so embarrassed," Suyi replied. Zhang Xiaowan rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, come on, with your thick skin, what do you have to be embarrassed about?" Suyi retorted. "Sister Xiaowan, that was hurtful." All right, I misspoke." She conceded as Suyi went to fetch a bottle of beer and 4 cups. Pouring each a glass, he raised his cup and said, "Thank you to the boss and my 2 sisters for taking care of me over the past couple of months. I will definitely come back to visit when I have time. At least you have a conscience." They all clinked their glasses together, expressing how swiftly time had flown by. Neither Pei Yue nor Zhang Xiaowan or Zhou Ying wanted Suyi to leave, as his presence greatly enhanced the atmosphere of the shop. However, all good things must come to an end, especially as Suyi was leaving to attend university. After midnight, Pei Yue finally waved her hand, saying, "All right, it's getting late. Let us call it a night." Suyi stood up, opened his arms towards Zhou Ying, saying, "Sister Zhou Ying, come here for a hug." Zhou Ying stepped forward and embraced him without hesitation. "Sister Xiaowan." Zhang Xiaowan chuckled and joined in for a quick hug. "And my beloved boss." "No, the most loving boss." Suyi then shared a long hug with Pei Yue. Noticing that Suyi was reluctant to let go, Zhou Ying remarked, "I feel like he's only hugging the boss and not us." Zhang Xiaowan laughed. "You don't need to doubt it. That's definitely what he is thinking." Pei Yue, initially feeling a bit melancholic, rolled her eyes when Suyi continued to hold her tight, saying, "Are you planning to hold on all night?" He finally released her, grinning. "I just can't bear to part with you." Pei Yue shot him a glare and waved her hand. All right, off you go to don't make it seem like we won't see each other again after this." With a smile, Suyi glanced back at the bar one last time before waving goodbye and leaving. Zhang Xiaowan and Zhou Ying followed suit. Pei Yue sat down, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the night scenery outside, her eyes gradually filling with a sense of solitude. In her 30s, she despised farewells the most. After returning home, Suyi enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, he called Chen Qingqing. Just as she was about to move, the phone, resting on the living room sofa, rang. Jiang Meilin heard the phone and picked it up, glancing at the caller ID. A silly pig. Recognizing the name, she hesitated to answer. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Meilin quickly placed the phone back down. Chen Qingqing approached, saw it was Suyi calling, and took the phone upstairs. "Why not just text me? Why call?" "So you made an excuse. My home internet isn't reliable." Chen Qingqing replied, "If you have something to say, just say it." Suyi stated, "My work at the tavern has concluded. Shall we go to the mall together this afternoon?" "Shopping?" she asked. "Yes, I don't even have a suitcase at home. Since you're heading to Magic City soon, you should prepare some things as well." Chen Qingqing glanced at the pile of daily necessities in her room, gifts from Wang Ruxue just days prior. She had everything she needed. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Okay, shall we meet this afternoon?" "Sounds good." The call ended. When Chen Qingqing came downstairs, Jiang Meilin curiously asked, "Who was that?" "Suyi," she replied candidly. Had she not met Suyi, Her phone wouldn't he have rung for days on end? Jiang Meilin wouldn't he have believed it if it were anyone else? Did he invite you out? Yes. Qingqing, I need to tell you something, Jiang Meilin said, taking her hand with a smile. Aren't you going to Magic City the day after tomorrow? Your mother is leaving early tomorrow morning, but I've already spoken with your father, and he agreed to take you on the 27th. Chen Qingqing's expression turned cold. I don't want him to take me. Your dad rarely agrees to help. Just let him, Jiang Meilin urged. No. Chen Qingqing pulled her hand away and headed upstairs with her phone. Jiang Meilin sighed and sent a message to Chen Hansong. Jiang Meilin, your daughter doesn't want you to take her to Magic City. Chen Hansong. For her first time at university, if neither of us goes, how will she get there? Jiang Meilin. She's being very stubborn. Chen Hansong. I'll come over tonight. Prepare an extra meal. Jiang Meilin hesitated but replied with a simple okay. In the afternoon, so he took a taxi directly to the entrance of Hongya Mountain Villa. However, as he wasn't a resident, he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Left with no choice, he sent 2 messages to Chen Qingqing. Upon receiving them, she quickly came out of her house and led him inside. Why did you come straight here? Chen Qingqing asked. Sui shrugged, saying, I felt bad always asking Aunt Wang to drive me. You feel bad? Chen Qingqing scoffed out. Of course. Just a reminder, my mom is home, she warned. Sui smiled. I'm not afraid. Your mom won't chase me away with a broom, right? As they spoke, they entered the courtyard. Just as Sui reached the door, Jiang Meilin came out, cheerfully greeting. Young Su, you've arrived. Sui was pleasantly surprised and quickly replied, Hello, Aunt Jiang. Come in. Chen Qingqing was baffled by her mother's sudden friendliness towards Sui. She had previously only referred to him by name. Sui changed his shoes and Jiang Meilin offered, Please, have a seat. Would you like some water? He doesn't need any, Chen Qingqing replied on his behalf. We're heading out soon. Jiang Meilin inquired. Should I call Rushuet to come and drive you? Before Chen Qingqing could respond, Sui interjected, Aunt, if you trust me, I can drive. You? Yes, I completed my driving test over the summer. Jiang Meilin frowned. Weren't you busy working over the summer? When did you find time to take driving lessons? Sui answered. One can always find time. I passed both my second and third driving tests on the first try. The instructor praised my driving skills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Meilin's impression of Sui improved. A diligent student who worked during the day and studied at night was a rare find. Chen Qingqing readily handed over the car keys to Sui and went to change her shoes. Noticing Jiang Meilin still looked worried, Sui assured her, Aunt Jiang, rest assured, I won't take any unnecessary risks. Jiang Meilin nodded, and as they were about to leave, she called out to Sui. Young Su, could you bring Qingqing back before 6? We'd like to have dinner together as a family since she'll be heading to Magic City soon. No problem. Chapter 41. A Thief in the House. Have you noticed that your mom's attitude towards me has improved quite a bit? Sui inquired. No. Chen Qingqing denied vehemently. Sui chuckled. Previously, she called me by my name, but just now, she referred to me as Young Su. Chen Qingqing was disinterested in discussing this topic and cut him off. Just focus on driving. Relax, I'm an experienced driver now. Sui drove straight to the mall, first purchasing a suitcase, then shopping for essential items, which took less than half an hour. After exiting the supermarket, he said with a smile, I initially wanted to treat you to dinner today, but with your mom insisting I return you tonight, it feels a bit awkward. Chen Qingqing was skeptical in her mind. Sui had always been a silly, frugal, and somewhat rogue character. You treating me to dinner? I can't believe that, Sui, pulling his suitcase alongside Chen Qingqing, insisted, believe me, I've made a bit of money these past 2 months, I'm not broke anymore. There's a Starbucks on the first floor. You treat, she challenged. Absolutely, Sui agreed enthusiastically. After 5 o'clock, Chen Hansong left the bank and drove to Hongya Mountain Villa. Once, he had been the owner of the villa, but now he didn't even have a key and had to ring the doorbell. Jiang Meilin opened the door, saw Chen Hansong, and promptly retreated to the sofa. Chen Hansong grabbed a pair of slippers and scanned the living room before asking, Is Qingqing upstairs? She went out. Why let Rushuet take her out if you're home? Your time with her is limited. Jiang Meilin straightforwardly replied. She went out with Sui. What? Chen Hansong's eyes widened as he hurried closer. You agreed to this? Yes, Jiang Meilin. Have you lost your mind? Have you considered what could happen if they continue this way? Seeing Chen Hansong's frantic expression, Jiang Meilin felt oddly pleased. All I care about is Qingqing's happiness. You? Chen Hansong pointed at Jiang Meilin angrily. You are utterly unreasonable. Jiang Meilin merely smiled coldly and ignored him. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense, and after a long silence, Chen Hansong finally asked, When will Qingqing be back? Soon. How did they leave without Rushua? Suyi drove. He can drive. Didn't he just graduate high school? He already has his license. Chen Hansong felt his scalp tingle. You let him take your daughter out right after getting his license? You must be out of your mind. Just then, a car horn sounded from outside. Chen Hansong rushed to the door, swinging it open to see Qingqing and Suyi getting out of the car simultaneously. If you have time, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Then let us have seafood tomorrow, king crab, giant Australian lobster, the kind that costs thousands for a meal. Is that so? You really want to bankrupt me? Come on, you know you won't let that happen. Just give me some time. Once I'm a millionaire, I'll bring you panda meat if you want out, ha. Let us drop that. As Qingqing was about to head home, she looked up and saw Chen Hansong standing at the entrance. Her smile vanished in an instant. Suyi noticed him too, but perhaps due to their previous encounter, he held a grudge and didn't even greet him. Suyi provocatively said to Qingqing, I'll head back first. We can chat later. Qingqing nodded slightly. Suyi returned the car keys to her and was about to leave when Jiang Malin approached, pushing Chen Hansong aside with a cheerful expression. Young Su, why not stay for dinner with us? Suyi, Chen Hansong, Qingqing. All three pairs of eyes turned to Jiang Malin, each filled with varying degrees of surprise. Suyi scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. This seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Qingqing glanced at Chen Hansong and turned her head, saying, Stop pretending. You wouldn't feel awkward, would you? After that, she stepped inside. Suyi remained awkward for a moment before following her in, brushing past Chen Hansong, who stood at the door like a statue. The dishes were already prepared, and Jiang Malin announced, I'll serve the soup. You all sit down. Suyi leaned in and quietly asked, Where's the restroom? I need to wash my hands. Qingqing whispered back, Follow me. The two entered the restroom, and Chen Hansong, watching from the living room, felt his blood pressure rising. How had they become so brazen in just one summer? In the restroom, Suyi remarked, Your dad looked at me like he wanted to kill me. Are you scared? Why would I be scared? Your mom seems to like me. Just say less when we're at the table. Got it? Dimwit. Once they washed their hands and returned to the dining table, Jiang Malin brought over the final dish of rib soup. Qingqing went to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. When she filled her bowl and handed it to Suyi right in front of Chen Hansong, he felt a pang of regret. Qingqing was intentionally provoking him. If Chen Hansong hadn't been there, she wouldn't have helped Suyi. Seeing the dark expression on Chen Hansong's face brought her some satisfaction, but her own expression remained icy. Chen Hansong struggled to keep his composure and finally said, Qingqing, your mother and I have already made arrangements. I'll take you to school the day after tomorrow. I've already set the time. We'll go early the day after tomorrow, and in the morning, we should be able to complete the registration. In the afternoon, we can tour the campus. If you feel uncomfortable with many people in the dorm, I'll arrange for a place nearby. Qingqing remained silent. Jiang Malin, sensing the tension, tried to ease the situation. Qingqing, feel free to express your thoughts. If you really don't want your dad to take you to Magic City, I can take a day off. Or I can ask Rushua to take you. Qingqing, feeling obstinate, retorted, No. I can go by myself. Chen Hansong quickly interjected, Which freshman goes to report alone? Qingqing, stop being difficult. Let us do it Dad's way. Okay. Seeing Qingqing still silent, Chen Hansong grew anxious, with Jiang Malin feeling helpless as well. Suyi, noticing the situation, weakly suggested, Qingqing, why don't you come with me to Magic City? I can. Before Suyi could finish, Qingqing interrupted, Okay. Chen Hansong clutched his chest, feeling short of breath. Chapter 42. Such a toxic oath this, Suyi smiled. I originally planned to go to Magic City on the 28th, but leaving a day early is no problem. My best buddy, who is also attending university there, will be going with me. Jiang Malin pressed further, Aren't your parents accompanying you? I told them not to. It's just a matter of registration. No need for a grand send-off, especially since Jiangzhou isn't exactly next door to Magic City. Suyi seemed to sense Jiang Malin's concerns, adding, Aunt Jiang, don't worry. I'll make sure to drop Qingqing off at her school first. And once she's settled in her dorm, I'll head to my own. Bang. Chen Hansong slammed his bowl down on the table, storming off to the sofa in silence. I in the bank. Everyone respectfully referred to him as President Chen. Yet at this moment, he was left speechless, feeling utterly trapped. Suyi observed the situation and, after finishing his meal with quick efficiency, stood up and said, Aunt Jiang, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. Jiang Malin also rose, stating, Allow me to see you off. No need. I can return on my own, Suyi replied. But Jiang Malin insisted, I still wish to chat with you a bit longer. Very well then, Suyi conceded. Soon, they left the villa together, leaving only the father and daughter in the living room. Chen Hansong eagerly inquired, Qingqing, tell me, are you doing this to deliberately infuriate me, or have you genuinely developed feelings for Suyi? Qingqing froze momentarily, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the car was entirely different. Su, would you like to drive? Sure, he replied with a smile. I may have a knack for it. Jiang Meilin continued the conversation. Why haven't you obtained your driver's license while at university? Isn't working part-time and studying for a license rather exhausting? Not at all, Suyi responded. I have my plans in college, and I believe it's better to resolve matters in advance whenever possible. Jiang Meilin smiled. It seems you've indeed matured beyond your peers. Uncertain of how to respond, Suyi simply smiled. After a brief pause, Jiang Meilin seized the moment to ask, Su, I would like to know how your relationship with my daughter is progressing. Initially, we were friends, and now we might be considered close friends, he replied. What comes next? Jiang Meilin pressed. I understand what you are implying, Auntie, but I must say it's not entirely out of the question. Jiang Meilin chuckled. You're quite candid. Suyi grimaced slightly. It's just that you might not believe anything else I say. You should know that Qingqing has had few friends throughout her life. Your presence has both advantages and disadvantages for me. The good part is that she finally has a friend, but the downside is. Suyi interjected. The downside is that you might wonder what my intentions are in befriending your daughter, right? Jiang Meilin paused, nodding slowly. Rest assured, Auntie, I am a man of my word. Even if I move to Shanghai, my previous promises remain valid. I will not engage in activities inappropriate for my age. After a brief pause, he continued, in truth, before visiting your home, I never felt inferior. However, after that visit, I realized the disparity between your daughter and me is quite significant. Yet, I want to express that I am still young. With boundless possibilities ahead, I will wait until I possess the capability, confidence, and assurance to pursue a relationship with your daughter before I act. Until then, we shall remain good friends. Does this alleviate your concerns? Auntie? Jiang Meilin was taken aback by Suyi's lengthy response. After years of navigating the complexities of the workplace, she had encountered various personalities and could typically discern sincerity from deceit. Suyi's words struck her as genuine and persuasive. It was as though a mental barrier had lifted for her, prompting her to respond with a smile. Su, when that day comes, I will support you. Perhaps it will arrive sooner than you think. Suyi turned to her, revealing a carefree grin. That evening, Suyi asked Qingqing for her identification number to purchase tickets in advance. After sending her ID, she curiously inquired, What did you discuss with my mom? Nothing much, she just asked me to look after you in Shanghai. He replied, You're just making things up. I'm not. There are still plenty of high-speed train tickets available, so we should be able to buy them together. We'll gather at 8:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow, and Aunt Wang will give you a ride, right? Yes. After a brief conversation, Suyi called Qingqing as soon as the call connected. He said, Brother Wei, there's been a change of plans. We're heading to Shanghai on the 27th. What the heck? Wasn't it supposed to be the 28th? Qingqing retorted, My girlfriend is joining us on the 27th. Suyi asserted, Bullshit. I don't believe you. I swear, if it's a lie, I'll never watch adult films again. Damn, what a ridiculous oath, Suyi replied. Send me your ID number, and I'll buy the tickets. Let's South meet at my place before 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. How will we get to the station? Don't worry, I've got it all planned out. The next day, Suyi, along with old Su and Zhang Hong, visited the countryside to see his grandparents. They had intended to visit earlier, but time constraints had delayed them. Upon learning that Suyi would be heading to Shanghai the next day, both his grandmother and grandmother prepared red envelopes for him. While he felt embarrassed to accept money from his grandparents, they insisted, resulting in Zhang Hong intervening to accept the envelopes on his behalf, exclaiming, Once you start working, remember to show your gratitude to your grandparents, of course. Later that evening, Suyi began packing his suitcase, prompting Zhang Hong to check it multiple times for reassurance. Do you need your dad to drive you to the station tomorrow? No. I've arranged for a ride. Clothes washed the same day must be done. This heat will spoil them overnight, I know. You've been a day student throughout high school, so I hope you adjust well to university life. I'll be fine. Once you arrive at school, remember to let me know you're safe. Sure. I wonder if the food there will suit your taste. The cafeteria offers a variety of options. If you run short on money, don't hesitate to ask me. All right, tomorrow. Mom, enough already. If you keep this up, I'll never get to sleep. I'm not 3 years old anymore, Otto. So you think I'm nagging? Suyi gently pushed Zhang Hong out of the room and kissed her forehead, saying, Good night, Mom. Love you. You little rascal. Chapter 43. But he has no money. A mother's worry follows her child 1,000 miles away. Zhang Hong felt this acutely, unable to sleep well that night. Nevertheless, she rose early the next day to prepare a lavish breakfast for Su Yi. At 8 o'clock, Qingqing arrived punctually, dragging a large black suitcase and carrying a hefty backpack. Su Yi glanced at the time and told his parents, "Dad, Mom, you should head to work. Don't wait for me. I'll lock the door when I leave. Don't forget your things." His father reminded him, "Don't worry. I'll double-check everything before I go. Once you reach Shanghai, send us a message." Understood. Seeing Zhang Hong reluctant to part, Old Su chuckled, "Your son is already 18. Why are you worrying so much? Let us go." Qin Jiwei placed his backpack on the sofa and then turned to Su Yi. "Where's your girlfriend?" "She'll be here shortly." Qin Jiwei's parents had initially planned to accompany him to Shanghai, but upon hearing that Su Yi would be traveling alone, he opted to go solo as well, wanting to assert his independence. Curious about Su Ye's girlfriend, Qin Jiwei wondered who she could be, given how well he knew Su Yi during their 3 years of high school. At 8:25. Su Ye's phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at it and said, "She's here. Let us head down." After checking his phone, wallet, ID, and admission notice, he followed Qin Jiwei downstairs. At the community entrance, Qin Jiwei craned his neck, looking around, puzzled. "Where is she?" "Stop dawdling. Get in the car." Upon seeing Su Yi and Qin Jiwei approach with their suitcases, Wang Rushue stepped out to help open the trunk. As Su Yi made his way to the car, Qin Jiwei hurriedly followed suit. The trunk of the van was spacious enough for their luggage. "Brother Wei, you take the front seat, okay?" As Su Yi climbed into the van, he noticed Qingqing wearing a light blue cap. When she saw him and Qin Jiwei enter, she instinctively lowered her head. Although Qin Jiwei was Su Ye's close friend, he felt like a stranger to her. Su Yi introduced them. "Qingqing, let me introduce you. The guy in front is my best buddy. We might not have grown up in the same neighborhood, but we've been classmates from elementary to middle school and share a close bond." Qin Jiwei turned to glance at Qingqing. Though he barely caught a glimpse of her face, he was already cursing under his breath. "Damn Su Yi, what kind of luck is this? How did he end up with such an attractive girlfriend?" Qingqing merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Qin Jiwei, feeling awkward, texted Su Yi, "Is she even real?" Su Yi replied. Qin Jiwei continued, "Be honest. How did you two get together?" Su Yi shot back, "Not your business." While Qin Jiwei was busy typing away, Su Yi had already turned off his phone. He turned to Qingqing and said, "It's a 5-hour ride on the high-speed train, so we should arrive around 2 in the afternoon." "Okay." Qingqing yawned, covering her mouth and slowly closing her eyes. Before long, the van stopped at the train station. Su Yi carried less luggage than Qin Jiwei, just a suitcase and a shoulder bag. His suitcase contained clothes and daily necessities, while the more important items were in his shoulder bag. As the three of them got out of the car, Qin Jiwei realized that Qingqing was nearly 1.7 meters tall, not much shorter than him. Her figure, beauty, and outfit were all top-notch. He wanted to ask her, "What do you see in Su Yi? Is it his height, his looks, his sense of humor?" But he knew deep down, he had no money. Besides her shoulder bag, Qingqing had 2 suitcases, one large filled with clothes and a smaller one with essential items. After Su Yi unloaded his suitcase, he naturally took both of Qingqing's suitcases, saying, "I'll carry the large one. You take the small one." Qingqing accepted without hesitation, heading toward the train station with her small suitcase. The train station was bustling with students as it was the start of the university term. Although this wasn't Qingqing's first journey away from home, it was her first time without adult supervision. While Qin Jiwei had never traveled out of the province. Without Su Yi, he wouldn't even know which way to go. Su Yi was quite adept, quickly guiding them to the ticket machine. "Give me your IDs. I'll get the tickets while you guard the luggage." As Su Yi stood in line, he noticed 2 middle-aged men behind him talking loudly. "Why are there so many people today? University is starting. These are all students. What is so special about college students? My nephew dropped out after middle school and now makes 200,000 a year working for me. With so many students around, how many will earn over 300,000 a year? That's a different matter. What is the point of studying? They might end up working for someone like me who never went to school." Su Yi, expressionless, retrieved 3 tickets from the machine after entering their IDs. Hearing their conversation, he remained silent and switched the machine's language to English. "Let us go. We got our tickets." He led Qingqing and Qin Jiwei into the station. The ticket machine. One of the men exclaimed, "Is this machine broken? I can't understand a thing. It seems to be in English. Can you read it?" "Of course not. I never went to school." "Hey, someone come help me with this." surrounded by a crowd of soon-to-be college students. They pretended not to hear, reveling in the situation as the two men returned to the ticket machine to queue up again. Chapter 44. A man who values his dignity. Just in time. They moved along to the boarding area. Upon entering the waiting hall, they saw their high-speed train listed on the big screen as boarding now. The three of them joined the line, and Suyi instructed, "We're all seated together. Wei, you sit by the aisle and I'll sit in the middle." Qingqing protested, "Why do I have to sit by the aisle? Everyone knows that the most coveted seat on a train is by the window, and the least desirable is by the aisle." Suyi shot him a glare. "If you don't sit by the aisle, who will?" With only one girl in the group, Qingqing would naturally occupy the window seat, which meant Suyi, as her boyfriend, had to sit in the middle, leaving Qingqing with no choice but to swallow his grievance. As the line progressed, they each presented their tickets to board the train. Suyi was familiar with the route, guiding them swiftly onto the high-speed train. After placing their suitcases on the racks, they settled into their seats, Suyi, taking on the role of the older brother. Instructed, "Message your parents to let them know we're on board." Qingqing obediently pulled out his phone and snapped a photo to send to his parents. Suyi also messaged old Su, "Dad, I'm on the train." Old Su, leisurely sipping tea at work, quickly replied, "Okay, got it." Suyi added, "Dad, I've heard you coughing at home. Now that I'm away, take care of yourself and try to smoke less." Reading Suyi's message, old Su felt a warmth in his heart, his eyes moist with emotion. He typed back, "My son has grown up. I'm proud of you. Don't worry about me." Suyi responded, "I took 3 packs of Furongwang with me to keep you from overindulging." Old Su. 60s. Suyi noticed the lengthy voice message from old Su but hesitated to open it. He then sent 2 messages to his mother, Zhang Hong. When she didn't respond immediately, he shifted his focus back to Chen Qingqing. "Why aren't you messaging?" "I don't feel like it," she replied. Suyi sighed. "Let me help you." He raised his phone again, pointing the camera at himself and Chen Qingqing. Seeing him about to take a photo, she deliberately turned her head toward the window. "Can you cooperate a bit?" "I can't. You are uncooperative, so I will stand up and shout. Chen Qingqing is my girlfriend." Chen Qingqing coldly remarked, "If you dare to do that, you're as good as dead. Come on, 3, 2, 1. Look at the camera." Fearing that Suyi might actually do something as shameless as that, Chen Qingqing glanced at the phone camera one last time, and the photo was taken. Suyi promptly sent it to Zhang Meilin. "Auntie, we have boarded the car." Zhang Meilin replied instantly, "Okay." Suyi added, "After we get off, I will report to you again." Zhang Meilin responded with gratitude. She smiled and exited the chat, noticing numerous messages from Chen Hansong that had come in early in the morning. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to send him the screenshot of her conversation with Suyi. Once the high-speed train began its journey, Chen Qingqing closed her eyes to rest. It was Qingjiwei's first trip away from home, and he was too excited to sleep. Seeing Suyi fixated on his phone, he leaned closer to sneak a peek and asked, "Suyi, what are you looking at?" "Stock market news. You wouldn't understand." "Damn it, just showing off in front of me." Qingjiwei lowered his voice and inquired, "Quick, tell me how you two met." With a long journey ahead, sitting idly was boring, so Suyi spun a tale. "It's a long story. Do you remember our class reunion?" "Yes, you left early that day." "Exactly. After leaving the KTV, I didn't head home immediately. I wanted to air out the alcohol first. It was a moonless night, and as I walked along the sidewalk, suddenly I heard a delightful guitar melody. It felt like a scene from a poem, a bittersweet farewell amidst the moonlit river, when I unexpectedly heard the guitar playing on the water." Qingjiwei rolled his eyes. "Can you get to the point?" Suyi continued. "I followed the sound of the guitar to the lakeside, where she was playing alone. I sat beside her, listening. I was drunk and initially didn't pay much attention to her looks. After a while, the breeze cleared my head, and I realized she was quite beautiful, but, being a proud guy, I certainly couldn't approach her directly. When I stumbled over to a trash can to vomit, she handed me a tissue, and perhaps seeing that I was somewhat charming, she asked for my WeChat. Chen Qingqing, sitting nearby, felt the urge to kick Suyi again. This jerk was fabricating stories. Her cheeks flushed under her cap. Fortunately, Qingjiwei, upon hearing this, looked incredulous. "You must be joking." She asked for your WeChat? "Are you dreaming? If you don't believe me, that's your problem. I believe you." "I'm the fool here," Suyi swiftly added. "She has several attractive friends. Do you want me to get her to share their WeChat with you?" Qingjiwei's eyes widened. "Seriously? Are you for real? Depends on your behavior." Qingjiwei jumped up eagerly. I'll go to the restroom and see if there's a place up front that sells drinks. Just as Suyi was about to laugh at Qingjiwei's foolishness, a sudden sharp pain shot through his side. Qingqing had pinched a piece of flesh at his waist and twisted it mercilessly. Ah! Suyi stifled his pain, glancing at the instigator. What was that for? Qingqing lifted her gaze slightly, glaring at him. If you keep talking nonsense, you're as good as dead. Suyi rubbed the spot she pinched. Can't you pretend you didn't hear? No. Qingqing pressed on. And where did I get any friends? I was just teasing him. Qingqing noticed Qingjiwei seemingly returning and hurriedly pulled her hat down, pretending to sleep. Qingjiwei approached with 3 bottles of nutritional drinks, handing 2 to Suyi while cheerfully asking, when are you going to introduce me to her friends? This can't be rushed. We need to create opportunities for coincidence. School hasn't even started yet. What is the hurry? Truda, by the way, Suyi. I forgot to ask, does the K train mean express? The G train means high speed. What does the T stand for? Special express. And Z? Super fast. Damn it, you're just pulling my leg. Chapter 45. The 3 rules. As Suyi had anticipated, the high-speed train arrived around 2 in the afternoon. Once disembarked, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of people. Qingjiwei remarked, why does it feel like there's not much difference from Jiangzhou? Except for the crowd. Yang Chaiwa once said, there's a vast difference between arriving in the magical city with a large backpack on a long-distance bus versus arriving with a small suitcase from the international terminal. The train station is merely the tip of the iceberg. Suyi nudged Qingjiwei with his knee. Stop dawdling. Let us get out of the station first. The trio followed the crowd out of the high-speed train station. As they gazed at the towering skyscrapers and bustling roads, Suyi felt a rush of excitement. His thoughts diverged sharply from those of Qingjiwei and Qingqing. Qingjiwei was filled with confusion about arriving in a big city, while Qingqing worried about fitting into her forthcoming university life. However, Suyi felt no such uncertainty. He had eagerly awaited this day for a long time. Free from parental constraints, he envisioned carving out his own path in this vibrant land. After 2 months post-exams, he had fantasized about establishing his own domain here. That day had finally arrived. Both Qingqing and Qingjiwei schools were located in Suhui district, requiring only half an hour by subway, while Suye's school was in Pudong. Regardless of whether he went to Qingqing's or Qingjiwei's school, it would take about an hour by subway, but by car, it would only take around 40 minutes. My school's registration starts tomorrow. I'll take you to yours. Wei Gu, you'll need to switch to line 12 at Gillen Park Station. Your school is right next to the subway exit. I want to be following you. If you have any questions, just call me. Understood. Let us go catch the subway. The subway in the magical city was perpetually crowded, especially with new students arriving for enrollment. After Suyi led them onto the train, he found a corner to stand. Observing Qingqing swaying unsteadily in the corner, he patted his arm and said, hold on to this. Just as he finished speaking, the train jolted again, and Qingqing almost collided with him. She glanced up at him, lowered her cap, and placed her hand on his arm. After a bumpy ride, they arrived at their station, and Suyi guided Qingqing directly to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Qingqing was directionally challenged. If she were alone, she might struggle to distinguish between east and west. Thus, she followed Suyi closely as they exited the subway station. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally stood at the entrance of the conservatory. Art schools typically have fewer students, and the Shanghai Conservatory of Music had only around 3,000 students, even fewer than in high school. So the campus was compact. To the left of the main entrance was the Mayan Opera House, and to the right were various administrative buildings and rehearsal halls. Walking a few dozen steps in, they encountered an 18-story teaching building, one of the conservatory's landmark structures. Further ahead were the Old Dean's Building, Doctoral Building, and Expert Building. Although the campus was small, the scenery was beautiful, with student dormitories, canteens, and playgrounds situated at the far end. Suyi seemed familiar with the campus as he led Qingqing inside quickly. Along the way, they saw numerous banners welcoming new students. There were also many volunteers assisting newcomers, all of whom were senior students. A group noticed Suyi and Qingqing from afar. Had Qingqing come alone, several seniors would have rushed over to help her with her luggage and guide her through the enrollment process. However, since Suyi and Qingqing were together, no one approached. This was one of the reasons Suyi had offered to accompany Qingqing for her enrollment. He wanted to signal to others that she was already taken, discouraging any future advances. Unaware of Suyi's subtle intentions, Qingqing felt a bit anxious as she noticed several passers-by staring at her, prompting her to quicken her pace to catch up with Suyi. They walked side by side, looking more like a couple than ever. Suyi first took Qingqing to pay her fees, then to collect essentials like bedding, pillows, and military training uniforms. Once all the formalities were completed, Suyi finally brought Qingqing to the girls' dormitory. At that moment, the dormitory supervisor had yet to arrive, meaning Suyi could enter without hindrance. However, he didn't go in directly. He looked down at Qingqing and quietly asked, "Do you need me to go up with you?" Before she could respond, he added, "If I accompany you, your roommates will definitely think I'm your boyfriend, and no matter how you explain, it will sound weak. But it could benefit you because it might deter other guys from pursuing or bothering you." It wasn't the heat that made Qingqing's face flush. It was the implication of his words. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "But we need to establish some ground rules to go ahead. First, you can only pretend to be my boyfriend today, not really. Second, you must not say anything inappropriate. No inappropriate remarks at all. Third, if I message you, you must reply instantly. Additionally, on weekends, you must be available whenever I need you." Suyi laughed. "The first two rules are fine. I can reply instantly to messages, but being available on weekends is a bit excessive. Don't you think?" Qingqing only had Suyi as a friend, and she felt secure only when with him. She hoped to maintain that connection in university and meet up regularly. "You told my mom you would take care of me." Qingqing looked up at him, summoning her courage to say this, her cheeks almost glowing. Suyi quickly replied, "I'll do my best. I promise." Qingqing pouted, preparing to haul her suitcase upstairs, but 2 steps blocked her path. Struggling, Suyi quickly intervened. "Let me take care of it. You just handle the bag the school gave you." Qingqing readily relinquished her grip. Suyi placed his suitcase in the lobby and took Qingqing's 2 suitcases, following her to the second floor like her devoted follower. Standing at the door, Qingqing hesitated for a long moment before knocking. She had heard voices inside, and more than one, indicating her roommates were likely all present, making her the last to arrive. The thought of meeting 3 unfamiliar roommates made her heart race. Suyi, however, stepped forward and knocked twice on the door. Inside, a girl with short hair quickly stood up. "It must be our last roommate. I'll go open the door." The short-haired girl opened the door and, upon seeing Suyi and Qingqing, paused and asked, "Who are you?" Suyi greeted her with a warm smile, gently pulling Qingqing's hand and saying, "I brought my girlfriend to school. May I come in?" Qingqing looked up in surprise, her heart racing. Chapter 46, A Boyfriend's Guide to Making Friends at University UA. Xine, hurry up. A handsome guy is here. You all need to tidy up. The short-haired girl quickly closed the door and called to the other 2 girls inside. Mere seconds later, the dormitory door reopened. The short-haired girl gestured for them to enter. "Please come in." Handsome guy in the music academy, there were more girls than boys, making male students a rare commodity, and a handsome one like Suyi was even more sought after. As the door opened, a pleasant fragrance wafted out, likely from a type of osmanthus-scented air freshener. It was delightful and not overpowering. Inside the dorm, besides the short-haired girl, there were 2 other girls sitting together, their gazes fixed on Suyi. All 3 girls were attractive, and students at art schools generally come from better-off families, so they dress stylishly. "Hello, beautiful ladies." Suyi greeted them confidently, pulling Qingqing closer and saying, "This is my girlfriend, Qingqing. She is a bit introverted, so I hope you all will take care of her." The short-haired girl introduced herself first. "Hi, I'm Jiangyu." The girl on the left, dressed daringly in a beige camisole that revealed both her cleavage and waist, paired with a black mini-skirt, exuded a sexy, bold vibe. "I'm Zhang Ruowei, a local from the magical city." Next to Zhang Ruowei was a petite, demure girl with a sweet smile. "I'm Shen Sini." Having navigated social circles for years, Suye's judgment was sharp. Observing the subtle expressions and mannerisms of Qingqing's 3 roommates, he could roughly gauge their personalities. Jiangyu was lively and outgoing, her accent hinting at a northeastern background, suggesting she was a warm-hearted girl. Shen Sini appeared delicate and sweet, likely from a good family, speaking in a soft, gentle tone, possibly from Suzhou or Hangzhou. Zhang Ruowei, with her striking appearance, was clearly eye-catching. Overall, Suyi found Qingqing's roommates to be quite agreeable. Suyi placed his luggage under the only unoccupied bed and said with a smile, "I'm Suyi, also attending university in the magical city. I might visit your school often." Zhang Ruowei chuckled. "Handsome, I've seen parents send their kids to college and even grandparents do the same, but this is the first time I've seen a guy bring his girlfriend to university. You must have been dating for quite a while, right?" Suyi quickly fabricated a story. "You caught me. With a beauty like you, I can imagine you've had your fair share of suitors. Zhang Ruwei shot back. I have indeed had my share, but none as handsome as you. That's quite the compliment, Suyi replied. Jiang Yu and Shinsini giggled at the banter between them. Qingqing stood beside Suyi, discreetly tugging at his shirt. Noticing the empty bed above, Suyi shifted the focus. Are you going to set up your bed? Qingqing shook her head. Suyi quickly opened the woven bag, retrieving the bedding and essentials provided by the school, and went about making her bed. Then, he went the extra mile, cleaning off the desk, chair, and cabinet for her. Feeling awkward just standing there, Qingqing finally opened her suitcase to hang her clothes in the wardrobe and take out her personal items. Why did you bring that along? Suyi lowered his head and was surprised to see the doryman he had gifted to Qingqing still in her suitcase. He immediately inquired about it. Qingqing quickly retorted, claiming, "It must have been accidentally packed by my mother." With that, she hastily zipped up the suitcase, effectively severing the topic. After a prolonged half-hour of fussing about, they finally managed to sort everything out. Their three roommates observed the entire scene in silence, each harboring a hint of envy. To them, Suyi was exceedingly considerate, treating Qingqing as if she were his own daughter, meticulously arranging everything for her. Whenever Qingqing spoke softly, Suyi would instinctively lean in closer to listen. It was a sight filled with warmth. At this moment, Suyi's stomach grumbled audibly. He took out his phone to snap a picture of the dormitory and then addressed Qingqing's three roommates, saying, "We haven't had lunch yet. Shall we head out for a bite?" "We've already eaten," they replied. "Then I shall bid you farewell until next time. Three lovely ladies. Goodbye. Farewell, handsome." Suyi took Qingqing's hand and led her out of the dormitory. Just as they left, Jiang Yu's voice echoed from within. "Oh heavens, grant me a boyfriend as thoughtful as that. I am utterly smitten. Jiang Yu, do exercise some restraint. They can hear you outside." In high spirits, Suyi descended the stairs, hand in hand with Qingqing. Once outside, Qingqing halted and asked, "How long do you intend to hold my hand?" It was only then that Suyi realized he had been clasping her small hand all along. He released it, smiling awkwardly. "One must act convincingly while playing a role. I've noticed you seem to be quite at ease with everyone," Qingqing remarked. "Not at all," he replied, "but you were chatting merrily with my roommates just now. You remained silent. If I hadn't spoken, wouldn't the atmosphere have been rather awkward? Haha. Logically speaking, should you not treat us to this meal?" Suyi dashed ahead of Qingqing, turning his back to her. "Look, my back is drenched in sweat." Qingqing pushed him away, insisting, "I'll treat. I insist." The pair arrived at a restaurant on campus where, upon receiving the menu, Suyi unabashedly began ordering dishes. After circling 3 dishes and a soup on the paper, he handed it to the owner, saying, "Please hurry. I am on the verge of starvation." This statement elicited laughter from the restaurant owner's wife, who quickly brought out a small plate of peanuts and a small plate of smashed cucumbers, saying, "Here, have a little something to tide you over. Consider it a gift." "You are truly kind, thank you," Suyi replied. Qingqing envied Suyi's boldness. Despite meeting strangers for the first time, he could engage in lively conversation, a skill she lacked. Although he had taken the first step for her, she still worried about fitting in with her 3 roommates. After Suyi devoured a few pieces of smashed cucumber, he took out his phone again, snapping a picture and sending it, along with the earlier one from the dorm, to Jiang Mailin. "Auntie, I've delivered Qingqing to school. We're now having lunch." Jiang Mailin, who had been awaiting this update, sighed in relief upon reading it and quickly sent a voice message. "Little Sue, you've worked hard." Suyi typed back, "Not at all. I keep my promises." "Is this Qingqing's bed? Did you make it for her?" Jiang Mailin inquired. "Indeed. How is she getting along with her roommates?" "It's only their first meeting. They've exchanged greetings. I will guide her on how to interact with them." "No need to worry, Auntie. Please take good care of Qingqing." "Certainly, no problem." Once he put his phone away, Qingqing finally asked, "What were you discussing with my mom?" "Nothing significant, just a brief report." Suyi smiled. "Do you wish to integrate with your 3 roommates quickly?" After a moment of hesitation, Qingqing nodded. "Next comes your specially tailored university social guide from your boyfriend. Listen carefully. Chapter 47. Either a heartbreaker or a scoundrel. Typically, the first 2 days after entering university are the most conducive for bonding with your roommates. I just had brief encounters with your 3 roommates. Firstly, Zhang Ruwei is the most mature among you 4. She excels in social interactions and has high standards. If she dislikes someone, she considers speaking to them a waste of time. Next is Jiang Yu, who is also quite extroverted, embodying a big sister type. Her romantic experience is likely non-existent, but she is eager to experience love in university. If you build a good relationship with her, she will look out for you. Lastly, Qingqing is a classic delicate girl, likely raised in a strict household, resulting in her obedient and quiet demeanor. She resembles you the most, and you may find yourselves becoming closest friends. It is expected that someone in your dorm will propose a gathering for dinner tonight. This will be your first shared meal. Regardless of your reasons, you must attend. After tonight, you will transition from strangers to roommates. If they pose questions to you, you may speak less, but not remain silent. I suggest you candidly share your parents' divorce. This will provide a reason for your reserved nature, and they will understand that your introversion stems from your upbringing, fostering a sense of empathy towards you. The first gathering will likely be split equally among attendees. You need not treat everyone. This also presents an opportunity to add them on WeChat. However, it is inevitable that favors will be exchanged, such as bringing each other meals or drinks. Such exchanges do not require meticulous accounting. Just remember the principle of reciprocity. You need not treat every time, as this will not enhance your relationships. Your roommates will be the individuals you interact with most in university. If you cultivate a good rapport with them, it is unlikely you will encounter significant issues. As for other classmates, you may judge for yourself, but if any male classmates approach you, you must refuse them immediately. Qingqing finally interjected. Why is that? Suyi replied earnestly, because aside from me, no other man is worth your time. Especially not those pursuing the arts. They are either heartthrobs or scoundrels. Qingqing found herself speechless. Suyi quickly added, moreover, you already have a boyfriend. Why entertain advances from other male classmates? Be quiet. Suyi chuckled awkwardly and began to wolf down his food. Once he noticed that Qingqing had nearly finished, he asked, do you know how to get back? Yes. The restaurant and the dormitory were quite close. Even if Qingqing were directionally challenged, she would not forget her way back. She reminded him, you must remember our agreement. Rest assured, I will not forget. After leaving the restaurant, Qingqing walked toward the girls' dormitory alone, feeling a twinge of anxiety, for she would now be on her own. Anxiously, she approached the girls' dormitory and turned back curiously. Upon discovering Suyi standing 100 meters behind her, she momentarily froze. A gentle smile graced her delicate features as she saw Suyi waving at her. Qingqing slowly raised her hand, waving back before stepping into the dormitory. Upon her return, her 3 roommates were engrossed in sharing their high school experiences. Upon seeing Qingqing, the short-haired Jiang Yu immediately stood up and pulled her into a chair, asking, Qingqing, may we call you Qingqing from now on? Qingqing, taken aback by such enthusiasm, shyly nodded. Qingqing, please tell us how you met your boyfriend. How long have you been together? Why did he bring you to university today? Qingqing felt a bit flustered, but recalled the story Suyi had shared with Qin Jiwei on the train. She quickly recounted that tale to her 3 roommates, though she naturally altered the parts regarding tissues and the WeChat exchange to fit Suye's narrative. By the lakeside, a girl strumming a guitar, a handsome boy inebriated. Her roommates envisioned a complete romantic drama as they listened. Zhang Ruwei pressed further, so why did he bring you to university? Qingqing blurted out, he made arrangements with my mom. Zhang Ruwei, Qingqing, Jiang Yu, arrangements with your mom? Have you two met the parents already? Qingqing was about to explain but found herself at a loss for words. Observing the envious expressions on her roommates' faces, she decided to abandon the explanation. In a sense, Suyi had indeed met her family. Oh my, your parents are so open-minded. If I had dared to date in high school, my parents would have broken my legs, Jiang Yu exclaimed. Qingqing nodded vigorously in agreement. Although there was only a year's difference between senior year and freshman year, dating in senior year was deemed early, while it was perfectly normal in freshman year. With this opening, Qingqing felt less anxious. The 4 of them engaged in lively conversation, exchanging thoughts on their favorite singers, amusing anecdotes from their lives. And when discussing their families, Jiang Yu noticed Qingqing's silence and inquired, Qingqing, what do your parents do? My father works at a bank, and my mother works for a foreign enterprise. After she finished speaking, she recalled Suye's earlier words at dinner and added, they divorced when I was in middle school. As expected, her roommate's expression shifted. Initially perceiving Qingqing as aloof, they now felt a twinge of sympathy. Jiang Yu whispered, I'm sorry, to which Qingqing quickly replied, it's all right, I'm used to it. The topic soon shifted. The 4 of them began to fantasize about their upcoming university life, discussing the school's history, gossip about a certain teacher, and tales of a haunted building. As their conversations flowed, night fell. Zhang Ruowei glanced at the time and suggested, "Let us go out for dinner tonight. I know a place with delicious barbecue." "Sounds good." The proposal quickly garnered approval from Jiang Yu and Shansini. "Qingqing, what about you?" Qingqing hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'm fine with that." She was merely pondering how Suyi had anticipated all this. Her roommates matched his analysis perfectly, and someone had indeed proposed dinner, despite their brief encounter and minimal conversation. Could it be that he possesses some form of foresight? Chapter 48. Dormitory 201. Su Ye's University was set to commence new student registration the following day. After dropping off Qingqing, he took the subway to find a hotel near his own campus, then phoned Lao Su and Zhang Hong to inform them of his safety. Later that evening, Wang Yusin messaged him to ask if he had safely delivered Qingqing to school, prompting Suyi to chat with her for a while. Qin Jiwei had not messaged him, likely still dining with his new roommates. Generally, relationships in male dormitories are much simpler than in female dormitories, where multiple WeChat groups often emerge. After a refreshing shower, Suyi lay in bed, idly watching the stock market. The A shares had begun to rise, and Suyi's stock portfolio was increasing daily. If this bullish trend continued, his assets could multiply by 1 to 200 times by the end of this market surge. However, he did not place all his hopes of wealth in the stock market. Following the 14 to 15 bull market, A shares had stagnated, lingering around the 3,000-point mark, indicating that for sustained profits, alternative business ventures were necessary. Investing was still premature, and his funds were insufficient, so Suyi aimed to engage in small, risk-free businesses during his freshman year to accumulate capital and gain experience. Around 9:30, just before 10, Qingqing finally messaged Suyi. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet. I'm waiting for you." "Has the dinner ended?" "Yes, I just returned to the dorm." "Was it smooth?" "More so than I had anticipated." "That is good. Now comes military training. Prepare yourself, eat and sleep on time. You're sounding more and more like my mom." Qingqing remarked, "I'm merely showing concern." Suyi replied, "You silly pig. I'm off to take a shower. I won't chat anymore." "All right." Half an hour later, Qingqing messaged, "Good night, good night." The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Suyi had a casual breakfast in the hotel lobby before dragging his suitcase straight to the campus. The sun was already high in the sky. Upon entering the school, Suyi felt enveloped by a vibrant, youthful atmosphere. There were throngs of people and many senior girls dressed in a notably mature fashion. Spaghetti straps, ultra-short skirts, and some in white t-shirts, which under the sunlight, revealed the colors of their undergarments, sights utterly unseen in high school. Suyi first paid his tuition and accommodation fees, then proceeded to the registration area. For the Financial Academy, majoring in finance, please come here. At the entrance of the teaching building, a long row of tables had been set up, behind which sat various class counselors, each accompanied by a small assistant, most of whom were also new students this year, eager to secure the class monitor position by volunteering under the blazing sun. "Are you majoring in finance?" "Yes." A boy wearing glasses adjusted his rimless spectacles and nodded. "This is our counselor, Su Tong. I'm your classmate. My name is Zhang Yang." "Hello." "Hello." Class monitors in university are generally elected through voting. Zhang Yang eagerly volunteered to assist the counselor to establish good relations with his classmates. He enthusiastically said, "Please fill out this form. Then hand me your admission notice and documents. I will take you to collect your bedding and military training uniform." Suyi understood Zhang Yang's intentions well. He had no interest in the monitor position, so he cooperatively completed the formalities and followed Zhang Yang to pick up his items. "Everything is here. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll announce the military training schedule in the group later." "All right. Proceed straight down this path, take the first right, and then continue forward. Your dormitory is beside the sports field." "Thank you." "You're welcome." As Suyi watched the retreating figure of Zhang Yang, a sigh of relief escaped him. Observing the long queue at the registration desk once more, he quickened his pace, his face adorned with a warm smile again. The mobile campus card offered a modest monthly rental of merely 28 yuan for 2 gigabytes of data. Don't miss out on this as you pass by. The advertisement continued with enticing offers for telecom broadband, requiring only 198 yuan per semester when bundled with a phone card. The Qingdian Electronic Reading Room had a promotional deal of top-up 300. Get an additional 300. The first dining hall was hiring part-time workers. The street dance club was welcoming new members, inviting dance enthusiasts to join. Finally, dragging his suitcase, Suyi arrived at the dormitory building. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, after lifting his suitcase, ascended the 3 steps leading to the second floor, where his dormitory was located. Room 201. the first room on the left, had its door ajar. Upon reaching the entrance, Suyi discovered the room vacant. Adhering to the principle of first come, first served, he chose a bed, tidied up, and organized his belongings. Once the upper and lower bunks were set up, and noticing no roommates had arrived yet, he decided to clean the dormitory. To his surprise, while cleaning, Suyi stumbled upon several treasures left behind by the previous seniors beneath the desk and in the drawers. A pile of cigarette boxes, old books, a poster of Louis Fei, and even an unopened BYT. After cleaning, Suyi took out a large bag of trash and left the dormitory. It was still early, and with no roommates in sight. He ventured out to explore the campus, which boasted 3 dining halls. The first dining hall was situated next to the first and second teaching buildings, while the second and third were adjacent to the dormitories. At noon, Suyi relished a delightful stone pot bibimbap at the first dining hall. Upon returning to his dormitory after lunch, he found that all 3 of his roommates had already arrived. As he stepped inside, he greeted them with a smile. "I'm Suyi, from Jiangzhou, Gan Province. Where do you gentlemen hail from?" The first to respond was a young man in a short-sleeved shirt, whose bed was next to Suyi's. "I'm Yang Fei, a local from the Magic City." Next, the boy across from Suyi paused in his task to introduce himself. "I'm Zhang Xinju, from Qingqing." Finally, all eyes turned to the most slender boy in the room, around 172 centimeters tall and weighing perhaps less than 50 kg, who shyly smiled and said, "I'm Li Tengwen, from Yuzhou. We're going to be roommates from now on. We're all about the same age, but we should elect a leader based on our ages. I was born in April. How about you?" Suyi inquired. "I'm a July baby," Yang Fei replied, "and I'm from September." Zhang Xinju chimed in, "I'm December." Zhang Xinju added with a grin, "But I should be a year older than you." "Wow, I thought I was the oldest," Suyi exclaimed. Yang Fei quickly laughed. "Then Zhang Xinju is the leader, Suyi is the second, I'm the third, and Li Tengwen is the fourth. Does second sound good? From now on, call me Gu, especially you, Yang Fei. If you call me Gu, I'll call you Xiao San, and we'll be even." Laughter erupted in room 201, a stark contrast to the awkwardness prevailing in other dormitories. Suyi rapidly gleaned their personalities through their exchanges. The leader, Zhang Xinju, was carefree, generous, and affable. Yang Fei, the third, was somewhat reserved yet boisterous, claiming to be a connoisseur of women, despite being a lifelong singleton. Li Tengwen, the fourth, was introverted, refined, and earnest. After an engaging afternoon of conversation, the camaraderie between Suyi and his new roommates blossomed. As evening approached, Suyi glanced at the time and proposed, "Shall we go out for dinner together tonight?" "Sure, we ought to have something nice for our first meal of the semester," Zhang Xinju replied. However, upon hearing this, Li Tengwen hesitated. Suyi had already noticed Li Tengwen's modest background during their initial introductions. While most wore new clothes on the first day of university, Li Tengwen sported a t-shirt with a rolled collar and had brought his high school uniform along. Suyi intended to treat them, but Zhang Xinju preemptively declared, "Let us agree that I'll cover the bill tonight. None of you are allowed to fight me for it." "Are you a rich second generation?" Yang Fei inquired, draping an arm over Zhang Xinju's shoulder with curiosity. Zhang Xinju shrugged nonchalantly, "Not quite a rich second generation, more like a demolition second generation." "Do you own multiple properties?" Yang Fei asked, eyes wide with interest. In this era of booming real estate, owning a home in a first-tier city placed one above 80 of the population. Zhang Xinju nodded, holding up 3 fingers. "3 properties? That's only one more than my family has," Yang Fei remarked. Zhang Xinju quickly corrected, "No, 3 buildings. 3 buildings? Whoa, big brother," Yang Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Xinju chuckled. "My father made it clear long ago that during my 4 years of university, he doesn't expect me to learn much. Just enjoy myself at school. I'll be heading home to collect rent when I graduate. Just so you know, I'll cover all the electricity and water bills for the dorm, but I want he take responsibility for cleaning." Suyi was astonished. He had suspected Zhang Xinju came from a well-off family, but this was beyond his expectations. 3 buildings in Qingqing. The rental income from those might surpass the annual revenue of a listed company. "I'll take charge of the dorm cleaning. I'll handle it," Suyi insisted, unable to hold back any longer. With a playful smile, he pulled Yang Fei aside, saying, "Were you a court servant in your past life? Can't you tone down the flattery?" Yang Fei chuckled and replied, "Suyi, your family must be in big business too, right? My dad works at a company. My mom is a junior accountant. What big business could we possibly have? Let us go eat." "Li Tengwen, why are you still dawdling? The big boss is treating us." Without waiting for Li Tengwen's response, Suyi pulled him out of the dormitory on the first day of freshman registration. The campus was still bustling with activity. Yang Fei, arms crossed behind his head, looked at the throngs of people with pride and asked, "Do you know the male-to-female ratio at our school? How much?" Suyi inquired. 0.3 to 7, that means out of every 3 people, 2 are girls, Yang Fei answered. Zhang Xinju played along. "What does that have to do with you?" Yang Fei replied confidently, "I plan to get a girlfriend in my freshman year. Our family has had only one son for 2 generations. I'm expected to carry on the family line, and my parents support my dating endeavors at school." "Good luck with that," Zhang Xinju said. "Since your family is so wealthy, you must have dated in high school, right?" Zhang Xinju shook his head. "No, my dad was very strict. If I had dated early, he would have broken my legs." Li Tongwen. "You must not have dated either?" Yang Fei asked. Li Tongwen quickly shook his head. "And you, Suyi?" Suyi firmly replied, "I haven't either." He was speaking the truth. Although he had pursued Gu Mengyao in high school, she had rejected him, and he had only met Qingqing after the college entrance examination. Upon hearing that all 3 roommates were single, Yang Fei puffed up with pride. "It seems I'm the only one who dated in high school. Let me tell you, dating requires strategy. I can teach you all gradually." Just then, Zhang Xinju's iPhone rang. He answered it, placing it to his ear. "Hello? All set?" "Yes, we're getting ready to eat now." With the crowd being too noisy, he switched to speaker mode. A girl's voice soon echoed on the line. "When is your military training at school?" "I'm not sure yet. It should be either tomorrow afternoon or the day after in the morning." "All right, enjoy your meal. We'll talk later." After hanging up, Li Tongwen's phone also rang. He answered on speaker, and the caller was another girl, speaking in their hometown dialect, which none of the 3 roommates could understand. Li Tongwen exchanged a few words before hanging up. Before Yang Fei could speak again, Su Ye's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, then at Yang Fei, and answered on speaker mode. "Hello, foolish pig. Have you eaten yet?" Qingqing asked. "Not yet. I'm on my way now." "Have you eaten?" Suyi responded. "Yes. How's the food at the school cafeteria?" "Not bad, I suppose. Our school is starting military training tomorrow. I'm a bit worried." "Don't worry. Your military training should be quite easy. But it lasts for 2 weeks, and I'm afraid I won't make it. Just take a break if you're tired. You're so good looking, the instructor will definitely agree. Last night, everyone returned to the dorm and called their families. I felt so bored all alone. After our dinner gathering, I'll call you." "Okay. Let us talk more later." "All right." As Suyi hung up, Yang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, and he pointed at Zhang Xinju, Li Tongwen, and Suyi, exclaiming, Didn't you all say you've never dated?" Zhang Xinju replied casually, "I've always regarded her as a brother." Li Tongwen added, "The one I just spoke with is my sister." Suyi clarified, "We're just good friends for now." "Yeah, right?" Yang Fei's face flushed with annoyance. "You're calling each other those pet names? And you expect me to believe you're just friends? That's too much." Su Yi and Zhang Xinju exchanged amused glances before stepping forward, draping an arm around Yang Fei's shoulders and saying, "Yang Fei, don't be disheartened. Think of it this way. If both Zhang Xinju and I had girlfriends, you'd have 2 fewer competitors. You might not be as wealthy as Zhang Xinju, nor as handsome as me, but with your skills, you might even win over the school beauty." Yang Fei retorted defiantly, "I'm not lacking in my own merits. Indeed, you are quite capable," Su Yi acknowledged. Turning to Li Tongwen, Su Yi said with a smile, "Li Tongwen, what are you waiting for? Let us go feast on this demolition's 2nd generation tonight." Li Tongwen nodded with a grin and quickly followed. The 4 of them lined up neatly and exited the campus together. From the school, a 20-minute walk led them to Baolong Plaza, an expansive shopping complex housing various brand stores and chain restaurants. For Li Tongwen, it was his first visit to such a place. His small county town lacked such a complex, and the furthest he had traveled was to the city center, only to visit his mother in the hospital. The mall was vibrant, the lights dazzling, and the decorations exuded a fashionable and energetic atmosphere, bustling with crowds and filled with a plethora of products that dazzled the eyes. Li Tongwen looked around in wonder. A wave of inferiority washed over him. While Zhang Xinju, Yang Fei, and Su Yi deliberated on their dinner options, he stood quietly, lost in thought. "What about this one? A place that combines barbecue and hot pot," Su Yi suggested. "And you, Su Yi?" "I'm fine with anything," he replied. Zhang Xinju ultimately decided, "Let us go with this one." As they walked toward the escalator, Li Tongwen cautiously followed, but being a novice to such an experience, he wobbled slightly and nearly lost his balance. Fearful of appearing clumsy, he quickly composed himself and stepped up 2 steps to join Su Yi. "Su Yi, Placing an arm around his shoulder, smiled, Li Tengwen. Let us make sure to eat plenty of meat and minimize the vegetables. If we can avoid drinks, even better. Let us eat our fill. Once we leave this village, we might not find this place again. Zhang Xinzhu chimed in. If you're saying that, next time we go out, I'll treat you all to a buffet. Forget you. The four soon located the barbecue and hot pot restaurant advertised on the flyer. The start of the semester brought in a good crowd. Zhang Xinzhu led the trio inside and promptly found a table to sit down. The server quickly brought the menu to Su Yi. Without hesitation, he picked up a pencil and started marking his selections on the menu. Here, take a look. Do we need to add anything else? Yang Fei waved his hand. Just order whatever. I'm not picky. Li Tengwen quickly added. I'm not picky either. Since you both say that, I'll order based on my own taste. Su Yi marked several more items on the menu and handed it to the server as the four resumed their idle chatter. Li Tengwen struggled to join in, merely nodding occasionally. Spotting a piece of paper on the barbecue platter, he reached out to remove it, intending to throw it in the garbage. At that moment, a server wheeled a cart nearby and asked, "What are you doing?" Li Tengwen's hand froze midair. From the server's expression, he realized he had acted unnecessarily. Su Yi glanced over and quickly said with a smile, "My roommate is a neat freak. This oil paper has been here for too long, and we wanted to replace it with a fresh one." The server then replied. "All right." Su Yi offered Li Tengwen a reassuring glance, and Li Tengwen naturally discarded the removed oil paper into the trash. To Su Yi, it was a trivial matter, but he was unaware that many years later, Li Tengwen would remember this moment vividly. He would always recall that during their freshman year, a roommate named Su Yi had protected his dignity. "Come on, don't just stand there. Let us eat," Su Yi exclaimed as the barbecue was served and the hot pot began to boil. Su Yi raised his drink and cheekily declared, "Thanks to Boss Zhang for treating us. Hereas hoping he continues his extravagant ways in the future." Yang Fei and Li Tengwen quickly raised their cups in agreement. Zhang Xinzhu, bemused, replied, "You guys really?" To Zhang Xinzhu, the cost of treating his friends was negligible. Money had never been an issue for him. Though his father was strict, he never skimped on living conditions. Before coming to study in the Magic City, his father had repeatedly warned him to be generous when treating friends, but to never spend money on women. His father had established 3 family rules early on. 1. No starting a business. 2. No associations with dubious women. 3. Never engage in gambling or drugs. Yang Fei took the opportunity to ask, "Did you add any freshman groups before the semester started?" All 3 shook their heads. Yang Fei lamented, "How could you not join any freshman groups? That means you know nothing about our school. You seem well informed. Why don't you enlighten us?" Su Yi prompted. Yang Fei's interest peaked as he animatedly asked, "Do you know who the campus beauty is?" "Who?" "The one from the law school, specializing in economic law, Jiang Wei." In the second year, there was a senior sister. Standing at a height of 166 centimeters, with her weight unspecified and measurements of 89, 61, 88, she possessed a melodious voice and graceful dancing skills, and it was rumored that she had practiced taekwondo, making her exceptionally attractive. Su Yi remarked, "No pictures, no credibility?" Yang Fei, feeling agitated, quickly pulled out his phone to showcase a photo of Jiang Wei that he had saved in the freshman group. Zhang Xinzhu glanced at the photo and handed it to Su Yi, who assessed it and declared, "Aesthetics, 9.3, physique, 9.5, attire, 9.6, weight. She wore black stockings, so add another point." Zhang Xinzhu gave a thumbs up, stating, "Great minds think alike." Su Yi handed the phone to Li Tengwen, who, however, showed no interest, aware that he was worlds apart from the campus beauty. Yang Fei commented, "Aesthetics at 9.3 seems a tad low." Su Yi shrugged. "Her makeup is skillfully done, and the photo is taken from below, enhancing the proportions. Perhaps the real person might score a point or 2 less." Yang Fei then noticed a new message popping up in the group chat, stating that everyone should gather at 10 o'clock the next morning in classroom 402 of the 5th teaching building. He exclaimed, "What? We want to start military training tomorrow, will we?" Su Yi shook his head. "If military training were to commence tomorrow morning, we would be donning camouflage uniforms. The gathering is likely just for introductions among classmates and a brief meeting with our instructors." Yang Fei chuckled. "Li Tengwen, can your little frame withstand military training?" Li Tengwen shyly replied, "I'll do my best. Zhang Yang should be acquainted with you all, right? I heard he is in the same year as us. What's up with him assisting the instructor on the very first day?" Su Yi explained, "It's quite simple. He aims to be class monitor. By assisting the instructor, he leaves a lasting impression on everyone. And after military training, the first order of business will be to campaign for class monitor, league secretary, and academic committee member. The individual who stands out the most among classmates is most likely to secure the position. Ah, I see. Impressive, Su Yi. You seem to know everything. Zhang Xinju added. If you admire him, just call him Dad directly. Chapter 51. Dad, please give me her WeChat.in the span of just 10 minutes. The restaurant began to fill up. With 3 universities in the vicinity and the start of a new academic year, the mall was predominantly occupied by university students. While Su Yi and his 3 roommates engaged in spirited banter, 4 girls entered the barbecue hot pot restaurant. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be first-year students. The girl leading the group, sporting round-framed glasses and 2 high ponytails, had a remarkably high turning rate, her gait adding an endearing sway. Yang Fei, noticing, nudged Zhang Xinju beside him and whistled at Su Yi, who turned to see the 4 girls choosing a table next to theirs. Su Yi chuckled. I can't help but feel a bit embarrassed going out with Yang Fei. Zhang Xinju wholeheartedly agreed. I feel the same. Yang Fei, wanting to retort, restrained himself, fearing the girls at the adjacent table would hear, and ultimately fell silent. Zhang Xinju and Su Yi continued their conversation while Li Tengwen quietly enjoyed his meal. Meanwhile, Yang Fei occasionally stole glances at the cute girl with ponytails and a short skirt at the next table. The 4 girls, after ordering, began discussing their dormitory experiences and military training. As the dishes arrived, their conversation shifted to topics of astrology and idols. Just as Su Yi and Zhang Xinju were engrossed in their discussion, someone tapped Su Yi's shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found the ponytailed girl standing there, a puzzled expression on his face. Excuse me, handsome, our table has run out of napkins. Could you spare some for me? Su Yi promptly handed her the napkins. The girl smiled brightly. Thank you, handsome. Yang Fei was nearly driven to madness. He lamented the choice of seating, realizing he should have taken Su Yi's spot. Su Yi remained unfazed and continued conversing with Zhang Xinju, thinking the ponytailed girl was adorable, but Jiang Wei was undeniably beautiful. However, she couldn't compare to Chen Qingqing. As Su Yi and Zhang Xinju transitioned from discussing the romance of the 3 kingdoms to the domestic economic situation, the 4 girls next door had begun playing Truth or Dare. I'm off to the restroom. Su Yi stood and walked away. Upon his return, the ponytailed girl suddenly blocked his path, donning platform sneakers that still required her to look up at him. Confused, Su Yi gazed at her, unsure of her intentions. Handsome, I lost a dare. May I add you on WeChat? Add me? Su Yi was taken aback. All right then, he retrieved his phone and exchanged WeChat details with her, who noted her name as Wang Shiyu. Handsome, what's your name? She asked at Su Yi. Got it, I'll remember. Wang Shiyu then stepped aside and returned to her seat, where her friends eagerly leaned in, whispering excitedly. Su Yi, unfazed, settled back down beside Li Tengwen. Yang Fei, visibly frustrated, muttered, Su Yi, you're truly infuriating. What have I done? Su Yi replied, bewildered. Zhang Xinju interjected, you just snatched love from him. Realizing, Su Yi exclaimed, you rascal. I was just about to share her WeChat with you tonight, and now you're cursing me, Dad. I was wrong. Yang Fei's apology was sincere, and Zhang Xinju couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. All right, if you're all full, let us head back. Li Tengwen observed the uneaten food on the table, feeling regretful but knowing he couldn't consume more. He wished for takeout but feared causing a scene, so he rose with his roommates. Zhang Xinju paid the bill, and as they exited the restaurant, Yang Fei eagerly pulled out his phone, exclaiming, Dad, hurry, give me her WeChat. Why the rush? No, seriously, I really like her. The moment she appeared, I even thought of names for our future children. Get lost, I just wonder if she is from our school. Yang Fei mused at Su Yi, placing a hand on Yang Fei's shoulder, said earnestly, as someone who has been there, I advise against adding her. Why? Girls who talk about astrology for too long are best avoided. Zhang Xinju quickly added, girls who claim to be slow to warm up are also best avoided. Su Yi continued, girls with younger brothers should be approached with caution. Zhang Xinju chimed in, and those who are fanatical about idols should also be avoided. Su Yi concluded, after graduation, stay away from beautiful girls in the system. Why? Because you never know who her benefactor might be. And what about the less attractive ones? Stay away from them too. You never know who their real father is. Yang Fei couldn't grasp their logic, rolling his eyes. You two stop teaming up to deceive me. I read no less than 10 romance novels this summer. Give me her WeChat, and I guarantee I'll win her heart within a month. Su Yi chose to remain quiet, knowing love was sacred and beautiful for Yang Fei, who was not ready to heed their warnings. Suyi felt it pointless to argue further. Upon returning to school, the four of them took turns showering. After Suyi emerged, he climbed into bed. Having grown accustomed to the soft, spacious bed at home, he found the narrow, hard upper bunk somewhat uncomfortable, and thinking of Qingqing's likely discomfort, he decided to call her. "Hello?" Qingqing answered immediately. "Did you sleep well last night? I imagine the dormitory bed is quite uncomfortable." "Yeah, I stayed up late. I felt uneasy lying down too." "How are your roommates?" "They're quite nice. One is a wealthy second generation, another is a quiet gentleman, and the last is a big jokester." "Oh? He's just a clown. But enough about him. What have you been up to today?" "I wandered around campus in the morning and in the afternoon. They said we need breathable underwear for military training. So I'll probably start military training in a day or two. If I don't reply to your messages, it means I'm busy with that." "Okay. Are you also undergoing military training for half a month?" "About 14 days. I'll come visit you the weekend after military training concludes." "Darn it, my phone's dead again. Can't you get a new phone?" "I'll replace this old one in a few days. My mom's calling. Go ahead. I'll hang up now. We'll chat later on WeChat." "Sure." Jiang Meilin. "Qingqing, have you started military training yet?" Qingqing. "Not yet." Jiang Meilin. "Are you getting used to living in the dormitory? Should we arrange for your dad to find you a place nearby?" Qingqing. "No need." Jiang Meilin. "How are you getting along with your roommates?" Qingqing. "It's fine." A moment of silence ensued as Jiang Meilin struggled to respond to her daughter's brief answers. But soon, Qingqing broke the silence. "Mom, I want to change my phone." Jiang Meilin's face lit up with a smile. "Sure. The new iPhone is coming out soon, and as soon as it does, I'll place an order. Can we get two?" After a moment's pause, Jiang Meilin replied, "Yes, both can be sent to you." Or to Sue. Before she could finish, Qingqing interrupted, "Just send them to me." "All right, noted." Chapter 52. Suyi's self-introduction. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the four roommates gradually arose from their slumber. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, they proceeded to classroom 402 in the 5th teaching building. The financial studies class comprised 45 students, with 25 girls and 20 boys, maintaining a fairly balanced gender ratio. However, in disciplines such as accounting, law, and foreign languages, the ratios could skew dramatically, reaching 1:9. Suyi and Zhang Xinju arrived neither too early nor too late. Standing at about 180 centimeters, they naturally chose seats in the back rows. Yang Fei, seeing this, thought classmates should sit together and took a seat beside Suyi, while Li Tengwen opted to sit in the front. Yang Fei, puzzled, asked, "Why isn't Li Tengwen sitting with us?" Zhang Xinju explained, "He's not tall enough to see the blackboard or screen from the back, and unlike us, who are just coasting through university, he's here to study seriously." Yang Fei protested, "Who's coasting? I'm an exemplary student." "Please," Suyi sighed, glancing at Li Tengwen, "he shouldn't be here." "Why not?" Zhang Xinju inquired. "Without connections, it's tough for ordinary students in finance to stand out. You can tell Li Tengwen comes from a modest background. His goal is likely to secure a good job after graduation, and this major isn't suited for him." Zhang Xinju fell silent, reflecting on Suyi's words. Many in the class likely shouldn't have chosen this major, yet back in 2014, there was a significant information gap, and without mentors like Zhang Xiefeng to guide confused high school students, many ended up here by sheer chance. As the clock approached 10, more students filled the classroom. The last to enter wasn't anyone else but Zhang Yang, who had walked in alongside the instructor on registration day. He confidently approached the podium, addressing the class, "Everyone, please settle down. Our class advisor and instructor will be here shortly, and shortly, each of you will be tasked with introducing yourselves, so you might want to prepare." Zhang Xinju turned to Suyi and jokingly asked, "Have you considered running for class monitor?" "Not at all," Suyi replied, puzzled by the question. Zhang Xinju chuckled, "With your high emotional intelligence, being class monitor would be a breeze for you. Besides, I'm a bit irked by Zhang Yang." Yang Fei chimed in, "Me too. He's just a classmate like us, yet he struts up to the podium acting all high and mighty. If Suyi had been accepted into prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida, he might have considered competing for the position of class monitor. However, since he was only attending the Shanghai Financial Institute, a non-prestigious school, he felt that holding such a minor role wouldn't benefit his future. Moreover, class monitors often just ran errands for the instructors, so Suyi had never considered it seriously. "I'm not interested. If you're unhappy, you might as well compete with him. I'd support you." Suyi suggested that I'm too lazy for that. Zhang Xinju replied. Yang Fei, self-aware, added, "I never even made it to group leader in elementary school. let alone class monitor. In truth, many students below felt similarly irked by Zhang Yang. They were all spirited youths. Aspiring to be class monitor was fine, and being an instructor's aide wasn't a bad thing. But why act so superior after being so polite during registration? Suyi suddenly recalled his high school class monitor, Li Nan, who had a similar demeanor. At exactly 10 o'clock, their class advisor entered. He appeared to be around 50 years old and began his introduction. His surname was Gong, and he introduced himself as Gong Ming. The class advisor's role differed from that of the instructor. He primarily guided students academically while the instructor managed their daily lives. The advisor might only meet the class a few times a semester, while the instructor would be a frequent presence. After a brief introduction, Gong Ming handed the podium to the instructor, Su Tong. Hello, everyone, I'm Su Tong, and you should all be familiar with me by now. Time is tight, so I'll quickly outline a few important matters for you to pay attention to. The first matter at hand is that we shall commence military training this afternoon. Everyone is required to assemble at the school sports ground before 2 o'clock. Please remember to don your military training uniforms. Should any symptoms such as fatigue, anemia, or heat stroke arise during the training, it is imperative to report them immediately. The second matter is that each dormitory must voluntarily elect a dorm leader and note this in the group chat. If a room check is scheduled, I will inform the respective dorm leaders in advance. The third matter pertains to the issue of fraud. Every year during the start of the academic term, there is a spike in scams. If you receive messages with unknown links, do not click on them and be cautious of unfamiliar phone calls. Counselor Su Tong spoke methodically as if she had prepared in advance. Around 10:30, Su Tong concluded her address and cheerfully stated, "The next segment is up to you. Starting from the first row, proceed from left to right and then from right to left for introductions. Let us begin." After stepping down from the podium, Su Tong positioned herself at the classroom door. The girl on the far left of the first row gathered her courage to step up to the podium. "Hello, everyone. My name is Gu Mengyao. I come from .as." Most students were not acquainted with each other. Many introduced themselves shyly, typically stating their name, home address, and hobbies before hastily departing the podium. Until Zhang Yiyang approached the podium, speaking passionately, "Greetings. My name is Zhang Yiyang, a local from the Magic City. I am outgoing and composed, able to consider the bigger picture. I served as class monitor throughout high school, so feel free to approach me for assistance during military training. My hobbies include reading, socializing, and watching films. That concludes my introduction, thank you." Sparse applause erupted from the audience. Yang Fei remarked, "What a show-off." Zhang Xinju also felt somewhat speechless. After Zhang Yiyang stepped down, the remaining classmates continued to follow a similar template for their introductions. When Zhang Xinju finished, Suyi ascended the podium with a succinct introduction. "I am Suyi, wild in spirit. I hail from Jiangzhou. I am fond of making money and may very well become the future richest man in Huaxia. Thank you." Ha ha ha. Suyi delivered this line in a joking tone, and his classmates took it lightly, bursting into laughter as soon as he finished. The counselor at the door lingered her gaze on Suyi for several seconds, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhang Yiyang perceptively noted Su Tong's smile, feeling somewhat irked that the applause for his earlier speech had not been as fervent, while Su Ye's few words garnered such enthusiastic support. A sense of urgency washed over Zhang Yiyang for the first time. The introductions continued, and when all the classmates had presented themselves, Counselor Su Tong returned to the front to say, "Remember not to be late this afternoon. If you have any matters to report, do so promptly. Now, you may disperse to the cafeteria for lunch." After Su Tong's announcement, the students began to exit one by one. Zhang Xinju, Su Yi, and Yang Fei approached Li Tengwen, preparing to head to the cafeteria together, when suddenly Su Tong called out to him. Su Yi responded casually, "Did you call for me, counselor?" Su Tong smiled, "Please add me on WeChat. I may need to reach you for something later." "Sure," Su Yi replied, unable to refuse, and after adding Su Tong on WeChat, he joined his 3 roommates to the cafeteria. Given that military training was scheduled for the afternoon and students from other departments had also gathered this morning, the cafeteria was particularly crowded at noon, truly a sea of people. Yang Fei, seasoned in such matters, declared, "I've already inquired. The stone pot bibimbap, shin ramen, and beef kelp soup in the first cafeteria are excellent. The second cafeteria offers egg stone pot, spicy hot pot, and the steak and chicken set on the 3rd floor is also great. The third cafeteria's beef hot pot and large plate chicken are top-notch. What do you all wish to eat?" Suyi replied, "I had stone pot bibimbap yesterday. I'll try something else." Zhang Xinju added, "I'll just take a casual look." Suyi nodded, pointing to several empty seats. "Let's each grab our meals and reconvene here." All right, Su Yi queued for a rib rice dish and returned to his seat, followed by Yang Fei and Zhang Xinju. Zhang Xinju had a small bowl of vegetables, while Yang Fei opted for chicken rice. Li Tungwen came last, with the simplest meal of 1 meat and 1 vegetable. After tasting a piece of rib, Su Yi pushed the rib soup towards the center of their table, saying, "Why does this rib taste different from what I eat at home? Can you all try it?" Yang Fei, unsure of Su Ye's intent, picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. "Tastes the same to me." "Oh, really? Li Tungwen, can you try a piece for me?" Li Tungwen nodded and sampled a small piece, commenting, "This must be frozen rib. It's just not fresh though. Then I'll eat somewhere else tomorrow." Su Yi dug in heartily, and after finishing, the four returned to their dormitory. With military training scheduled for the afternoon and the sun blazing outside, they turned on the air conditioning upon returning and took an afternoon nap. Su Yi opened WeChat and messaged Chen Qingqing. "Is military training tiring?" Chen Qingqing replied, "Yes, Su Yi. I have military training this afternoon too, Chen Qingqing, but we get breaks every half hour. Our instructor is a woman, Su Yi. A break every half hour? That sounds too easy. Su Yi. By the way, how many boys are in your class?" Chen Qingqing, "I'm not sure, just 5 or 6. Su Yi, "Are any of them better looking than me?" Chen Qingqing, "All of them at Su Yi." "What nonsense. There are hardly any who can compare." Chen Qingqing, "It seems there are hardly any with thicker skin than you." Su Yi, "Are you planning to nap at noon?" Chen Qingqing, Su Yi, "Shall we nap together?" Chen Qingqing, "Get lost." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all 45 students from Class 14 of Finance had gathered on the sports field. The instructors had yet to arrive, and Zhang Yiyang had already volunteered to line up the students by height. Forming 5 rows, Su Yi and Zhang Xinju stood in the back row, Yang Fei in the 4th, and Li Tungwen in the 3rd. In the month of September, the sun blazed overhead. After standing on the synthetic track for just a short while, many were already drenched in sweat. Zhang Xinju whispered, "Had I known, I would have asked my family doctor to write me a fake diagnosis, so I wouldn't have to participate in military training." Su Yi chuckled, "Military training earns credits. If we can't even secure credits without exams, how will we graduate in our senior year?" Zhang Xinju sighed. "I hope the instructor is easygoing." As they conversed, a regiment of instructors marched in with precision from the entrance of the sports ground. Upon witnessing this, the previously noisy line fell silent instantly. Among the instructors was a chief instructor, who, upon reaching the field, emphasized a few key points of caution. Once the instructor team dispersed, each instructor gradually approached their assigned class. The most difficult for Zhang Xinju to accept was that the instructor assigned to Class Finance 1 was a burly and intimidating man. "I am Qingqing. For the next 2 weeks, I will oversee your military training. There are some rules I must lay down." Qingqing immediately established his authority over Class Finance 1 to move. "Did I give you permission to move? Wipe your sweat? You'd better report that too from now on. For any action within the platoon, you must report to me. Is that clear?" "Understood." "Did you not have lunch?" "Understood." "Everyone, stand at attention. Stand easy. Align to the left. This afternoon, I will not teach you anything. Your task is to learn how to stand at military attention. Remember what I just said. If there are any issues, report them." The subsequent hours proved exceedingly dull, with over 40 individuals standing at military attention under the scorching sun, sweating more in the afternoon than they had during the entire summer break. Fortunately, Qingqing permitted breaks every hour for 10 minutes. "Has your class chosen a monitor yet?" "Not yet." The last row, send 2 taller students to the activity center to carry back 2 barrels of bottled water. As Zhang Yiyang prepared to rise, Qingqing shouted, "You're from the last row, you? I'm talking to you. What s with that grin? You too. Go get the water." Zhang Xinju couldn't help but snicker at Zhang Yiyang's predicament with the instructor, ultimately dragging Su Yi into it as well. "Zhang Xinju, you bastard. Quit whining. I'll treat you to juice tonight. Su Yi, hurry up. If we go slowly, they'll get more rest. What is the rush? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the instructor?" Not at all. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xinju and Su Yi ambled back with the water, only for Qingqing to immediately confront them. "I asked if you could possibly be any slower? Those who left before you have already returned." Su Yi hurriedly explained, "Report, instructor. I twisted my ankle on the way. Perhaps you could take a look." Su Yi began to remove his shoes and socks. Qingqing stepped back a couple of paces, waving his hands in disgust. All right. You two take care of getting water for them. Ladies first. Here, these disposable cups can only be distributed once a day, so everyone must collect their own." "Damn it, the instructor just said ladies first. Have you no gentlemanly conduct?" Zhang Xinju, remember to leave some for us. I couldn't even pee earlier and now I'm severely dehydrated. On such a hot day, why don't they add ice to the water? Whoever lets me have a bite of ice watermelon, I'll gladly call him my father. Chapter 54. Chat Record's life during military training is monotonous and tedious. The only solace amid this drudgery comes from chatting with Chen Qingqing during breaks. September 1 at Suyi. Our instructor is such a jerk. He made me carry water yesterday and now wants me to be the platoon leader. Why not let the funny guy take the role? Qingqing, perhaps he finds you more capable. Suyi. And what about your view? Qingqing, you're just a silly pig. September 2nd. Suyi, we started marching today. I can't control my strength and keep kicking the person in front of me. Qingqing, that person must really hate you at Suyi. No worries. P.S. my good buddy. Qingqing, do you all have military training at night? Suyi, just talent shows and games. You all should have the same, right? Qingqing, Qingqing, fortunately, they excel at performances, so I can sit back as an audience at Suyi. If you're afraid of performing in front of an audience, then why learn music? Qingqing, I don't know Suyi. No problem. You can sing just for me in the future, and I will be your audience. September 3 RD. Qingqing, running is exhausting. Suyi, drink more water. Qingqing, I really want to sleep now. Suyi, so do I. Qingqing, no more saying together. Suyi. September 40th Suyi. On the 12th, we have a field training exercise. Military training ends on the morning of the 13th, and the 14th is just the weekend. So I'll come find you. Qingqing, Suyi. What shall we do? Qingqing, anything is fine. Suyi. Should we invite your roommates? Qingqing, what do you think? Suyi, then let us not. It's hard to come by a world for two, and I don't want too many light bulbs around. Qingqing, shut up. September 5th Suyi. I just realized I've gotten a shade darker. Qingqing, put on sunscreen. Suyi. If I use it in the boys' dormitory, I'll be ridiculed by my roommates. Qingqing, you deserve it. Suyi. If I turn into an African woman, you won't shun me, right? Qingqing, I already find you quite annoying. September 60th Suyi. Xiangzheng Qi Shui is truly awful. Qingqing, what does it taste like? Suyi. It's like poisoning. Qingqing, Suyi. The doctor said I should detox through intimacy. You should come and help me detox. Qingqing, the recipient of your message has declined. September 7th Suyi. Today, I had the most delicious spicy hot pot. The sour plum soup they offered was also delightful. I'll bring you over to try it sometime. Qingqing, sounds good. September 8th. Qingqing, I crave ice cream. Suyi. Ice cream. JPG Suyi, hurry and eat some. Qingqing, I want to delete you. Suyi. Can you really bear to? Qingqing, but I DM'd you back. September 9th. Qingqing, today I heard someone at school singing if one day I become very rich. Suyi, didn't you tell him it's your song? Qingqing, I was too scared. Suyi. What is there to be afraid of? Suyi, I have a bold idea now. Qingqing, what idea? Suyi, I want to write a love song and have us sing a duet. Qingqing, no way. September 10th Suyi. It's only been 10 days since school started, yet I keep getting WeChat requests. Suyi. Is it my fault for being handsome? Suyi, but rest assured, I've politely declined them by saying, I already have a girlfriend. Qingqing, someone add me too. Suyi. Did you agree? Qingqing, no. September 11th. Qingqing, silly pig, look at this beautiful leaf. Qingqing, the clouds today are so white. Qingqing, this stone is heart-shaped. Suyi. I miss you too. September 12th. The day of the military training exercise required a 10-kilometer trek around the school. After more than 10 days of military training, each girl had lost a little weight, while the boys had all turned a shade darker. When clothed, the difference wasn't as apparent, but once they shed their shirts, the contrast in skin tone was unmistakable. Early in the morning, the platoon began to assemble. Since Suyi had been directly appointed as the platoon leader by Qingqing, he was also responsible for organizing the lineup. The camaraderie built over the past days allowed the classmates to become familiar with one another. Suyi could now call each student by name, and his carefree disposition was quite popular among the girls. Zhang Yiying observed all of this with a mixture of anger and discomfort, feeling utterly helpless. What the heck, Yang Fei? Are you out of your mind? Are you on a picnic or something, bringing so much food? 10 kilometers, and when we get hungry later, we can fill our stomachs. Aren't you afraid of getting tired carrying such a heavy backpack? I've already brought it. What can I do now? Share half with me. If you want food, just say so. Li Tungwen, come over and grab a few items. It's 10 kilometers, and we might not even make it back by noon. Seeing Qingqing walking from a distance, Sui also moved to the front of the squad. Everyone, attention. Left face forward. Look. Stand at ease. Report to the instructor. Class 1 of Finance, 45 present. Please give instructions. Return to your squad. Yes. Qingqing also quite liked Sui. This guy was always smiling, seemingly getting along well with everyone, and everyone listened to him. He was always satisfied during formations. Qingqing stepped to the front of the squad and reiterated the discipline issues. Once the other squads were ready, the freshmen from the School of Finance departed in a grand procession, embarking on a strenuous 10-kilometer hike. 121. 121. Listen, the bugle of a new journey is sounding. Prepare to sing. Listen, the bugle of a new journey is sounding. The goal of a strong army calls ahead. Our nation must be strong, and we must take on responsibilities. The battle flag is emblazoned with iron-blooded glory. The resounding song echoed for a long time. To avoid disrupting traffic, the hiking path was along small roads, offering pleasant scenery. However, as the sun rose higher, it became increasingly uncomfortable. After finishing a Snickers bar, Sui wiped his forehead and found his palm drenched in sweat. They had set off at 9 in the morning, and after 3 hours of walking, it was already noon, and they still hadn't returned to the school. Those with weaker stamina were struggling to keep up. Just a mile from the school, a sudden scream pierced the air. Yang Fei was startled. Li Tengwen had fainted. The line immediately halted, and Qingqing rushed over. What happened? Someone fainted. Quickly, give him some Huaxiang Jingqi water. Sui squeezed through the crowd and approached. After administering the Huaxiang Jingqi water to Li Tengwen, he noticed Li's pale face and said, Instructor, Li Tengwen only had 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk this morning. It's likely not just heat stroke, but perhaps anemia as well. Qingqing hadn't anticipated someone would faint at such a crucial moment and found himself in a quandary. Unsure whether to let the squad rest or call for a vehicle to take him back to the school's medical room. Sui shouted, Zhang Xinjiao, Yang Fei, come help. Sui crouched down, and Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei quickly approached, lifting Li Tengwen onto Sui's back. Once Sui struggled to his feet, he hurriedly made his way back to the school. Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei exchanged glances and quickly followed. Qingqing hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to Sui's impulsive decision. Everyone else, follow the front squad. 121. 121. Chapter 55. I wait for you in the school infirmary. The nurse quickly diagnosed Li Tengwen's condition, confirming Sui's suspicions. Lis fainting was due to heat stroke, anemia, and hypoglycemia. He was naturally frail and had long suffered from malnutrition. After trekking such a long distance in the scorching sun, he had collapsed from exhaustion. It wasn't serious. He just needed to rest, and he would likely regain consciousness soon. Thank you, Dr. Sui inquired. Will he be able to participate in military training this afternoon? The nurse replied, It's best not to. I can write him a note for the instructor, so he won't have to attend military training this afternoon. Thank you for your help. The nurse handed Sui the note, and Zhang Xinjiao leaned in, asking, What should we do now? Sui said, You go to the cafeteria and buy Li Tengwen some lunch. Yang Fei, you stay here to look after him, and I will take this note to the instructor. Okay. At this point, the students who had been on the hike were returning to the school. Qingqing was making final remarks when Sui stepped forward. After Qingqing finished speaking, Sui approached him with the nurse's note and quietly said, Li Tengwen is too weak. The doctor advised against participating in this afternoon's military training. Here is the note for you to review, instructor. Qingqing glanced at the note and nodded. Got it. You handled this well? But in the future? Qingqing suddenly smiled. There won't be a future. Military training ends tomorrow. With that, Qingqing's demeanor shifted dramatically. He patted Sui on the shoulder and said, You've done well during this time. The chief instructor knows about you carrying a classmate to the infirmary. You might even receive commendation at tomorrow's military training graduation ceremony. I merely did what I ought to, you rascal. Qingqing waved him off. Get lost, and don't be late this afternoon. Sure. Sui dashed back to the infirmary, where Li Tengwen had already regained consciousness. Upon hearing Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei mention that Sui had carried him back to the school, he felt grateful. Though he struggled to articulate his thanks, Sui approached with a smile. It's all right. I know what you want to say and no need to be polite. We're roommates. I've already given the doctor's note to the instructor. Once you finish your 4, you can return to the dormitory to rest. Here is the lunch Zhang Xinjiao bought for you. Eat up, I'll transfer you the money. Seeing Li Tengwen reaching for his phone, Zhang Xinjiao quickly stopped him. Just eat, don't worry about a few bucks. Consider it my treat. In the end, Li Tengwen managed to express his gratitude. We won't stay here with you any longer. We're also quite hungry. All right, let us go eat. The next day, the military training graduation would showcase the results of their training, so in the afternoon, everyone reviewed the projects they had practiced. Notably, the previously stern Qingqing was particularly easygoing that afternoon. During breaks, he even made a point to find them a shaded spot. A fortnight may be neither long nor short, but without this military training, the classmates wouldn't have become familiar with one another so quickly. The memories of this time would surely be cherished. The following morning, everyone's spirits were notably high, as the graduation ceremony signified the end of military training. The prospect of enjoying the carefree college life ahead filled everyone with joy. The neatly arranged squads gathered at the sports field, and once the school leaders and chief instructor took their seats on the podium, the graduation ceremony officially commenced. Left face, right face, march, quick step. The classmates from Class 1 of Finance successfully completed each segment, and after the other squads displayed their performances, the event transitioned into a lengthy session of speeches from the leaders. Each speech felt like a copy and paste from Baidu, reiterating the same 2 points. Suyi's mind wandered as he envisioned his upcoming meeting with Chen Qingqing. Finally, at 11:20, the principal concluded his speech. I hope students will take military training as a starting point to continue to strengthen and promote the spirit of collectivism, to help one another in studies, care for each other in life, cherish university time, uphold the school's motto, and diligently learn scientific and cultural knowledge. Now, I invite the outstanding instructors and students from this military training to come to the stage to receive their awards. The outstanding instructors were Li Dezhao, Xing Wenhao, Zhang Long, Cheng Yong. The outstanding students included Wang Jiaqing from Class 1401, Ouyang Qing from Class 1403, and Suyi from Class 1406. Yang Fei turned to Suyi in disbelief. What? You won an award? Suyi was equally surprised. The other classmates urged him, Suyi, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get on stage. Only then did Suyi stride toward the podium. Handshakes, awards, photographs. After Suyi stumbled off the stage in a daze, the principal proclaimed, I declare, the graduation ceremony of the autumn 2014 military training at Modu Finance Academy is officially concluded. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in cheers. Camouflage hats flew into the air and fell back down. In the midst of excitement and joy, the fatigued freshman could finally take a well-deserved rest after half a month of hard work. Zhang Xinjiao exclaimed, finally, we made it through. I'm going to take a good nap this afternoon, and tonight, I'll treat you all to a feast. Long live the boss. Suyi, what are you thinking? Suyi smiled, nothing much. You guys go ahead to the cafeteria. I need to call my friend. We arranged to go shopping tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinjiao quickly said, I need to call my buddy too. She is not far from our school. If you don't mind, I'll invite her over for dinner. What is there to mind? Just treat you as they chatted. One went to call his good brother, while the other called his good friend. Yang Fei smirked. Placing an arm around Li Tengwen's shoulders, Li Tengwen, let us not envy them. Spending money on a girlfriend is nothing. The real deal is when the girlfriend spends on you. Li Tengwen looked puzzled. I'm not envious. I don't want to date. You're something else. Suyi stepped aside to call Qingqing. Just as Qingqing settled into the cafeteria to eat, she saw Suyi's call and hung up, sending a message instead. I'm in the cafeteria. It's too noisy here. I'll call you back later. Suyi typed back. I just wanted to tell you that military training is over. I'll come to your school tomorrow morning. Qingqing replied. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 56. Could it be that you won the lottery? Suyi returned to the dormitory and took a shower. Tossing his sweat-drenched military training uniform into the water bucket, pouring in some of the laundry detergent Zhang Xinjiao bought, and then rolling up his pant legs, he stomped around in the bucket. This was the typical washing method for most boys. Undeniably, it was more efficient than hand washing, though the cleanliness was another matter altogether. Once the clothes were hung up and the windows closed, the moment the air conditioning was turned on, the dormitory transformed into a paradise. After half a month of exhaustion, Suyi lay down and within 2 minutes, began to snore rhythmically. The other 3 roommates were influenced by Suyi and soon lay down to sleep as well, dozing off for the entire afternoon. When Suyi finally stirred awake, the outside world had already plunged into darkness. With no classes, a freshly washed body, a fully charged phone, no need to use the bathroom, and a tidy dormitory, this was perhaps one of the happiest moments in life. If it weren't for a slight hunger pang, Suyi would have considered going back to sleep. Descending from the upper bunk and putting on his shoes, his phone suddenly rang with the exuberant melody of a song. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers bloom. What rhythm sways the most? What song brings the most joy? The exuberant tune jolted his 3 roommates awake. Hello, Mom. No, today was just the end of military training. I napped all afternoon, and now I'm getting ready to go eat. Oh, the money is sufficient, I know. I know. As soon as Suyi hung up, Yang Fei from the upper bunk began to curse. Damn you, Suyi, it's 2014. Can't you switch to a normal song? ISNT Phoenix Legend normal? Damn it, the moment I woke up, I thought I was asleep in the square, Suyi chuckled. I used to listen to all sorts of popular music, but honestly, they all sing about just 2 things. I love him, but he doesn't love me back. How sad. Or I'm so sad but don't know why. Ultimately, I find Phoenix Legend's songs to be the most positive. They brighten my mood. Every time I hear their music, I feel an urge to run 3 kilometers on the playground. You really have your own set of reasoning. Zhang Xinjiao checked his phone for the time and climbed down from the upper bunk. It's getting late. My buddy should be arriving soon. You guys who are eating, hurry up and get ready. After changing clothes, Zhang Xinjiao stepped out to make a call. Noticing Suyi was also dressed, he asked, Suyi, where are we eating? During military training, whether it was Zhang Xinjiao or Yang Fei, they had become accustomed to asking Suyi first when faced with a choice, and gradually, Suyi had become the one to make decisions. Let us find a place on that snack street near the school. I need to go off campus early tomorrow. Zhang Xinjiao nodded. Sounds good. After eating, I'll take my buddy to explore our school. Once the 4 of them settled on a dining location, they quickly set off. Zhang Xinjiao led his 3 roommates to the school's main entrance, waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes before a short-haired girl wearing sunglasses approached from across the street. This way. Zhang Xinjiao waved eagerly. The girl lowered her sunglasses, revealing a pair of lively eyes. Upon spotting Zhang Xinjiao and the others, she quickly jogged over. With short hair dyed deep red, a hint of blush on her cheeks, and wearing a cropped shirt with denim shorts, she slung a designer bag over her shoulder, exuding a remarkable charm. Yanzheng, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates, Suyi, Yang Fei, and Li Tongwen. The girl, named Qingqing, removed her sunglasses and smiled brightly. Hello, everyone. Suyi inquired with a grin. Is your name Qingqing, or do you just have the surname Yan? My surname is Yan. That's a lovely name. Qingqing laughed. Xinjiao, your roommate has quite the sweet tongue. Zhang Xinjiao shrugged and said, let us go eat first, then I'll take you around. What are we eating? Let us go to the barbecue stall. The 5 of them made their way to the snack street at the south gate of the school. With the end of military training, the street was bustling with people. Not only were the shops packed, but even the roadside stalls were crowded. The enticing aromas of various delicacies like hand-grabbed pancakes, rujiamo, egg-filled pancakes, and fried skewers filled the air, and the once unfeeling hunger of the group began to stir as they unconsciously swallowed. Are we having crayfish? Let us go. Let us go. Boys often make decisions in mere seconds, and soon the 5 of them entered a bustling barbecue stall. The boss handed the menu to Suyi, who promptly passed it to Qingqing. Ladies first. Qingqing accepted the menu without hesitation and began to order. Suyi then asked the boss, with so many customers, you must be making quite a bit each month, right? The boss, surprised by Suyi's question, chuckled. It's all right. Business is good at first, but when the weather gets colder, it tends to slow down. I've heard renting in Modu is quite expensive. With such a large place, your rent must be quite high. The boss, sensing Suyi was a student, shared candidly, not enough with just a few thousand. This place is about 150 square meters and costs nearly 20,000 a month. However, smaller places can be much cheaper. The dumpling shop next door only pays 7,500 monthly. Is it that expensive? Nowadays, running a business feels like working for the landlord. The boss sighed. Every year, countless shops go under on this street. Suyi smiled. Not pursuing the topic further, he found the prices quite reasonable, considering Modu South real estate market. Based on the boss's words, the rent per square meter was about 130. And if one were to rent a shop of 50 to 60 square meters, the cost would be between 7 to 8,000. Suyi extracted the rental price from the proprietress, yet he remained uncertain about the nature of the business he intended to pursue. Opening a bubble tea shop seemed the simplest option, but by 2014, setting up such a venture near the university had lost its appeal. The school cafeteria already boasted several beverage stalls, and on this very street, numerous bubble tea establishments thrived, leading to fierce competition. By the time Suyi arrived at the university for registration, this idea had already been dismissed. What are you thinking about, Suyi? Nothing much, he replied. Just what? The truth would inevitably surface. So Suyi candidly expressed, I actually have entrepreneurial aspirations and was contemplating starting a small business at the school. Huh. Yang Fei was taken aback and inquired, Suyi, you aren't a rich second generation, are you? Haven't I told you my parents are just ordinary employees? Then how do you plan to start a business? Didn't you hear the proprietress say that renting a storefront costs 20,000? Such places typically require a year's lease, amounting to over 100,000 for a year. Even if you rent a smaller space, several thousand will certainly be needed. Unless you won the lottery? Suyi widened his eyes. How did you know? What? The four gazes immediately fixed upon Suyi. He responded calmly, I made a little profit during the summer break. It's not much, and as I mentioned, I'm considering a small-scale venture. Zhang Xinzhou, intrigued, asked, what kind of business are you thinking about? I haven't figured it out yet, Suyi chuckled. Let me think it over first. Let us eat. Qingqing rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Xinzhou, look at your roommate, already thinking about starting a business at the beginning of college. What about you? Do you plan to just drift through university? Zhang Xinzhou quickly replied, you know my family situation, why father strictly forbids me from starting a business. Then why are you studying finance? Qingqing probed, hitting the nail on the head. Despite his family's strictures, the outwardly carefree Zhang Xinzhou harbored a desire to prove himself. The prospect of returning home to merely collect rent felt stifling. He didn't want to spend his days idly fishing or playing mahjong like his father, leading a life devoid of ambition. With a sigh, Zhang Xinzhou lamented, my dad said if I dare to start a business, he'll cut off my financial support. Yang Fei, perplexed, asked, Zhang Xinzhou, why doesn't your father want you to start a business? Suyi chuckled and explained, because enjoying life without risk allows their family fortune to remain intact. However, if a business fails, it could jeopardize their home. Thus, many affluent individuals would rather their children be idle than risk proving themselves. For instance, if your family has 100 million in savings, at the minimum interest rate of 4 for large deposits, that money would yield 4 million in profit per year. What business can guarantee a net profit of 4 million annually? If you don't make money, even breaking even constitutes a loss. Suyi, you're quite knowledgeable. Zhang Xinzhou remarked, I gleaned this from a novel titled Top-Tier Superstar. Zhang Xinzhou jested, but Suyi, if your business idea is promising, perhaps I could partner with you. Aren't you afraid your father won't fund your living expenses? Not at all, Zhang Xinzhou replied, wrapping an arm around Qingqing's shoulders. My buddy can support me. Qingqing rolled her eyes but didn't seem displeased with Zhang Xinzhou's gesture. It appeared they often engaged in such playful camaraderie. She shrugged him off, laughingly scolding, get lost. Once the crayfish arrived at their table, the five of them began peeling and chatting animatedly. Li Tungwen was quieter, but Suyi and Zhang Xinzhou had much in common, while Yang Fei and Qingqing chimed in, creating a harmonious atmosphere. By the time they exited the eatery, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Suyi joked, we won't be third wheels. If you don't return to your dorm by 11, I'll assume you're staying out tonight. But remember to stay safe. He emphasized the word stay safe earnestly. Suyi, you rascal. As Suyi, Yang Fei, and Li Tungwen walked away, Qingqing smiled and remarked, Suyi seems quite adept at navigating social situations. High emotional intelligence, evident from the first day of school. Zhang Xinzhou replied, I was worried about not finding roommates with whom I could share common interests, but it seems I was mistaken. What's next? I need to call my father. What for? For money. Of course, I mentioned I'd partner with Suyi in a business venture. What excuse will you use this time? Just tell him you're pregnant. And you need money for an abortion? Qingqing kicked Zhang Xinzhou playfully in the rear. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded. Zhang Xinzhou, get out of here. On the way back to the dormitory, Li Tungwen suddenly asked Yang Fei, aren't you envious of Zhang Xinzhou? Yang Fei raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why do you say that? Weren't you saying earlier that spending money on a girlfriend isn't a big deal? But the real flex is having her spend on you. Just now, it seemed Zhang Xinzhou's girlfriend settled the bill. Despite Zhang Xinzhou referring to Qingqing as just a buddy, it was evident to everyone that their relationship was more akin to that of a couple. Yang Fei retorted stubbornly, why are you telling me this? You think Suyi doesn't feel envious? What do I have to be envious of? Suyi interjected seriously, my girlfriend spends money on me too. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Yang Fei scoffed, if that's true, then your girlfriend must be a real catch. Yang Fei, just because you can't have grapes doesn't mean you should say they're sour. My girlfriend is both pretty and wealthy. Sure, Yang Fei replied, clearly skeptical. Suyi chose not to elaborate, even though he had several photos with Chen Qingqing on his phone. Upon returning to the dormitory, Suyi discovered several messages from his close friend, Qin Jiwei. I finished military training. You must have wrapped up as well, right? Tomorrow is a day off. Want to hang out, or should I come to you? I want to check in at the Oriental Pearl first, Suyi replied. I'm busy that I've got plans with my girlfriend. Maybe next time you're forgetting your friends for a girl, aren't you? Suyi replied, yes, that's Suyi. You're really something. Our engineering class has only 9 girls, if I'd known. I wouldn't have come to Shanghai, no worries. There are plenty of girls at my school. Once I get to know them, I'll introduce a few to you. Are they reliable? Absolutely. What kind of girl do you like? I'm not picky. I can accept someone slightly less attractive than your girlfriend. Then you might as well remain single for life, Suyi. What do you mean? Damn it, I feel like I could stab you. At the Shanghai Music Academy, in the girls' dormitory 205, Qingqing received a notification about her package and quietly inquired, do you know where to pick up the package? Usually at the library entrance across from the cafeteria. Are you going to get it now? Yes. Qingqing nodded. It should be something my mother sent. Shinsini stood up and said, Qingqing, I'll go with you. I have a package to collect too. Sure. The two left the dormitory and quickly arrived at the pickup location. After signing for her package, Qingqing waited at the door for Shinsini to collect hers before they headed back together. What did your mom send you? A phone. Are both packages the same? Yes. Please don't tell me one of them is for your boyfriend? His phone battery doesn't last long, and it keeps freezing, so I thought. All right, I get it. Shinsini displayed a knowing expression. You don't need to explain. I understand. She was a devoted viewer of Korean dramas and had seen many romantic moments on screen. Qingqing glanced at Shinsini, then down at her phone, suddenly regretting her decision. She was unsure how she would present the phone to Suyi the next day. Yet, the thought of Suyi's mischievous smile upon receiving it made her want to laugh. Time passed slowly over the past 2 weeks. The following morning at 7, as the alarm rang amidst the curses of 3 roommates, Suyi quickly got out of bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and changed his clothes before heading out. He bought 4 meat buns and a bottle of soy milk at the cafeteria and walked to the bus stop, where he soon boarded a bus heading to the subway station. This journey was not without its challenges. First, a 10-minute bus ride, followed by a subway transfer, taking about 80 minutes in total. Departing from the dorm at 7:15, Suyi finally arrived at the Shanghai Music Academy at 8:40. Unlike other universities, this academy had an open management system, allowing Suyi to enter the campus effortlessly. It must be said that the beauty of art students surpassed that of ordinary university students. The girls were predominantly fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. As Suyi walked through, several bold upperclasswomen threw flirtatious glances his way, but he coldly ignored them. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory where Qingqing resided, Suyi took out his phone and called her. Inside the dormitory, when the phone rang, Qingqing's heart inexplicably raced. She immediately hung up, slipped on a pair of pink and white Nike sneakers, grabbed an unopened phone, and left her dorm swiftly. Zhang Yu remarked, I rarely see Qingqing in such a hurry. Zhang Ruowei asserted, that handsome guy must be waiting downstairs. Anyone want to bet? While brushing her teeth, Shinsini approached the window, quickly declaring, no need to bet. I've already seen him. He rushed over right after military training. Their relationship seems a bit too close, don't you think? Shinsini, stop looking. You're drooling. Qingqing reached the first floor and realized she might have been a bit too eager. She composed herself, deliberately waited a moment, then walked out of the girls' dormitory at a leisurely pace. Suyi stood at the entrance, and she spotted him immediately but pretended to look around. Feigning ignorance, Suyi, aware of her pretense, approached and waved his hand in front of her face, exclaiming, Isn't this unnecessary? It's only been half a month. Have you forgotten me? Who are you? She teased. Your boyfriend. Suyi puffed up his chest. Indignant. Upon hearing this, Qingqing turned to leave, but Suyi quickly grabbed her arm. What are you doing? I transferred twice just to get here. Hearing this, Qingqing halted, turned to size him up, and disdainfully remarked, You're as dark as someone from Africa. Our military training is quite strict. I didn't apply sunscreen, and I'm still paler than my 3 roommates, who are even darker than me. How long did it take you to get here? An hour and 20 minutes. That long? Not too bad. Thinking about seeing you made the time fly. Qingqing bit her lip to suppress a smile, then handed him the unopened phone. Here. What is it? Open it and see. Suyi reached out, quickly tearing open the outer packaging, revealing the unmistakable Apple box. He recognized it immediately as the latest iPhone 6. Stunned, he gazed at Qingqing. Is this for me? I asked my mom to get me a new phone, and for some reason, 2 arrived. Perhaps it was a mix-up by the seller. So you're in luck. Suyi chuckled. Just admit it was a gift. No need to concoct such a flimsy excuse. Then you can give it back. Do you expect me to return a gift? I regret it. Not happening. It's mine now. Suyi held the phone aloft, and Qingqing tiptoed to try to snatch it back. After a couple of attempts, she opted to step on his foot, but recalling that she had already injured him once before, she merely pushed him aside and walked ahead. Suyi hurried after her. Wait for me. The two exited the school, and Qingqing paused to ask, Where to? Your school is near the Bund. Let us wander there this morning, catch a movie in the afternoon, and check in at the Oriental Pearl. I'll escort you back to school in the evening before I head home. Lead the way. Qingqing was directionally challenged, and during military training, she hadn't ventured far from the school, so once outside, she was unsure of her bearings. Suyi guided her to the subway station, and they took the subway, alighting at Nanjing East Road. While on the subway, Suyi eagerly transferred his data from his old phone to the new iPhone. Though the iPhone 6 was not as advanced as the iPhone 16, it was still a significant upgrade from his current phone. In 2014, Apple phones still outperformed domestic brands. Suyi couldn't help but grin. His happiness stemmed not only from acquiring a new phone, but also from having a prospective girlfriend willing to gift him one. In his previous life, he had gifted Gu Mengyao an iPhone during university, but her joy was fleeting, and she remained indifferent afterward. That phone had taken him an entire semester of saving to afford. Reflecting on the past and the present, Suyi felt a wave of emotions and sincerely told Qingqing beside him, Thank you. It's just a phone. No need for thanks. Once I'm wealthy, I'll buy you anything you want. We'll see if you're rich first. Qingqing replied with her hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head away, a smile playing on her lips. Strolling along the Bund, they admired the scenery along both sides of the Huangpu River. The gentle breeze caressed their faces, the water shimmered, and the distant Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, and Shanghai World Financial Center harmonized with the boats on the river, painting a magnificent urban landscape. Qingqing and Suyi wandered aimlessly, and after about half an hour, Qingqing sat down on a bench by the sidewalk, lightly tapping her thigh with a small fist. I'm tired. Then let us take a break. Suyi sat beside her, and after the data transfer was complete, he snapped a photo of his new iPhone with his old phone, then shared a post on social media. He first uploaded the photo, captioning it, An iPhone gifted by my girlfriend. To avoid any nagging, he blocked his parents and some relatives before posting. What are you smiling about? Nothing. I'm just showing off on social media. Qingqing replied exasperatedly, How unambitious. Alas, what has happened now? I forgot to block your mother. Qingqing sensed something amiss and snatched the phone to take a glance. Upon seeing the recent post by Suyi, her face flushed crimson. Suyi, don't panic. I will delete it immediately. Your mother certainly won't see it. Suyi took back the phone, ready to erase the post. Suddenly, a notification popped up, and upon refreshing, he saw that Aunt Jiang had liked the post. Suyi looked up at Qingqing and said weakly, Your mother has already liked my post. Chapter 59. Don't rush to scold me. Let me explain to your mother first. Suyi returned to the main screen and opened the chat with Zhang Meilin, hastily typing, Auntie, I merely wanted to show off a bit on moments. It's not as you think. To his surprise, Zhang Meilin replied quickly, I know one phone is for you. Zhang Meilin, are you two together now? Suyi, yes, we're by the Bund. Zhang Meilin, all right, take care of Qingqing. I have a meeting. Suyi, no problem. After responding, he deleted the post and said, All right, I've explained everything and I've deleted the post. Qingqing huffed. I don't want to talk to you right now. Suyi reassured, Oh, it's nothing. Your mother is not unaware of our situation. Get away. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Suyi approached Qingqing, squatting down and leaning in. How about you slap me twice? Qingqing retorted, You think I wouldn't dare? Go ahead. Just as she raised her hand, she noticed several onlookers staring at her, quickly dropping her hand and looking down, murmuring, Sit properly. Then don't be angry. Sit properly. You first say you're not angry. Fine. I'm not angry anymore. Suyi promptly sat down beside her. Once the crowd moved on, Qingqing, still a bit upset, pinched a small roll of flesh on Suyi's arm sharply. Suyi, instead of crying out in pain, grinned mischievously, Feeling better now? Humph. Noticing that Qingqing had ceased to bring up the matter, Suyi relaxed and began messaging in their dormitory group. Suyi. All members, have you all woken up? Yang Fei, just got up, what's up? Suyi, nothing, just switched to a new phone, checking the signal. Yang Fei, you bought an iPhone 6s? Suyi, yeah. Zhang Zinzu, do you really need to add that to every message? Suyi, I mainly don't know how to remove that suffix. Yang Fei, how much did it cost? Suyi, nothing. My girlfriend gifted it to me. After sending the last message, Suyi exited the dorm group and sent a photo of the Oriental Pearl Tower to Qingqing. Suyi, image, this is the Oriental Pearl. Isn't it beautiful? Qingqing? Qingqing. You switched phones? Suyi, you mean this iPhone? Suyi, this was a gift from my girlfriend. Suyi, with a 4.7-inch screen, powered by the A9 processor, a 5-megapixel front camera, a 12-megapixel rear camera, supporting 4K video recording, and 128 gigabytes of massive storage. It's simply wonderful. Suyi. Why are you silent? Suyi. Hey, Wei Gu. Where are you? Qingqing. I'm sharpening my knife. Qingqing. Send me your location. I'll come find you now in the afternoon. The two went to the cinema to watch The Four Great Detectives 3, a martial arts film starring Deng Chao and Liu Yifei. Suyi had not seen this film before and was quite engrossed. Qingqing, however, was not particularly interested in martial arts films, and after the screening, she offered a rather fair assessment, average. Upon exiting the cinema, they walked to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Before arriving in the magical city, Suyi thought the tower would be quite impressive, but standing beneath it, he felt it was rather ordinary. Natural beauty pales in comparison to human beauty. Some people, merely by standing there, become the most captivating scenery. Shall I take a picture of you? Don't. We're here now. Let us take one. But you must not post it randomly. I promise. Where should I stand? Suyi pondered the composition and guided Qingqing to the steps. Just stand here. Trust me, I'm a professional photographer. Whatever. Once Qingqing positioned herself, Suyi took several steps back, squatted down, and began adjusting his shooting angle. The evening sun cast a warm glow on the cobblestones, illuminating Qingqing's cheeks with a rosy hue. She wore a light blue dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, the breeze lifting her skirt and tousling her hair. She stood there, becoming the focal point for many onlookers. Are you done yet? Sensing the stares around her, Qingqing lightly stomped her foot, expressing her mild discontent. Suyi found the right angle, snapped several pictures, then hurriedly approached, presenting the phone to Qingqing. He was so close that their heads almost touched. Had it been before, Qingqing would have pushed him away, but now, she did not. How is it? Did I do well? Not bad, Suyi chuckled. Then could you take one of me? Qingqing readily agreed. She stepped into Suyi's previous position and snapped a picture at the same angle, glancing at it before handing it to Suyi. This silly pig looks pretty good on camera. Here you go. Qingqing returned the phone to Suyi, who looked at the photo and grinned. Shall we take a group photo? No. Come on, just one. No, all right, no need to take one. After all, I've already secretly taken several today. What did you say? Nothing. Are you still hungry? I'm not eating anymore. Then take me back to school. Sure, after you, my lady. Flattery. The two retraced their steps, alighting at the nearest subway station to the Shanghai Film Academy. Still a 12-minute walk to the school as they chatted about amusing incidents during military training. A sudden screeching sound pierced the air. Suyi immediately turned to see a delivery truck abruptly stop in the middle of the road. And less than a meter away, an elderly man collapsed to the ground. The truck had clearly halted, and the man fell only after it stopped. This was clearly a case of staged accident. Suyi thought, what a coincidence. The truck driver, clearly not wealthy, jumped out in a yellowing tank top, drenched in sweat, panicking at the sight of the man on the ground moaning in pain. A crowd quickly gathered. Suyi pondered for a moment and turned to Qingqing, saying, wait here. I'm going to help. With that, under Qingqing's astonished gaze, Suyi walked into the street, holding his phone up. Step aside. Everyone. Wow, old man at your age, still trying to pull a stunt like this? I recorded everything on my phone. This uncle clearly did not hit you. You just threw yourself down. Isn't this rather unkind? The old man, seeing Suyi filming, began to scream even louder. Suyi chuckled, old man, nowadays even cars have dash cams, and there are cameras everywhere. Attempting to extort money like this is illegal. Did everyone see? It was evident whether the old man was truly hurt. At such an age, if he had genuinely been hit by a car, he wouldn't be able to yell. Onlookers began to point fingers. The lying old man ceased his cries, glaring angrily at Suyi before. Amidst the shouts of disapproval, he got up and left, tail between his legs. The truck driver sighed in relief, rushing over to Suyi and shaking his hand gratefully. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do today. Seeing the driver's genuine smile, Suyi replied, it's nothing. I was just doing what was right. This young man is really something. Wonderful, young man. Are you married yet? I'm still in college. Do you have a girlfriend? Should I introduce one for you? Chapter 60 Auntie, I already have a girlfriend. Suyi pointed toward Chen Qingqing by the roadside. For some reason, as he pointed, Chen Qingqing felt her heart flutter. The crowd of aunts and uncles, upon learning Suyi had a girlfriend, offered a few compliments before dispersing. Just as Suyi was about to leave, the truck driver called out, "Wait a moment." He hurried to the back of the truck, pulled out a box of peaches and a box of cherries, and handed them to Suyi. Only then did Suyi realize the driver was delivering fruit. "Wait, fruit? There's only one fruit shop near the school. Here, take this as a thank you for your help today. Otherwise, I might have worked a whole year for nothing." "Sir, this is too extravagant," the driver chuckled. "It's not expensive. I get the fruit at wholesale prices, much cheaper than at the store. It's not worth much. Take it home to enjoy with your girlfriend. Sir, where do these fruits come from?" "From Baoshan district. There's a large wholesale market for fruits." Suyi quickly reacted. "Sir, let us add each other on WeChat. Can you send me the address of the wholesale market?" Though not understanding Suyi's intentions, the driver still pulled out his phone to add him on WeChat. Seeing the driver's name was his real name, Suyi introduced himself. "Sir, I'm Suyi." "All right, I'll send you the address later." "Great, thank you. Ha. I'm the one who should be thanking you. As the truck drove away, Suyi held the 2 boxes of fruit and returned to the roadside. The two resumed their walk toward the Shanghai Film Academy, while Suyi contemplated the feasibility of opening a fruit store. Firstly, a fruit store doesn't require a large area, saving on rental costs. Secondly, fruit is a necessity. The Financial Academy alone has 20,000 students, ensuring a substantial customer flow if the store can open. Lastly, there's the cost issue. He needs to check wholesale prices and compare them to market prices. Tonight, he must draft a more thorough feasibility analysis report. Upon entering the school, it was mealtime, and the campus was bustling with people. Suyi and Chen Qingqing walked side by side, attracting many glances. During military training, Chen Qingqing had caused quite a stir among classmates and alumni. Had it not been for her 3 roommates revealing she had a boyfriend, she would likely have had several suitors buzzing around her. "Can you carry these 2 boxes of fruit? That old man gave them to you?" "Not me. What is mine is yours. We're family. No need for formality." Chen Qingqing halted, pointing at Suyi in mock anger. "Suyi, I warn you, if you keep talking nonsense, I really want to talk to you." Suyi quickly corrected himself. "I just need to switch trains on my way back. It's not easy to carry. Why don't you take them up and share with your roommates?" Before Chen Qingqing could respond, a clear voice called out, "Chen Qingqing." They both turned to see a curly-haired girl approaching, who greeted Chen Qingqing warmly. "Did you just come back from off campus?" Chen Qingqing nodded. Suyi asked, "Who is she?" The curly-haired girl cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Qin a classmate of Chen Qingqing. You must be her boyfriend." Suyi accepted the title without hesitation. "That's right." Chen Qingqing pushed Suyi away. Still fuming, "He has not." Seeing this, Qin thought, they're having a lover's quarrel. She gave Suyi a knowing glance as if to say, "You should comfort her." Suyi returned a look, indicating, she is hard to appease. "Please help me." Qin laughed. "If he is not your boyfriend, then who is he?" Chen Qingqing, not wanting to label him even as a friend, simply replied, "He is my slave." Upon hearing this, Qin glanced at Suyi with an expression that said, "I can't help you," and quickly found an excuse to leave, muttering, "A slave? Huh? Dating has become so extravagant nowadays. All right, don't be angry. It's getting dark. I need to head back to school. This moment." Chen Qingqing realized Suyi still had to take nearly an hour and a half to get home. She said, "You should head back. And these 2 boxes of fruit, give them to me. It's a bit heavy. Let me take you back to your dorm first." Chen Qingqing shot him a glare before continuing toward her dorm. Upon reaching the dorm entrance, Suyi handed over the 2 boxes of fruit, reminding her, "Remember to eat on time, rest well, and if you encounter any insurmountable problems, just message me. Stop nagging. I'm heading back now. I'll see if I have time next weekend, and if I do, I'll come visit again." As Suyi turned to leave, Chen Qingqing called out, "Wait." Suyi turned around, puzzled. "Stay here. Don't leave." Chen Qingqing carried the 2 boxes of fruit back to her dorm, placing them on her desk before retrieving several packets of face masks from her drawer and hurrying back downstairs. Zhang Ruowei peered at the fruit on the desk before heading out to the balcony. Zhang Yu and Shan Sini quickly followed suit, 3 heads leaning over the railing to peer down. Chen Qingqing reached the dorm entrance and handed the face masks to Suyi. Seeing the masks, Suyi quickly replied, "I don't need those." Chen Qingqing insisted, "Do you want them?" Seeing her stubborn expression, Suyi found it rather endearing and accepted the masks, smiling. Actually, wouldn't it make your complexion look even whiter if I were a bit darker? Qingqing pouted. Apply it for half an hour every night before bed. If you come over next time and are still this dark, then I will. Understood. Suyi stood upright and saluted Qingqing. Promising, I assure you I'll become fairer by next time. Well, I'm really leaving, she replied. What should I do? I feel a bit reluctant. Should we hug? Get lost? Suyi chuckled, waving his hand as he turned and walked away. What a silly pig on the second-floor balcony, Chen remarked. With the atmosphere set like this, why not steal a kiss? Zhang Yu speculated. They've probably kissed before. There are too many people at school, and Qingqing must feel shy. Zhang Ruowei added, not necessarily. I think they haven't progressed to that stage yet. Chen inquired, then what stage are they in? Zhang Ruowei replied, the ambiguous stage. Chen echoed, ambiguous stage? Zhang Ruowei nodded sagely, indeed. As soon as the dormitory door swung open, Qingqing spotted her 3 roommates huddled on the balcony, whispering animatedly. She froze for a moment, realizing the spot afforded a view of the scene below the dormitory, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. Could they have seen everything? No, wait. I didn't really do anything, she reassured herself. Would you like some fruit? Yes. The fruit from the handsome guy must be fragrant and sweet. I want some good luck too. I hope I can find a boyfriend soon on the way back. So he set the photo he took of Qingqing at the Oriental Pearl Tower that evening as his phone wallpaper. After 2 transfers, he returned to school just past 8 as he pushed the dormitory door open. His 3 roommates stared at him intently. Do I have a flower on my face? Yang Fei stepped forward and asked. Did your girlfriend really give you an iPhone? Yep, the latest iPhone 6s. How old is your girlfriend? 50. Suyi retorted, pushing him aside as he plopped down in his seat, crossing his legs and grinning. I know you envy me, but don't be jealous just yet. This is only the beginning. Yang Fei, still smiling, said, let me see how the new iPhone works. Suyi, not want to be stingy, handed over the phone. Yang Fei took it, examining it like a treasure. Once the screen lit up, he chuckled. Did you find this wallpaper online? It looks pretty nice. What wallpaper? That's my girlfriend. You're just pulling my leg. This is clearly an internet picture. Suyi snatched the phone back, shooting Yang Fei a glance. Believe it or not, give me back my phone. I have things to do. Suyi opened WeChat, where a truck driver named Chen Jianjun had sent him the address of the fruit wholesale market in Baoshan district. He copied the address into the map, discovering that the journey from school would take over 2 hours. Zhang Xinju, did you buy the bananas on your desk from that fruit shop on the snack street? Yeah. How much per pound? I can't remember. I think about 2 pounds cost over 9 yuan. The fruit shop next to the school is a bit pricey. Suyi nodded, typing on WeChat, Uncle Chen, could you send me the wholesale prices from the fruit market? Chen Jianjun, a man of great loyalty, immediately sent the price list without asking Su Ye's intentions, grateful for the help Suyi had provided him that day. Suyi quickly found the wholesale price for bananas. 8 yuan per pound. Is the profit margin for fruit this high? No, I must consider transportation and inventory costs. Transporting fruit is certainly not cheap, and the risk of spoilage means unsold fruit is a loss. Still, there is potential profit here. If managed well, this business could thrive. I'll visit that fruit shop tomorrow and get the pricing down to a science. A night passed without incident. The next morning at 7:30, the 4 of them gradually awakened. It was the first day of college classes, and no one intended to be late. They hurriedly brushed their teeth and washed their faces, quickly heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Eating on the go, by the time they arrived at the classroom, most of the front seats were already filled. It seemed that with the semester just starting, everyone was highly motivated. Suyi smiled and settled into the last row. Zhang Xinju, of similar height to Suyi, joined him in the back. Yang Fei whispered, there are still seats in the front. Is it necessary to sit in the last row? Suyi replied, it's better for slacking off. Zhang Xinju nodded in agreement. However, you can sit in the front if you want. There's no need to sit together. Yang Fei thought for a moment but ultimately sat in the back, saying, forget it. I'm not nearsighted anyway. Li Tungwen, predictably, found a spot at the front. When the class bell rang, the counselor, Su Tong, walked into the classroom and succinctly stated, our class schedule is out. You can check it in the group. We have no classes for the first 2 periods this morning. I gathered you here to select our class leaders before the official classes commence. You've spent half a month together, so you should have some understanding of one another. In the spirit of fairness and freedom, the class leaders will be elected by a vote from all classmates. Now, I won't waste any more time. If anyone is willing to run for class monitor, please step up to the podium and speak to garner support. After Su Tong's words, Zhang Xinju leaned in and whispered that Zhang Yiyang came to our dorm yesterday. Su Yi, curious, asked, what did he come to our dorm for? Though unspoken, the implication was clear. He wanted to run for class monitor, so he likely visited every dormitory to rally votes. Su Yi exclaimed, that's so blatant. Yang Fei chimed in, I'm definitely not voting for him. Upon hearing this, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Many in the class likely shared Yang Fei's sentiments. Perhaps at that moment, Zhang Yiyang was still patting himself on the back, thinking he had executed his plan flawlessly, oblivious to the fact that he had completely miscalculated. From another perspective, if you had a classmate who, in his quest for a leadership role, ingratiated himself with the counselor and made rounds to dorms prior to the election, would you really want to elect him? It only underscored his youth and naivety. As the three continued their hushed discussions, Zhang Yiyang, noticing that no one had stood up, straightened his clothes and confidently approached the podium. No one in the class was surprised, as Zhang Yiyang's ambition had been evident long before. Dear classmates, hello. I am honored to stand here for the class monitor election. First, let me reintroduce myself. He presented 4 reasons why he believed he was fit for the role. First, I have years of experience as a class leader. Second, I have a lively mind. Third, I can work well with others. Fourth, I will fully respect everyone's opinions. Zhang Yiyang delivered his well-prepared speech with confidence and logic, earning a smattering of applause from his classmates. Su Tong smiled and asked, is there anyone else who wants to run for class monitor? Students exchanged looks, but no one seemed eager to step forward. Zhang Yiyang's gaze landed on Su Yi, sensing he was the only potential rival. Indeed, Su Yi had served as a squad leader during military training and earned an outstanding performance award. Plus, he had a good rapport with his classmates. However, seeing Su Yi remain seated only bolstered Zhang Yiyang's confidence. Isn't anyone willing to compete against Zhang Yiyang? Su Yi, go up, a boy named Zheng Yong urged, recalling how Su Yi had helped him after he fell during training. Other classmates also gestured for Su Yi to take the stage. Su Yi felt conflicted. He had no desire to be class monitor, but the encouragement from his classmates made him feel he owed them a response. Just as Su Yi hesitated, Su Tong called out, Su Yi, would you like to come up and say a few words? Having observed Su Ye's recent contributions, she hoped he would challenge Zhang Yiyang and see whom the class preferred for the role. Under the combined pressure of his peers and the instructor, Su Yi finally stood up and walked to the front. Zhang Yiyang graciously made room for him. Su Yi cleared his throat. Seeing over 40 classmates watching him intently, he smiled. I hadn't planned on coming up, but since the instructor called me, I'll say a few words. I don't have Zhang Yiyang's impressive resume, nor can I guarantee what I can do for everyone, but let me say this. If I do become class monitor, I'll have your backs throughout our 4 years of university. You'll all stick with me. Su Yi's cheeky remark elicited laughter from the entire class, nearly causing Su Tong to burst into laughter herself. Zhang Yiyang was left dumbfounded. What? I spent days preparing my speech, and here he is with just stick with me? Su Yi turned to Su Tong and said, Instructor, I'm done. With a smile, Su Tong approached the stage again and addressed the class. Does anyone else want to run for class monitor? This time, nobody responded. Without calling anyone else forward, she stated, then we will vote between Zhang Yiyang and Su Yi. Please place your votes on the podium. I'll give you 5 minutes to decide. Remember, choosing a class monitor is important. A good monitor can invigorate the class, so choose based on your true feelings. As Zhang Yiyang and Su Yi returned to their seats, Su Tong patiently waited at the podium. After a moment of contemplation, classmates quickly wrote down names on slips of paper, folding them and placing them on the podium. Su Yi seemed to anticipate the outcome. He glanced at Zhang Yiyang, noticing his anxious expression. Seizing a red pen from Zhang Xinju, he wrote Zhang Yiyang on a slip and placed it on the podium. As Su Tong collected the votes, she wrote both names on the blackboard, Su Yi's on the left, Zhang Yiyang's on the right, and began to tally the votes. Su Yi, 1 vote, she announced, marking a tally next to his name. Su Yi, another vote. Su Yi, another. 7 consecutive votes went to Su Yi, surprising both him and Zhang Yiyang. Wait, do people really trust me this much? The 8th vote finally went to Zhang Yiyang, but Su Yi continued to receive votes. By the time the tally reached halfway, Su Yi had filled 3 marks under his name, while Zhang Yiyang had only a few strokes. Noticing that continuing the tally might hurt Zhang Yiyang's feelings, Su Tong, recalling how he had been her aide during the military training, smiled and said, I think the results are clear. Zhang Yiyang, do you want me to finish counting or? Zhang Yiyang, begrudgingly, replied, Let us leave it at that. Very well, Su Tong announced cheerfully. From now on, Su Yi will be the class monitor of our Class 14 Finance 1. Let us give him a round of applause. The classroom erupted in applause. Is anyone interested in running for the position of group leader? Su Tong continued. If not, then Zhang Yang, you will take on the role of our group leader. Thank you, instructor. Zhang Yang forced a smile. Su Tong checked her watch and said to Su Yi, Su Yi, please come to my office. Sure, he replied, following her to the office, where they engaged in a lengthy one-on-one discussion. Most of the time, Su Tong spoke while Su Yi listened, imparting advice on how to be a good class monitor. Afterward, she assigned Su Yi 2 tasks. First, to educate classmates on how to apply for library cards, pay for water and electricity, and so forth. Second, to gather classmates' information and create a WeChat group. Su Yi frowned. Wasn't Zhang Yang the one who created a QQ group? Su Tong replied, WeChat is a bit more formal. And now that you're the class monitor, did you notice you aren't even an admin in the QQ group? I wasn't aware, Su Yi admitted. Anyway, during the voting, I voted for Zhang Yang. You voted for Zhang Yang? Su Tong was taken aback. Yeah. Hearing this, Su Tong regarded Su Yi with newfound respect. Anyone else would have likely voted for themselves, but she hadn't expected Su Yi to vote for his opponent. Su Yi remarked, Zhang Yang worked hard for this position. He must be disappointed now. Instructor, why not talk to him about it? Su Tong shook her head. He is an adult now. If he needs comforting after this setback, I won't waste my time discussing it with him. Su Yi nodded, finding her reasoning sound, and returned to the classroom. The class monitor is back. Everyone, quiet down. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Class monitor, say a few words. Don't egg me on. Su Yi approached the podium, tapping the table twice to restore silence. The instructor just assigned me 2 tasks. First, to show you how to apply for library cards and water cards. Everyone, take out your phones. Let us create a WeChat group face-to-face, and I'll send the process in the group shortly. What is the password, class monitor? Our military training team number, Min. Su Yi set his phone down and continued. The second task is to collect your personal information. I'll send a template in the group, and you all can fill it out and submit it there. All right, he concluded. If you have any questions, feel free to message me privately. But on weekends, unless it's important, don't bother me. I have dates to go on. A female student quickly asked, Class monitor, do you already have a girlfriend? Of course. Su Yi replied cheekily, with my good looks. If I didn't have a girlfriend, how could the other guys survive? Laughter erupted. Just then, the bell rang for the end of the first class in college. A class lasts for 90 minutes, equivalent to 2 high school periods. Seeing the class stir again, Su Yi clapped his hands on the table, saying, the teacher is about to arrive. Let us make a good impression during the first class and try not to fool around. After Su Yi finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared at the classroom door, carrying a single shoulder bag. Are you our microeconomics teacher? Yes, I am. Upon hearing this, Su Yi quickly gestured for his classmates to stop, and as the classroom fell silent, he hurried back to the last row and took a seat. The microeconomics teacher glanced at Su Yi and stepped onto the podium. The 90-minute lecture passed by in a blur. At first, Su Yi thought he would struggle to concentrate, yet to his surprise, he remained focused throughout the entire class. This was likely due to the subject matter. Had it been a class on linear algebra or financial mathematics, he would have undoubtedly dozed off at his desk. As the teacher departed, students began to gather in small groups to head to the cafeteria. Su Yi was pulled along by Zhang Xinju and Yang Fei. Haha, you ended up being the class monitor after all. You think I wanted that? Oh, come on, it was expected, Yang Fei inquired. Su Yi, what are we having for lunch? What did you just call me? Yang Fei replied, puzzled. Su Yi, feigning seriousness, said, when we're outside the teaching building, you can call me Su Yi, and I won't mind. But since we're still in the building, what should you call me? Class monitor. Su Yi smiled at Zhang Xinju. Hey, this kid isn't so foolish after all. Chapter 63. I want to join in. There was still one person remaining in the classroom. Zhang Yang. Once everyone had left, he quickly closed the classroom door, walked over to the trash can, and emptied out the voting papers, unfolding them one by one. He was eager to discover how many votes he had received. However, once he had unfolded all the slips, his expression froze in shock. Out of the 45 slips, he had garnered a mere 3 votes, excluding his own, that left him with only 2 votes. Zhang Yang felt disheartened, as this meant that even among his 3 roommates, one had not voted for him. He couldn't comprehend where he had gone wrong, especially since he had followed the proper procedures. On the first day of school, luck had not been on his side, and he had not been elected as the team leader during military training, yet he felt he had done nothing wrong. The day before classes started, he had visited the other 3 boys' dorms to greet them. Why, then, had he only received 3 votes? In the cafeteria, after finishing his meal, Suyi stood up and said to Zhang Xinzhu, "Come with me to a place." "Where to?" "I'll tell you on the way." Zhang Xinzhu elegantly wiped his mouth and quickly followed him. Suyi led Zhang Xinzhu directly to the school snack street, saying, "Last time we ate together, I mentioned I had entrepreneurial ideas, and now I've decided what I want to do." Zhang Xinzhu, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "A fruit shop." Suyi found the price list for fruits from the wholesale market on his phone and handed it to Zhang Xinzhu, saying, "Here are the wholesale prices. Take a look." Zhang Xinzhu, upon seeing it, exclaimed, "Such high profits." "Yes, first of all, the competition for fruit shops is low. Excluding the ones outside the school, we currently only have 1 fruit shop on campus. Secondly, a fruit shop doesn't require a large space. 50 to 60 square meters is sufficient, which helps save costs. Furthermore, starting a fruit shop has a low barrier to entry and is easy to manage. Most importantly, I have connections. Zhang Xinzhu nodded. Sounds quite promising. Where are you taking me now? 2 things. First, we need to ascertain the prices of various fruits. You'll pretend to buy some fruit, and I will note the prices. Second, we need to scout for suitable shop spaces. If we find one, I want to rent it within this week. Your execution is impressive. Suyi smiled and offered no further explanation. Whether it be a trend or an opportunity, they can slip away in the blink of an eye. Suyi's indecisiveness in his past life had led him to miss many chances, and now he would not let any opportunity pass by. Upon arriving at the snack street, it was evident that the lunchtime business was not as bustling as it was in the evening. Classes had officially commenced, and more people opted to dine in the cafeteria. However, there were still plenty of patrons who frequented the street for snacks in the evening. The 2 men entered a shop with the Qingqing fruit shop. During summer, the shop was filled with seasonal fruits. Upon entering, they immediately spotted watermelons positioned in the center, with peaches, mangoes, lychees, bayberries, and grapes adorning the shelves on either side. Many of the fruits had their prices marked nearby, and Suyi immediately began recording the prices on his phone. He knew that once he opened his own fruit shop, competition with this store would be inevitable, and the primary method of competition would be a price war. Therefore, knowing both himself and his competition was key to success. Tio provided cover for Suyi. Zhang Xinzhu wandered around the fruit shop, feigning casualness. Tio avoided raising the owner's suspicions. He even purchased half a watermelon, asking the owner to cut it into cubes. Meanwhile, Suyi utilized this time to continuously input prices into his phone. After lingering in the shop for about 10 minutes, Suyi finally gave Zhang Xinzhu an okay sign, prompting Zhang Xinzhu to carry a box of watermelon and a box of cantaloupe as they exited the fruit shop together. "Did you get everything?" "Yes." This street had numerous shops for transfer, predominantly restaurants, though most were relatively large and likely carried hefty rents. However, there was a shop selling mixed grain pancakes that seemed appropriately sized. "Let's go ask about the price." Suyi and Zhang Xinzhu approached the mixed grain pancake shop, where they found a middle-aged man, approximately 45 years old, lounging in a rocking chair, engrossed in a novel titled Village Beauty. Upon noticing Suyi and Zhang Xinzhu, the man assumed they were there to buy pancakes and slipped on his slippers to inquire, "How many would you like?" Suyi pointed at the sign on the glass door that read "Shop for Transfer" and smiled, "Boss, we're not here to buy pancakes. We'd like to discuss the transfer of your shop." Upon hearing this, the man frowned, as he could tell Suyi and Zhang Xinzhu were college students. "Are you looking to rent a shop?" "We are considering it." The man, believing Suyi was merely inquiring out of curiosity, casually replied, "Shops on this street are long-term rentals. I have 2 years left on my contract, which totals 200,000 yuan. Suyi chuckled, "Boss, don't think you can intimidate us just because we're young. I already have a good understanding of the rental prices on this street." "Then what do you think it should be?" 160,000, that's impossible." The man firmly rejected. "I would be losing too much at that price. I didn't sign the contract for this amount." "Boss, you can't expect to transfer it at the original price, right? There are so many shops for transfer on this street, and it's clear that business is tough now. To be honest, I have little confidence in taking it over. If you're looking to transfer at the original price, then we have no need to continue this discussion." After Suyi finished speaking, he tugged at Zhang Xinzhu and began to leave. The owner, sensing the seriousness of Suyi's tone, quickly called out, "Wait, let us talk some more. What is there to discuss?" Suyi replied, "If you really want to rent, I can take a bit of a loss, but I can't lose too much." Suyi said, "We're both college students and don't really know how to negotiate. Just give us a price." The owner hesitated before saying 19,000. Sui countered 17,000. The owner, looking distressed, said, I'm already losing a lot at this price. Fine, considering you're college students, I can drop it by another 2,000. Sui, however, firmly stated 18,000 flat, 1818. A lucky number. If you can't agree to this price, then there's no point in further discussion. The owner was torn. This price struck a chord with him. If he transferred it, he would incur a small loss, but if he didn't find anyone to take it over, he could end up losing even more. The owner asked, when can you pay? This Friday I can put down a 2,000 yuan deposit first, and we'll sign the contract and pay the remainder on Friday. The owner, gritting his teeth and making a firm decision, replied, all right, 18,000 it is. We'll sign the contract on Friday. Sui paid the deposit, wrote a receipt, and settled some details before preparing to return to the dormitory with Zhang Xinju. Zhang Xinju asked, 18,000, can you come up with that? Sui replied, yes. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xinju said plainly, Sui, I want to join in on this fruit shop venture. Sui, unfazed, placed a hand on Zhang Xinju's shoulder and smiled. Let us split it evenly. We each contribute 100,000, and the profits will be 60-40. How does that sound? Zhang Xinju pushed Sui away, jokingly chiding, you're even trying to cheat your roommate. If we're each putting in 100,000, why should it be 60-40? Do you understand how to run a business? Do you have my connections? Zhang Xinju interrupted. What does having good connections have to do with business? Sui laughed. In a small-scale business like ours, it's all about relationships and social dynamics. Chapter 64. Could you give me a heads up next time? Sui and Zhang Xinju returned to the school, chatting and laughing. When they passed by the university's activity center, Sui, a voice called, prompting the pair to halt. Sui turned to see a ponytailed girl, Wang Xiyu, jogging toward them. She still sported her ponytail, wearing a cream-colored t-shirt tucked into black denim shorts, her legs not particularly long but well-proportioned. Wang Xiyu reached them, looked up at Sui, and directly asked, why haven't you replied to my messages? Sui recalled that during military training, Wang Xiyu had indeed messaged him, but he had been too preoccupied to respond. Later, he had forgotten about it and didn't feel like replying after so much time had passed. I've been busy. Did you need something? I just wanted to ask which school you're from. Now that I know, let us properly introduce ourselves. I'm Wang Xiyu, majoring in international economics and trade. She flashed a charming smile and extended her hand to Sui. Sui reached out but quickly withdrew. Which department are you in? Finance. Got it, Wang Xiyu said before preparing to leave. Suddenly, she turned back, asking, our school is holding a welcome party for freshmen this Friday evening. Are you planning to come? We'll see. It depends on whether I'm free. I'll be performing on stage, and your roommate has already promised to attend. Aren't you coming together? Sui chuckled. You mean Yang Fei? Wang Xiyu replied. His name is Yang Fei. I didn't know that, but I do know he's your roommate. Yes, I gave him your WeChat. You didn't ask for my permission. Wang Xiyu playfully protested. Sui shrugged, feigning helplessness. What could I do? He had to call me dad. At least 10 times to get your WeChat. If I didn't give it to him, it wouldn't be fair. Wang Xiyu seemed unbothered. Remember, this Friday night. I'll head back to the dorm now. As she walked away, Zhang Xinju remarked, she seems to have taken a liking to you. Sui replied, if she were smart, she would have realized I've already turned her down. Zhang Xinju said, she is quite a cute girl. Sui shook his head, not someone I want to deal with. Not someone you want to deal with? Sui murmured, for some reason. I can sense it whenever a girl with a hint of green tea personality approaches me. You seem to have a story to tell? Gu Mengyao ultimately enrolled in an engineering university in the provincial capital. On the very first day of reporting to the university, she became a sensation on the school forum after someone secretly took several photos of her and posted them, resulting in her being deemed the campus belle after validation from a host of older admirers. Engineering universities typically have a male-to-female ratio skewed heavily towards males, particularly in majors like mechanical automation, civil engineering, and software engineering, where classes rarely contain more than 10 girls and most of those have average looks. However, Gu Mengyao's major, e-commerce under the computer science department, was somewhat better, with a gender ratio close to 1 in 2014, making it relatively sought after. After becoming the campus belle, Gu Mengyao found herself the center of attention wherever she went, and she relished this newfound attention. On the first day of military training, a male classmate confessed his feelings to her, but she turned him down immediately. The reason was simple. He was not as handsome as Sui. Ever since losing contact with Sui, Gu Mengyao harbored a desire to find a boyfriend who was superior to Sui in every way, as a way to prove to Suyi that she could find someone better and make him regret his decision. Initially, she believed, as Lu Qian had said, that there would be many outstanding boys in university, but after spending half a month at her new school, she was disappointed to find that while many boys had shown interest, none met her standards. For instance, a sophomore had just blocked her path, wanting to add her on WeChat. When Gu Mengyao looked up, her first instinct was to compare him to Suyi, and once again, Suyi came out on top. Thus, she gently shook her head and declined. "Sorry, but I'm not looking to date right now." The boy could only awkwardly retreat amidst the laughter of her two roommates. Gu Mengyao felt a sense of disorientation. With over 20,000 students at the university, was there not a single one who surpassed Suyi in every aspect? Upon returning to her dormitory, driven by curiosity, she opened Suyi's QQ space, only to find that he hadn't T-posted anything since the college entrance exams. Disappointed, she exited. Back on the main message interface, she noticed a message from her high school class leader. Linan, in their class group Linan, "Haha, I served as class leader for 3 years in high school, and now I'm going to be class leader again in college." Once university began, many classmates were eager to share their experiences, and after Linan broke the silence in the group, several others chimed in. "My dorm has 8 people. I'm so done. I have it a bit better. Mine has 6 people, but no air conditioning. Our dorms at vocational schools typically 6 people. Linan, don't you guys have air conditioning in your dorms? How did you survive military training recently? Don't even mention it. I'm thinking of repeating the year. My roommates are always playing games. I finally understand the difference between vocational and undergraduate schools. In our class, so he had the best grades. Where did he end up? We didn't even have a graduation party. Who knows where he is now? Qingqing. I'm in Shanghai with Suyi. Linan. What is Suyi doing in Shanghai? Why hasn't he said anything in the group? Qingqing. He is busy. He was the team leader during military training and is now the class monitor. Plus, he has a girlfriend, so he probably doesn't have time to chat. After Qingqing spoke, the group fell into an unusual silence. 5 minutes later, Suyi sent Qingqing a private message. How did you know I became class monitor? Qingqing. You really became class monitor? Suyi. Yep. Qingqing. No way. I just wanted to annoy Linan by making a joke. Qingqing. Why do you think you can be the class monitor? Qingqing. Is there no one else in your class except for you? Suyi. You rascal. Could you at least give me a heads up before you show off for me? You've stolen my thunder. What am I supposed to do in the future? Qingqing. Why does it feel like the gap between us is widening since we entered university? Suyi. You're feeling this way already? Qingqing. Hurry up and log into the game. Let me take you down with Yasuo using just one hand. Qingqing. Hurry. It's urgent. Chapter 65. The sour smell of love. Suyi is the class monitor now. How could Suyi possibly be the class monitor? Gu Mengyao stared at the chat records in the group. Momentarily taken aback, Suyi had always been the mild-mannered, somewhat awkward type in high school. Typically, class monitors in university are sociable and emotionally intelligent individuals. Gu Mengyao simply could not fathom how Suyi had attained such a position. She suspected Qingqing was just boasting in the group, but an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind, prompting her to message Lu Qian. Gu Mengyao. Lu Qian, do you think what Qingqing said is true? Suyi is the class monitor in university? Lu Qian. It should be false, right? Suyi is such a stiff person. How could he possibly be the class monitor? Gu Mengyao. I think so too. Lu Qian. How are your classes? Gu Mengyao. Average. Gu Mengyao. There are so many annoying people. Lu Qian. Annoying people? Gu Mengyao. They all want to pursue me, but I've rejected them all. Yet they keep messaging me. Gu Mengyao. And there are always people posting my photos on the school forum. Lu Qian. Why are they posting your photos? Gu Mengyao. They say I'm the campus beauty. Lu Qian. Really, Lu Qian? Then there must be a lot of boys pursuing you, right? Gu Mengyao. Not a single one I like. Lu Qian cautiously asked. None of them are as good as Suyi? Gu Mengyao. Lu Qian. It's okay. There are definitely more excellent ones out there. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. The two continued their conversation, but by the end, Gu Mengyao found Lu Qian somewhat bothersome and chose to ignore her. Gu Mengyao had befriended Lu Qian in high school largely because Lu Qian complimented her beauty and gentleness. But now, Lu Qian was of little use to her, leading Gu Mengyao to consider changing her social circle. With her status as the campus beauty, she sought to enter a more upscale circle. In the afternoon, there was only one class on fundamentals of statistics. After class, Suyi returned to the dormitory with his 3 roommates. Li Tongwen immediately began previewing linear algebra, while Yang Fei played League of Legends. Noticing this, Suyi reminded Yang Fei, put on your headphones while you're gaming. Yang Fei turned to glance at Li Tongwen and obediently donned his headphones. Upon returning to his dorm, Suyi utilized Zhang Xinju's notebook to create a table, collecting and inputting information about his classmates. Observing Suyi's adeptness, Zhang Xinju could not help but praise him. You're impressive. You handle Excel so skillfully. After completing the table and conducting a thorough check, Suyi sent it to their counselor. Su Tong replied with an OK emoji and added, there will be a welcome party at the University Activity Center this Friday. You can inform your classmates. Those who wish to attend are welcome. Suyi typed received but quickly deleted it, opting for OK instead. Zhang Xinju, watching this exchange, inquired, ISNT received more formal? Previously, when the counselor sent messages, we all replied with received in the group. The most frequently uttered phrase by Han Dynasty servants was yes, while the Qing Dynasty servants often said yes, sir. Do you know what modern servants say the most? Received, bingo. After completing the tasks assigned by the counselor, Suyi returned to his seat and dialed Chen Jianjun, the small truck driver from the previous afternoon. Chen Jianjun answered promptly, hello, Uncle Chen. Hello, student. What's the matter? Suyi got straight to the point. Uncle Chen, my friends and I plan to open a fruit shop at school, and if all goes well, we'll start a trial operation this weekend. Since you help with fruit transportation, I was wondering if I could hire you for deliveries, and I'll pay you the market rate for shipping. Chen Jianjun, slightly surprised, asked, you're starting a business in college? Yes, I can definitely do it. It's what I do. Send me the address later, and I'll see how far it is. All right, I'll be heading to Baoshan this Saturday. You should be there too, right? I go there every day to haul goods. Let us meet up then to discuss further? No problem. After ending the call, Suyi tucked his phone back into his pocket and called out to Zhang Xinju. Let us go out for a bit. Where to? The snack street. What for? To find someone to help with the business license. Zhang Xinju followed Suyi out of the dorm, puzzled. Can't we handle the business license ourselves? Of course, Suyi replied. But if we go alone, it could take 10 days to half a month to get it done. If we find the right person, we could have it in 3 to 5 days. How do you know this? I heard it. Suyi and Zhang Xinju returned to the dorm before nightfall. Yang Fei was still wearing his headphones, engrossed in the drama Parents Love, which had been released in February this year, while Li Tongwen continued studying. After taking a shower, Suyi retrieved a facial mask gifted by Chen Qingqing, tore it open, and applied it to his face. After taking a selfie in the mirror, he sent it to Chen Qingqing. Suyi. Selfie.jpg Suyi. Am I handsome? Sitting idly in the dorm, Chen Qingqing heard her phone ping and quickly opened WeChat, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile upon seeing Suyi's message. Chen Qingqing, so ugly. Chen Qingqing, remember to leave it on for more than half an hour. This mask is expensive, don't waste it. Chen Qingqing always claimed that cheap things aren't always truly cheap. But if she said something was expensive, it was undoubtedly costly to Suyi. I'll keep it on until I sleep. To Suyi. How many classes did you have today? Chen Qingqing, 3 classes. Western music history in the morning, and sight singing and ethnic orchestra in the afternoon. Suyi. I only had 2 classes today. Tomorrow I have more and even an 8 a.m. class. Suyi chatted with Chen Qingqing. Yang Fei, having finished an episode of the drama, approached Suyi and asked, Suyi, where did you get that facial mask? From my girlfriend. The more you talk about your girlfriend, the more curious I become. When are you planning to bring her to our school? She gets lost easily, and since the school is a bit far, I'm afraid she'll get lost. So she won't be visiting anytime soon. TSK, the sour smell of love. Oh, by the way, are you still in touch with Wang Xiyu? Yes. Today at noon, Zhang Xinju and I bumped into her at school, and I accidentally let it slip. She not only knows you are my roommate but also knows your name. So what if she knows? By the way, are you guys going to the welcome party this Friday night? Zhang Xinju and I have something on, so we want to be going. Why not? I heard the campus beauty Zhang Wei will also be performing. What does that have to do with me? Suyi pressed the home button, lifting his phone to point at the wallpaper. Is she more beautiful than my girlfriend? Yang Fei scoffed, looking skeptical. If she is your girlfriend, I'll call you Dad every day from now on. Chapter 66. Welcome party. Though the primary task of university students is studying, forcing someone nearing 30 to sit in a classroom all day is akin to torture. So you could barely sit through theoretical classes like microeconomics, macroeconomics, and financial markets and institutions. However, courses like mathematical analysis, linear algebra, financial mathematics, and applied statistics, which require intellectual engagement, were utterly beyond him, leading him to simply rest his head on the desk and sleep. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday passed swiftly. On Friday, There were only 2 major classes scheduled for the morning, so as soon as noon arrived, Su Yi and Zhang Xinju headed to the snack street. Today was the day to sign the contract. The owner of the mixed-grain pancake shop was waiting for Su Yi and Zhang Xinju, having already moved most of the equipment out of the store in recent days. Upon their timely arrival, the owner quickly produced the contract he had prepared in advance. This is the transfer contract. I've included the additional clauses you mentioned. Su Yi didn't rush to sign. Instead, he carefully read through the contract to ensure there were no hidden tricks. Only after confirming everything was in order did he sign his name. Got the money? I'll transfer it to you now. Please send me your bank account number. Su Yi pulled out his phone, opened his banking app, and began the transaction. He had already withdrawn 100,000 yuan from his securities account, and although he felt reluctant, he was relieved that Zhang Xinju was sharing the burden of another 100,000 yuan. After the owner confirmed the receipt, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He stood up and shook Su Ye's hand. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I wish you a prosperous business. Thank you. Su Yi. Will the items in the store be cleared out by this afternoon? The owner smiled. The large items have already been taken away. I can load the remaining things into my van in one trip. Oh, by the way, here is the key. If you're not at ease, you can change the lock. Great. The owner seemed eager to leave. After the payment was confirmed and the items handed over, he hurriedly loaded the remaining items into his van and drove off. Zhang Xinju looked around the roughly 55 square meter shop and remarked, "Now, this place belongs to us. Tomorrow morning, we should head to the wholesale market together. You should call the advertising shop to see when they can get the sign done. It should be ready by tomorrow." Zhang Xinju smiled. "You still haven't told me why our fruit shop is named Qingqing Fruit Shop. My girlfriend's name is Qingqing." Zhang Xinju gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The two tidied up the shop briefly. Opening a fruit shop necessitated having cold storage, among other things. After a quick meal, Su Yi and Zhang Xinju took the subway to the second-hand market. The second-hand market had everything. Many items from closed shops, like tables and counters, were collected there. Su Yi had initially worried about finding a suitable cold storage unit, but to his surprise, there were 5 or 6 sets of cold storage units available. Along with cash registers, Su Yi ultimately spent 8,000 yuan to order a batch of cold storage units, display cabinets, and a cash register, and the owner even threw in a humidifier. These items would be delivered directly to the shop tomorrow afternoon. Returning to the dormitory in the evening, Li Tengwen was on the balcony making a phone call to his family, speaking in a dialect that no one could understand. Upon entering the dorm, the two found Yang Fei grinning at his computer screen. Su Yi and Zhang Xinju exchanged glances and walked over to Yang Fei. It turned out Yang Fei was chatting with Wang Xiyu. Yang Fei was so engrossed in the conversation that he didn't notice the two approaching. "Wang Xiyu, don't forget about the welcome party tonight." "Yang Fei, I'll definitely be there." "Wang Xiyu, it's best to arrive early, or there won't be any seats left." "Yang Fei, I'm heading out right now." "Wang Xiyu, aren't your roommates coming with you?" "Yang Fei, they haven't returned yet." Suddenly, Zhang Xinju coughed. Yang Fei jumped, turning to see Su Yi and Zhang Xinju, rolling his eyes. "When did you come back?" TSK, I thought you were discussing something romantic. You're so easily amused over just a few words. It's really pathetic." Yang Fei shielded his laptop screen with his hand. "Stop peeking, damn it," Su Yi scoffed, removed his clothes from the hanger, and prepared to take a shower. Yang Fei reminded him. "Su Yi, hurry up. We're going to watch the welcome party together," Su Yi replied. "I never said I would go." "What the hell? I promised Wang Xiyu I would." As Su Yi stepped into the bathroom, undressing, he replied. "You guys continue your chat. Why involve me, bro? I'm begging you. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow." Yang Fei insisted. "Listen to me. You can't handle someone like Wang Xiyu." "Nonsense. I think she has some interest in me." Zhang Xinju couldn't help but laugh. "Have you even met her alone?" "Not yet." "Then how do you know she is interested in you?" "Intuition, a man's sixth sense." Zhang Xinju patted Yang Fei on the shoulder, saying, "Trust Su Yi. He is looking out for you." Yang Fei exclaimed, "Su Yi, if you don't come with me to the welcome party, I'll sleep in your bed tonight. Get lost." Yang Fei's threat had its effect. Once Su Yi finished his shower, Yang Fei hurriedly dragged him to the University Activity Center, with Zhang Xinju following. Before closing the door, he noticed Li Tengwen sitting alone in the dorm and asked, "Li Tengwen, aren't you coming along?" Li Tengwen gently shook his head. "I want to be going." Zhang Xinju nodded, said nothing more, and rushed downstairs to catch up with Su Yi and Yang Fei. The welcome party began at 7 and ended at 8:30. It was unclear who leaked the information early, But word had spread that campus beauty Jiang Wei would be performing a dance. So by the time Su Yi and his friends arrived, the venue was packed with eager attendees. Why are there so many people? It seems there are no seats left. Yang Fei took out his phone. Let me tell Wang Shiyu that we arrived. Typing rapidly on his phone, Yang Fei suddenly exclaimed. She said she's coming over to find us. Just as Yang Fei finished speaking, Zhang Xinju spotted Wang Shiyu emerging from the side door of the stage. She shaded her eyes with her hand, scanning the crowd until she saw Zhang Xinju, Su Yi, and Yang Fei, then quickly made her way over. You guys are here? This time, Wang Shiyu stood before the three of them, no longer needing to look up at Su Yi, as she was wearing high heels today, paired with a fitted white shirt and a black skirt, her hair styled in two cute ponytails, instantly drawing many gazes as she approached. Hearing Yang Fei's blame shifting, Su Yi retorted angrily, You scoundrel, it was you who dragged me here. I never said I wanted to come. Wang Shiyu, unfazed by the foul language, thought it rather charming. Boys, after all, can be rather dull when they are too earnest. It's the mischievous ones that are truly captivating. Chapter 67. A bunch of naive fools. I'll take you to the backstage, Wang Shiyu announced, silencing the verbal sparring between Su Yi and Yang Fei. There are spots on either side of the stage where you can stand and watch. This welcome party is organized by the art department of the student union, and the head of the department is my senior from high school. Just follow me. The three exchanged glances before following Wang Shiyu to the backstage area, which was essentially a hastily erected tent filled with students preparing for their performances. Yang Fei gathered his courage and asked, Wang Shiyu, what are you performing tonight? With a smile, she replied, a dance. There are only 2 dance performances this evening, one by us freshmen and the other by the senior sisters led by Jiang Wei. As soon as she finished speaking, a girl in the same outfit as Wang Shiyu stood up and beckoned her over. Shiyu, I'm still struggling with a couple of moves. Shall we rehearse again? Wang Shiyu nodded. Sure, I'll just tell my friends. She turned to Su Yi and the others, saying, Feel free to look around, I need to go rehearse. If anyone asks why you're backstage, just tell them I brought you. Okay. Wang Shiyu flashed a charming smile before joining her teammates for practice, and Yang Fei felt his heart melt at her adorableness. She is just too cute, he thought. Su Yi chuckled to himself and stepped outside the tent. As he lifted the flap, a graceful figure caught his eye. They exchanged a glance, and Su Yi instinctively stepped aside to let the girl enter. Once she was inside, he made his way out, only for Yang Fei to burst out from within, exclaiming, Wow, that was Jiang Wei, the school beauty. Su Yi replied calmly, Could you not be so overexcited? It makes me feel embarrassed every time we go out together. Come on, tell me, is she prettier in person than in photos? Zhang Xinju shrugged. She's all right. What do you think, Su Yi? Su Yi retorted nonchalantly, nothing special. Unbeknownst to them, after Jiang Wei entered the tent, she did not join the others in rehearsal. Instead, she stood by the entrance, messaging her teammates. Despite the noise inside, she overheard Su Yi, Yang Fei, and Zhang Xinju's conversation. As the school beauty of the finance department, Jiang Wei had heard countless compliments about her looks. But this was the first time someone described her as nothing special. Seeing Su Yi's calm demeanor, Yang Fei scoffed, You were just boasting in front of me. Let us see you say that to her face. Su Yi glanced at Yang Fei as if he were foolish. Just as he was about to speak, a senior in formal attire pulled a freshman with a guitar out of the tent. The performance list has been submitted. You're telling me you can't go on stage now? Zhang Kai, are you joking? I'd rather you find someone else. I'm terrified in front of so many people. There's no one else. I've already written the host script. You're an adult now. Can you please have a bit more courage? Are you saying you can't perform just because there are too many people? Stop making excuses. You must go on tonight. Your performance is at the end, so just get your act together. The senior returned backstage, clearly frustrated. Zhang Kai stood frozen, staring at the audience below, visibly trembling with fear. Su Yi could see that he was paralyzed by anxiety. Many who lack resilience often experience such reactions before taking the stage, sometimes even struggling to breathe. However, not wanting to get involved, Yang Fei asked Su Yi, Can you sing? Of course. Really? Are you serious? Why would I joke? I'm the prince of love songs. Sure you are. Su Yi proudly declared, Not only can I sing, but I can also play the guitar. I'll show you one day. If you can play the guitar, I'll eat it. Zhang Xinju laughed. How many times has he made that claim? At exactly 7 o'clock, the welcome party commenced. Point 4 hosts took the stage, delivering cliché opening remarks before the festivities officially began. The singing segments were plentiful, featuring soloists, duets, and bands, Suyi was surprised to find that skits were also part of the program. After the skits, the first dance number finally appeared. As Wang Shiyu led a group of freshmen onto the stage in their breezy short skirts. The older males in the audience erupted with excitement. Whoa, Yang Fei. Why are you grabbing my hand? I'm just too enamored. Get off me, you fool. After a vibrant dance, the 5 girls struck a cute pose on stage. When Wang Shiyu's gaze fell upon Yang Fei, his excitement peaked. She's looking at me. She's looking at me. Suyi, observing Wang Shiyu, thought to himself, fool, she's not looking at you. She's casting a flirtatious glance my way. Following the dance, several performers took to the stage to sing. Wang Shiyu soon spotted Suyi and his friends, flashing a sweet smile as she asked, how did I do? Pretty good, Zhang Xinju replied. Awesome, exclaimed Yang Fei. I didn't really notice. I was too busy admiring the leggings. Suyi quipped at Suyi, you're such a pervert. Yang Fei insisted. He has always been one. Zhang Xinju observed Wang Shiyu's expression and sensed she had more to say. Likely something along the lines of, but I really like him. Initially, Suyi planned to return to the dormitory, as he had matters to attend to the next day. However, glancing at the time, he realized there was less than half an hour remaining until the party concluded. So he decided to stay and watch with young Fei.As the singing performances continued. At 8:10, the highly anticipated Jiang Wei finally took the stage. The 6 girls, all around 1.65 meters tall, exuded beauty in their matching outfits of tank tops, pleated skirts, and knee-high boots. As they took the stage, the audience erupted into cheers and shouts. Suyi was taken aback. What is all the fuss about? They really are a bunch of sheltered fools. Chapter 68. This freshman has something special. Watching Jiang Wei's spirited dance, Wang Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Wei's stage presence is so steady. Yang Fei encouraged her. You did great too. In the eyes of a lover, beauty shines brighter. Tio Yang Fei. Jiang Wei seemed too distant, making Wang Shiyu's performance equally impressive. For him, both had their unique charms. One exuded cute energy while the other radiated a cool elegance. Zhang Xinju and Suyi remained silent during their conversation until Zhang Xinju nudged Suyi's arm. Smirking, aren't you going to comment? What's there to say? Honestly, she is quite well endowed. Zhang Xinju joked, mimicking a grabbing motion. Suyi sighed, displaying his seasoned knowledge. Her upper arms and abdominal muscles are minimal, yet their shape suggests a muscular foundation supporting a rounded form. The upper curve is full and prominent, while its oscillation during descent is less than half that of a fatty type. Clearly, she is using padding. Zhang Xinju gave a thumbs up. You're impressive as always. Calmly, the audience's enthusiasm waned considerably after the dance concluded. Yet, with only 2 performances left, many decided to stay, thinking, since we're here, we might as well see it through. Before the male host took the stage, he patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder, advising, Zhang Kai, it's your turn. When I come down, you go up. Without allowing Zhang Kai a moment to respond, the host hurriedly ascended the stage. Zhang Kai, trembling at the thought of the restless audience, was paralyzed with fear, sweat drenching his forehead. Now, please enjoy Zhang Kai from the class of Applied Statistics at the 14th level, who will perform a song for us on the guitar. Let us give him a warm welcome. As the host exited, Zhang Kai hesitated at the steps leading to the stage, unable to gather the courage to climb up. Zhang Kai, go on. What are you waiting for? As the stage remained empty, murmurs spread through the audience, heightening Zhang Kai's anxiety. Noticing his trembling figure, Zhang Xinju placed a hand on Suyi's shoulder, suggesting, Suyi, why don't you help him out and go on stage? Didn't you say you could play the guitar? No way. I'd rather not become the financial department star overnight. Yang Fei was about to make a sarcastic remark when Zhang Xinju interjected. That would be a good thing. If you become a star, our fruit shop will have plenty of business. Suyi suddenly turned to Zhang Xinju, realizing, you're right, I hadn't thought of that. Though Zhang Xinju had only spoken in jest, seeing Suyi genuinely consider it, he encouraged, so what are you waiting for? Go up, all right. For the sake of money, I'll take this chance. Suyi approached Zhang Kai, interrupting the hostess urging, and smiled. If you don't want to go on stage, just lend me your guitar. Zhang Kai stared at Suyi, stunned for a moment before quickly handing over the guitar. Once Suyi took it, he strode confidently onto the stage. Wait, we need to follow the order, the host exclaimed, but Suyi had already reached the center of the stage. He placed the microphone on the stand, then sat on a tall stool, clearing his throat as he earnestly stated, to clarify, Zhang Kai is unable to perform due to health reasons. I'm Suyi from Class 1 of Finance, and I will be singing a song by Lin Junjia titled Drunken Red Cliffs. Tang Peng, the head of the art department, rushed to the stage entrance, incredulous. Who is he? Wasn't he supposed to be Zhang Kai? The host, sweating profusely, began to explain. No. If he wants to go up, let him. We agreed to stick to the order. What is going on here? Tang Peng was visibly furious. Wang Shiyu stepped forward. Senior, it's not a big deal. Suyi is a freshman too. Shiyu, it's not that simple. What if he? Before Tang Peng could finish his sentence, Suyi had already begun strumming the guitar. The intro was lengthy and slow. Yet as he played, the audience gradually fell silent. Seated on the tall stool, Suyi focused entirely on his guitar, with everything else around him merely a backdrop. This song was the one he had practiced the most in college, and it would forever remain etched in his memory. Wait, he really can? Yang Fei exclaimed, wide-eyed and baffled at Su Ye's performance. Zhang Xinju was equally astonished. Wang Shiyu, however, immediately placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Under the influence of the melody, the venue became eerily quiet, all eyes fixed on Suyi in the center of the stage. Finally, he began to sing. Leaves have piled several layers, and I tread upon youth. Listening, who weeps in the rain. His voice was deep and rich with emotion. After just a few lines, many in the audience couldn't help but pull out their phones to record. On the other side of the stage, the senior girls who had just danced with Jiang Wei began to whisper among themselves. Who is this freshman? Which department is he from? His singing is so beautiful. Jiang Wei, what do you think? Jiang Wei remained silent, her gaze fixed on Suyi, her delicate features revealing no emotion. Confirmed by eye contact, I've met the right person. I draw my sword in turn, and the blood flows like red lips. Suyi serenely concluded the song, then stood to bow amidst the multitude of gazes upon him. As he descended the stage, applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Though the applause was not as fervent as during Wang Shiyu and Jiang Wei's performances, many were still lost in the moment. Once Suyi left the stage, the audience buzzed with excitement, with most of the girls eager to gather information about him. His name is Suyi, right? From the finance department? Does he have a girlfriend? Suyi returned the guitar to Zhang Kai, chuckling at his roommates, who were left speechless. Stop gaping. Let us head back. As Suyi departed, Wang Shiyu watched the three of them leave, a love-struck smile creeping onto her face. With that performance, Suyi had secured a coveted status in the university, enjoying the preferential treatment that many young men envied, a prime opportunity for romantic pursuits. Jiang Wei, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Hee, you're not falling for this freshman, are you? Not at all. Jiang Wei shook her head, smiling. I just think that this freshman has something special. Chapter 69. I've already fallen asleep that night. The school's forum, class groups, and bulletin boards were inundated with discussions about a handsome lad named Suyi. He only discovered his newfound fame when he checked the class group chat. Yang Fei, feeling cheeky, stood on tiptoe with his phone in hand, asking the already reclining Suyi, Su Xiao, how does it feel to suddenly be famous? Suyi replied nonchalantly, not much. My WeChat is buzzing with friend requests. It's quite annoying. Stop taking random photos. If you post those, you're dead. Yang Fei teased, you scoundrel, getting the advantage and still acting coy. Zhang Xinju, don't you think Suyi is asking for a beating? Zhang Xinjiao had also settled onto his bed. He glanced down and chuckled. I think you're the one who deserves a beating. Can you refrain from wandering around the dormitory in those red shorts? As Suyi pondered how to handle the influx of friend requests, Qingqing unexpectedly sent a message. Qingqing, silly pig. Why didn't you chat with me today? Suyi, I just want to see the welcome party. Qingqing, was it interesting? Suyi, not as captivating as you. Qingqing, a week has passed so quickly. Suyi, indeed. Upon reading this message, Qingqing couldn't help but pout, inwardly scolding. This silly pig really can't grasp the meaning behind my words. Is he not planning to come find me this week? Feeling a bit disheartened, she replied, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Suyi quickly responded, not really. Suyi. I have something to attend to this weekend, so I might not make it to your place. Qingqing paused for a moment before replying, what do you need to do? Suyi, earn some money. Qingqing, are you short on cash? Suyi, not particularly, but I wish to earn more. Qingqing, why? Suyi, the betrothal gifts in our area are quite expensive. I fear your parents might demand a hefty amount from me, which I cannot afford. Qingqing's face flushed as she lay in bed. She quickly typed, you're talking nonsense again. Suyi, My roommate and I are planning to open a fruit shop. We already rented the space, and tomorrow we'll visit the wholesale market. The day after, we'll prepare for a soft opening. Once I have everything sorted next week, I'll come find you. Suyi. Do you want to see me? Qingqing, blushing, typed, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Suyi. You haven't answered my question yet. Qingqing. I'm already asleep. Suyi couldn't help but chuckle at her response. Noticing that Qingqing had stopped replying, he resumed contemplating how to manage the friend requests. After some thought, he deemed it too troublesome to explain to each person individually, so he simply changed his WeChat nickname to "in a relationship." After this modification, the notifications for adding new friends became considerably less frequent. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, at the Hongye Villa, Zhang Meilin sat on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in her left hand and her phone in her right, intending to check Su Ye's moments. However, as soon as she opened his profile, her finger paused. Why has he changed his nickname? In a relationship? What does this mean? Have he and Qingqing confirmed their relationship? Zhang Meilin was at a loss and didn't know whom to ask. So she directly messaged Suyi. Xiao Su, why did you change your nickname? Suyi was surprised that Zhang Meilin was the first to inquire. He took a screenshot of the friend request page and sent it to her. Auntie, too many people are adding me. He didn't elaborate much, thinking Zhang Meilin would understand upon seeing the image. After she opened the picture and saw that it was all women wanting to add Suyi, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Is Suyi that popular in college? Quickly, she asked, Xiao Su, are you going to see Qingqing this week? Suyi, I'm busy this week. I have to go somewhere else. I've already told Qingqing. Zhang Meilin. Oh. Suyi. It's getting late. I'll go to sleep now. Good night, Auntie. Zhang Meilin. Good night. On Saturday morning, Suyi woke Zhang Xinjiao from his slumber. The two left the school, transferring between subways and buses, spending over 2 hours before arriving at the fruit wholesale market in Baoshan district. This place is huge. Let us take a look around first. I'll call Uncle Chen to see when he'll arrive. While strolling through the market, Suyi called Chen Jianjun. The wholesale market was bustling with fruit arriving by the truckload from all over the country. The variety of fruits was staggering, with dozens of types of grapes alone. Suyi casually inquired about prices at several stalls, discovering they were significantly cheaper than retail. Most fruits had a profit margin of 30-50, which meant a fruit shop could be quite lucrative if managed well. After a thorough exploration, they waited for half an hour until Chen Jianjun finally arrived. Suyi got straight to the point. Uncle Chen, I took a quick look around. I'll write you a list tonight. Could you help me transport a load of fruit tomorrow afternoon? Chen Jianjun, intrigued, asked, Are you really opening a fruit shop? Yes. What about your studies? Suyi chuckled. University offers plenty of free time, and studying is also for making money. Chen Jianjun replied, If you've made up your mind, I'm all in. This is my line of work that I know several stall owners here. I can introduce you. You can add them on WeChat, and in the future, you can place orders directly with them. Don't worry about the prices. These owners are quite reasonable. Thanks, Uncle Chen. Haha, you help me, and I help you. It's a mutual aid situation. Things were going smoother than expected. Under Chen Jianjun's guidance, Suyi added many stall owners on WeChat, allowing him to place orders directly from the school and have Chen Jianjun deliver them. Saving him frequent trips to the market, Suyi and Zhang Xinjiao returned to the shop by noon, as the sign installers and cold storage delivery were expected in the afternoon, along with the business license. They were busy all afternoon. By sunset, both were utterly exhausted. Yang Fei, aware that the two had rented a shop, visited in the evening and, noticing the sign was already up and the cold storage in place, cheekily asked, Is there anything I can help you with? Suyi, tired, retorted, You're truly the harbinger of misfortune. Yang Fei took a moment to grasp Suyi's sarcasm. Seeing their sweaty faces, he sheepishly said, I didn't know you two were back this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have come earlier to help. Suyi ignored him, and Zhang Xinjiao was too tired to respond. Yang Fei, eager to please, suggested, Let us go out for dinner. It's on me. Suyi immediately replied, Zhang Xinjiao, help me up. Let us go to Baolong Plaza and treat this guy to a feast. I said I'd treat, but I didn't say we had to have a lavish meal. Can't we just go to a street vendor and order a few dishes? In unison, Suyi and Zhang Xinjiao exclaimed, Get lost? After a tiring afternoon, Suyi didn't have much of an appetite. The two took a break, wiped down the shop, and then Suyi pulled down the roller shutter as they left. On the way back, Zhang Xinjiao remarked, I feel like the shop still looks a bit shabby. Should we put up some wallpaper and maybe replace the roller shutter? No need, Suyi replied. For a small business, there's no need for an extravagant facade. Zhang Xinjiao questioned, Why not? Suyi explained. For instance, if we wanted to eat barbecue tonight, and there are two shops side by side, one is lavishly decorated with even a glowing sign, and the other is plain and unembellished, which one would you choose? Zhang Xinjiao replied, surely the one with better decor? Suyi sighed, forgot you're wealthy. Yang Fei, what about you? Yang Fei promptly said, I'd definitely choose the simpler one. From my experience, any fancy restaurant is usually overpriced and underwhelming. Zhang Xinjiao still didn't quite comprehend. Suyi patiently elaborated, most of our customers will be students. Are there many wealthy students? Probably not. Most are like me and Yang Fei if I see a luxurious fruit shop. The first thought that crosses my mind is the owner must charge a fortune for everything. Zhang Xinjiao finally grasped the concept. Suyi smiled. As a business owner, you must learn to view things from the customer's perspective. Just follow my lead. Zhang Xinjiao chuckled without comment. Suyi approached a street vendor, ordered a hand-grabbed pancake and a double-skim milk dessert, then pointed at Yang Fei, instructing the vendors, "He is paying." Yang Fei obediently stepped forward to pay. The three returned to their dorm, and after a refreshing shower, Suyi earnestly addressed Li Tengwen, I'd like to discuss something with you. Li Tengwen, surprised, turned to him. With me? Yes. As Suyi dried his damp hair with a towel, he continued, Zhang Xinjiao and I are opening a fruit shop. We nearly set everything up. Once the fruit arrives tomorrow, we can commence a trial operation. I have a lot on my plate. And even in my free time, I can't be at the shop, so I'm considering hiring 2 part-time workers. Are you interested? Before Li Tengwen could respond, Suyi quickly added, however, the pay isn't high, 1,500 yuan a month. The tasks are minimal, mainly weighing, calculating, and bookkeeping. Li Tengwen wasn't naive. Although Suyi downplayed the salary, 1,500 yuan was sufficient to cover his monthly living expenses. Before coming to university, he had already prepared to work part-time. But he had yet to find a suitable job. He recognized that Suyi had intentionally reserved this opportunity for him. Li Tengwen nodded. I can do IT, as long as I don't have classes. I can help out at the shop. Suyi smiled, then it settled. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Fei chimed in, Suyi, I can also work part-time. Get lost. Suyi retorted, I'm only hiring 2. The other must have a different schedule so we can extend the shop's hours. Fair point, Yang Fei conceded. Suyi patted his shoulder. You can work for free at the shop, and I can teach you how to pursue a relationship. Ha! I don't need your lessons, Yang Fei replied, jealousy tinged in his voice. Just give me your face, and I'll win over Senior Jiang Wei tomorrow. Meanwhile, Qingqing Wei was utterly vexed. University life was nothing like he had envisioned. Among his 5 roommates, 2 were high school classmates forming their own clique. One seemed effeminate, another snored and ground his teeth in his sleep, and the last was perpetually engaged in online dating. He even suspected the last roommate was a Japanese spy, as he often sneaked into the bathroom at midnight, where Qingqing Wei could hear a Japanese woman's voice. Fortunately, the old dormitory was under renovation, and it was said that next semester, as long as he paid the accommodation fee, he could move into an air-conditioned 4-person room. Qingqing Wei eagerly anticipated having 3 normal roommates next semester. Lying on his bed, he messaged Suyi. Suyi, can I come to your school tomorrow? Suyi quickly replied, but I'll be busy tomorrow. Qingqing Wei, what could be so busy on a weekend? Suyi, I'm starting a business. I'll be a boss from tomorrow. Qingqing Wei, what nonsense. You just started university, and you're already a boss. Qingqing Wei, stop making things up. Qingqing Wei, I'm starting to doubt your class president is real. Suyi, then come tomorrow. Call me when you arrive, and I'll pick you up. It's the first day of trial operations, so it might be busy. If you can come, you can be free labor. With that thought, Suyi quickly ended the chat and entered the happiest part of his day. Opening the chat with Chen Qingqing, initially intending to send a simple "Are you there?" He deemed it too mundane and instead typed, Did you think of me today? The message promptly reached Chen Qingqing's phone. She glanced at it, muttering a curse under her breath, yet unable to hide the smile spreading across her face. She turned over in her upper bunk, replying, No Suyi, I don't believe you. Chen Qingqing, believe it or not. Suyi, what did you do all day? Chen Qingqing, nothing much. Suyi, I accomplished a great deal today. Suyi began recounting everything he had done that day, ultimately sending Chen Qingqing several images of the fruit shop. She quickly seized on the highlight, asking, blushing, why is the fruit shop named that? Suyi replied succinctly, because this way, I can be with you every day. The next day, Sunday, Suyi roused his 3 roommates early. After breakfast, they headed to the delivery point. Suyi had ordered many items online. Disposable plastic bags, protective film, stickers, various fruit knives and cutting boards, an electronic scale, 2 cameras, and payment codes from Alipay and WeChat. Carrying a mountain of supplies, they arrived at the shop, and Suyi began issuing orders. Zhang Xinjiao and I will install the cameras. You two help stick the labels. Li Tungwen. I'll teach you how to use the cash register later. Got it? They quickly became engrossed in their tasks. As 11 o'clock approached, a small delivery truck entered the snack street and parked in front of Qingqing fruit shop. Upon spotting the familiar truck, Suyi called out, "Come help unload the goods." With 3 roommates and Chen Jianjun's assistants, the group swiftly moved the fruit into the shop. Chen Jianjun, seeing everything prepared inside, chuckled, "I didn't expect you to make it look quite decent. Uncle Chen, how much is the shipping fee? I'll transfer it to you. At first, Chen Jianjun waved it off, suggesting it could be considered a favor, but Suyi insisted, and ultimately they agreed on a fair price. Suyi said, "I won't send you off this time. Next time I need goods, I'll just message you on WeChat." "All right, no problem." Once Chen Jianjun left, Suyi clapped his hands, grinning, "Guys, listen up. We'll place watermelons, bayberries, bananas, and pineapples at the entrance, while the easily spoiled fruits like grapes and peaches should go on the side shelf. Make sure to arrange them neatly." As Suyi was about to join in, his phone buzzed insistently in his pocket. Seeing it was Qin Jiwei calling, he quickly answered, "Qin Jiwei, Suyi, I'm at the school's main gate. Suyi, open your map and come to the snack street on the south side. My shop is called Qingqing Fruit Shop. Just come on in." Qin Jiwei, "You little rascal, you said you'd pick me up yesterday." "Suyi, stop complaining. I'm busy. I'll treat you to a grand meal at noon." After hanging up, Suyi checked the time and said to Yang Fei, "Yang Fei, it's almost noon. Could you get us some food?" "Yang Fei, what are we having?" "Suyi, what is the cheapest meal?" "Yang Fei, egg fried rice." "Suyi, then let us order 5 portions of egg fried rice." "Yang Fei, 5 portions?" "Suyi, I have a close friend coming over later." Yang Fei, "Oh, I see. Yesterday, the store didn't have any fruits arranged, and it felt like something was missing. Today, as I placed the fruits neatly on the shelves, the fruit shop appeared much more grand." Qin Jiwei huffed as he walked through the front door, having indeed found a fruit shop named Qingqing on the snack street. Curiously, he stepped inside and exclaimed loudly upon seeing Suyi, "Wow, you're really here." Suyi, noticing Qin Jiwei's arrival, quickly pulled him into the store and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my best friend Qin Jiwei, nicknamed Brother Wei. This is Zhang Xinjiao, the heir of 3 buildings, note, 3 buildings, of real estate. And this is Li Tungwen, a top student who scored 80 points above the entrance exam cutoff point. One more is out getting food, he should." Before Suyi could finish, Yang Fei returned carrying 5 portions of egg fried rice. Suyi quickly introduced, "This is Yang Fei. You two should get along well." Suyi took the takeout box from Yang Fei, distributing 1 portion to each person, and handed the last portion to Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei glanced at the egg fried rice in Suyi's hands and asked, "What is this for?" Suyi replied, "What do you mean? It's noon, time to eat." Qin Jiwei, "You just said you'd treat me to a feast. I took the subway for 2 hours to get here. And you're treating me to a bowl of 6 yuan egg fried rice?" Yang Fei chimed in, "Dude, at our school, egg fried rice is only 5 yuan. Qin Jiwei, do you have a knife? I want to stab him." Suyi forcibly shoved the egg fried rice into Qin Jiwei's hands and said irritably, "We've been busy all morning. Just make do with this for lunch. I no longer trust your words." Feeling guilty, Suyi added, "Brother Wei, don't be so stingy. Look, you can eat any fruit in the store. Wait." Qin Jiwei then got to the point. "This fruit shop is really yours?" Suyi pointed at Zhang Xinjiao and replied, "I partnered with Zhang Xinjiao." Since Suyi had already introduced Zhang Xinjiao, Qin Jiwei figured that Zhang Xinjiao must have financed the fruit shop. So he didn't ask further. The 5 of them squatted at the store entrance, devouring their meals. Suyi began outlining the tasks for the afternoon. After finishing lunch, Zhang Xinjiao, "You'll need to go to the advertising shop and create a pop-up banner displaying our fruit prices, which I want to place at the entrance for promotion. Our shop will maintain clear pricing, no cheating on weights. Additionally, I will create a WeChat group this afternoon. Every customer who visits our shop should be invited to join. Simply say we're hosting activities, and we'll promote them in the group. Want to cultivate a portion of our customers into private clients." The 4 others beside him were somewhat bewildered. Suyi continued, "Furthermore, they can directly mention us in the WeChat group to order fruits. As long as their purchase exceeds 50 yuan, we'll offer free delivery within the school. Later, I'll post a message on my Moments, and all 3 of you help share it. If customers gather 10 likes on Moments, They'll get a 10% discount on their purchase at our shop. 20 likes will yield a 20% discount. 30 likes will earn a 30% discount. I aim to promote our shop in the shortest time possible, ensuring all students from the finance college know that a new fruit shop, Qingqing, has opened on the snack street. I intend to give the owner of Kongyuan Fruit Shop a lesson on what it means to face a dimensionality reduction attack. Wait, why are you all staring at me? Yang Fei asked blankly. Suyi, have you done business before? No, then how come? Suyi closed the takeout box and tossed it into the trash, wiping his hands with a tissue. My friends, I was born with this talent. Hurry up and eat, don't waste time. The four quickly finished their meals. Suyi spent half an hour crafting a post for his moments, then uploaded photos of the fruit shop and shared it in the class group. Soon, the students of Finance Class 1 were abuzz. Zhao Xiaowei, class leader dash, Suyi, I opened a fruit shop on the snack street. Everyone is welcome to come check it out. Students will receive a 20% discount, provided they help share my post. Gucaixia, class leader, is this your shop? Suyi, yes. Qingyu, no way. Gao Bohai, awesome. Zhao Xiaowei, I'll stop by shortly. From a point to a line, and from a line to a surface, Suyi became that point, while the classmates formed the line, each with their own social circles. Once the post was shared, the buzz around Qingqing Fruit Shop quickly grew. Chapter 72. We are only 18 this year. On Sunday, the snack street naturally had a good flow of people. After lunchtime, many university students roamed the area. Suyi recorded a message with a loudspeaker and played it on loop at the entrance. Don't miss out. The fruit shop is open, fresh fruits, clearly priced. Everyone is welcome to come grab some. In summer, fruits are already a hot commodity. The loudspeaker and the moment's activity had their effects. After 2 o'clock, customers began arriving one after another. Class leader, Suyi turned upon hearing the voice. Zhao Xiaowei, you really came. Zhao Xiaowei smiled. Our dormitory all came. Since you're starting your own business, we definitely want to support you. Suyi exaggeratedly made a welcoming gesture. 4 lovely ladies. Please come in. Zhao Xiaowei, Gucaixia, and the other 2 girls from the dorm quickly entered the shop to select fruits. Qin Jiwei felt increasingly astonished. He was surprised not only that Suyi had truly become the class leader, but also that he had become more suave in dealing with people since starting university. He wasn't like this in high school. The gap is widening. Zhang Xinjiao, seeing the increasing number of customers, was also somewhat stunned. Wait, this is just the beginning. How could so many people come already? At this rate, he might actually make a fortune. Li Tongwen stood at the cash register, already feeling overwhelmed. Please be patient, everyone. Today is our first day of trial operations, and we're still getting familiar with things. In a little while, we'll be more proficient. Additionally, you can scan the QR code beside to join our group. We'll post notifications for activities, and we support home delivery. Watermelons can be purchased separately. You can buy just half, and if it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. The number of people in the shop kept increasing. Many second and third-year female students had also come over. After the welcome party, Suyi's video had gone viral on campus. News spread that Suyi had opened a fruit shop on the snack street and was hosting activities, prompting many to check it out. From 2 o'clock until after 5, there were always customers in the shop. By evening, a line had formed outside Qingqing Fruit Shop. About 300 meters away, the owner of Kongyuan Fruit Shop sat at the entrance, staring blankly at the queue forming at the newly opened fruit shop. He was still trying to process how the shop had become so popular in just a few hours. Suyi Wang Shiyu, what brings you here? My roommate said you opened a fruit shop on the snack street, so I came to see if it's true. Suyi smiled. Yang Fei, Wang Shiyu, quickly give her a piece of pineapple you just cut. Yang Fei hurriedly handed a skewer of pineapple to Wang Shiyu. She took it with a playful thank you. Suyi continued to attract customers, while the group size in the WeChat chat grew from a few to dozens, and then to hundreds, with many sought-after fruits nearly sold out by the end of the afternoon. The peak was between 6 and 7:30. As the sun set and the weather cooled, many students came out for a stroll. The Chinese have an inherent love for lively scenes. Many who initially had no intention of buying fruits, seeing the crowd in Qingqing Fruit Shop, were drawn in out of curiosity and naturally ended up making a purchase. The prices of fruits were slightly cheaper than at the other shop, and they looked quite fresh. Wang Shiyu arrived around 5 but, for some reason, didn't leave. Instead, she stayed to help in the shop. Suyi noticed her arrival boosted Yang Fei's enthusiasm, so he didn't say much. After 8 o'clock, the number of customers finally dwindled. Although the shop had air conditioning, all 5 of them were sweating profusely. Suyi checked the time and suggested, "Shall we go out for dinner? We've been busy, and everyone must be hungry." What about the shop? Seeing Su Yi's dilemma, Li Tengwen volunteered. I just ate 2 bananas and am not hungry yet. Why don't you all go eat? I'll stay and watch the shop since I'm getting paid for it. Su Yi didn't hesitate, taking Zhang Xinjiao, Yang Fei, Qin Jiwei, and Wang Shiyu to the same food stall for their second dinner. The 5 of them ordered 8 dishes and a soup, and for once, Su Yi was generous. Come, let us toast. Today's afternoon can be considered a successful first battle. Cheers. Zhang Xinjiao, remind me tonight to post a hiring notice outside. That's easy. I'll stop by the printer on the way. Before Su Yi could speak, Wang Shiyu complimented. Su Yi, you're amazing. It's only been a short time since school started. And you've already started your own business? That's impressive. Su Yi smiled. I can only say I was lucky. Everything fell into place. Su Yi's statement was certainly not incorrect. Had it not been for an unexpected windfall before the semester began. Had he not met Chen Jianjun at Chen Qingqing's place last week, had he not found a suitable shop for transfer, and had Zhang Xinjiao not joined in, this fruit shop might never have opened. Boss lady, could you hurry up? We're starving. Coming. After waiting 5 more minutes, when Yang Fei was about to urge the dishes again, Su Yi stopped him. Let me teach you how to urge for dishes at a food stall. With that, Su Yi called out to the boss lady. Boss lady, if those dishes we ordered aren't ready yet, please cancel them for us. The boss lady quickly replied. They are already being prepared. They'll be ready shortly. Indeed, shortly after, the waitress began serving the dishes one after another. Yang Fei and Qin Jiwei had grown accustomed to this, while Wang Shiyu gazed at Su Yi in admiration, thinking he seemed so mature and manly. After a long day from noon to after 8, the group was already starving, and once the food arrived, they began to devour it. Only Yang Fei, feeling self-conscious with Wang Shiyu around, ate slowly. Qin Jiwei finished his meal, checked his phone, and realizing he still had a 2-hour journey back to school, stood up and said, Su Yi, I have to go back. Otherwise, I'll have to sleep outside tonight. Su Yi hurriedly wiped his mouth. I'll take you back. No need. Let us go. I said I'd take you back. Su Yi led Qin Jiwei out of the food stall, just as he spotted Gao Bohai from his class riding by on a small electric bike. Su Yi waved. Gao Bohai. Gao Bohai stopped, surprised to see Su Yi. Class leader, I was just about to head to your shop. Can I borrow your electric bike for a moment? I need to take my friend to the subway station and will return shortly. No problem. Gao Bohai readily lent his bike to Su Yi, who quickly took Qin Jiwei to the subway station. Along the way, Qin Jiwei expressed his melancholy. Su Yi, I feel like you've changed since high school. Su Yi feigned ignorance. Really? Qin Jiwei. Yes, I think you've changed a lot, and others must feel it even more. Su Yi. Why are you feeling down? Qin Jiwei. I'm just afraid the gap between us will keep widening, and I want to be able to keep up with you. Su Yi. Don't worry. Given our 20-plus years of friendship, I will definitely help you prosper in the future. Qin Jiwei frowned. Su Yi, are you out of your mind? We just turned 18 this year. Su Yi stopped at a red light, gazing at the deep blue night sky, and couldn't help but smile. Yes, we just turned 18 this year. Chapter 73. The second half is just beginning. Su Yi and Qin Jiwei left, but Zhang Xinjiao, Yang Fei, and Wang Shiyu remained in the food stall. Wang Shiyu curiously asked, Do you know where Su Yi is from? Jiangzhou.o. Zhang Xinjiao noticed Wang Shiyu seemed to be pondering something, glanced at Yang Fei, and added deliberately. He and his girlfriend seemed to both be from Jiangzhou. Girlfriend? Sure enough, Wang Shiyu's expression shifted instantly, and she pressed on. Su Yi already has a girlfriend? Yes. Wang Shiyu seemed skeptical and asked Yang Fei, who confirmed it too. Wang Shiyu's eyes clearly reflected a sense of disappointment. Any normal person, noticing Wang Shiyu's expression at that moment, would have guessed she had feelings for Su Yi. Yet Yang Fei remained oblivious. This guy had just claimed to be a master in romance at the start of the semester. If Wang Shiyu weren't around, Zhang Xinjiao might have wanted to scold him for being foolish. Wang Shiyu then became silent, and without waiting for Su Yi to return, she made an excuse to leave. Foolish, she walked away. Zhang Xinjiao, could you show some decency and stop picking up Su Yi's bad language? I didn't curse. You're the fool. Damn. On her way back to the dormitory, Wang Shiyu felt very unwilling. How could Su Yi have a girlfriend? After all this time, she finally met an outstanding guy. How could he have a girlfriend? Wang Shiyu felt dejected, and as soon as she returned to the dorm, she slumped over her desk, her mind filled with thoughts of Su Yi and the echoes of his song from Friday night, I met the right person. Wang Shiyu had thought that the right person referred to herself. Could she really just give up? She thought to herself, then took out her phone, opened Baidu, and typed in the search bar. If the person I like already has a girlfriend, can I still pursue him? When Suyi returned to the shop, Zhang Xinjiao had already posted the hiring notice on the door. Suyi had forgotten to clarify and added a line with a marker. Senior girls preferred. Zhang Xinjiao asked, why prioritize seniors? They have fewer classes and more free time. Then why senior girls? There are already enough guys in the shop. Hiring another guy would turn it into a Shaolin temple. Suyi crossed his arms. I was considering adding a line about being pretty preferred. Zhang Xinjiao laughed in exasperation. Are you hiring part-time workers or a secretary? Forget it. That line is too obvious. Zhang Xinjiao had already asked the boss lady to pack a meal for him when he left the food stall, and Li Tengwen was currently eating. Suyi had transferred all the money from WeChat and Alipay to his bank account the previous night. He took out his phone to check the balance, then opened the cash register to count the cash inside. So far, they had made over 4,300 yuan, but since it was the first day, this figure was likely inflated. Nevertheless, achieving this income in a single day was still quite impressive. Yang Fei glanced at the time, yawned, and said, should we head back to the dormitory after Li Tengwen finishes? Back to the dorm? Are you joking? The second half has just begun. Yang Fei, Zhang Xinjiao, and Li Tengwen were all wide-eyed. It was already past 9 o'clock, and the peak hours had long passed. Where was the second half? Suyi took out his phone and opened the customer group, which had nearly 300 members, and began composing a message. Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei quickly gathered around. All members, today, mangoes, green grapes, peaches, and cucumbers are available at a 40% discount. If you order now and spend over 30 yuan, we will deliver before 10:30. Delivery to the girls' dormitory is limited to the entrance. Zhang Xinjiao was astonished. Such a tactic was unprecedented. The shelf life of fruits was limited. If they spoiled, it would not only impact costs but also tarnish the store's reputation if customers left with bad produce. Suyi appeared to be offering discounts, but in truth, he was conveying a crucial message to the group. Our store only sells fresh fruits. He understood that the fresher the food, the better it is to consume. Once he sent out this psychologically appealing message, people in the group quickly began tagging him. Boss, I'd like 2 kilograms of mangoes and 1 kilogram of peaches. Can you deliver to building 2? Of course, boss, we need 4 kilograms of cucumbers and 2 kilograms of mangoes. We live in building 2 too. Suyi stood up and said, why are you two still standing there? Hurry up and pack it up for me to deliver. What? You want us to deliver? Just bear with it for a couple of days. I'll get 2 electric scooters soon, specifically for deliveries. Zhang Xinjiao patted Yang Fei on the shoulder. Let us go. After all, he is the boss. Yang Fei replied, but he isn't paying me. Zhang Xinjiao laughed. If he doesn't pay me, he'll pay you. Stop talking, let us go. The two quickly grabbed 2 large bags and ran towards the girls' dormitory. Upon returning, they saw Suyi waiting for them with 2 more large bags. You've worked hard. We close at 10:30, so keep it up, damn you. The two hurried off again. They continued this hustle until 10:30, by which point most of the stock had been sold. Suyi cheerfully announced, all right, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. The campus at 10:30 was nearly deserted. The streetlights stretched the shadows of the Ford. Yang Fei looked at his step count on WeChat, complaining that he had walked over 20,000 steps today. Zhang Xinjiao felt no fatigue and even found it fulfilling. Although he was indeed a bit tired, he felt he was learning many things that could not be gleaned from textbooks. Li Tengwen did not feel tired either. He thought that no matter what, it was easier than harvesting wheat in the sweltering heat, and besides, he was earning wages. With that thought, Li Tengwen glanced at Suyi, feeling both gratitude and envy. Hey, Uncle Chen, it's me, Suyi. Can you help me transport another load of fruits tomorrow afternoon? Oh, most of today's stock has been sold. Yes, just deliver it at noon. I have classes in the morning and afternoon, but I'm free at noon. All right, I'll finalize things with those suppliers tonight, and you can help me haul it over tomorrow. Sounds good, goodbye. Once back at the dormitory, Suyi's first action was to send a message to Chen Qingqing. It was already too late, and he feared she might have gone to bed at Suyi. I've closed for the day. Qingqing, so late at Suyi. Business was good. The store was quite busy. Qingqing, how much did you earn? Suyi, I didn't calculate it precisely, but today's gross revenue is around 5,000. Qingqing, that's quite a bit. Suyi, and that's just the first day. Qingqing, Suyi, are you feeling a bit unhappy? Qingqing, no Suyi, I can sense it. Suyi, is it because I contacted you so late today? Qingqing, no Suyi. These first few days are just the beginning. Once things stabilize, I'll have more time. Suyi. Besides, I'm earning money for you. Qingqing, Suyi. If I don't earn, how can I support you later? Chapter 74. Please help me share my first post on WeChat. Monday meant no early 8 o'clock class. Granting Suyi and his friends ample time to rest, as 9 o'clock approached. The four of them finally rose from their beds and made their way to the classroom just as the bell rang. After a large lecture, Suyi, accompanied by Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei, prepared to head directly to the store. Li Tungwen also intended to follow, but Suyi said, "You should go eat first. Finish your meal. Then come to the store to switch with us. Otherwise, there will be no one at the store." Li Tungwen nodded in agreement. The three arrived at the store, where Chen Jianjun's small truck was already waiting at the door. Upon arrival, Suyi swiftly took out the keys and rolled up the shutter door. Chen Jianjun, curious, entered the store and noticed several empty shelves, exclaiming, "I thought that load from yesterday would last at least a week. How did you sell it so quickly?" Suyi replied with a smile, "Just got lucky, I suppose." Seeing that Suyi didn't elaborate, Chen Jianjun helped unload the goods into the store. While the three were busy stocking, in the instructor's office of the teaching building, Zhang Yang stood before Su Tong, expressing, "Instructor, I believe what Suyi is doing is inappropriate. Since he has become class president, how can he also start a business?" Su Tong smiled and asked, "What do you find inappropriate?" Zhang Yang replied, "A class president should be fully committed. Now that he is running a store, when will he have time for class affairs?" Su Tong stated, "Actually, class president duties aren't too demanding. Moreover, our school encourages entrepreneurship among university students. I cannot dismiss him from his position just for this." Zhang Yang, "Do you have any personal issues with Suyi?" Zhang Yang reluctantly replied, "No, I just feel it's not quite right." Su Tong straightened her posture and smiled. "Zhang Yang, do you know how many votes you received during the class president election?" Zhang Yang said, "I know, 3 votes. Do you know that one of those votes was cast for you by Suyi?" Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Tong. Astonished, "How is that possible?" Su Tong explained, "Su Yi and his roommate brought their votes up to the podium together. Everyone else used black pins, while they used red pins. Later, Su Yi told me directly that his vote was for you, so it can't be mistaken." Zhang Yang was taken aback. From his perspective, he could not fathom why Su Yi would do such a thing. They were clearly competitors. Why would he vote for him? Su Tong interrupted Zhang Yang's thoughts, saying, "It's getting late. Go eat first. If Su Yi becomes unavailable, I will assign you to handle class matters." "All right, instructor." Zhang Yang left the office with a look of dejection. After he departed, Su Tong shook her head helplessly. Seeing 2 colleagues enter, she quickly waved them over, i.e., Xiaofeng, "Come here." "What is up?" Su Tong picked up a plastic bag full of fruits from the floor. Smiling, "This morning, one of my students brought a lot of fruits. You too can take some to eat." Su Tong, "Are you accepting bribes?" Her colleagues joked. Su Tong rolled her eyes. "This is from a fruit store that he opened himself. He started his own store as a freshman?" "Yes, I was surprised too." When Li Tungwen returned to the store after eating, Su Yi and the others had already arranged the fruits on the shelves. "Li Tungwen, we're heading out for lunch now. You watch the store." "Okay." The three headed to the cafeteria, where there were fewer people now. Upon entering through the main entrance, Sui hesitated about what to eat for lunch when a familiar figure approached. Yang Fei nudged Sui excitedly as he spotted Senior Jiang Wei walking toward them. Sui frowned. "What is the matter?" Yang Fei moved his lips but remained silent. "Are you mute or something?" The campus beauty Sui finally glanced at Jiang Wei, who was approaching. She had long hair and an aloof expression, with bright, large eyes and a tall, slender figure, clad in a simple white shirt paired with high-waisted jeans, exuding confidence and elegance. Seeing Jiang Wei walk by, Sui thought that since she was the campus beauty of the Finance Academy, if she could help share a post on WeChat, the fruit store's popularity might soar. Therefore, just as Jiang Wei was about to pass by them, Sui suddenly reached out to stop her. Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei were taken aback. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wei raised her eyebrows at the hand blocking her path. Sui smiled. "Senior Jiang Wei, can we add each other on WeChat?" Yang Fei's eyes nearly popped out. "You're too direct. Why would you just ask to add her on WeChat?" Many people in the cafeteria were now paying attention to Suyi's boldness. As the campus beauty naturally drew attention wherever she went, time seemed to freeze, and the air felt thick with anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, under Yang Fei's astonished gaze, Jiang Wei took out her phone from her jeans pocket and said coolly, "Are you scanning me, or shall I scan you?" Suyi replied with a grin, "I'll scan you. No. You really added her." This is illogical. Jiang Wei, as the campus beauty, had encountered countless declarations of love in her freshman year. but she had turned down every single one without hesitation. Once, a guy had even set up a heart shape made of candles beneath the girls' dormitory to profess his feelings, only for Jiang Wei to ignore him completely and report him to the dorm supervisor, who extinguished the candles with a bucket of foot-soaking water. Since then, no one had dared to approach Jiang Wei so recklessly. But now, what was happening? Suyi asked to add her on WeChat, and she actually agreed. It wasn't just Yang Fei who was dumbfounded. Many male students nearby were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment as they watched the two exchange WeChat contacts. What a beast. Senior, I'm Suyi.mm. Jiang Wei acknowledged, about to walk away. Suyi quickly added, Senior Jiang Wei, could you help me share my first post on WeChat? Jiang Wei paused, took a deep breath, and then quickly left the cafeteria. This guy did he add me just to ask for help with sharing his WeChat post? What should I have for lunch? No, why did Senior Jiang Wei add you? Suyi shrugged, grinning mischievously. Perhaps it's because I'm quite handsome. Chapter 75, Can you help me answer a legal question? Suyi ordered a meal with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Just as he sat down, Li Tengwen messaged him. Suyi, a senior is here to apply for a job. Suyi replied, have her sit for a while. I'll finish my meal and come over right away. Okay. Suyi hastened his eating, finishing his meal in just 5 minutes before rushing to the store. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw a girl with a dark red handbag standing inside. From her back view, she appeared to have a decent figure, about 1.60 meters tall, wearing high heels and dressed in a white shirt paired with a skirt, exuding an elegant demeanor. Senior, our boss is back. The girl turned at the sound of the voice. At first glance, her appearance was not striking, but she had a charm that grew on you. Using Su Ye's scoring standard, her overall attractiveness would be around 8.2. Hello. Suyi stepped forward confidently, extending his right hand. The girl was surprised to see Suyi. She hadn't expected him to be so young. Throughout her university years, she had been busy preparing for exams and coursework, unaware that this fruit store was run by a freshman. After a moment of astonishment, she extended her hand. Hello, I'm Suyi, the owner of this fruit store. I'm Su Weining. Suyi pulled a chair for Su Weining to sit down. Then he took a seat beside her and asked directly, Are you a senior? Yes. Do you have many classes? Not many. I have no classes in the afternoon or on weekends. I just want to find a part-time job during my preparation for the postgraduate exams, so I won't have to ask my family for living expenses. Suyi thought for a moment and said, The working hours are from 12:30 p.m. to 9 p.m., with a monthly salary of 2500. Is this acceptable for you? This salary was 1,000 more than Li Tengwen's. But that was reasonable since Li Tengwen had classes in the afternoon and could not work the same hours as Su Weining. Su Weining readily replied, That's fine. When can I start? Suyi said, Right now. Now? Yes, starting now. Li Tengwen, let your senior use the cash register. Okay. Su Weining had only passed by, noticing the hiring notice on the glass, and thought she would give it a try. But she hadn't expected the discussion to conclude so smoothly. Operating the cash register was quite simple and posed no difficulty for a university student. After glancing at it a couple of times, she grasped the basics. Suyi then introduced her to his 3 roommates. This is Li Tengwen. You two will likely see each other in the store often. This is Zhang Xinjiao, my partner. And this is Yang Fei. We're all roommates, so you're all freshmen? Yes, we're from the Finance Academy. How about you? Su Weining smiled. I'm from the law school. Suyi became intrigued and asked, You study law? Can you help me answer a legal question? Sure. Let us say, hypothetically, I lost my ID card, and a female university student found it. We agreed to meet at a hotel for the return, and out of gratitude, I transferred her 200 yuan. Would that be illegal? Su Weining was momentarily taken aback, but noticing Zhang Xinjiao suppressing laughter beside her, she realized Suyi was joking. She laughed and replied, I specialize in economic law, so I'm not sure about that. Then how about this? If my roommate marries a wealthy woman who is 60 and she leaves him, can he demand support from her 40-year-old son? Yang Fei pushed Suyi away, exclaiming, Get lost. Am I that kind of person who relies on others? Haha. Su Weining couldn't help but laugh along, and the atmosphere felt relaxed and joyful. Suyi had a professional class in the afternoon, which he could not escape as class president. However, for a public course like Mao Zedong thought, Suyi would undoubtedly evade it if possible. To him, university serves merely as a stepping stone. He harbors no intention of acquiring substantial knowledge there, as earning money is his paramount objective. As for the possibility of failing his final exams, he has not given it a thought. If graduation proves impossible, it matters little. He could always drop out and, One day, when he becomes a millionaire or even a billionaire, perhaps the school would include him in their list of distinguished alumni. Such is the harsh reality of society. Only those who wield power and wealth possess a greater voice. Suyi, may I ask you something? Sure that if you graduate, will you seek a stable job? No, why not? Suyi elaborated. Stability entails daily repetitive toil, and such a life is exceedingly tedious. Yang Fei interjected. What if the compensation is generous? A 9-to-5 job with weekends off? Wealth lies in skill, not in labor. Working for others will never surpass working for oneself. Besides, my fruit shop is already profitable. Do you think I will earn less in 4 years? Zhang Xinjiao agreed. It ultimately depends on personal aspirations. Suyi continued passionately. Consider the character for wealth. It comprises a roof, a one, a mouth, and a field. The one signifies wisdom and knowledge. The mouth represents eloquence. And the field symbolizes wealth. In essence, a wealthy person is one who generates wealth through wisdom, knowledge, and eloquence. Now, what about poverty? It consists of a roof, an 8, and a force. The roof denotes a fixed unit, 8 stands for 8 hours, and force represents hard labor. Summarized, a poor person is one who labors diligently for 8 hours in a fixed unit. Wow, that's profound. Zhang Xinjiao paused, then chuckled. Your twisted logic is surprisingly coherent. As the four of them returned to the shop after class, it began to get busy. Suyi instructed Li Tongwen and Yang Fei to assist in the store while he and Zhang Xinjiao went off campus to acquire 2 used electric bicycles. They spent merely around 1,600 yuan. Although they were off-brand, they could at least be ridden after charging and were sufficient for delivering goods within the campus. At around 6 o'clock, Suyi stood at the entrance with a loudspeaker to attract customers as the sun gradually set. He stifled a yawn while seated on a chair and nearly drifted off to sleep when a pair of long, fair legs caught his eye. He looked up and smiled. Senior Jiang Wei, what brings you here? Do you have apples? Of course, we have red Fuji, snake apples, and green apples, among others. Jiang Wei stepped into the fruit shop, and the patrons turned their heads in surprise. No one expected her sudden appearance. Suyi followed closely behind, eager to please. Did you share my post on WeChat? Jiang Wei, maintaining her aloof demeanor, replied. No, what? How can you be like this? We had a good chat at noon. And now you're changing your mind. Jiang Wei picked up an apple, furrowing her brow. Who said we had a good chat? Besides, why should I share your post? What's in it for me? There is. I am a person who values gratitude. Jiang Wei could not be bothered with him, prompting Suyi to add, if you share it, I'll give you 2 pounds of apples for free. How about that? Quite generous, right? Jiang Wei regarded him seriously. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Wei nodded. All right, then please weigh out 2 pounds of apples for me. Suyi asked Yang Fei to assist in weighing the apples, which were then placed into a plastic bag branded with Qingqing Fruit Shop. Jiang Wei accepted the bag, pulled out her phone, and in Suyi's presence, shared the promotional post. Suyi, in high spirits, waved. Take care, senior, Jiang Wei smiled, departing at a leisurely pace. The campus belle is indeed a public figure, and her endorsement for 2 pounds of apples is a deal that Suyi does not consider a loss. However, after a while, when Suyi checked his phone, he realized Jiang Wei's share did not appear on his timeline. He typed, Senior, why can't I see your shared post? Jiang Wei replied, because I've set my privacy to restrict anyone from viewing my posts. Suyi, are you messing with me? Jiang Wei, you only asked me to share. You didn't specify anything else. Suyi, quick, transfer me the money for the apples. Jiang Wei, the recipient has declined your message. Suyi was left speechless. This was the first time he had been deceived by a girl since entering university. Yang Fei, curious, asked, What happened? Nothing, Suyi replied, feeling too embarrassed to explain. In the evening, the fruit shop was at its busiest. Suyi stood outside welcoming customers, while Yang Fei and Zhang Xinjiao cut fruit, and Li Tongwen and Su Weiying managed the cash register. Having learned from the previous day's experience, everything ran smoothly today. Excuse me, do you sell eggs? Su Weiying shook her head. Eggs? Where would a fruit shop get eggs? Oh, never mind. Just asking. Suyi, overhearing their conversation, leaned in. Classmate, why do you need eggs? For breakfast. Just 1 egg? The girl nodded, explaining. Yes, many girls only eat 1 egg in the morning for diet purposes. It's convenient and nutritious, but hard to find. I always have to go to the market. Suyi quickly responded. Classmate, have you joined our group? If I can wholesale eggs, I'll notify you first. Sure. After the girl scanned her phone to join the group, she promptly left the fruit shop. Li Tongwen added, Suyi, you're not the first to ask if we have eggs. This indicates a market demand and I'll call and see if I can find a source. Suyi promptly called Chen Jianjun, who, besides transporting fruit, handles various goods. He was the right person to ask. Upon learning Chen Jianjun had a source, Suyi quickly requested him to transport a few boxes of eggs. Chen Jianjun readily agreed. Suyi swiftly sent a message in the group to all members. A batch of eggs will arrive tomorrow at noon, limited quantity, so feel free to pre-order as soon as he sent the message. Replies flooded in that Suyi hadn't expected eggs to be so popular, so he asked Li Tongwen to record everyone's demands. While the profit from eggs was not substantial, Suyi wasn't seeking to profit from them. The key was to attract customers. In this era, few people understood this concept, but Suyi did. The coming years would be an era where traffic is king. Capturing traffic meant capturing wealth. At the Music Academy in Shanghai. In the girls' dormitory 205 to Qingqing, why are you daydreaming again? Shinsini noticed Qingqing sitting motionless in a chair and couldn't help but ask. Qingqing hurriedly explained. I'm not. Shinsini, concerned, inquired. Do you have something on your mind? Just as Qingqing pondered how to respond, Zhang Ruowei chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Our Qingqing is clearly thinking about someone. Sini, just leave her be. Haven't you heard the saying, among the myriad ailments of life, only longing cannot be cured? I'm not. Qingqing retorted, blushing. Shun Sini laughed. Your boyfriend is quite something. He didn't come to see you during the holidays. Jiang Yu concurred. Exactly, has no idea how to cherish you. Watching her 3 roommates complain about Suyi, Qingqing softly defended. He is the class monitor, and it's the beginning of the semester. He's quite busy, plus it takes over an hour to get here. So. Got it. Someone is starting to feel sorry for him. I'm not. Relax, I saw you staring at your WeChat interface for ages. If you want to chat with him, just send a message. Why hesitate? Are you afraid of bothering him? Qingqing honestly nodded. Zhang Ruowei swiftly moved her chair beside Qingqing, adopting a seasoned demeanor. Patiently advising. Qingqing, listen to me. Don't think like that. If you message him, if he truly likes you, no matter how busy he is, he will definitely reply. In a relationship, both parties must make an effort. Do you understand what that means? Qingqing shook her head. It means one side shouldn't always take the initiative. You both need to provide emotional value for each other. Actually, boys are easy to please. If he is exhausted after a long day, you could just send a message saying, you must be tired today, sending you a hug, and he might be delighted all night. Boys are quite childish. Seeing Qingqing lost in thought, Zhang Ruowei snatched the phone from her hands, grinning. Watch closely, I'll show you. Qingqing hesitated, wanting to reclaim her phone, but when she saw Zhang Ruowei already messaging Suyi, she held back. Jiang Yu and Shan Sini quickly gathered around. Qingqing, what are you doing, Suyi? At the shop? Have you eaten? Qingqing, yes. You? Suyi, not yet. Suyi, it's quite busy here. Qingqing, are you tired? Suyi, not really. Qingqing, but you've been running around all day. Upon seeing Zhang Ruowei's message, Qingqing's ears flushed. Jiang Yu and Shun Sini eagerly awaited Suyi's reply, expecting something sweet from him. To their surprise, Suyi. Zhang Ruowei, why are you using Qingqing's phone? Suyi, I'll tell you, don't lead my girlfriend astray. Ha ha ha. Upon being recognized, Zhang Ruowei pouted and returned the phone to Qingqing. Muttering, so boring. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. The seasoned driver has met her match this time. Zhang Ruowei playfully lifted Jiang Yu and pinned her on the bed, tickling her stomach while boasting. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Haha, that I'm dying of tickles. Sini, help. Haha, to come save me. Qingqing picked up her phone, reading the chat history, unable to suppress her laughter, and typed an explanation. Zhang Ruowei took my phone. I didn't give it to her. Suyi, I know. Qingqing, why are you not eating so late? Suyi, it's peak hour. I'll eat after things settle down. Suyi, did you miss me today? Qingqing, no. Qingqing, go away. Suyi, I'm leaving now. JPG, emoji. Qingqing's smile blossomed as she prepared to continue typing when suddenly a call came in. Although it was unlisted, she instantly recognized her father Chen Hansong's number. After a moment's hesitation, she hung up. When Chen Hansong heard the call was disconnected, he quickly messaged on WeChat. Qingqing, why didn't you answer Dad's call? Qingqing swiftly replied, not free. Chen Hansong tried to keep his tone gentle, adding a smiley face. What are you busy with? Qingqing, I'm on a video call with Suyi. The message sent, and upon reading it, Chen Hansong felt his blood pressure rise. Containing his anger, he questioned, Qingqing, tell Dad, what is so special about this Suyi? What do you like about him? Qingqing avoided a direct answer. You don't know him well. Chen Hansong was flabbergasted. Yes. I don't know him well, but right now, I want to put an end to this. In the following days, the fruit shop continued to flourish. The group chat grew increasingly crowded, and the WeChat promotion garnered significant engagement. The newly sourced eggs began to attract customers, and the evening discount campaigns ensured minimal excess inventory, leading to a steady rise in business. As the owner, Suyi was naturally pleased with this turn of events. However, where there is joy, there is also despair. Luo Wanbing, the owner of Kongyuan Fruit Shop, watched in dismay as Qingqing Fruit Shop's business thrived daily, feeling an urge to curse. Previously, he was the sole seller of fruit in the snack street. No matter how high his prices were, customers would still buy. But since Qingqing Fruit Shop opened, his store has been deserted. Realizing this situation was untenable, he organized a 3-year anniversary event on Wednesday, offering all fruit at a 30% discount, with an additional 5 yuan off for purchases over 50. Seeing Kongyuan Fruit Shop's promotional event, Zhang Xinjiao expressed concern. Suyi, what should we do now? Suyi replied with a smile, no need to panic. He is trying to engage in a price war. However, price wars are detrimental to both parties. If he continues this promotion, he won't make much profit, and he might even incur losses. Once his event concludes, the customers visiting his shop may dwindle further, as he lacks methods to increase customer loyalty. Customer loyalty. Suyi didn't elaborate, giving Zhang Xinjiao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Let us not worry about him. We'll continue operating as we have been. It shouldn't significantly impact us. All right. After the promotion at Kongyuan Fruit Shop, business did improve slightly, and Luo Wanbing felt he had regained some ground. However, when he calculated the evening's earnings, he found the profit dismal. After deducting labor costs, he realized there was virtually no profit, leaving him feeling disheartened. While foot traffic had increased, it wasn't generating any revenue. Luo Wanbing concluded that the event couldn't last long, at most a week, or else he would face losses. As Suyi anticipated, following Kongyuan Fruit Shop's promotional event, his own shop's business experienced some impact, but it was not severe, as Qingqing Fruit Shop still offered delivery services. On Friday afternoon, Suyi had pre-scheduled the fruit delivery time with Chen Jianjun via message and then instructed Zhang Xinjiao, I'm going to see my girlfriend. I'll leave the shop to you for the next 2 days. You're leaving on Friday? Yeah. Where will you stay tonight? In a hotel. Zhang Xinjiao cleared his throat, adopting the tone Suyi had used in front of Yanqing. Just remember to stay safe. Quit the nonsense. Ride the electric bike and take me to the subway station. During this visit to the music academy in the bustling metropolis, Suyi did not greet Qingqing. Over the past week, their conversations had dwindled to mere few exchanges daily, partly due to the busyness at the shop, but primarily by Suyi's design. Frequent encounters may lead to monotony, and thus, a balance of ease and tension, with occasional surprises, constitutes the ideal state of a relationship. After approximately an hour and a half, Suyi arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory, holding a bouquet fashioned not of flowers, but of strawberries, artfully arranged into a fruit flower. Beneath the dormitory, a male student stood with a similar strawberry bouquet. This scene naturally attracted many curious glances from passing female art students, all wondering who would soon descend from above. Suyi took out his phone and called Chen Qingqing. Hello. Come down. What did you say? I said come down. I'm right outside your dorm. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing quickly hung up and hurried downstairs. Seeing her rush out, Jiang Yu was the first to inquire. What's going on? Shen Sini added. Could it be Suyi again? Zhang Ruowei immediately chimed in. It must be. The 3 roommates swiftly made their way to the balcony. Peering down, Chen Qingqing jogged to the entrance and spotted Suyi. It had been 2 weeks since their last meeting, and he indeed appeared paler, perhaps even a bit thinner. Noticing the gathering crowd, she hesitated, approached Suyi, and quietly asked, What brings you here? Suyi smiled. I missed you. Chen Qingqing raised her foot as if to step on him, but Suyi was prepared, retreating a step and quickly clarifying, I miss seeing you. Is that better? Chen Qingqing pouted in mild complaint. You could have at least told me in advance. Only then did Suyi step forward, presenting the strawberry bouquet to her while responding, I wanted to surprise you. More like a scare, she replied. These strawberries are meticulously selected and kept fresh. They're quite clean. It was Chen Qingqing's first experience receiving flowers, and though this bouquet was unconventional, her efforts to restrain her delight were futile, evident in the smile dancing across her features. Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony, Zhang Ruowei remarked enviously, Suyi, I want strawberries too. Jiang Yu quickly echoed, Me too. Shen Sini chimed in, Count me in. Suyi looked up at the girls, waving his hand. They're S enough for everyone. Embarrassed by the attention, Qingqing, blushing, grasped Suye's hand and hurriedly led him away, in a narrow alley. Qingqing pulled Suyi in. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes flustered, and her expressions were adorably animated. Suyi, you can't do this. What have I done? Qingqing insisted. From now on, if you come to see me, it must be secretly. Suyi replied helplessly. Am I a thief? Why must it be sneaky? I don't care. You can't be so conspicuous. Our school is small. If you come like this, everyone will know you're looking for me. Suyi countered. If I don't make it obvious, with you being so beautiful, what if someone bothers you in my absence? As he pressed closer, Qingqing found herself up against the wall. Suyi leaned in, his hand resting against the wall, looking down at her, while she, like a startled rabbit, dared not meet his gaze. There are no bad people at my school. You're the worst. Qingqing, flushed, attempted to push Suyi away, but he stood firm. She felt his heartbeat through her hands pressed against his chest, intensifying her blush. Noticing Suyi's unwavering stare and the movement of his Adam's apple, she nervously asked, Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal. I am, Suyi replied, but I don't want dinner. Then what do you want? I want you. Suyi, seeing her face redden furiously, Suyi quickly retreated, laughing, Just kidding. I came straight here after a busy afternoon, and now my stomach is growling. You must treat me to something good. Qingqing shot him a reproachful glance. I'll take this back to the dorm first. All right, but you're not allowed in the girls' dorm. Wait for me here. Got it. Watching Qingqing hurry away, Suyi chuckled, knowing that it was not yet time for kisses. The previous wall lean was merely a test to gauge her reaction, whether she was angry, shy, or yielding. If she was angry, it suggested that their relationship was strictly platonic. If shy, at least it indicated she didn't dislike him, leaving room for deeper connection. If yielding, it implied they were already close, akin to a couple without formal acknowledgement. This, however, seemed unrealistic given their limited interactions. As the saying goes, love blossoms over time. Upon returning to her dorm, Qingqing opened the door to find her 3 roommates wearing mischievous smiles. Ignoring them, she placed the strawberry bouquet on the table and softly remarked, If you want strawberries, help yourselves. I'm going out for dinner. Have fun. Good luck. Qingqing quickly slipped away. Her roommates were far too nosy, and Zhang Ruowei often brought up explicit topics, leaving Qingqing blushing in embarrassment. What do you want to eat? Let us check the cafeteria. Qingqing asked curiously, Are you going to the cafeteria? Suyi nodded. Is that a problem? Without further thought, she led Suyi out of the alley. Just before exiting, she suddenly turned around, pointing a finger at him. No talking nonsense, and no being a rogue. Understood. They then walked side by side toward the cafeteria. It was peak dining time, and the entrance was bustling with students. Though many had ordinary appearances, the artistic college students undeniably boasted higher than average looks, with even the guys often sporting makeup. Suyi, while confident in his 18-year-old looks, felt the pressure of the environment. As they entered the cafeteria and surveyed their surroundings, Suyi directly inquired, Where do you usually eat? Qingqing pointed to a window. Suyi smiled, Then let us eat there. He stepped forward, and Qingqing hurried to follow. Suyi ordered a dish of braised potatoes with meat, a serving of sauteed greens, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As he was about to leave with his tray, the cafeteria lady called out, Student, you haven't swiped your card. Suyi grinned. My girlfriend will pay for me. The cafeteria lady glanced at Qingqing and then asked, What would you like, dear? Qingqing scrunched her nose. The same as MS. Oh, you want the same as your boyfriend, huh? In no time, the lady prepared a matching meal for Qingqing. Seated across from Suyi, she watched him for a long time, but he feigned ignorance, focusing on his food. Eventually, she had to concede. Halfway through the meal, Suyi received a message from Jiang Meilin, inquiring about Qingqing's whereabouts. Since Qingqing would not divulge anything, Suyi became the sole source of information for Jiang Meilin regarding her daughter. Since the start of university, Suyi had conversed more with Jiang Meilin than with Qingqing herself. Checking his phone, he saw a message from Jiang Meilin. Hey Su, have you eaten yet? After pondering, Suyi turned and snapped a photo of the two of them dining, sending it to Jiang Meilin with the message, Having a meal. Jiang Meilin zoomed in on the photo, noticing that their meals were identical. She asked, Are you at Qingqing's school? Suyi replied, Yes, I came to see her this afternoon. Jiang Meilin seized upon this detail. Isn't your school nearby? What will you do tonight? I'll find a hotel nearby. Zhang Meilin pondered for a moment before sending Suyi a 500 yuan red envelope. Suyi. Auntie, what's this for? Zhang Meilin. Stay in a decent hotel, but don't let Qingqing stay out too late. Suyi understood her implication and quickly replied, don't worry, I understand your meaning, Zhang Meilin. All right, enjoy your meal, I'll ask you about other matters tonight. Suyi, sure. Curious about Suyi's phone conversation, Qingqing finally asked, who are you chatting with? My mom. Your mom? Yeah. Qingqing grumbled softly, are you that happy talking to your mom? He ate as they continued their meal. Qingqing eventually stopped eating, concerned about overeating at dinner, a habit that could lead to weight gain and digestive issues. Suyi glanced at her plate, puzzled. Why aren't you eating? Qingqing replied, I'm full. Instinctively, Suyi picked up his chopsticks and snagged a piece of meat from her plate, admonishing, what a waste. Before Qingqing could protest, he had already popped the meat into his mouth. Blushing, she asked, why are you taking food from my plate? You weren't eating it. Suyi maintained his reasoning. It's better than wasting it. I don't mind eating your leftovers. With a cheeky grin, he grabbed another piece before Qingqing decided to ignore him altogether. After finishing his meal, Suyi let out a satisfied burp and stood up, asking, did you bring napkins? Qingqing pulled a pack from her pocket. Handing him one, he wiped his mouth, returned his tray to the recycling area, and they left the cafeteria together. As twilight descended, they strolled along the tree-lined paths of the campus. Qingqing asked, what will happen to the fruit shop while you're here? I've arranged everything. Besides my roommate, there's another part-time helper. A guy or a girl? Curious about Qingqing's question, Suyi chuckled, a girl, a senior. Don't worry. She's not as pretty as you. Upon hearing this, Qingqing recognized Suyi's playful tone and quickly clarified, I'm not jealous. I was just asking. Suyi laughed. I never said you were jealous. You? Qingqing retorted, Suyi, you're a shameless rogue. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Ignoring Suyi, she marched ahead. Night fell, and street lamps illuminated their path. After walking a couple of laps around the playground, Qingqing glanced at the time. Unable to resist asking, are you going back to school tonight? No, where will you stay? Suyi replied, I'll find a hotel nearby. Are you really that stingy, yet willing to spend on a hotel? Stingy with myself, but never with you. You know how much those strawberries cost. I wouldn't dare eat them myself. Qingqing said nothing, discreetly sending Suyi a 500 yuan red envelope. Upon hearing the notification, Suyi checked his phone, bewildered. Why are you sending me money? To stay in a nice hotel. All right, Suyi opened the envelope, chuckling at the identical amounts sent by both mothers. Sitting beside Qingqing on a bench near the playground, he shamelessly suggested, why not add 20 more to make it 520? Why? To make it a nice number. Qingqing turned her head away, refusing to look at him. The moon rose high in the sky. Bright and full, she gazed at it. He gazed at her. Both were stunning in their own right. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Suyi escorted Qingqing back to her dormitory before finding a hotel near the music academy. Later that night, he called Zhang Hong for a half-hour chat. After showering, he discovered that Wang Yusin, for some reason, had added Suyi on WeChat. As soon as he accepted her request, she eagerly sent him a video. Suyi Gij, you're too close to the camera. Your big face fills the screen. Mom, Suyi Gij is bullying me again. The voice of his aunt, Zhang Lan, chimed in, Suyi Gij is just joking. Upon hearing her, Suyi greeted her back. After a few moments of concern from Zhang Lan, Wang Yusin retreated to her room whispering, Suyi Gij, how are things with Qingqing Jie? We had dinner together tonight. Really? Wang Yusin, with her youthful curiosity, inquired further, are you two dating? I suppose so, but don't tell your mom. She and mine are the same. If they find out, the whole world will know. Wang Yusin replied obediently, I understand. I'm very discreet. Focus on your studies in middle school and aim for a good university. Got it? If any boys bother you, just tell me. Ugh, you're so annoying, just like my mom. I'm going to chat with Qingqing Jie now. Bye. Suyi was not a light sleeper. He slept soundly in the hotel, even more so than in his dormitory. The dorm bed was small, and he often heard young Fei talking in his sleep. In contrast, the hotel bed was spacious and soft, and the silence of the neighboring rooms was a welcome relief from the noise. Early the next morning, Suyi rose early, determined not to waste time on trivial matters during the brief weekend visit. After enjoying a complimentary breakfast at the hotel, Suyi headed straight to the girls' dormitory. On a Saturday morning, many were still nestled in their beds. After sending a message to Qingqing, Suyi stood patiently at the bottom of the stairs. Qingqing had just risen and was in the midst of her morning routine. Zhang Ruowei glanced out from the balcony and remarked to Qingqing, "Are you planning to keep Suyi waiting downstairs indefinitely? Why not just ask him to come up?" Qingqing had yet to respond when Shan Sini interjected, "But will the dorm supervisor allow it?" Zhang Ruowei replied, "The dorm supervisor's eyesight isn't that keen." "Never mind, Jiang Yu, come with me downstairs, we'll fetch him. Let me just get dressed first. Let's go." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qingqing hesitated to go down, worried about being discovered, which would be quite awkward. However, she didn't stop Zhang Ruowei and the others from going down, as she had nothing to hide. Suyi had visited their dorm at the beginning of the semester, and her 3 roommates had no objections, so she certainly had none either. Zhang Ruowei led Jiang Yu and Shen Sini to the entrance of the dormitory. "Hey handsome, what brings you down here?" Zhang Ruowei greeted with a smile. "Did Qingqing not tell you? We're all heading out to have some fun together today." "Hey, why the long face? Don't tell me you don't want us as your company." Suyi chuckled. "With so many beautiful ladies accompanying me, how could I possibly mind? Stop standing there and come up with us. We'll need at least half an hour to wash up and get ready." Zhang Ruowei urged. Suyi scratched his head. "Is that really appropriate?" Zhang Ruowei scoffed. "What are you pretending to be shy about? You've been up before when school started." "But what about the dorm supervisor?" Suyi protested. "She's not that observant. Just stand between us and run up together," Zhang Ruowei insisted. Suyi shrugged. "If you all don't mind, I certainly don't. Then let us go." Suyi followed the 3 girls into the girls' dormitory and swiftly made his way to the 2nd floor. Fortunately, the corridor was mostly empty at that moment, allowing him to reach room 205 without any issues. "Handsome, just sit for a bit. Give us 30 minutes, and we'll be ready," Shan Sini instructed. The 4 of them quickly began their morning routines and started applying makeup. The scene was quite glamorous. Not wishing to embarrass himself early in the day, Suyi hurriedly took out his phone to distract himself. Just then, Qin Jiwei sent him a message. "Are you up yet?" Suyi replied, "I am." Qin Jiwei asked, "Where are you?" Suyi responded, "You might not believe this, but I'm currently in the girls' dormitory." Qin Jiwei exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Making such boasts so early in the morning? And in the girls' dormitory no less. Why not say you're in the sky?" "Ruowei, can I borrow your concealer?" "Sure, take it." "Sini, hurry, do my eyeliner for me. I can never get it right." "Qingqing, this foundation you recommended is fantastic. It looks so natural." Suyi, of course, wouldn't take pictures to prove he was in the girls' dormitory. Instead, he quietly pressed the voice recording button and captured their conversations, sending it to Qin Jiwei. Upon hearing the 50-second recording, Qin Jiwei was dumbfounded. In a way, this guy actually ran into the girls' dormitory early in the morning. He quickly typed, "How did you get into the girls' dorm?" "They brought me up," Suyi replied. "They brought you up? And you just went along? Have a little self-respect." Qin Jiwei's words dripped with sarcasm. Suyi replied, "Stop whining. I'm in a bit of discomfort right now." "What discomfort?" Qin Jiwei inquired. "My gun is a bit hard to control." "Are you kidding me, beast? You're a scoundrel. You are the worst." Zhang Ruowei and the others were punctual, truly ready in half an hour. Once they finished preparing, they grabbed their bags and prepared to leave. "Handsome, stay here for a moment. I'll go check downstairs," Zhang Ruowei said. "Okay." Zhang Ruowei rushed to the 1st floor, where she saw the dorm supervisor busy discussing matters with the water delivery person. She quickly ran back upstairs to bring Suyi and the 3 roommates down, then hurriedly exited the girls' dormitory. "Phew, that was close." Suyi chuckled. "So, what are our plans for today? Let us follow your lead. Wherever you and Qingqing want to go, we'll tag along." Suyi quickly made a decision. "Disneyland is too far, and you've likely visited the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Bund already. How about we visit Yuyuan Garden? The city god temple is nearby as well." "Sounds great." The 3 roommates unanimously agreed. After some discussion, they decided to take the subway rather than walk nearly 2 kilometers to the station. On the way to the subway station, Suyi played the role of an accompanying guest while the 4 girls chatted and laughed, Suyi interjecting occasionally. Upon reaching the subway station, they immediately regretted their decision, as it was packed with people, the Saturday crowd being overwhelming. However, since they were already there, they had no choice but to wait for the subway. Once inside the waiting area, Suyi leaned closer to Qingqing and whispered, "Stay close to me." Qingqing, who disliked crowded places, nodded instinctively. Jiang Yu, hearing the subway approaching, shouted, "The subway is here." Upon hearing this, Suyi quickly seized Qingqing's wrist and led her through the crowd. Once the subway doors opened, he gently pulled her inside. Qingqing was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed, and she became a bit dazed as she obediently followed Suyi into the train. All the seats were already taken. So Suyi guided Qingqing to a spot between the seat and the wall, shielding her from the crowd. A considerable number of people remained outside, waiting for the next train. Fortunately, Zhang Ruowei, Shen Sini, and Jiang Yu also made it onto the subway, crowding around Suyi. Seeing Qingqing snugly protected by Suyi, the three roommates couldn't help but feel envious. Suyi, you can't keep flaunting your affection in front of us. It makes us jealous. Exactly. Suyi laughed. If you keep talking like this, Qingqing will turn red again. And indeed, Qingqing's face was already crimson, partly due to the heat and crowd in the subway, and partly from her racing heart. She dared not look up at Suyi, lowering her head and pretending not to hear the conversation between him and her three roommates. What she didn't notice was that Suyi had just called her Qingqing again. The last time he had called her that, she had stepped on his foot, but now she merely blushed. In this world, a girl's blush could convey more meaning than an entire romantic discourse. After 3 stops and about 7 or 8 minutes, the subway reached its destination. Upon disembarking, Suyi noticed Qingqing was sweating and reached into his pocket for a tissue he had taken from the hotel, extending it to help her wipe her sweat. However, Qingqing tilted her head and dodged his gesture. Zhang Ruowei, witnessing this, approached Suyi with a smile. Hey handsome, why don't you wipe my sweat instead? Jiang Yu chimed in. Me too. Me too. Shen Sini, lacking such boldness, simply stood by and chuckled. Qingqing found herself at a loss against her 2 assertive roommates. She snatched the tissue from Suyi's hand, wiped her own forehead, and proceeded towards the exit of the subway station. After giving Zhang Ruowei and Jiang Yu a thumbs up, Suyi quickly followed her out. Walking from the subway station to Yuyuan Garden, they passed several commercial complexes, a sight only found in major cities. It was Suyi's first time in this area, and he began navigating with his phone to reach the ticket office of Yuyuan Garden. Adult tickets were 40 yuan, student tickets 20 yuan. After purchasing 5 tickets, they stepped into the scenic area together. Walking along the stone-paved paths, they were surrounded by ancient architecture nestled within tranquil gardens. The winding corridors were adorned with various flowers, and the emerald waters mirrored the surrounding pavilions, resembling a delicate landscape painting. With red walls, dark tiles, exquisite wood carvings, and blooming lotus flowers, every step revealed a new scene. As soon as they entered, the 3 roommates began taking photos, and Suyi became their designated photographer, capturing numerous pictures for them. Fortunately, Suyi's photography skills were commendable, earning him their unanimous approval. To facilitate receiving the photos, Zhang Ruowei even added Suyi to their dormitory group chat. Yuyuan Garden not only featured shops and snack streets, but also several restaurants. At noon, the group decided to dine at Sangala, a century-old establishment within Yuyuan Garden. Suyi ordered a bowl of hearty meat noodles, which were reasonably priced at 25 yuan, though they had to wait in line for quite some time. Before eating, Qingqing pulled out a hair tie from her bag and tied her long, silky black hair into a ponytail. Zhang Ruowei watched enviously. Qingqing, I'm so jealous of your hair. It's thick and straight, and you don't even lose hair. Unlike me, I shed so much every time I wash mine. Shen Sini nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu, intrigued, asked Suyi, do you know what the most silent form of wealth is for a girl? What is it? Not having period pains, having ample blood circulation, thick hair, the ability to eat without gaining weight, and strong immunity. Suyi chuckled and asked, and do you know what the silent form of wealth is for a guy? What? Making a silent girl become vocal. Qingqing, Shen Sini, Jiang Yu, Zhang Ruowei, Suyi, you sneaky rascal. At this moment, in a restaurant at Baolong Plaza in the Pudong district, Wang Shiyu was dining with 2 high school friends. The 3 of them having been close friends throughout school, often referred to as besties. This was the same place where Wang Shiyu had her first dinner with her college roommates. That moment, she sat in Suyi's previous seat, lost in thought. Her 2 high school friends, both sporting identical hairstyles with blunt bangs, were dressed in white sundresses. Seeing Wang Shiyu in a daze, Du Juchi couldn't help but ask, Shiyu, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Nothing. You've been in a daze since we sat down. Something must be on your mind. The other girl, Fang Sisi, quickly chimed in with a teasing smile. You're not thinking about Xiaozhua, are you? Xiaozhua was Wang Shiyu's high school boyfriend, and they had yet to break up. However, after graduation, Wang Shiyu moved to the bustling city while Xiaozhua went to a tech university in the northeast, leading to a gradual fading of their relationship. Wang Shiyu shook her head with a smile. We'll break up sooner or later. Break up? Du Juchi asked. Do you not like him anymore? You 2 seemed great together in high school, and everyone envied you. Wang Shiyu replied nonchalantly, how many long-distance relationships actually last? And now that I'm in college, I realize I might not like him anymore. Fang Sisi said, then you might as well just break up with him directly. You haven't been paying much attention to him lately, and Xiajua keeps messaging me, asking about you. Wang Shiyu immediately retorted, I would never initiate a breakup if I dumped him right after starting college. It would make me seem like a jerk. Du Jueqi and Fang Sisi exchanged glances but said nothing further. Wang Shiyu continued, as long as I ignore him, he'll eventually propose a breakup on his own. So if you're not thinking about Xiajua, what else is on your mind? There's a really outstanding guy in the finance department at our school, and I think I might have feelings for him. Are you going to pursue him? Wang Shiyu sighed dramatically, but he already has a girlfriend. I'm torn between giving up early or, in a way, Shiyu. So many people liked you in high school. How come you're still crushing on someone in college? You don't understand. He's really different from other guys. In what way? Well, he's both charming and ambitious. The first time we met was right here, and my heart raced the moment I laid eyes on him. Upon hearing this, Du Jueqi and Fang Sisi grew increasingly curious about the boy Wang Shiyu was enamored with. After all, Wang Shiyu herself was quite remarkable. During high school, many boys from other schools had confessed their feelings for her. A boy who could captivate her so intensely must possess extraordinary charm. In the afternoon, Suyi, Qingqing, and her roommates explored the remaining parts of Yuyuan Garden and also visited the city god temple, which featured numerous grand halls, including the Hua Guang Hall and the Taisui Hall. However, the girls were particularly interested in the Yu Lao Hall, while Suyi was most intrigued by the Kaishan Hall. After leaving the scenic area, they found a karaoke venue in a nearby commercial complex. Being music academy students, they were all eager to sing. Suyi sat on the sofa as an audience member. But after the girls belted out 7 or 8 songs, they suddenly handed the microphone to Suyi, urging him to sing as well. You all sing. I want to show off here. Come on. Just one song. Why are you being so fussy about it? With no good reason to decline, Suyi finally took the microphone from Zhang Ruowei, asking, what should I sing? Shinsini suggested, how about you and Qingqing duet a love song? Qingqing immediately refused, I don't want to. Let him sing alone. Then just sing whatever you want, they insisted. Suyi found himself in a dilemma, unsure of which song to choose, so he walked to the song selection station and browsed the hot chart. There were plenty of popular songs from 2014, such as August's Unending Farewell, July's Youth Training Manual, June's Where Has Time Gone, May's Ordinary Road, and of course, Little Apple and Like You remained immensely popular. However, none of these songs appealed to Suyi, who ultimately selected an old song from 2005 titled Big City, Small Love. As the prelude began, Zhang Ruowei, Shen Sini, Jiang Yu, and Chen Qingqing all settled in, eager to hear Su Ye's vocal talents. With the black tips of my hair coiled, entwined with all my affection for you. This song was not particularly difficult, and Su Yi sang it effortlessly, his voice harmonizing beautifully with the melody. After a few lines, Chen Qingqing's roommates gazed at him with starry eyes. Though Chen Qingqing knew that Su Yi could sing, her roommates were unaware. Thus, when Su Yi began to sing, their surprise was palpable. The mind is filled with you. The heart is filled with you. This little love in the big city is so sweet. All thoughts are of you. Everything is about you. This little love in the big city is solely devoted to you. As the sweet little love song concluded, the 3 roommates erupted in cheers and applause. Su Yi set down the microphone, glanced at the time, and said, all right, enough fun and singing. Let us find a place to eat. After a brief discussion, the 5 decided to dine near the school, as the Shanghai Conservatory of Music is situated in the city center, surrounded by countless dining options. After spending 20 minutes in transit, they arrived at the Huanmao shopping mall next to the school. This mall boasts 8 floors, with the dining establishments primarily located on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Just as they reached the elevator, a voice called out from behind them, Zhang Ruowei. Suyi turned his head and noticed 2 boys of similar age approaching. Li Junfeng, Zhang Xiaobei? What brings you here? Zhang Ruowei furrowed her brow. We're here to eat, replied the boy named Li Junfeng, who had been wearing sunglasses. He removed them upon reaching the group and looked at Su Yi, asking, and who is this? Oh, he is Qingqing's boyfriend, Zhang Ruowei introduced, also adding, Su Yi, we're classmates. Though Li Junfeng remained composed, Su Yi sensed a hint of jealousy in his gaze. Su Yi smiled and nodded, acknowledging him. Li Junfeng then asked, are you all here to eat too? Yes, they replied. How about we join forces? It's on me, Li Junfeng offered generously. Zhang Ruowei hesitated, glancing at her roommates, who all looked to Su Yi. They were familiar with Su Yi. But he had yet to meet Li Junfeng and Zhang Xiaobei, so they wanted to see if Suyi was willing to dine with the strangers. If Suyi declined, it might come across as petty. He nodded and said, "I'm fine with it." Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Suyi took Qingqing's hand, leading her inside. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but after a couple of tries, she realized Suyi held on tightly. When she looked up at him, she found him gazing down at her, his expression conveying a newfound assertiveness. Chapter 82. Brother, there's a way to show off. And this isn't Li Junfeng appeared to come from wealth, dressed in designer clothing, and sporting an Omega watch, exuding the vibe of a flamboyant playboy. He guided the group to a high-end restaurant and reserved a private room for them. "Make yourselves comfortable," he said, inviting them to sit while he took the host's seat. When the waiter brought the menu, Li Junfeng snapped his fingers to signal him over. The waiter, understanding, handed the menu to him, which he then offered to Zhang Ruowei, saying "ladies first," along with a phrase in English. After Zhang Ruowei made her selections, Li Junfeng turned to Suyi, inquiring, "So, you're Suyi, right? Which university do you attend?" "Financial Academy," Suyi replied. "I know that school. It has a high cutoff score outside the province, but in Shanghai, it's just a second-tier college. If you hadn't come to Shanghai, you might have gone to a better 211 university." Suyi, holding Qingqing's hand, smiled. "No choice. My girlfriend wanted to come to Shanghai, so I followed her here." Seeing their intertwined hands, Li Junfeng's smile faltered slightly. He chuckled awkwardly. "It must be quite a distance from the Financial Academy." "Not too bad. About 40 minutes by car," Suyi replied. "I took the subway," he added. "Isn't that over an hour?" Li Junfeng asked. "Yes." Zhang Ruowei could no longer tolerate the conversation and quickly made her selections. Returning the menu to Li Junfeng, "I'm done ordering," Li Junfeng asked. "Anyone else want to order?" "No, thanks." Li Junfeng handed the menu to Suyi again. "What about you? Want to see if anything catches your eye?" "No need. It's your treat. You choose." Li Junfeng shrugged and ordered several dishes without restraint. Qingqing finally retrieved her hand, which had grown sweaty from being held for so long. Suyi leaned closer and whispered, "Stay away from that guy. I find him somewhat annoying." Qingqing recalled Suyi's words from the previous night and playfully asked, "What? Are you jealous?" "Yes," Suyi admitted openly. Qingqing was taken aback by his candidness. Lowering her gaze and nervously fiddling with her clothes, revealing a hint of shyness. In truth, she disliked Li Junfeng even more than Suyi did, as he was the most pretentious person in their class. And they only ever exchanged glances in the classroom. As the dishes were served, Suyi ate nonchalantly, continually serving food to Qingqing, aware that he was performing for Li Junfeng and Zhang Xiaobei. She cooperated, eating alongside him. "What did you all do today?" They chatted among themselves, while Suyi remained silent, not wanting to intrude on their conversation. However, Li Junfeng seemed intent on provoking Suyi. Noticing his silence, he suddenly asked, "Suyi, how long have you and Qingqing been together?" "Not too long. Isn't that early romance?" Suyi smiled. "It's all right. Our parents are quite open-minded. Her mother doesn't oppose us being together." Li Junfeng expressed surprise. "Your parents know about your relationship?" "Yes, is that a problem?" "Oh," he quickly shook his head. "No, just curious." "What do your parents do?" "My dad is a grassroots worker in the system, and my mom works at a small company. Both have ordinary jobs." Li Junfeng seemed to feel superior in this regard and began to boast. "Actually, I envy families like yours. My dad runs a company in Shanghai, and my mom is the accountant. They're busy all year round. I only see them during the new year, and when they call, all they ask is if I need money. They never care about what I like or dislike." Zhang Xiaobei chimed in. "Isn't that great? Money is all that matters." "True, but it can feel a bit empty sometimes. However, because we don't lack money, I can attend art school. Otherwise, my parents wouldn't have allowed me to study music." Suyi found it frustrating to listen to Li Junfeng's pretentiousness. If they were closer, he might have advised, "Brother, there's a way to show off, and this isn't it." But since he didn't wish to engage with Li Junfeng, he remained silent. As Li Junfeng continued his increasingly absurd monologue, Suyi could no longer bear it. He discreetly pulled out his phone, adjusted his Alipay settings, and placed it on the table. "I in Shanghai, earning 10 to 20 million a year. Isn't even considered wealthy. My dad's company only made about 10 million last year." Li Junfeng was speaking when Suyi's phone suddenly chimed. Alipay received 23 yuan. The others paid little attention, and Li Junfeng continued, "But this year's economy seems better. Maybe." Alipay received 18 yuan. Alipay received 21.5 yuan. Alipay received 11 yuan in the evening, as it was peak time for fruit shops. Many customers were buying fruit, and the notifications kept coming. Noticing everyone's gaze on him, Suyi explained, "Sorry, I run a fruit shop at school, and it's probably busy right now, so I'll lower the volume. You all continue." Alipay received 9.5 yuan. Alipay received 30 yuan. Alipay received 14 yuan. Li Junfeng pressed onward. "My dad might expand the company next year." Alipay received 52 yuan. Alipay received 9 yuan. Bang! Li Junfeng suddenly slammed the table. Zhang Ruowei asked, "What are you doing?" Li Junfeng, looking serious, replied, "Nothing, just a mosquito. You all eat." Alipay received 8 yuan. Alipay received 19 yuan. During the half-hour meal, Su Yi's phone never stopped chiming. Li Junfeng, who had been giving a speech, fell silent. Su Yi maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to eat, occasionally serving Chen Qingqing. Once they were full, Su Yi took out a napkin and gently patted Chen Qingqing's arm under the table, giving her a look that seemed to say, "Let us wrap up this act." Chen Qingqing hesitated but decided to indulge him this once. As Su Yi held the napkin to her mouth, she let him wipe her face. "Are you full?" he asked gently. "Yes." Su Yi stood, holding Chen Qingqing's hand, and addressed Li Junfeng, "Thanks for treating us tonight. We'll take our leave now." Li Junfeng forced a smile and nodded, watching as the four girls followed Su Yi out. Chapter 83. It's all your fault. The elevator doors opened and closed, and in that moment, the group burst into laughter. "Su Yi, you're too clever. Right?" Li Junfeng looked green with envy. "But you really run a fruit shop?" Su Yi confirmed, "Yes, opened it last week. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come last week." Zhang Ruowei chimed in, "Last week, if you hadn't come, Qingqing was a mess in the dorm. She was thinking about you every day. I wasn't he?" Chen Qingqing blushed and protested. Zhang Ruowei smirked. "You two in the private room earlier looked like an old married couple." Hearing such an embarrassing comment made Chen Qingqing regret her cooperation with Su Yi. She shot him a glare, seemingly unsatisfied, and then pinched him hard at his waist. Su Yi suppressed a sound. As the five left the mall and returned to school, Zhang Ruowei noted, "Jiang Yu, Xine, let us head back to the dorm. We've been third wheels all day, and it's time to let them have their moment. Goodbye, handsome, bye." Once Zhang Ruowei, Jiang Yu, and Shen Xine departed, Chen Qingqing turned to Su Yi with a feigned fierce expression and said, "It's all your fault." Su Yi, unfazed, replied, Yes, it's my fault, but if there's a next time, I'll definitely do it again. There won't be a next time. I won't let you hold my hand again. Next time, it won't be up to you." "What did you say?" Nothing. Go away. I don't want to talk to you now." Chen Qingqing turned her back. Su Yi moved in front of her again and said, "But I didn't expect you to understand my intentions. I thought you wouldn't cooperate." Chen Qingqing pouted, "If you dare tell anyone, you're done for. Rest assured, I'll keep my mouth shut." "Just finished eating. How about a walk?" "I don't want to walk." "Then I'll carry you." Chen Qingqing huffed and continued walking ahead. Su Yi smiled and quickly caught up. Behind the Heiluding concert hall of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music lies a grove where many students enjoy walking after meals. It's common to see students playing instruments, either seated on stone benches or lounging on the grass, as they strolled. Su Yi softly remarked, "I'm heading back tomorrow afternoon. If I come again, I'll let you know on Friday night." "Okay, I'm both the class monitor and running a fruit shop. If I get busy, I won't be able to come every week. You can hang out with Zhang Ruowei and the others on weekends, but it's best not to go out alone. I won't go out alone anyway. If you really want to see me, just message me. No matter how busy I am, I'll come." Chen Qingqing was reluctant to refuse, but also felt shy to agree, so she remained silent. After a long pause, she finally asked, "Is it really just 40 minutes by car from your school?" "Yes, if there's no traffic," Su Yi replied. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious." As the campus lights illuminated the surroundings, Su Yi escorted Chen Qingqing to the dormitory entrance before returning to his hotel. Chen Qingqing sat at her desk in the dorm, lost in thought, before turning to Zhang Ruowei and asking, "Do you know how much it costs to buy a car?" Zhang Ruowei casually replied, "It depends on the type. A cheap one can cost a few thousand, a decent one around 100,000, and a luxury car can go for millions." Shen Xine asked curiously, "Why do you ask?" Zhang Ruowei then questioned, "Yeah, what is up with the inquiry?" "Nothing." Chen Qingqing shook her head, pulled out her phone, and checked her bank balance. Finding only a few thousand left, she divided 100,000 by 3,000, realizing it would take her nearly 3 years to save that amount. Feeling disheartened, Chan Hansong was even more troubled. As a father, he wanted to know how his daughter was faring at school. whether she was adjusting to cafeteria food, if she could handle living in a dorm, and how well she got along with her classmates. However, every time he asked Qingqing, her responses were always vague. It's fine. Average, or she just wouldn't reply. Finally, unable to contain his concern, Chen Hansong drove to Hongya Villa after work, ringing the doorbell. Half a minute later, Jiang Meilin opened the door and coldly remarked, "What are you doing here?" "Jiang Meilin, how is my daughter doing at school? Every time I message her, she just gives short replies. Do you know how worried I am?" "Don't worry. She is doing well at school." "How do you know?" "She is my daughter." Chen Hansong immediately interjected, "Stop pretending. Qingqing's attitude towards both of us is quite similar. Would she really confide in you so much?" Jiang Meilin responded, "She wouldn't tell me directly. But someone else would. I know her 3 roommates are Zhang Ruowei, Zhang Yu, and Shan Sini. Did you know that? I also know that after her military training, she spent the first weekend at the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Did you know that? And today, she visited Yuyuan Garden and Qinghuang Temple in the Magical City. Did you know that? Who informed you?" Chen Hansong exclaimed, suddenly agitated. "Don't tell me it was that Suyi kid." Jiang Meilin chuckled. "Indeed, it was him." "Jiang Meilin, oh Jiang Meilin, what on earth are you thinking? It's one thing for Chen Qingqing to be naive, but how can you be so oblivious as well? Can Suyi be trusted?" "Me?" Chen Hansong was left speechless by the retort. Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Meilin crossed her legs and coldly remarked, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I believe Suyi is quite impressive. He is better than most boys I've encountered. Mind you, if Qingqing were to fall for him, I would approve of their relationship." You must be out of your mind." Just as Chen Hansong finished his statement, Jiang Meilin's phone rang. It was Chen Qingqing calling. She showed the screen to Chen Hansong, who immediately silenced himself and sat next to Jiang Meilin. "Hello, Qingqing, I'm short on living expenses," Chen Qingqing said. Jiang Meilin raised an eyebrow. "Isn't 5,000 a month sufficient?" Chen Qingqing fell silent. Jiang Meilin continued, "Is there something specific you wish to purchase? You can tell your mother. She can assist you. I want to buy a car." "What?" Chapter 84. My daughter isn't a love-struck fool. It seemed Chen Qingqing realized she had let something slip and quickly hung up. Both Chen Hansong and Jiang Meilin were taken aback. "Buy a car? What kind of car? Chen Qingqing hasn't even gotten her driver's license. What would she need a car for?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Meilin suddenly widened her eyes. "Could it be she wants to buy a car for Suyi?" "What are you saying? My daughter is not love-struck. But what? But at the beginning of the month, she made me buy 2 Apple phones, one of which she gave to Suyi." "What?" Chen Hansong erupted in fury. "It's one thing if he doesn't spend money on my daughter, but now he expects her to spend money on him." Jiang Meilin ignored him and sent Suyi a message on WeChat. Jiang Meilin, "Hey Su, are you there?" "Suyi, just got back to the hotel." "What's up?" Jiang Meilin, "Qingqing just called me saying she wants to buy a car. Do you know what's going on?" Suyi, "Buy a car?" Jiang Meilin, "You don't know?" Suyi, "I had no idea. Suyi, no wonder she asked me how long it takes to drive from my school to hers this evening. Turns out. Suyi, Auntie, don't believe her. Once I've saved enough money, I'll buy the car myself." Jiang Meilin, "How long does it take you to take the subway to Qingqing's school?" Suyi, "An hour and a half." Jiang Meilin, "And driving?" Suyi, 40 minutes. Suyi, "Auntie, distance is not an issue. I already run a fruit shop at school, and business is pretty good. Once I save enough, I'll buy a car for myself." Jiang Meilin, "All right, I understand. Get some rest. Suyi, "Sure thing." Chen Hansong was furious. Is Qingqing really going to buy him a car? "Yes. What kind of spell has this kid cast on our daughter? Do you have something to do?" Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Hang on. I'll go stir-fry a dish and no need to trouble yourself. Just make what you had for dinner." Ignoring Chen Hansong, Jiang Meilin entered the kitchen and quickly prepared a dish of stir-fried potatoes with ginger. 5 minutes later, the dish was ready. Chen Hansong, not treating himself as an outsider, served himself a bowl of rice and sat down to taste the stir-fried potatoes. After chewing a couple of bites, his expression changed. Jiang Meilin coldly stated, "If I've cooked it, you must finish it. Otherwise, don't expect to come over so frequently." Chen Hansong was left with no words. On a weekend afternoon, Suyi and Chen Qingqing sat across from each other at lunch. After chatting about trivial matters, Suyi cut to the chase. "Did you mention wanting to buy a car to your mom last night?" Chen Qingqing froze for a moment, whispering rapidly, "I was just talking nonsense." Suyi said, "Don't let your mind wander. Those aren't things you should concern yourself with. Consider it from your parents' perspective. We've only known each other for a short while, and a phone is already quite precious. Even if you did buy a car, I wouldn't accept it. Qingqing, looking down, protested. I never said it was for you. Then why do you want a car? You don't even have a license. Can't I have you as my driver? Suyi smiled. No rush. There's plenty of time. After next week's classes, it'll be National Day. Are you planning to go home? Qingqing didn't know how to respond. Suyi playfully asked, were you going to ask if I'm going home? If I go, you'll go. If I don't, you won't. Qingqing scrunched her nose. You know that already, Suyi. Then let us go back together. I didn't bring any winter clothes when I came to school, and after October, it'll start getting chilly. I'll buy tickets for both the trip home and back. I'll come to find you on the afternoon of the 30th. Oh. Qingqing had a modest appetite, stopping after half a bowl. Seeing Suyi seemingly starving, she glanced around, noticed no one was paying attention, and discreetly transferred the uneaten ribs from her bowl to Suyi's. Then quickly focused on her phone. Suyi returned to school at 3:30 in the afternoon. The fruit shop, his 3 roommates and Su Weiniang were present. Hey, the big boss is finally back. You look exhausted after being away for 2 days. Did someone drain you? Get lost? Suyi rolled his eyes, retorting, you try sitting on a bus for an hour and a half. See how tired you feel. Zhang Xinzu shifted to serious matters. It seems Kongyuan Fruit Shop is struggling. They just changed their promotion from 30 off to 20 off and canceled the 5 yuan discount for every 50 spent. I mentioned that engaging in a price war is counterproductive. Their business can't compete with ours. However, starting this week, they'll likely try to mimic our marketing strategies. While we expand our customer reach, we also need to cultivate a consumption habit among our customers. How do we do that? Let us discuss more in the group. Occasionally sending small red envelopes will increase interaction. Zhang Xinzu laughed. That's up to you. You're the star now. Suyi nodded. Leave that to me. You just need to handle the deliveries. After 9 in the evening, Su Weiniang left for the dormitory, and Li Tongwen took over her position. Zhang Xinzu and Yang Fei rode their small bikes to deliver goods. They were busy until 10:40 when Suyi finally pulled down the roller shutter and returned to the dormitory with his 3 roommates. The next morning, before class started, the counselor called Suyi to the office and handed him a form, briefly stating 2 things. After this week's classes, we'll have National Day holidays, so please tally how many students will be going home and have them fill out their travel plans. I'll also send you an electronic version of the form shortly. All right, I'll have it ready by 6 this evening. This isn't urgent, you can submit it by Friday. The second matter is collecting class fees. Each person owes 50 yuan. This money will be used for future activities, and if there's a surplus, we want to collect it next year. Please make sure to communicate this to your classmates. Understood. All right, class is about to start. You can return to the classroom. Suyi nodded and went back to class. While waiting for the teacher to arrive, he stepped up to the podium and said, everyone, please settle down. I have 2 announcements. The first is regarding the National Day travel plans. I need everyone to fill this out. If you've already purchased tickets, please include your train schedule if you're not going home. Just write that down. Please remember to prioritize safety during the holiday. The second matter concerns class fees. The counselor mentioned that each person should temporarily pay 50 yuan. This money will primarily be used for future class activities, and if there's a surplus, we want to collect it next year. So please submit it to me. We accept WeChat, Alipay, or cash, but please remember to note your name. Is that clear? Clear. Noticing that Li Tongwen hadn't spoken, Suyi approached him after leaving the podium and quietly asked, you don't need to pay me. I'll just deduct it from your salary. Is that all right? Li Tongwen nodded in agreement. Suyi smiled and returned to the back row, quietly messaging Qingqing. Suyi, I dreamt about you last night. Sitting in class, Qingqing's heart skipped a beat upon reading Suyi's message. After the first class ended in a daze, she quickly asked, what did you dream about? Suyi, guess. Qingqing's cheeks flushed. The second class also passed amidst her daydreaming. Chapter 85. How we progress together. Qingqing. You're not allowed to message me during class anymore. Suyi, why? Qingqing. No reason. Suyi, all right, I understand, but I really did dream about you last night. Qingqing. I'm not talking to you anymore. Qingqing. Hemph. Walking to the cafeteria. Suyi couldn't help but chuckle at Qingqing's last message. Yang Fei turned to him. Suyi, that laugh was quite lewd. At Suyi. You're the one who's lewd if you don't laugh. You bastard. After lunch, Suyi, Zhang Xinzu, Li Tongwen, and Yang Fei returned to the dormitory, while Li Tongwen went to the shop. The shop wouldn't be too busy during the day, so having Li Tongwen and Su Weiniang there was sufficient. Suyi hadn't bought a laptop, so upon returning to the dormitory, he took over Zhang Xinzu's spot to fill out the National Day travel plan. Once completed, he began calculating the class fees. Apart from Li Tongwen, most students in the class came from well-off families, with many parents working in finance, which was why they were studying this major. Students like Li Tongwen were the exception. After tallying the total, Sui found that all the money had been collected, so he lay down on the upper bunk for a nap. Before afternoon classes, Sui found Su Tong and handed her the collected class fees and the National Day travel plan. Surprised by Suye's speed, she handed him the leftover change from 50 yuan, saying, "The brooms and trash cans in the class are quite worn out. You can use this 50 yuan to buy a few new ones." Then she took out 500 yuan and handed it to Suyi, saying, "Keep this 500 here. If the class needs any funds, you can decide how to use it, but every expense must be transparent." Understood. After returning to the classroom, Sui found Zhang Yang after finishing a class. Zhang Yang looked puzzled. "What's up?" Sui handed him the 50 yuan. "This is for the class fees." Zhang Yang replied. "Why are you giving me the class fees? The brooms and trash cans in the classroom are in bad shape. Use this money to buy some new ones. You know I'm busy, and you're the class committee member. Consider it a contribution to the class." Zhang Yang seemed unimpressed by the small amount, scoffing, "Do we really need to use class funds for this? That's irrelevant. Just take it. No, listen to me." Sui stepped closer, placing a hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder, speaking softly, "If you don't take this money, how can I? If I don't take it, how will the counselor? If the counselor doesn't take it, how can we progress?" After saying this, Sui directly shoved the 50 yuan into Zhang Yang's hands. "Please." Zhang Yang held the 50 yuan, feeling utterly confused. The second class dragged on even longer than the first. As soon as the bell rang, the students eagerly rushed to leave. However, just as the teacher exited, a group of formally dressed individuals approached the classroom door, and a familiar figure stepped in. Who was the class leader? Sui recognized him as Tang Pong, a senior from Wangshi U.S. High School, now the head of the student council's art department. Hearing the voice, Sui stepped forward and asked, "Is there something you need? You must be the class leader. We'd like to promote the student council in your class. It will only take about 10 minutes. Can you have your classmates sit down?" Sui had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. He then went to the podium to calm his classmates back into their seats while the student council members began their presentation. The more prestigious the school, the more powerful the student council. The presidents of the student councils at Tsinghua and Peking University typically take turns serving as the National Student Federation president. Although they lack administrative status, they are generally treated as high-ranking officials during events. Yet, this only applies to the student council presidents of those two universities. For student councils and finance colleges, once they graduate, no one really cares. Sui had no interest in the student council. Becoming the class leader was already an unexpected turn. He had no desire to become involved in the student council. After the student council's promotion was over, the classmates returned to their dorms. And just as Sui was about to head to the fruit shop, Tang Pong caught up with him again. "Sui, wait a moment, is there anything else? Are you interested in joining our student council?" Sui quickly found an excuse. "Tang, you know I'm the class leader of finance class 1, and I'm running a fruit shop in the snack street. I barely have enough time as it is." "So?" Tang Pong was undeterred. "Someone like you in the student council would easily become a deputy minister by the second year. Would you like to reconsider?" "Sorry, I really don't have time." "All right, I won't press you. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Watching Tang Pong leave, Sui couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Why would I abandon my thriving business to slog through student council duties just to become a deputy minister in my second year? Who does he think he is? This week passed swiftly, and before long, it was the 30th. After finishing his morning classes, Sui called Qingqing to arrange to take the high-speed train home that evening. After hanging up, Suyi and Zhang Xinzu each rode a small bike, taking Yang Fei and Li Tongwen to the shop to unload a truckload of fruit just delivered by Chen Jianjun. Before packing up for the dormitory, Sui told Li Tongwen, "I'll transfer your salary for the past half-month to you on WeChat later. Since you indicated on the travel plan that you're not going home for National Day, I'll pay you double wages for the 7 days of the holiday starting tomorrow." Li Tongwen quickly replied, "No need. I'm not going home anyway. Just trust me, even office workers get triple pay." Seeing Sui's firm attitude, Li Tongwen didn't argue further. After explaining a few matters, Sui hurried back to the dormitory to pack his belongings. He didn't have much, just a couple of clothes, a wallet, and a phone charger. Once he finished, Sui set off for Suhui district. Upon successfully meeting Qingqing, the two proceeded to the station to meet Qingqing. From a distance, Qingqing spotted Sui and Qingqing, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. Reflecting on his own solitude, he suddenly felt that his university life was rather disappointing. Hey, why did you take so long? Qin Jiwei inquired. I want to pick up Qingqing. Let's go. They'll likely start checking tickets soon. The trio collected their tickets and entered the station. It wasn't long before they boarded the high-speed train. Suyi recalled the counselor's instructions and opened the class group chat, tagging everyone. After returning home, please remember to send a message in the group to confirm your safe arrival. Also, be cautious during the 7 days of National Day to avoid scams, he added. Let's repeat the group rules. Gambling leads to familial ruin, drugs result in devastation. Adult content is permissible, however. The responses were a flurry of confusion from his classmates. Chapter 86. Your dear beloved son has returned as per her usual routine. Qingqing closed her eyes and fell asleep as soon as they boarded the train. Suyi sat in the middle, perusing stock market information. Upon discovering that his holdings had surpassed a 50 return, he decided to transfer all the earnings from his fruit shop into his securities account, purchasing a new stock. Meanwhile, Qin Jiwei played a game on his phone but soon grew bored and turned to Suyi. I have a question for you. If, hypothetically, I meet a girl I like, how should I go about pursuing her? Qin Jiwei, now self-aware, acknowledged that his emotional intelligence paled in comparison to Suyi's. Thus he asked earnestly. Suyi replied with sincerity, don't rush into dating. Why not? First, observe her friends. Perhaps her best friend is even more attractive. Qin Jiwei took a deep breath. I'm serious here. Suyi adjusted his tone. If you find someone appealing, take your time to understand her. What do you need to know? At the very least, learn about her personality, interests, emotional stability, and most importantly, ascertain her character. She may seem innocent to you, but behind the scenes, she could be entirely different. Qin Jiwei found some truth in this and asked, so what happens after I learn about her? Then you can begin your pursuit. There are many ways to chase a girl. For someone like me, who can adapt, it may be easy, but for you, there's a simpler method. What is it? Sincerity. Sincerity. Suyi nodded. Indeed, sincerity is a powerful weapon. If she has the slightest interest in you, being genuine could open doors. However, if you've been sincere and she still doesn't reciprocate, I suggest you move on. After pondering this, Qin Jiwei continued, how can I demonstrate my sincerity? Suyi explained, first and foremost, be honest. Present yourself as you are. Don't lie or put on a faade to impress her. Secondly, learn to listen and show genuine care. Provide her with what she needs. Finally, actions speak louder than words. It's futile to merely offer sweet talk without following through. At this point, Suyi recalled Qin Jiwei's experiences post-marriage and added, also, if you happen to like a girl with the surname Chao, do not pursue her, and definitely avoid any relationships. What does that mean? Qin Jiwei asked, puzzled. Suyi, with a knowing look, replied, I've calculated it. If you marry a woman with the surname Chao, you'll find yourself betrayed the following year. Qin Jiwei rolled his eyes and gestured rudely at Suyi. At 11 o'clock that night, the high-speed train finally arrived at the station. Suyi had already messaged Jiang Meilin in advance, and as soon as he exited, he spotted her business vehicle. He led Qingqing to the car, and after she got in, he prepared to call a separate ride for himself and Qin Jiwei. However, Jiang Meilin waved them over, saying, you two should get in. It's late, and I'll drive you home. Thank you, Annie. It's no trouble. Suyi exchanged glances with Qin Jiwei, and they both got in the car. Jiang Meilin, knowing Suyi's residence, drove them directly to his apartment complex. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance. Suyi and Qin Jiwei exited the vehicle, and Jiang Meilin rolled down the window, smiling at Suyi. Xiao Su, come visit us at home sometime. Sure, Auntie. Although Qingqing hadn't referred to Jiang Meilin as Mom, Qin Jiwei could clearly see their familial connection. Having learned about Suyi and Qingqing's relationship, he felt a twinge of envy. I still haven't found a girlfriend. And you've already charmed your future mother-in-law? Brother Wei, let us take a day off tomorrow and meet again the day after. Okay. They parted ways and headed home. Suyi, with his shoulder bag, made his way to his front door and knocked. A rustling sound came from inside. After a moment, the door opened to reveal Lao Su, who peered out in surprise. Son, why are you back so late? Why did it take so long to open the door? You and Mom aren't planning to surprise me with a little brother or sister? Are you? The big one hasn't been retired yet. Please don't bring home another little one, brat. How dare you speak like that? From the bedroom, Zhang Hong called out, Lao Su, who is it? Your dear beloved son has returned. Seconds later, Zhang Hong emerged from the bedroom, her shoes on, and upon seeing Suyi, she chided. Why didn't you let us know you were coming home today? After her initial lecture, she asked, Have you eaten? Not yet. Then go wash up. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Okay, that Su Yi entered the bathroom, took a hot shower, and by the time he emerged, Zhang Hong had prepared the noodles. Lao Su? Pour some sesame oil. Bring your son his noodles. He has hands, doesn't he? Stop arguing. Lao Su had long known that in his wife's eyes, their son's status was gradually surpassing his own. However, he didn't find it inappropriate. They were an old couple now, and their son would be their support in old age. They often regretted not having another child, as it would alleviate some pressure from their son in the future. Nowadays, with so many only children, if their son married an only daughter, it meant they would be responsible for 4 elderly parents. Whenever the couple discussed this topic, Zhang Hong would always say, when we grow old, let us move into a nursing home together. We don't want to burden our son. Most parents in this era exhibit such selfless love for their sons. Lao Su placed the noodles in front of Su Yi and handed him chopsticks. Eat while it's hot and go to bed early. Lao Su, can you be a bit nicer to the class monitor? Class monitor? Who? Me. Lao Su frowned. You've become the class monitor in university? Yeah, don't be ridiculous. I know your capabilities. How could you possibly be class monitor? Su Yi pulled out his phone, opened the class group chat, and handed it to Lao Su. Zhang Hong quickly joined him. In the group chat, someone had just tagged Su Yi, confirming they had arrived home safely. The couple scrolled through the messages and found it quite unbelievable. Son, how did you become class monitor? I don't know either. The class monitor was elected by vote. I received over 40 votes. I had no choice but to accept. The couple exchanged amused glances, understanding everything without needing words. Just as Su Yi was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat,